Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of I Am Actually a Supreme Expert right here on GMT Recap. Jiang Chen Shuyan, a young man, did not end up in the world of cultivators. Thinking he lacked the talent to cultivate, he had no choice but to set up a street stall to make a living. What he didn't know was that he had been secretly buffed with the most overpowered skill on the entire server. Casually carving an egg would turn it into a priceless treasure worth 10,000 gold taels. A random sketch in calligraphy could accidentally unleash a heaven-piercing sword intent that suppressed the 8 desolations. He was just a grocery shop owner, but something about it was strange. His customers were either the holy maiden of some sect or a crown prince. One day, an injured girl happened to pass by the main character's small grocery store. To her surprise, her wounds were instantly healed by the spiritual energy in the air. Unbelievable, but real. The girl thought this must be the hidden abode of a peerless master. But the one who came out to greet her was a young man, none other than Jiang Chen. After exchanging pleasantries, the girl expressed her interest in buying a wooden puppet from the shop. Jiang Chen thought he'd finally make his first sale, that he'd found a gullible customer and could earn a little to buy some food at the market. Unexpectedly, the girl didn't have any money on her, so she had to trade her bracelet instead. The main character was too fed up to even comment. No money, yet she was all dressed up and dolled up for what? The next day, Jiang Chen didn't stay in the shop but went out to the market to set up a stall. Before long, an old man in golden robes and his grandson, followed by a servant, approached to buy his calligraphy. Learning from his previous experience, Jiang Chen insisted on cash-only money first, goods later. But just his luck, neither of them had any money on them. He was speechless. No money, yet bringing a servant along like you're someone important. First customer of the day, and it's another one like that girl. Now he's hungry again. Truly depressing. At that moment, the servant suddenly reminded the young man in yellow to check if he had anything on him. Hearing his servant say that, the young man's expression immediately turned slightly hesitant. He then took out a dagger from his person, intending to use it to exchange for Jiang Chen's painting. Though the main character was a bit reluctant, he eventually agreed, hoping that the dagger could be traded for some money to use at the market. Thinking that, he sighed and threw the dagger into the return box. Starting a business and running into customers like these was a sure way to starve. However, Jiang Chen had no idea that the 2 customers who had bought items from him were not ordinary people. The girl from yesterday was named Mo Yun Huang, whose elder sister was the saintess of the immortal gate of Ascension dance, while the young man in yellow had a father who was the emperor of the divine dynasty of Dai Yen. The reason the 2 of them hadn't brought money when shopping was because, in their eyes, money was merely a worldly object of mortal concern. If the main character knew, he would definitely be frustrated. You all might not need it, but I do. At that moment, within the holy land of Ascension dance, after acquiring the treasure from Jiang Chen, Mo Yun Huang's injuries had completely healed. Not only had her cultivation been restored, but she had also successfully awakened the immortal zodiac physique. Afterward, a girl in a blue robe entered the Holy Land. The moment she was seen, the disciples immediately clasped their hands and respectfully greeted. Saintess. She was Mo Yun Huang's elder sister, an awakened celestial immortal with extraordinary talent that far surpassed all other disciples within the Ascension dance gate. As soon as she entered, Mo Yun Huang anxiously asked, Sister, was it you who killed a middle-aged man half a month ago? That man was a disciple of the Bloodpath Taoist and an elder of the Tai Holy Land. I heard that his cultivation was extremely profound, rivaling that of any holy lord from the other holy lands. After hearing this, Mo Yun Huang was not only unafraid, but also confidently said, She's just an elder, I can handle this. With that, Mo Yun Huang immediately activated her immortal zodiac physique, which left her sister, Mo Yun Huang, utterly astonished. At this moment, Mo Yun Huang stood high above, radiating a brilliant light like a goddess. Mo Yun Huang, still in shock, thought to herself, Is this the immortal zodiac physique? Even the Holy Lord said my younger sister could never awaken a physique. What happened? How is she able to do this? Thanks to her own awakened physique, Mou Huang had been promoted to a core disciple by Wu Shenji, the Holy Lord of the Holy Land of Ascension Dance. The elder sister couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Yun Huang, what exactly is going on? Why has your power erupted so strongly? The younger sister puffed her cheeks and refused to answer. The mysterious expert had gone into seclusion. How could she easily tell her sister? Although Mou Huang was happy for her sister, she also feared that others might take advantage of her. It seemed that things were not as simple as they appeared, and she would need to investigate thoroughly. At this very moment, Jiang Chen had recently noticed that there had been an unusual number of cultivators entering and exiting the city. Judging by their attire, there were rogue cultivators as well as disciples from various forces. Aunt Wang, why are there so many cultivators lately? Is something happening? If something is happening, you should run away quickly. Don't you know yet? A few days ago, a genius appeared in the Ascension Dance sect. It said they awakened some kind of power and were promoted to a direct disciple. Called a direct disciple, with extraordinary talent, spewing fire and water from his mouth, incredibly powerful. Jiang Chen sighed. Cultivating immortality was truly a great path. Not only did it help avoid dangers, but it also extended one's lifespan. However, right now, everything seemed to be going off course. A few days later, Jiang Chen's stall was as deserted as a ghost town. The direct disciple event had caused his business to stall, and he even no longer had enough money to buy meat for his daily meals. It's best if I never find out who that direct disciple is, or I'll curse him out, Jiang Chen muttered. Even though my garden has plenty of fruits, I'm not starving, but eating vegetables every day is a drag. I'll probably turn into a rabbit at this rate. Meat is the tastiest. Jiang Chen decided to hunt for food himself to improve his meals. Several hours later, Jiang Chen was starving. Not to mention a rabbit, there wasn't even a single living creature around. Was this area really so barren? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Jiang Chen immediately shot forward like lightning, ready to catch his prey. But instead of a rabbit, he found a fox lying flat on the ground. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Have I ever eaten fox meat? The fox, named Tushan Mo, was resting in the forest to heal her wounds, feeling deeply regretful. She had never imagined she would end up in such a situation. She recalled the past and regretted running away from home, only to be discovered by the enemy family and hunted down. She had been seriously injured, and both her strength and identity had been weakened. Tushan Mo is the daughter of the Emperor of Foxes. She has lived in the sacred land of the Foxes clan since childhood. With her pure bloodline and 6 tails, she is dearly cherished by the elders, holding a noble status. However, the monotony of life led her to decide to escape, not expecting that the moment she left her home, she would encounter misfortune. At that moment, a powerful aura emerged. To Tushan Mo, it resembled an ancient beast from the past charging towards her. From the bushes, the male protagonist suddenly appeared, his eyes gleaming, saliva dripping from his mouth, as if he was starving to the extreme. A fox, huh? I've never tasted fox meat before, he murmured. This remark made the little fox tremble, filled with an overwhelming sense of fear. A series of questions raced through Tushan Mo's mind. He's never eaten fox meat? Does he plan to eat me? A cute fox like me, and he wants to eat me? Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and without warning, Tushan Mo fainted and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen, who was standing beside her at the time, became flustered. Is this little fox sick? If it's sick, how can it be eaten? It's too thin, even if I butcher it, there won't be enough to nibble on. And now it's fainted. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Tushan Mo, at this point, had fallen into a deep sleep, lying motionless in Jiang Chen's arms. After observing the little fox for a while, Jiang Chen began to ponder, should I let it go? But with its silky, silver fur, it might be a rare species. In Jiang Chen's heart, a plan had already been devised. If he just let it go, it would be such a waste. Or perhaps he could keep it, nurture it, and once it grew strong, it would become a delicious delicacy. After a while, Tushan Mo woke up and realized she was in an unfamiliar place. Where is this? Am I not being eaten? She carefully observed her surroundings. The house seemed simple, but it hid a mysterious power. No doubt, this was a solid formation. Tushan Mo recognized it, but nothing could trouble her. Words or actions, she immediately used her divine sense to try and break the formation. As the princess of the Fox clan, I am very strong. However, all her efforts were in vain. Why is this happening? I can't break the formation. My divine sense is about to exhaust. Tushan Mo panicked and quickly withdrew her divine sense. If she hadn't acted in time, she might have faded into nothingness. Who brought me here? Could it be a powerful person with a strange hobby, capturing members of the demon clan to keep as pets? Tushan Mo imagined an old man dressed in red, with a long white beard, sitting on a sleigh pulled by a reindeer. The Fox clan of Tushan possessed extraordinary bloodlines and boundless strength, which is why they were often the target of strong human hunters. With her noble status, Tushan Mo absolutely refused to be turned into anyone's pet. While Tushan Mo was feeling lost, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared, holding a small bowl of medicine, his voice filled with concern. You're awake? Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Tushan Mo immediately became alert. It's him again, she thought to herself, trying to appear fierce. Tushan Mo bristled, but Jiang Chen gently reassured her. No need to be all defensive. I don't know what illness you're suffering from, but just take this. Even if it doesn't cure you completely, at least it can save you. I'm quite confident in my medical skills, even if you're just a fox. Jiang Chen's words made Tushan Mo uncomfortable. Enough, she replied, her voice full of defiance. I am the daughter of the Emperor of Foxes. Even if I die, I will never bow before you. Despite her words, Tushan Mo couldn't suppress her curiosity. She moved closer to the bowl of medicine and glanced at it. A small bowl of medicine, and you think you can make me surrender? Impossible, she thought to herself. However, when the fragrance of the medicine spread, Tushan Mo couldn't help but be drawn in. Wait, why does this smell so alluring? The bowl of medicine was no ordinary concoction. It was filled with spiritual water and spiritual herbs, releasing a fragrance saturated with spiritual energy. Tushan Mo felt both intrigued and apprehensive, but in the end, she couldn't resist and drank the entire bowl. The wounds on Tushan Mo's body gradually healed, and the taste of the medicine was so delightful that she couldn't hide the feeling of blissful satisfaction, as if she were floating on clouds. Jiang Chen watched her, satisfied, and said, Eat up, drink more, and you'll grow stronger. Jiang Chen's words made Tushan Mo feel suspicious. Why did he tell me to eat in order to grow bigger? She wondered. While wagging her tail and drinking the medicine, Tushan Mo had no idea that Jiang Chen was thinking about having meat for dinner. After a few hours, Tushan Mo no longer hesitated and jumped into Jiang Chen's arms, taking the opportunity to explore the house. Where is this place? Why are there so many divine artifacts in the house? Who exactly is this person? She thought to herself. Tushan Mo's eyes swept across each item in the house before landing on Jiang Chen. Suddenly, she recalled the words her father had once mentioned. Could this be the person my father often spoke of? The reclusive expert with immense power? She had read many ancient books, which contained records about figures like this. The fox suddenly imagined the image of an old man in white robes, with a kind and benevolent face. In little fox's eyes, Jiang Chen appeared strange at this moment. So, I've met a reclusive expert who likes to raise members of the demon clan. She thought to herself, but before she could dream further, Jiang Chen suddenly hugged her tightly. His only concern at this moment was, what should I eat tonight? There's still no meat for dinner, he sighed. Is this the fate of a little princess like me? Tushan Mo felt disappointed. She had thought that he wanted to raise her as a pet, but unexpectedly, he still wanted to eat the cute little fox. How unreasonable. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, the imperial capital of Daiyan, today was the birthday of the Emperor of Daiyan. As a top-tier strongman of his time, the birthday celebration of His Majesty attracted the attention of countless masters. Whether they received an invitation or not, they all made an effort to attend in order to witness the ceremony. Most of the great sects, even the Holy Land, sent representatives to present gifts. The emperor arrived, and an announcement echoed through the hall. At the same time, a surge of true energy like a lightning bolt appeared outside the palace, flying straight into the grand hall. At that moment, Emperor of Daiyan, Ji Yuan Hao, appeared and greeted the guests. Thank you all for attending my birthday. The grand hall was filled with the sound of blessings from the guests, who chanted, Emperor of Daiyan, may your reign be as brilliant as the sun and moon, and your celestial rule last eternally. May your reign be as brilliant as the sun and moon, and your celestial rule last eternally. As everyone was offering their congratulations, Ji Xian stood nervously beside them, trembling with anxiety when it was his turn to present the gift. Seeing this, a servant nearby asked, Your Highness, you seem a bit nervous. After all, you are presenting a gift to your father, but do not worry, I am fine. The most anticipated part of the birthday ceremony was when the princes of Daiyan would offer their gifts. Unlike the Holy Land, where disciples with strength and talent are recognized within the royal court, ascending to the highest position in Daiyan depends on the favor of the emperor. When it was time for the princes to present their gifts, the first to step forward was the first prince. He was the first prince of the imperial dynasty of Daiyan, the son who brought joy and longevity to his father's great celebration. In his hand, he held a radiant gemstone that shone with 7 dazzling colors. This is the profound jade supreme scale soul-nourishing stone. I slew 300 snakes in Beihai and then used an ancient method to refine them into this jade. Wearing this jade can nourish the divine soul, and I especially offer it to Father. The origin of the jade left everyone around in astonishment. What? He killed 307 colored serpents? The first prince is truly that powerful? Yet the crucial matter was not the snakes, but rather the ancient method that the first prince mentioned. Indeed, the ancient method is the most noteworthy part. It seems this gift will greatly please the Emperor of Daiyan. Even the jade itself seemed to shine brighter upon hearing such excessive praise. It was evidently treasured by many. This gift is not bad. I like it very much. The 2 onlookers from earlier immediately exclaimed in unison as expected. However, the emperor himself thought differently. It was merely a treasure capable of nourishing the divine soul, nothing particularly rare or priceless. Then came the turn of the second prince to present his tribute. This prince ordered his attendants to bring forth the item, taking great care to ensure everything went perfectly. This is an ancient geomantic compass, capable of locating dragon veins within a certain range. The 2 onlookers chimed in again. Truly worthy of being a prince of Daiyan, everything is rare and exotic. After hearing his elder brothers offer such treasures, Ji Xian grew increasingly anxious and nervous. The sound of his heartbeat seemed louder than ever before. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Ji Xian. 5th younger brother, after losing to me at the last auction, have you found a better gift for father? If not, I'm afraid you might end up embarrassing him this time. The third prince, son of the empress, not only held a noble status but had also demonstrated extraordinary talent since childhood, earning immense favor from the emperor. His mother, the empress of Daiyan, had long been at odds with the concubine mother of the 5th prince, Ji Xian, making the relationship between the 2 brothers as hostile as fire and water. They competed in everything, but it was always Ji Xian who ended up at a disadvantage. No need for third brother to worry, 5th younger brother has already prepared the gift. The third prince was surprised. Huh? Really? In the past, whenever I provoked him, he always swallowed his pride. But this time whatever, it's my turn to present the gift now. With that, he stepped forward and offered his gift to the emperor. I respectfully wish Father a joyous birthday celebration. This is the mystic heart pill of 7 saints, refined with great effort by 7 sages of the human race in ancient times. I obtained it from the ancient realm of 7 saints, and I now humbly present it as a tribute to Father, wishing him eternal longevity and everlasting dominion over the lands of Daiyan. As the news spread, the entire grand hall erupted in excitement. Isn't the 7 saints heart refining pill supposed to have been lost long ago? Regardless of its effects, just the name of the 7 saints alone is enough to astonish. Ji Xian couldn't help but be stunned. How could this be? How could he have done that? It seemed that during the previous auction, he seized the item from him merely to provoke him. No doubt about it, it was indeed the 7 saints heart refining pill. The emperor appeared extremely pleased and personally came down to inspect it. The crowd, witnessing this scene, burst into loud cheers as the emperor himself came forward to accept it. The third prince looked smug, clearly enjoying the attention. Ji Yuanhao's eyes were filled with emotion. I went through many hardships and dangers to prepare this gift for you. It truly makes me feel humbled. As long as Father is pleased, no matter how difficult it is, I won't hesitate. The third prince replied, his face displaying the expression of a dutiful son. Hey, fifth younger brother, did you really think I would use something ordinary bought at an auction as a gift? You're far too naive. He laughed loudly in Ji Xian's face as he spoke. Compared to the third prince, the fourth prince appeared far less impressive. Everyone was still in awe of the precious treasure that had just been presented. Praise for the third prince echoed everywhere, while the fourth prince quietly stepped back, unnoticed. Finally, it was the fifth prince Ji Xian's turn. He gathered all his courage to present his gift. I sincerely wish Father a joyous and auspicious birthday. This painting was something I happened to come across during a journey outside. There are 2 lines of poetry written by a distinguished gentleman of remarkable poise and depth. I respectfully offer them to Father. The entire great hall fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise at the fifth prince's unusual gift. All were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The other princes had all presented rare and precious treasures. And yet he offered a painting? The 73rd prince sneered, his face full of disdain. All around Ji Xian, the murmuring grew louder. Has the fifth prince gone mad? How could this ever compare to the third prince's gift? Surely the third prince's offering is the most valuable in this entire birthday banquet. No matter what the fifth prince gives, he cannot surpass that. It's just something he'll have to accept. It's only a painting, not even worthy of placing on the table. It was assumed that although the fifth prince was not exceptionally gifted, he wouldn't go so far as to present merely a painting. Amid the noisy murmurs, all eyes turned toward the third prince, who was smiling triumphantly. Ji Xian stood there, face filled with shame, while the crowd cast scornful glances at the fifth prince. Well, at least he meant well. The emperor said this outwardly, but his thoughts told a different story. How could a painting truly be used as a ceremonial gift? The fifth prince smiled discreetly and then declared loudly, "Father, this painting is very special. Please believe me." In the young prince's clear blue eyes shone a look of steadfast sincerity, radiating a quiet sense of trustworthiness. He continued, "Please, open it and enjoy it together with the honored guests here." The emperor sighed, "Very well, let this child have a chance." "All right." Receiving the painting from the fifth prince, the emperor prepared to unfold it. At that moment, the third prince appeared with a face full of anticipation, as if awaiting his younger brother's self-destruction. Ji Xian was filled with intense anxiety. The emperor slowly unfolded the painting. The moment it was opened, a powerful surge of sword intent erupted, stunning the emperor. Everyone around was shaken by the overwhelming sword intent. What is happening? Where did this sword intent come from? The force of this sword intent is terrifying. Its power was so immense that it even swept the hems of everyone's robes. The Emperor of Daiyan was utterly astonished, his eyes opened to something entirely new. Yet it seemed he had come to a sudden realization. So that's it.
I understand now.
This sword intent is terrifying beyond belief. Waves of sword intent poured forth, with a force capable of destroying all things. The emperor instantly recognized that this painting was far from ordinary. Within it lay the essence of the Tao. With just one glance, his own sword Tao began to surge upward dramatically. However, the overwhelming energy seemed to exceed what his body could endure.
This cannot go on. If I get pulled into it, I won't be able to escape on my own. Moreover, today is the celebration of my longevity, with so many guests present.
If I continue to immerse myself in this enlightenment, it might cause considerable disruption.
Shin Air, come with me on a trip. Thank you, fellow cultivators. For the remainder of the longevity banquet, I will send someone to preside over it.
The fifth prince and I will take our leave now. If there have been any shortcomings in our hospitality, I ask for your forgiveness. After the announcement, the royal father and son quickly departed, leaving the guests stunned and unable to react.
What is going on? Is the banquet really going to end so abruptly? Could it be because of the sword intent that just appeared?
The calligraphy scroll offered by the fifth prince of Dai Yen doesn't seem like an ordinary tribute.
Meanwhile, the third prince appeared annoyed. Humph, what's so special about it? The banquet just ends like that. Elsewhere, the emperor hurriedly questioned his fifth son.
Shin Air, tell me where you got that calligraphy scroll.
After Ji Xian gave a detailed explanation, the emperor nodded.
I see, so you're saying this scroll came from a hidden swordmaster named Zhangchen in Wuhua City?
Could he be some old monster from the Ascension Dance Holy Land?
No matter, the man is in seclusion, yet he was able to infuse sword intent into an ordinary sheet of paper. Someone like that, even I have never encountered.
Father, is the sword intent in this scroll really that powerful?
Indeed, the sword intent in this scroll at most, I can only comprehend 2 or 3 parts of it. It's truly terrifying, even for an emperor to grasp only a small fraction. Sword energy swept across 30,000 miles, a single sword light chilling all of the 19 provinces. Beautiful poetry and elegant calligraphy, the sword intent extraordinary, yet the phrase the 19 provinces left the emperor deep in contemplation.
Could it be? I misunderstood? The fifth prince was surprised. Father, what do you understand?
500 years ago, the imperial dynasty of Dai Yen once fought a great battle with the golden winged roc in the demon realm. Regrettably, in that battle, our Dai Yen dynasty not only lost, but also had to cede the lands of Nanzhou.
Golden winged roc? A mighty race of the demon realm.
Beyond the human realm, there are also the demonic realm, demon realm, Buddha realm, and immortal realm. Except for the immortal realm, the other 4 realms are interconnected, forming an expansive world. The southern border of the imperial dynasty of Dai Yen lies adjacent to the demon realm. From this, it's clear that everything was orchestrated in advance by that extraordinary individual. That master knew you were troubled about choosing an offering, so he deliberately waited there for you. In the end, the master presented you with this calligraphy painting, precisely so you would bring it before me. The line 1 sword cold light the 19 provinces is vividly portrayed, with the ultimate intent being the restoration of the 19 provinces by the imperial dynasty of Dai Yen.
Why didn't that master deliver it directly to me? Wouldn't that have been simpler?
The emperor calmly explained, you are still too young and have yet to experience the ways of the world. That master speaks only half the truth, the other half must be realized by oneself. This calligraphy painting made me realize how laughable my years of hesitation have been. The imperial dynasty of Dai Yen reveres the sword above all. Those who cultivate the way of the sword must possess an unyielding spirit, advancing without retreat, and must not hesitate. Ji Yuan Hao spoke solemnly, it has been 500 years.
The oppression we have suffered from the demon clan must come to an end. No matter what Father decides, I am willing to give my all for you.
Very good. From this day forward, the Dai Yen dynasty began preparing for a decisive battle with the Golden Winged Roc clan. News of the impending war between the Dai Yen dynasty and the Golden Winged Roc clan quickly spread throughout the world.
At Zhang Chen's residence, Little Fox was being fed.
Jiang Chen found it curious foxes were supposed to be carnivores, yet it didn't turn its nose up at the vegetarian food he made. What's more, it ate with great delight, which made things less troublesome.
If it demanded meat, he wouldn't even know where to get it.
Thinking further, with his cooking skills, if he were to open a small diner in Wuhua City, business would surely flourish.
But the hassle of preparing ingredients, hiring staff, and the daily grind opening a restaurant wouldn't be easy. Better not to think about it.
With one more mouth to feed, budgeting would need to be even more careful.
In the days that followed, while Jiang Chen lamented having to eat vegetables every day, Little Fox was secretly thinking, are these the kinds of meals I get to enjoy daily now?
In truth, at first it had resisted, but from the very first bite, it had been unable to stop. It seemed this place wasn't so bad after all. Cultivation improved, and there was food and drink. The fox was startled when it realized it was having such strange thoughts.
Jiang Chen appeared with a gloomy expression, startling Little Fox. Its fur was still shedding heavily. Could it be because of the vegetarian diet? Should I go hunt something? I'm starving. But what if something happens? I'm heading out. Stay home, all right. With that, Jiang Chen left to hunt, leaving Tu Shan Mo alone in the house.
Little Fox found it hard to explain just with vegetarian food, its wounds had completely healed. It had even reached the 10th level of the divine ability realm, just one step away from forming a demon core, equivalent to a human's golden core.
Suddenly, Little Fox felt a strange sensation. Its dantian grew hot as a powerful force surged directly into it. What's happening?
Its fox tails reappeared one after another, 6 in total, just like before, but the force kept coming, uncontrollably.
What should I do? Is the power of my bloodline surging? Then, to its astonishment, a 7th tail suddenly emerged. So hot, it's too hot. Little Fox cried out, its round eyes staring at the new tail.
This was the 7th tail. The ancestors of the Tushan Fox clan had once possessed 9 tails, wielding extraordinary power and terrifying bloodlines, known as the 9-tailed celestial fox. But since ancient times, after a cataclysmic battle that shook the heavens and the earth, the Tushan Fox clan had suffered heavy losses and was cursed by a powerful being, causing the divine bloodline to disappear. Since then, the 9-tailed bloodline seemed to have been sealed, never to appear again in Tushan. Currently, the strongest divine vein of the Tushan Fox clan only has 6 tails, and even the Emperor of Foxes, its father, only has 5 tails. Little Fox looked at its new tail, lost in thought. According to the clan's ancestor, the appearance of a 6-tailed fox like it was already an extremely rare event in 1,000 years. Now, with the appearance of a 7th tail, could it be that the food Jiang Chen gave it triggered the hidden potential within its divine vein? It turns out that the expert never intended to keep it as a pet, but rather to help it activate the fox divine vein, evolving into a 9-tailed fox. Little Fox blushed and muttered, I understand now, but Boss Jiang doesn't know anything about this. I've misunderstood the expert. I've decided that when the expert comes back, I'll transform into a human and repay this kindness. But then it grew worried. No, the senior doesn't want others to know their identity. If I transform and express my gratitude, the senior will drive me away. At that time, I won't get to eat those delicious foods anymore. Tushan Mo devised a plan to leech off the senior with smug satisfaction. As long as I continue to cling to the senior, I'll keep evolving. Hee, when that happens, I'll become the first fox in the clan to break the curse and evolve into a 9-tailed fox. From that moment on, Tushan Mo lost the last shred of its dignity. Spiritual energy filled the air, even spreading outside the house. Mo Yun Huang suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen's door. The promotion ritual is too complicated. I wonder if the senior is still here. I've arrived. Senior, I've arrived. She swallowed hard, her heart tense yet flickering with anticipation in her eyes. Mo Yu Huang had seemingly been observing Mo Yun Huang from a distance. I've been secretly following her as expected. There's a secret. No wonder she's been so distracted these past few days. Yu Huang followed closely behind, yet Yun Huang seemed completely unaware.
Yu Huang studied the small wooden house, simple and ordinary. What is she doing here?
From afar, Yu Huang saw Yun Huang run into the house, and just a few minutes later, she came rushing out, her face flushed, hands trembling, heart pounding erratically.
That expression on her face, what did it mean? Impossible.
Yu Huang stared wide-eyed as her beloved younger sister brushed past her without noticing her presence. For the first time in her life, Yu Huang saw such an expression on her sister's face, and she couldn't help but start imagining all sorts of possibilities.
No, it can't be. Could it be my sister has fallen for some mortal?
She had just awakened the immortal zodiac physique. Her cultivation path was boundless. If she were to be held back by a mere mortal, it would be a true disaster. At that thought, Yu Huang's aura surged. Yu Huang made up her mind.
No. I absolutely cannot let this happen.
Let me see which mortal dares to be this bold. With that, Yu Huang stepped toward the house. As she approached the door, a strange force pulled her inside the surroundings brimming with celestial energy.
What is going on? Could it be this isn't just an ordinary mortal's residence?
Even with her cultivation at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, Yu Huang was completely powerless in the face of the terrifying power of this place. A supreme existence. This truly is a supreme existence, she realized in astonishment. It's about to appear. Jiang Chen stepped forward, not forgetting to courteously welcome the unfamiliar guest.
Welcome, honored guest.
In Yu Huang's impression, Jiang Chen was an absolutely terrifying existence.
Ha ha.
Jiang Chen gave a friendly smile to the person before him, but Yu Huang turned pale with fear.
Ugh, is my face really that scared looking?
Yu Huang was on high alert at this moment, her eyes darting around as beads of sweat dotted her face. She had heard more than once about terrifying beings who could disguise themselves as ordinary people. She glanced outside the building, the formation and furnishings within radiated immense power. Then her eyes shifted to the little fox that was flaring its aura. That fox belonged to the Tushan lineage, and its status was by no means low. Beings like that often sought out peerless cultivators and caused their downfall, dooming them to spend this life as mere servants. Yu Huang turned deathly pale with fear. She looked at Jiang Chen with extreme wariness. Jiang Chen seemed confused and slightly annoyed at being stared at, but still courteously invited the guest. Honored guest, have a cup of water first.
All right.
Yu Huang glanced at the cup of water, clearly afraid that it might be drugged.
Jiang Chen remained nonchalant as he urged her. This concoction is about to go cold. We're doomed. What now?
The saintess was completely terrified, convinced there was no escaping this calamity.
In Yu Huang's imagination, come on, drink this and you'll be mine.
Take that so-called water first. Yu Huang resolved to trust this man just once. No matter what happened, as long as she could escape from this place afterward, everything would be easier. She took it and downed it in one gulp. Oh, there was no negative reaction at all.
What was going on?
Her cultivation was even rising significantly.
Jiang Chen didn't notice the changes happening within her. From Jiang Chen's perspective, was it that the richer a cultivator got, the weirder their minds became? He just couldn't understand. Why did you come to me? He asked.
I saw my younger sister come here and got worried for her, so I followed. So you're Miss Yun Huang's sister? My apologies. My younger sister only came to consult me about some matters related to stone sculpture.
Stone sculpture? Yu Huang echoed. That's right.
Jiang Chen quickly seized the opportunity to make a profit and pulled out the stone sculptures to pitch them.
These right here, would you like one? Come on, buy it. Jiang Chen is starving.
These stone sculptures unexpectedly radiated boundless divine power, as if they wanted to cling tightly to the human body.
No.
I don't like the stone sculpture.
He almost had a chance to take advantage of it. I absolutely will not yield because of these things.
Still unwilling to give up, Jiang Chen somehow pulled out a scroll from who knows where.
Then what about this painting? Oh heavens, again? This painting?
The moment she saw the image in the painting, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. As soon as she laid eyes on it, the root of her frozen hell ice emperor physique began to grow rapidly, as if it had just been perfectly replenished.
This man is terrifying.
He even knows that my frozen hell ice emperor physique lacks its origin.
How does he know that?
Both he and this painting are truly terrifying. The stone sculpture wasn't traded.
What about the script then?
Recently, 2 pieces like that had already been sold, so it turns out Jiang Chen only wanted to try his luck with this painting, and didn't really think too much of it.
Should I accept it? Yu Huang hesitated.
The power within this painting could help restore the origin of her frozen hell ice emperor physique, and once it was replenished, the path of cultivation ahead would surely become vast and clear. But if she accepted the deal he offered, she might fall completely into his trap. And yet, she didn't want to become something in his hands.
Oh? That over there, isn't that a sword altar? Isn't that the one that belonged to the 5th prince of the imperial dynasty of Daiyan, Jixin? That's the divine sword he used to condense his life essence. What does it mean for the sword altar used to condense a life essence to appear here? 5th prince of Daiyan, Jixin, has also made a deal with this person?
You must understand, my younger sister has awakened the immortal zodiac physique, which means she has boundless potential. And Ji Xian has recently gained the favor of the Emperor of Daiyan. He may very well become the next Emperor of Daiyan. As long as those two don't fall from grace, they will become influential figures in the cultivation world. He's made deals with both of them. Could it be that this sage before us is executing some grand plan? And now, he has involved even me. Does he intend to bring all the current prodigies of the cultivation world under his control? At this moment, Boss Jiang stood to the side, his eyes full of pride, his innocent face seemingly unaware of anything. But wait, maybe it's not that simple. According to rumors from high-level figures in the Holy Land, the imperial dynasty of Daiyan seems to be preparing for war with the Golden Winged Rock clan. And all of this began after 5th Prince Jixin presented the birthday gift. Could it be that those pulling the strings behind the scenes are manipulating everything, burying the ancient era? Not only are they controlling the top strongmen, but they also buried all the geniuses of that age and are now starting a war. Will my younger sister and I become mere puppets in his hands this time? No. Whether to stop the enemy's plan to overturn the world, or for the sake of my younger sister, I must act. This might be the only way. For now, I'll agree to the deal, use this painting to strengthen myself, and then wait for the right moment to leave. Ah, I truly like this painting. The young lady really has an eye for things. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel elated. Oh, the grand opening at last. Yu Huang accepted the painting and hurried away. She still couldn't believe she had been released so easily. Just like that? They simply let her go? My heavens, it was unbelievable. A thing for a thing. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Compared to the agate bead necklace that younger sister had given before, this female cultivator was truly generous, unlike that young master who looked wealthy yet offered only a toy sword for form's sake. Next time they come, perhaps he should raise the price a little. 300 miles away, Yu Huang returned and asked her beloved younger sister, "Do you often visit that wooden house? You've been watching me. All these years you never cared about me, and now that I'm in dire straits you suddenly appear. What's your real intention?" Mo Yun Huang could not help raising her voice. That place is dangerous, terrifying beyond measure. I order you, from now on do not set foot there again. Within that wooden house dwelt the most fearsome being in the world, one capable of overturning the heavens and snuffing out countless lives. An evil demon? Truly an evil demon. Could it be Senior Hong Chen? How could Senior Hong Chen be such a person? When my life was hanging by a thread, he was the one who saved me. Hong Chen, his name is Hong Chen? Indeed, a name to inspire dread. At that moment, her sister's face was as pale as if she had been truly frightened.
But it was Senior Hong who changed my life. Say whatever you want about me, but if you slander Senior, even if you're my own sister, I cannot accept it. No matter what you say, I will definitely follow Senior Hong. Little sister, I never imagined you'd be so thoroughly poisoned by that person. If this tension continues, we may truly fall into discord. It's all because that person is too terrifying. Even our own flesh and blood has ended up like this. If it were someone else, they might have turned out even more extreme. I can only work quickly to strengthen myself, then stop his plans from within the National Academy. As for my sister, I'll let her decide for herself. At this point, words are useless. The only way forward is to confront the one behind it all. If I must choose between Senior and my sister, Yun Huang's resolute eyes have already made the decision. I choose to trust Senior. Now, this is the front door of Hong Chen's house. Luckily, we found it in time. If we'd been any later, the Emperor might have discovered it. How dare they imprison our beloved princess? You insolent fool! Ever since the Golden Winged Rock clan found out we carry the six-tailed bloodline of Tushan Mo, they've constantly provoked us. The imperial mark left by the Emperor on the princess has gradually weakened. This proves that the Golden Winged Rock clan has gravely wounded her. Otherwise, how could this tiny wooden cabin possibly contain our little princess? Damn mortals! The princess bears the most divine bloodline of our entire clan, yet she's been imprisoned by a mere mortal. This is the greatest humiliation. Today, we will definitely bring the princess home. Inside, Jiang Qin was getting ready for his morning workout, sneezing repeatedly. Is little fox still asleep? Probably still recovering energy. Well, instead of worrying about her, better focus on myself. Swordsmanship was, of course, also one of the high-level skills Hong Chen possessed in the game. Morning workouts helped boost physical strength. With that, he swung his arm. Two members of the Fox's clan charged in, shouting with murderous intent. Kill! But before they could do anything, they were blown away by Jiang Chen's sword energy, severely injured. At that moment, he still hadn't realized what was going on around him. Ha! What's happening outside? At the gate, the old man hurriedly ran over to check on his two beloved disciples. Damn it, my precious disciples! The two disciples had no idea what had just happened. They didn't even know why they were so seriously injured. Before they could catch a glimpse of the homeowner, blood was already spilling from their mouths. A moment later, the three intruders finally came to their senses. What kind of monster is in this room? Could we have completely misjudged the situation? Turns out there's actually a peerless strongman inside, and we've already been discovered. He didn't attack us simply because your bloodlines are too weak for him to bother. He's warning us. Seems like we have no choice but to return to Tushan and report to the Emperor. So-called strongmen all have their own temperament. If he didn't make a move from the beginning, he probably won't take action later either. Thinking this, the old man and his two disciples quietly turned back. So the princess will be safe for now. You must wait for us to return. At this moment, in the Ascension Dance Holy Land, Yu Huang was still diligently cultivating inside, attempting to break through to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, but she still could not compensate for the deficiencies in her physical condition. She bitterly realized that if she could not improve her realm, how could she protect her younger sister? How could she confront that terrifying strongman, Jiang Chen? No, I absolutely cannot yield. I must use magic to defeat magic. The icy aura in this scene, emanating from the picture, released an extremely pure, bone-chilling energy that directly froze Yu Huang's entire tower. Meanwhile, the tower of Yun Huang continued to emit flames. The two guards outside were horrified when they saw this. Have these two sisters been cultivating more extravagantly lately? If they continue like this, with their efforts, their status in the Ascension Dance Holy Land will surely rise. At the same time, within the celestial palace of Ascension Dance. Holy Lord, what is the current situation? Wu Shenji ancestor has made it clear. He wants to fulfill the battle he promised long ago.
The ancestor of the Ascension Dance Holy Land was the top strongman, and it could be said that the current glory of the Ascension Dance Holy Land was largely due to his contributions. There was nothing more important for the Holy Land than him, nothing could happen to him. I understand the intentions of all of you, but the ancestor has made his decision. Even we cannot interfere further. I don't understand why ancestor is so determined to agree to fight. At first, he was an extraordinary genius, with exceptional talent, almost unmatched among his peers. Along with the ancestor of the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud when they were young, they were considered the two brightest stars of the human race. In the end, the ancestor of Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud made a change in the agreement and decided to fight the ancestor of Ascension Dance Holy Land. This agreement had lasted for thousands of years, seemingly to be forgotten, yet the result could not be cancelled. Everyone listen up, although the two ancestors are fighting, we should not interfere. But if it reaches a critical point, Wu Shenji will stop. However, everyone understands the hidden meaning behind those words. If it really reaches the most dangerous moment, they will have to intervene. After all, Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud has two ancestors in the immortal embryo realm, and even if one is lost, it won't have a significant impact. But we only have one. Currently, the Holy Land has just produced two peerless physical geniuses, signaling prosperity. In this situation, we need the protection of a strong man more than ever. This is the only way. This action is truly sinister, unworthy of the Holy Land's reputation, but for the future inheritance of Ascension Dance Holy Land, we can only say, sorry, Qing Yun Elder. A sneeze was heard from Qing Yun Elder's residence. It must be the disciples teasing him. The scene shifts to Jiang Chen's farm, where the male lead is harvesting vegetables to prepare for lunch. The food is here. Looking at Little Fox, its personality seemed livelier than when it was first picked up. Could it be that it had already recognized its master? In Tu Shanmo's eyes, there was a seductive charm, though it had no effect on Jiang Chen. After eating to its fill, Tu Shan Mo flopped down to sleep, muttering words like evolution and nine tails in its sleep. Jiang Chen stood nearby, observing and commenting, it eats quite cleanly. But then again, its fur is getting shinier by the day. Is it about to turn into a demon beast? Oh well, I'll set up shop this afternoon. If I make some money, I'll improve your meals when I get back. Out on the street, people all around welcomed Jiang Chen with cheerful faces. Boss Xiao Jiang, long time no see. It's been nearly a month, and it looks like you still haven't saved enough money, huh? A local joked. Boss Xiao Jiang, Boss Xiao Jiang. Suddenly, an anxious voice rang out. Something's wrong. Li Zhanggui's family is in trouble. Li Zhanggui's daughter fell seriously ill last night. Boss Li's daughter suddenly took a turn for the worse. Why didn't anyone tell me sooner? If Xiaosong was sick, you should have come to find me last night. Li Xiaosong, Boss Li's daughter, was only 7 years old this year. She was well-behaved, sensible, and often shared food from their shop with the nearby street vendors. The elderly folks were especially fond of her. However, she had always been frail and frequently ill since a young age. Now that something had happened, everyone was even more worried. At first, they thought it was just a minor illness. Who would have thought that even more than a dozen physicians were helpless, and her condition was only growing worse? Then why aren't you taking me there immediately? This matter cannot be delayed. Uncle Lon, where did the footsteps of a young girl come from? It turns out it's a pair of uncle and niece going for a walk. What are those people doing? Perhaps the daughter of someone is ill, and they're inviting the young man to treat her. The girl beside him glanced with a sorrowful look. She's just like me. Let's go see. Xiaosong's illness is very strange. Her pulse, breath, and body temperature are all normal, but her condition is extremely unstable. This is a disease I've never encountered before. Everything about her body is the same as an ordinary person's, but why is this happening? Mr. Xiaojiang, please save Xiaosong. If you save her, I am willing to give up all my fortune and work like a servant for you. No, please, both of you, don't say that. Xiao Jiang will definitely do his best. Even if he tries his best, it's useless. The problem with this girl is beyond what ordinary people can resolve.
Xiao Song's mother became furious upon hearing this and said, "What are you talking about? Calm down, don't be hasty."
It turned out to be the two-toned-haired girl from before. I'm saying that the problem with your daughter cannot be solved by mortal means. She is not sick but has been infected by something unknown. Furthermore, if a powerful cultivator doesn't intervene to eradicate it, she will soon fade away.
Can you save my daughter? Hearing this, the father was filled with hope. Do you have a way? As for your daughter's illness, I am also powerless, but Uncle Lon is here.
Uncle Lon, she continued, just consider the girl as your own daughter.
This kind of illness can be cured, but there will be some consequences. Are you willing to accept that? How serious are the consequences?
In the best-case scenario, she will suffer from chronic illness for the rest of her life and remain mentally impaired forever. This news hit like a thunderbolt, and Boss Lee and his wife nearly collapsed.
We only have this one daughter. As long as she survives, we will pay any price. We just want our daughter to live, we agree.
Wait, you two have no way to cure her, so stay quiet.
Let me handle this.
I can completely restore Xiao Song's health with no lasting side effects. At Jiang Chen's confident declaration, both Jiang Ling Er and Uncle Lon were stunned.
Young man, do you even know what you're saying?
Of course. Jiang Chen's gaze made it clear that he had reason behind his words.
The title of divine doctor was certainly not just for show. There are many ways to live. I understand, Shuang Er is very lively, loves to play, loves without any restrictions. If the price of her survival means she has to lose everything, then I will absolutely not allow it.
Jiang Ling Er was speechless, but it seemed that the words just now had made her realize something. All right then, she's your daughter. You decide who will treat her.
Or let Boss Xiao Jiang try. We still trust Boss Jiang more. Ling Er sighed.
The reason I wanted to save that little girl earlier was because I felt a bit of sympathy for her.
If they've chosen that mortal, then let them be.
This girl was born with an unclear energy, but because this power was so mysterious, it usually remained hidden. This energy only manifested through her frail body and frequent illnesses. However, as she grew older, the unclear power would only become stronger.
7 years old was a major crisis. What could a young mortal possibly do?
Jiang Chen took out a needle, examined it carefully, and then slowly and meticulously inserted it into the girl's body.
Is that acupuncture?
Both of them were astonished by the sight.
The entire process was carried out with great precision and detail.
Truly, it was worthy of being called a divine doctor.
Uncle Lon, did you see that? After the acupuncture, the person didn't use any spiritual power. What kind of technique is this? How can they expel the mysterious force hidden deep in her bones without using any spiritual energy? Jiang Chen didn't pay attention and continued focusing on the acupuncture.
By this point, hundreds of needles had been inserted into all the acupuncture points on the girl's body, making her look like a cactus. It seemed that the needles were beginning to take effect. A strange, dark aura began to emerge from the girl's mouth.
Xiao Song's illness had been cured. As long as she got enough rest, she would fully recover. Jiang Chen's voice was full of confidence, though his forehead was dotted with sweat.
In no more than 3 days, the little girl would once again be happily by the side of the two Master Xiaos.
Truly, thank you very much, sir.
Just as Jiang Chen was about to turn around and say goodbye, the two people had vanished. They had just been standing there, and now they were nowhere to be seen. Those two had definitely been here just a moment ago. At that moment, Xiao Song had regained consciousness. Beside her bed, her parents were crying tears of joy.
My daughter, how are you feeling? Thanks to Jiang brothers' blessings, I feel much better now.
In the garden, Jiang Chen was surrounded by a crowd, showering him with praise.
Indeed, Master Xiao Jiang is truly talented. It was simply the right thing to do. you're all being too kind. After being treated by Jiang Chen, Shuang Er had fully recovered. The city once again became as peaceful and joyful as before. Let's hurry home and cook for little fox. While walking down the street, Jiang Chen suddenly ran into the two people from earlier. Their expressions showed that they had been waiting for a long time. Fine, I'll take another route then. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to turn and leave, the two quickly called out. Young master, please wait a moment. It was clear they had deliberately waited for him here. Jiang Chen glanced at the girl, and it seemed that just a single look was enough for him to notice something unusual about her figure. I am Jiang by surname, Ling Er by name, and this is Uncle Lan. Have you also come to me for treatment? Jiang Ling Er was startled, feeling her spirit waver slightly as everything had been seen through by him. Jiang Ling Er, you come from a noble lineage, and you were originally expected to become the heavenly maiden of the Jiang clan, possessing boundless abilities and a bright future. But all of that was severed by the heavenly sound severed meridians, one of the most terrifying conditions in the cultivation world. No matter how talented one is, anyone afflicted with it cannot live beyond the age of 18. Not only does it prevent the production of spiritual power, but it also gradually erodes the very foundation of one's existence, causing the afflicted to endure unimaginable pain. Young lady, have you truly made up your mind? Her problem was entirely different from that of ordinary mortals. We have tried for many years, but we still haven't been able to solve it. He's just a mortal, no matter how skilled his medical knowledge is, can he really do something about it? Jiang Ling Er, what a beautiful name, though such surnames are rather rare. I know, but I no longer have the time. Jiang Ling Er frowned, accepting the harsh truth. If that's the case, then you should follow me home. Home? The uncle and the niece exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and then decided to follow. So, Uncle Lan and Ling Er followed Jiang Chen to his home. Upon entering the house, the two were so astonished that their faces turned pale. Oh, this is my home, please make yourselves comfortable. Wait, this is a formation. The entire yard is a formation. Could it be that we guessed wrong? The young man in blue robes appeared pleasing to the eye, exuding an extraordinary aura. Could he actually be an old monster with formidable strength? His cultivation level must be at least in the immortal embryo realm. So what should we do next? Don't tell me he's planning to make a move against us? The two followed the scent wafting through the air and discovered that the aroma came from the bowl of food Jiang Chen had brought for the little fox. Just as they were about to start eating, the fox suddenly noticed the presence of two strangers. Fearing its food would be snatched away, it hurriedly gulped down the bowl of soup in one go. Uncle Lan, is this the Tushan Fox clan? 2 days ago, we heard that the little princess of this clan had gone missing. Could it be that she's been captured by this person? In any case, let's just pretend we don't know anything. Meanwhile, after eating her fill, the little fox drifted off to sleep. She really liked the expert's food. At the moment, all she did was eat and sleep. If she ate just a bit more, she might even break through. A while later, Jiang Chen examined Ling Er's condition, checking her feet and discovering a strange illness. It was the first time he had encountered such a case, and treating it would be extremely difficult. As expected, upon hearing this, Ling Er's face turned ashen, on the verge of tears. Hold on, I didn't say there's no way. As long as it's treated properly, it can definitely be resolved. Jiang Chen quickly corrected himself. Hearing that it could be completely cured, Ling Er felt as if flowers had bloomed in her heart. But this was heavenly sound severed meridians. Could it really be resolved completely? With me here, what of the heavenly sound severed meridians? Jiang Chen smiled gently, as long as you're not dead, give me time and you'll recover. Immediately, Ling Er knelt down and pleaded, then I begged the young master to heal my heavenly sound severed meridians. I would be endlessly grateful. Because of the heavenly sound severed meridians, she had paid a heavy price. Once the heavenly maiden of her clan, she was now scorned and blamed. Though her talent far surpassed that of her elder brothers, she could not condense spiritual power.
She could only watch others surpass her, and even her father no longer cared for her. Now, Jiang Qin was her only hope to escape the torment of the heavenly sound's severed meridians. Jiang Qin spoke softly, "Young lady, please stand up. There's no need for this. Your affliction is rather complex and will take time to treat. Then, would the two of you consider staying here?" Jiang Chen asked. Ling Er hesitated. "Stay here? Must we stay? If we don't return to the clan in time, I fear father will be furious." The next morning, as the first light of dawn appeared, Jiang Chen said, "The food is ready. We're open for display today but not for business, so it's more vegetarian dishes for you again." Jiang Chen sensed the presence of uninvited guests. It turned out to be Ling Er and her uncle returning from chopping wood, quietly observing from a distance. Jiang Chen assessed them. There's only demonic power, no spiritual power. These two may be cultivators, but their strength is merely average. Uncle Lan said, "Are we truly going to stay here?" Ling Er asked, regarding Jiang Chen as her last hope. "As for the sect master, I will explain everything clearly when the time comes," Uncle Lan whispered. Jiang Chen called out, "It's time to eat." "People like us, cultivators, don't need to eat," the fox spirit sneered. "You are being ungrateful. Don't come crying later asking for food." Countless miles away from the Ascension Dance Holy Land, a solemn voice echoed. "It means that Moer is currently being imprisoned by an unnamed strongman of the human race. Although her life is not in danger, she is being treated as a pet." "That's right, Emperor, I saw it with my own eyes." The Emperor of Foxes became furious. "How dare you? The Emperor of Foxes is one of the strongest strongmen in the demon realm, on par with the human emperor and the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, even a supreme existence, and yet someone dares to imprison my daughter?" "Emperor, please calm down," Tushan hurriedly knelt. "It seems I must go personally." Tushan Feng, tell me the details of this human race strongman. This human race strongman is skilled in swordsmanship, and it will likely be very difficult to deal with him. Therefore, Emperor, you must not act rashly. At least, we need time to retrieve Tu Shan's holy artifact. That will make it easier to bring the princess back. If we have that holy artifact, it will certainly be better, as it specializes in defense, especially against decisive swordsmanship. All right, then. The most important thing now is to bring Moer back. Let's see if this bold person who dared to imprison my daughter can withstand the wrath of the Emperor of Foxes. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained calm, completely unaware of the disaster looming over his head. "What? Is the young master all right?" I'm fine. Where were we just now?" "Ah, right, the heavenly sound severed meridians you mentioned belong to the Yin attribute. Since birth, it has existed within you, causing Yin energy to accumulate and erode your heart meridian. What needs to be done now is to first eliminate the internal Yin energy to restore the Yin-Yang balance. These herbs grind them each morning, mix with clean water, and drink." "Just these herbs alone will do?" Ling Er asked in astonishment. "Why? Is there a problem?" No problem at all." A moment later, Ling Er brought the herbs to Uncle Lan for inspection. "Just drinking these herbs can balance the yin and yang within her?" Uncle Lan asked with doubt. "Well, let's give it a try and see." Uncle Lan's reaction was slightly outside Ling Er's expectations. Even so, she chose to place her trust in both of them. "Then I'll begin now, it has to work." Ling Er began sipping the herbal mixture. "Oh, this cool, tingling sensation feels like my whole body is being cleansed." "Young lady, how do you feel now?" Uncle Lan asked anxiously. "Is this medicine really working?" Ling Er exclaimed with joy. "The power of the heavenly sound severed meridians within me is gradually fading." "Really? That's wonderful. I'll also need to pay a visit to the sect master." "Do you want to leave?" "Just temporarily. As long as I explain things clearly to the sect master, I will come back. Besides, I don't have to leave immediately." With that, Uncle Lan suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the person standing across from him. It turned out that Jiang Chen was practicing sword techniques.
Both Ling Er were startled upon seeing this. Uncle Lan, do you see that? The young master is also a strong swordsman?
Little Fox, who had witnessed everything, appeared like a seasoned senior. It was clear that it had seen this kind of scene many times before and had gotten used to it. The other two, however, looked as if they had never seen such a thing before. At mealtime, Jiang Chen treated the two guests to a vegetarian feast filled with spiritual energy. Holding the pinnacle of musical skills, playing chess at the highest level, and creating masterpieces that could rival the greatest artists of the world, the young master had reached the peak in every field.
Uncle Lan, I don't want to leave anymore.
Meanwhile, as Jiang Chen was helping Jiang Ling Er, the imperial dynasty of Dai Yan and the golden-plumed eagle clan in the demon realm erupted into war. As a result, the imperial dynasty of Dai Yan was defeated.
The imperial dynasty of Dai Yan had declared war on the golden-winged eagle clan in the demon realm.
To support the war, the imperial dynasty of Dai Yan issued an order to summon all human cultivators within its territory to join the battle. The battle was described as extremely fierce. Every day, cultivators sacrificed their lives, and blood flowed like rivers in the major battles. The fifth son of the Emperor of Dai Yan, though not as exceptionally talented as others, demonstrated courage by leading the soldiers into battle during his first engagement.
His spirit was resilient and decisive.
However, the failure in the first battle forced the Emperor to summon the princes for a strategy discussion. You also know that this time our imperial dynasty of Dai Yan has failed in the war against the golden-winged rock clan, and morale is weakening. The Emperor realized that Dai Yan had been outmatched by the golden-winged eagle clan and needed to secure a victory in the second battle to determine the outcome of the war. The Emperor believed that the expert who had helped them before might be able to assist again. If this expert has given you this painting, it proves that he has goodwill towards our Dai Yan, so I would like to ask for his help once more. The father thoughtfully considered the situation, making the son feel ashamed. Ji Xian said, "Then I will prepare and visit the expert once again."
Wait, I will go with you. Ji Xian was surprised, huh?
Switching scenes to Jiang Chen, Jiang Ling Er had completed the first stage of her treatment and rested for 3 days.
Now, her body had balanced its yin and yang.
She was about to begin the second stage, using acupuncture to stimulate the major acupoints in her body. Ling Er's eyes lit up as she followed the young master's arrangements. After a few days of treatment, Ling Er had completely been won over by Jiang Chen. Ling Er's appearance at that moment was truly familiar. It resembled the time she treated Xiao Song, when her entire body was covered with acupuncture needles, making her look like a cactus.
Uncle Lan, I've already applied the needles. This process takes time.
I'll go into town to prepare the herbs when the time is right.
Thank you, young master. Leave the rest to me.
Jiang Chen was pondering how to earn money to support their livelihood. Now that the household included not only Little Fox but also 2 more people, he wondered if they could even survive without additional income. Whatever he could earn, he would. He rummaged through the house and came across a painting he had once drawn.
Wasn't this the painting he made, inspired by swordsmanship?
Painting of the sword-slaying stars. The figure in the artwork was modeled after himself. Though he couldn't cultivate in this Xianxiu world, he could imagine himself slashing through the stars with a sword in his art. With that thought, Jiang Chen decided to take the painting to the market.
The previous paintings hadn't sold, but who's to say someone might not like this new one?
The scene shifted to the bustling market, where a local, unclear whether a shopkeeper or just a bystander, was loudly scolding the 2 figures in front of him. I already told you, when shopkeeper Xiao Jiang sets up his stall depends entirely on his mood.
He might come tomorrow, or maybe next month.
What's the rush?
Honestly.
As it turned out, the 2 men being berated were none other than the Emperor, Dai Yan, and the 5th prince.
The local chased the father and son away. All right, that's all I know.
Now get going, and stop interfering with my wife's business. Emperor and Ji Xian stood there, stunned and at a loss. Although they knew they had disguised themselves, they never expected to be harassed by common folk in this way.
Father, it seems that the wise man is really not here. Could it be that he deliberately avoided us?
Suddenly, the common folk who had spoken earlier muttered in surprise.
Oh, look over there, Mr. Xiaojiang has arrived. You two are really lucky.
He's here, the father and son said in unison.
Among the crowd, Jiang Chen gradually appeared, exuding a mysterious and cold beauty.
His eyes gleamed with an unfathomable depth, and he carried a cloth bag full of goods over his shoulder, smiling faintly.
To the outsiders, that is how it seems.
Upon seeing him, Ji Yuan Hao looked like a fan meeting his idol.
A wise man, it must be a wise man. Meanwhile, the common folk whispered among themselves about Xiaojiang. I'm telling you, someone is looking for you.
Saying that, the two exchanged glances and turned their eyes toward the other side.
Ji Xian immediately called out. Boss, it's me. Xiaojiang suddenly remembered.
Indeed, there had been a young boy who seemed quite wealthy and had exchanged a toy-like sword for one of his paintings.
That's him.
At this moment, Emperor looked somewhat suspicious, his gaze slightly perverted, his cheeks flushed.
Greetings, Boss Jiang.
Xiaojiang felt a chill run down his spine, his facial muscles stiffening. The last time they celebrated his birthday, his son had gifted him a calligraphy scroll as a present. Although we didn't fully understand it, we still recognized the profound implication in it the very day we encountered it, though we couldn't fully comprehend it at that time.
Therefore, I asked my son to take me to meet the master. Looking back now, the master indeed possessed an extraordinary bearing and impressive demeanor. You flatter me, I just casually wrote it.
So, the two of you came here today for this painting of the master, with the sword energy sweeping across 30,000 miles, one sword shakes the 19 provinces. Not only is the calligraphy beautiful, but the implication is also very profound. Yet, we could never fully grasp it. What should we do to achieve one sword shakes the 19 provinces? The emperor wanted to understand how to achieve one sword shakes the 19 provinces.
How to achieve one sword shakes the 19 provinces? How would I know? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Or should I just admit I don't know? But wouldn't that lower my status?
Jiang Chen didn't want to humble himself, so he took out a new painting he had made about swordsmanship, one that contained a far stronger sword intent.
This painting was made a few days ago.
It represents my understanding of swordsmanship, and the momentum within it is far stronger than that of one sword shakes the 19 provinces.
I could take out this painting and slightly distort it.
If they ask, I'll just let them interpret it themselves. Seeing the painting, Jiang Chen pretended to speak seriously to the two men.
Everyone has their own way of thinking. Even if I say something, it may not be correct. What's important is how you perceive it.
If you truly wish to comprehend, you must watch more and think more. Just so happens, we still have a painting related to swords, and perhaps what you are looking for lies within it. When the painting was unveiled, a powerful sword intent shot out, causing great astonishment among those present.
Brilliant starry light, boundless power. Who is that? Isn't that a master?
The brilliant starry light was shattered by the sword energy, like shimmering smoke and fire. This painting is surely meant for the imperial dynasty of Dai Yin.
Boss, what should I do to obtain this painting?
Fortunately, he had just arrived and found a business opportunity, and even more fortunate, it was with an old customer. Well then, we'll have to assess the sincerity of you all. You look so wealthy, surely, you'll be generous, right?
Surely, your father brought money, right? It's impossible to not bring money, isn't it? Sincerity? Ordinary things certainly won't satisfy someone truly talented. Sincerity is important, but what could truly demonstrate sincerity? Boss, do you think this item could be exchanged for the painting? This is the seal of the Crown Prince of Dai Yin. It was unexpected. Why this again? Is it now possible to buy things without using money? Why is it so hard to make some money? I never expected this father and son to be so stingy. Could it be due to jealousy?
Well, I suppose this will have to be considered a charity. The emperor held the painting in his hands, his face filled with excitement.
Father, is it really alright to trade the seal of the Crown Prince of Dai-Yin for this painting? No, this is the best course of action.
That imperial seal is merely a symbol and holds little real value, but if that person accepts it, it means they have accepted my invitation.
In other words, they have become part of our imperial dynasty of Dai-Yin.
If our dynasty ever faces danger in the future, they certainly won't just stand by. Ji Xian couldn't have imagined, even in his dreams, the significance behind his father's actions. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets.
This return will mark the beginning of a prosperous era for our Dai-Yin. Scene shifts to Jiang Chen's residence. Alright, today's acupuncture is complete.
Next, we'll combine it with herbal decoction to stabilize the yin and yang energy within the body. Many thanks, young master. Though I've only undergone one acupuncture session from an expert, I can already feel a noticeable change within me. The meridians that previously couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth are now flowing smoothly. It's truly unbelievable.
Uncle Lan, I feel very well.
Perhaps I don't need to completely eliminate the heavenly sound severed meridians. I might still be able to break through to the divine power realm.
That's wonderful.
But young lady, the heavenly sound severed meridians still remain. You must be cautious.
Don't worry, I'll definitely be careful.
By the way, when someone helps us, we must repay them.
But how should we repay such help?
At the demon suppressing pass, tens of thousands from the demon clan and Golden Rock Eagles were preparing for war.
The sound of drums echoed, signaling that a bloody battle was about to begin. The demon clan is attacking. The demon clan's army has launched an assault. The cry rang out everywhere. Why did the Golden Winged Rock clan suddenly assemble the demon clan's army? What should we do? The emperor is not at the fort. If a major war breaks out, with just the two of us, how can we stop it? Two officials expressed their concern.
Suddenly, the third prince appeared and spoke up.
Please, everyone, allow me to speak. This prince has two methods. First, no matter what they do, we will avoid the battle and prevent any casualties. Second, send an envoy to negotiate.
Even if Dai-Yin must take a step back, it's no problem.
The two officials fell silent, hesitating without saying anything. Who said that Dai-Yin must take a step back?
The emperor's voice resonated.
The emperor had returned. The third prince hurriedly clarified, Father, if the Golden Winged Rock clan wants to challenge Dai-Yin, of course, we cannot back down. I hereby declare that the Second Great War begins. Do not worry, Father, I will not disappoint the people.
With the assistance of a great expert, Dai-Yin will no longer fear the Golden Winged Rock clan from now on.
Great expert? The third prince was taken aback. Father, you took fifth younger brother with you when you left, and even went to find a great expert? Such a secret matter, could it be that you plan to make him the crown prince?
Besides, everything Ji Xian has now is thanks to a painting with the character Hong for your great longevity. The painting with the characters, he also said he obtained it from the hands of a master.
Could it be that the master my father mentioned is the same person?
Once the battle began, fresh blood stained the sky. Dai-Yin fought alone against both the Demon Clan and the Golden Rock Eagle, with countless casualties, heavy losses, and the situation was grim.
O King of the Golden Winged Rock Clan, thousands of years ago, I, Dai-Yin, suffered defeat and had to give up Nanzhou. This is not only the shame of the Dai-Yin imperial dynasty, but also the shame of the human race. Today, I will thoroughly defeat the Golden Winged Great Rock Clan, reclaim Nanzhou, and restore the fortune of the human race. How ridiculous. You said that countless times, but what was the outcome of the last great battle? Ji Yuan Hao, you're just a boastful fool. Today, I will lead the Golden Winged Rock Clan and completely crush your Dai-Yin. Fine, your soldiers are almost all wiped out, yet you still dare to speak so arrogantly? You really have no sense of propriety. Let's see if I can knock you out with a single punch right here.
The king of the golden-winged rock clan glared.
What is this? A painting? Have you gone mad from losing? Everyone was confused about what the emperor was trying to do.
The soldiers of the human race and the demonic creatures of the other clan were equally perplexed, as though the king of the demonic creatures felt insulted.
This is truly an insult to me.
Brothers, forward! As soon as the words were spoken, thousands of golden rock eagles charged to attack the emperor of Daiyan.
It was time.
The painting was officially unveiled. The emperor shouted the name of the technique, or rather, the name of the painting of the starry sky. Do not fear, this is merely a display of power. Inside the painting was the image of Jiang Chen holding a sword.
The image in the painting seemed to have a fierce vitality, appearing in the sky.
The projection of Jiang Chen, with his powerful sword intent, swung a strike towards the Golden Rock Eagle tribe. In the eyes of everyone, a brilliant streak of light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Even the stars in the sky trembled in fear. The firmament, the vast land, and all the beings of the world were enveloped. Within that, the terrifying strength surpassed the imagination of all living creatures on the continent.
The Golden Rock Eagle King and his army were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye.
But the most terrifying part had not yet come. It was the crack in the sky that was truly frightening. The void was split in two by a single stroke of the sword.
The Golden Rock Eagle King sat motionless.
Indeed, that strike had made him sense the presence of death.
Golden Rock Eagle King, have you realized your mistake?
I have said before, all you needed to do was return Nanzhou, which Daiyan had conceded, and there would be no further demands.
I had agreed, would I dare to disagree? If I had truly refused, I'm afraid this small life of mine wouldn't remain.
Nanzhou originally belonged to the human race, and in the end, Daiyan was reclaimed. After the battle, a group of people gathered, chattering excitedly.
It was unbelievable, Daiyan had won the second battle.
Despite the clear disparity in strength, something strange had occurred. It was said that a saint had emerged from the painting, wielding a sword to split the void, bringing down the stars and repelling the mighty army of the demon clan.
Was that the ancient sage or an ancestor of Daiyan?
At that moment, Yu Huang appeared, his gaze cold and determined, affirming, "That's not it, I know who that person is."
The Golden Winged Rock Clan, a powerful force in the demon realm with strict discipline.
In the battle between the imperial dynasty of Daiyan and the Golden Winged Rock Clan, Daiyan had achieved a crushing victory. However, this victory was not entirely the triumph of the imperial dynasty of Daiyan, it was likely the work of a powerful figure behind the scenes. Jiang Chen, everything was within his control.
Could it be possible? Was he really that powerful? Had the imperial dynasty of Daiyan fallen under Jiang Chen's control? It couldn't have happened so quickly.
If he truly held sway over the imperial dynasty of Daiyan, no one could predict what he might do. That was the strongest force of the human race, and any decision would affect the entire cultivation world. Perhaps he had not completely controlled the imperial dynasty of Daiyan yet.
No more thoughts could come to mind.
After a moment of contemplation, Yu Huang suddenly turned his head to look at the painting hanging on the wall.
A cold, chilling aura emanated from the painting.
Since that day, I had been constantly contemplating the painting to repair the defects in my foundation, and the results had been truly remarkable. We can clearly feel that the frozen Hell Ice Emperor physique has undergone some changes compared to before. The cultivation is not only smoother but also stronger, yet I still feel that something is missing. Although the 1,000-mile ice seal painting has helped me continuously improve my cultivation, the frozen Hell Ice Emperor physique seems to have reached its limit. The foundation has been restored, but it still feels like something is lacking. At first, I thought it was just an illusion, but the more I practiced, the stronger this feeling became.
Could this be another trap set by that person?
Knowing that I wanted to restore the frozen Hell Ice Emperor physique, he gave me this painting, but in reality, this painting not only fails to completely restore the foundation but also has a negative impact on me. On the surface, he seems to be helping me, but in truth, he wants me to gradually fall into his trap, thereby gaining full control over me.
I've been deceived. It's all because I was too eager in cultivating my physique without considering the consequences. Now, the flaws in my foundation will certainly affect my future cultivation. I used to think I could repair the foundation quickly to enhance my power, and then face Jiang Chen. But now, that plan has fallen apart. Moreover, if the opponent is really as powerful as I anticipate, I can't disclose this matter to the Holy Lord and the elders. He is a presence that even the Holy Land cannot confront. If I reveal this, it will definitely cause great trouble. It seems there's only one way left. Whoever caused this must be the one to end it. I'll have to pay him a visit. Scene transitions to Jiang Chen's house.
At this moment, Jiang Ling'er is receiving acupuncture from Jiang Chen, her soft moans echoing through the house.
Young master, may I ask if it's finished?
Jiang Ling'er was so exhausted that she could barely speak clearly.
Jiang Chen understood her meaning and responded, the acupuncture is done.
Next, we'll prepare the medicine and you need to take it. These days have been truly busy. I've had to go to Wuhua City every day to gather herbs, and I still have to perform acupuncture on you.
Since coming to this world, I've never been this diligent.
Well, I'll take a short nap, and I'll leave the rest to everyone in the house.
Jiang Chen stretched his back. Sorry to trouble you, young master.
We'll handle the chores around here.
Young lady, the medicine is ready. It should be drinkable soon.
Oh, look, the young master's pet.
Uncle Lon, look, her evolution is almost complete.
From what I know, the strongest bloodline of the Tushan Fox clan is the Emperor of Foxes, who only has 5 tails.
But this little fox seems even stronger.
If I'm not mistaken, she must be the daughter of the Emperor of Foxes, the 6-tailed bloodline Tushan Mo. If she is indeed Tushan Mo, then being nurtured by this senior is truly a blessing for her.
Since the ancient war, the Tushan bloodline has been cursed, and pure descendants have not appeared since.
Tushan Mo, although only possessing 6 tails, which is a far cry from her peak, as long as she stays by this senior's side, her evolution will never cease.
Reaching 9 tails is not impossible. Is the Tushan Fox clan's 9 tails here? How many years has it been since they last appeared? It's turned back into 1 tail again. It seems she still needs to sleep a little longer. Young lady, it's time for your medicine. The maid reminded her.
All right. Jiang Ling'er responded, picked up the bowl of medicine, and drank it in 1 gulp. She could clearly feel the influence of the heavenly sound severed meridians gradually weakening thanks to the healing process. The young master had said that after the 2nd treatment, everything would change significantly, and when the 3rd step was completed, the heavenly sound severed meridians would be completely eliminated. At that point, she would be able to focus on cultivation and choose her own path. Suddenly, she felt a cold aura enveloping the space. Young lady, someone is coming, the servant reported.
At that moment, Yu Huang appeared.
Oh, who are these?
A man and a woman, could they be Jiang Chen's accomplices? No, impossible.
A fearsome figure like Jiang Chen wouldn't have any companions.
One of them has low cultivation, the other just slightly higher, definitely not worth Jiang Chen's attention. I understand now, they're just pawns, even cannon fodder. Seems like I'm far more valuable.
Jiang Ling'er noticed the contempt in Yu Huang's gaze, which made her feel uncomfortable.
Strange, I've been here for a while and have never seen anyone come.
She glanced at Yu Huang from head to toe. She has a bit of beauty, but just a little more than me.
I find her really annoying.
Ling'er puffed her cheeks, showing her displeasure.
Uncle Lon, seeing Ling'er's childishness, spoke up, young lady.
Perhaps these are guests of the young master, but the young master isn't here, no one is here to welcome them.
It's not like I need to entertain guests so thoroughly.
Ling'er forced a smile and greeted her. However, Yu Huang completely ignored her, as if she didn't exist.
Who are you?
The young master is resting.
I won't allow you to disturb him. Ling'er replied, what does that have to do with you? Yu Huang responded coldly.
Indeed, she was becoming even more unbearable. Uncle Lan noticed the rudeness of the guest and intervened.
Miss, such behavior is inappropriate.
Yu Huang frowned and used her spiritual power, causing the air around her to turn cold. It seemed she was ready for a fight. Inside the house, Jiang Chen, who was sleeping, felt a shiver run through him.
Why is it suddenly so cold?
As Yu Huang attempted to force her way in, Uncle Lan immediately blocked her path.
Miss, such actions are not suitable. The strength of this old man is not inferior to yours. Uncle Lan called out to Ling Er.
Without saying anything further, Yu Huang still used her energy to unleash the true meaning of the phoenix, creating a powerful atmosphere of readiness for battle.
Ha!
Zhang Ding'er was stunned.
This is the true meaning of the phoenix. You are the saintess of the ascended dance of Mou Emperor, aren't you?
If you know who I am, then move aside.
What about it? Ha, so what if I am the saintess of ascended dance?
Ling Er stood firm.
Could it be that the Jiang clan is afraid of you? Unable to hold back any longer, Ling Er also stepped forward to stop Yu Huang. The Jiang clan? The name suddenly reminded Yu Huang of something. The Jiang clan was an ancient sect passed down from the time of antiquity.
Though they were a branch of the human race, they were unlike any other force. The Jiang clan often hid away in a mysterious small world, rarely making an appearance, even when the human race faced the threat of extinction. Thus, despite being part of the human race, the opinions within the cultivation world regarding the ancient sect were far from favorable.
There were even rumors that the destruction of the ancient era was linked to these ancient tribes. No wonder there's contact with that person. Jiang Chen turned out to be the one behind the collapse of the ancient era, and now he was plotting something again, but so what? Yu Huang disregarded Uncle Lan's threats and pressed forward. I want to enter here, and it's not up to you to stop me. Arrogant. Uncle Lan was furious and ready to strike at any moment. Yu Huang did not back down, prepared for battle.
As for the Jiang clan, I'd rather learn a thing or two from them. As both sides were preparing for a confrontation, Jiang Chen had already woken up. As he stepped out into the yard, he was suddenly hit by a sharp chill, making him sneeze.
However, the momentum that had been building between the two sides quickly dissipated. What happened just now? Oh, it's the young master?
Zhang Ling'er's eyes brightened as she turned to look at Jiang Chen. It's as if they were just waiting for this moment.
How could this be?
Yu Huang was taken aback, her spiritual power suppressed again, and why was it so cold?
That's right, why is there such a commotion? Is it Miss Yu Huang?
Ah, the business partner has arrived. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been troubled by his lack of money, felt as though he had just found a mattress when he was about to fall asleep. Miss Yu Huang, you're truly an honored guest, please come in.
Ha! Is this someone the young master knows? Ling Er gasped.
As for Yu Huang, she wasn't overly surprised that Jiang Chen knew she was here. From her perspective, it was clear that Jiang Chen had anticipated her arrival. Her physique had not yet fully recovered, and this was certainly a trap set by the enemy. So, Yu Huang followed Jiang Chen into the house. Come, hurry inside, it's a bit chilly outside, Jiang Chen said with a warm smile. Yu Huang trembled, but not from the cold, rather, from fear. Young master, Ling Er whispered.
Uncle Lan, how do Yu Huang and the senior know each other?
The senior's realm is very high, I can't speculate. Although Saintess Ascends in Dance has extremely strong talent, she has not yet caught the eye of the senior.
If there's any relationship, it's probably just the senior offering guidance to the junior. Guidance from the senior, huh? Uncle Lan's words made sense. Although Saintess Ascends in Dance was not lacking in beauty, what kind of figure was the senior?
He had long since lost interest in such mundane matters. The reason he smiled and welcomed her must be because the senior was merely offering guidance to the junior.
Yes, that's definitely the case. At most, it's the relationship between senior and junior.
Unlike me, I've always been by the young master's side, and the young master has always been concerned about me on the heavenly sound severed meridians.
You could say we've been companions day and night.
If we're really talking about the relationship, it's also that I'm closer to the young master. Ah, Mo Huang, she's just someone whom the young master treated warmly out of kindness.
It's the same as with Tu Shan Mo.
But maybe the young master prefers women with strength and talent. If that's the case, I'll have to work harder, strive more, and do my best.
Seeing his niece gradually mature with somewhat naive thoughts, Uncle Lon could only sigh.
As for the young lady's matters, let the young lady handle them herself. After entering the room, Jiang Chen quickly poured tea and offered it to Yu Huang. Yu Huang took a sip of tea while scanning the surroundings, feeling the serene and comfortable academic atmosphere here.
Miss Yu Huang, is there something you need?
Jiang Chen asked casually, causing Yu Huang to be so startled that she almost spat out the tea.
How dangerous, this person is truly too dangerous. Are you all right, miss?
Jiang Chen's voice was gentle, and his friendly smile made anyone who looked at him feel an unexplainable sense of warmth. The atmosphere around him was both calm and comfortable, making one naturally want to be immersed in it.
But in reality, Jiang Chen's mind was calculating.
Recently, his earnings had been insufficient, and he had to seize this opportunity. Thankfully, this young lady had arrived. Xiao Jiang was so excited that he didn't hesitate to use his business smile. If it weren't for her solid cultivation, Yu Huang would have been drawn into this scheme long ago. She reminded herself to stay strong and not let herself be shaken. Master, the painting from before really brought me a lot of benefits, but there are still a few points I don't fully understand.
It seems like something is missing from that painting.
Very well, I've explained it clearly.
I quickly realized that there was a trap set in your painting. Now, I want to see how you explain it. Jiang Chen truly didn't understand what could be missing?
Hearing Yu Huang's words, he also took a moment to think seriously.
What was it that was missing? The best answer would be to say that I don't know. How could I possibly know what's missing?
The painting of the 1,000 Miles Ice Phoenix, even I, the one who painted it, think it turned out well. The brushwork is there, the artistic conception is there, everything is perfect.
How could there be anything missing?
Yu Huang sat opposite him, observing his expression closely. Perhaps he had already figured out his trick and was now testing him.
I know now. Miss Yu Huang, after you took the painting, have you been studying it every day?
Yes, that's true.
Then that's it.
When you study that painting, you only grasp the surface, but you haven't truly understood the artistic conception within. It's like when you paint only the surface is painted, not the essence inside, which is the spirit engraved bone.
Artistic conception, yes, that's exactly it. But actually, I can't entirely blame the painting.
It was painted by my own hands, with the technique to bring forth a profound artistic conception. Even though you've somewhat grasped the meaning within, to fully comprehend the painting, for you, it's still too early.
That's right, she's still too inexperienced, we're talking about her. But what does this person mean? Is he implying that I'm too obsessed with the painting? Or is it because I rushed to fix the physical foundation and overlooked other aspects? But what have I overlooked? Could it be that this person intentionally left a flaw in the painting to control me? Alright, I'll show you another painting, you'll understand right away. Wait a minute, where did I leave it? Jiang Chen said, what exactly does he mean? Yu Huang thought deeply. Ah, my head hurts, forget it, I won't think about it for now.
Hey, the museum shelf where the sword guard and stone pedestal used to be, there's now another item, and it's engraved with the words Dai Yin.
Could it be from the imperial dynasty of Dai Yin? Why does this item look so familiar? I think I've seen it before in Ancient Relic.
Ancient Relic recorded all kinds of secrets, and there was a pattern exactly like this.
It seems this thing is exactly the same as the one in front of me. Could it be the seal of the Crown Prince of Great Flame?
Yes, that's right, it's the seal of the Crown Prince of Great Flame. This this is the seal of the Crown Prince of Great Flame.
It's so dazzling.
The seal of the Crown Prince of Great Flame is a treasure left by the ancestor of the imperial dynasty of Dai Yen. Owning this item is equivalent to becoming the emperor of Dai Yen, just like the jade seal that passes down the throne of the mortal kingdom.
But this item is usually always carried by the emperor of Dai Yen. How could it appear here?
Unless the emperor of Dai Yen took it out himself, could it be that the emperor of Dai Yen, in order to defeat the Golden Winged Rock clan, was willing to take out this imperial seal and trade it with Jiangchen?
This would mean that Dai Yen has sacrificed half of its territory. If that's the case, isn't Jiangchen essentially controlling the imperial dynasty of Dai Yen?
Over here, Jiangchen was still rummaging around looking for something.
Where is it? Why can't I find it? Terrifying, this is truly terrifying. The methods and plans of this person are even more frightening than I imagined. This person is really too dangerous. What should I do? What should I do now? Should I just run away? Ah, found it.
Hearing the voice, Yu Huang quickly returned to her seat.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Yu Huang. Please take a look at this painting.
I think it suits you better at this moment.
Oof.
At this moment, Yu Huang was showing a weak, pitiful, helpless look.
Ah, no time to escape now. Jiangchen noticed Yu Huang's suspicious expression and couldn't help but wonder, what's going on here?
If you say it's suitable, then it must be suitable, she replied.
Why am I so foolish?
Coming here to do business was like walking straight into a tiger's den. If anything goes wrong, I could lose my life right here. Thankfully, I haven't told Holy Lord about this, or else Ascension Dance Holy Land might be destroyed.
She hasn't seen it yet, how can she know that what I'm saying is correct? Why do I feel like I'm being forced into a deal? I haven't threatened her, have I? Boss, your level is so profound, everything you say is right. I'm just a junior, I should just listen. Huh? What? Miss, why are you being so polite?
Stop with the formalities, get up, I should still be the one kneeling. Yu Huang said, her eyes wide open.
Then you should take this painting. TCH, still the same old rule, I can't understand it, might as well just get it over with. Yu Huang pondered. Old rule? So what will the price be then? In Yu Huang's eyes, Xiao Jiang looked no different from a demon.
I see now, just like last time when the deal was done with him, I could leave this place.
Hurry up, I don't have anything else on me to offer.
The precious frozen Hell Ice Emperor physique was already given to him last time, anything I have left, the other party definitely won't be interested.
What should I do now?
The Emperor of Dai Yen took out the imperial seal for the deal. If I casually take out something, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction from the other side.
What kind of garbage is that? I want your life. Ah, I was wrong, please spare me. Miss, I haven't done anything to you.
Jiangchen was really distressed, and could only resort to his last option. Yu Huang then took out a treasure from her body.
What is this?
Seeing the item emerge from Yu Huang's body, Jiangchen was also quite surprised. The reason being, this object suddenly emanated a cold aura, making it perfect for a refrigerator.
You can call this cold prison phoenix amber.
It is even more valuable than the silver hairpin from last time, she explained.
Just a painting, and it's worth that much? Jiangchen thought to himself. Cold prison phoenix amber, a treasure forged from the frozen Hell Ice Emperor physique.
This treasure contained the true essence of the Ice Emperor, and while it was not a magical artifact, it held unparalleled value.
It was equivalent to Yu Huang's life.
In other words, Yu Huang was using her own life to make this exchange.
This was the last resort because the Emperor of Dai Yen had already used up half of his kingdom.
If he had only used a few external items this time, it would not have been enough to satisfy the greed of the other party.
Why do the evil ones always like to control others like this?
Yu Huang helplessly accepted her fate, shedding tears in despair.
Damn it, she had finally fallen into their trap.
Outside, Uncle Lon and Ling Er were watching Yu Huang as she stepped out.
Uncle Lon, what's wrong with Yu Huang? I'm not sure.
When we arrived here, she seemed fine, but now she moves as if she's running away. Perhaps she gained something from the senior that she doesn't want others to know. Every piece of the senior's work carries deep meaning, and just a glance can yield great rewards. Ling Er pouted, clearly upset.
I want that too.
I need to work hard to cultivate so the young master will guide me.
Yes, young lady, keep going.
A few minutes later, Yu Huang arrived at the Ascension Dance mountain range, finally breaking free. This time was truly a significant loss, for in order to escape, I had sacrificed my life into the hands of my enemy.
But it's fine.
Without paying such a price, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to escape.
Now, there's only this painting left. I must examine it carefully.
When I opened the painting, a powerful wave of cold air surged forth. The freezing energy of this painting was extraordinary, and the flaws in my soul began to mend slowly.
So that's it, I understand now.
You said I focused too much on the artistic concept of the painting and neglected myself. What you meant was that my frozen hell ice emperor physique, which is innate, has awakened. I had only focused on my physical strength and neglected the cultivation of my soul, which caused the flaws.
Now I understand clearly.
As I look at this snowy mountain painting, the snowy mountains are still snowy mountains, but it's not about indifference, rather, it's about seeing myself as the snow-covered peak standing amidst the vast heavens and earth. Over time, my soul will grow stronger, and the flaws will gradually be repaired. The frozen hell ice emperor physique and my soul power seem to be merging as one.
This painting is truly powerful.
Not only does it help to restore the foundation of my physical body, but it also strengthens the cultivation of my soul.
This is something that may only be achievable by a saint. Wait, no. Why am I starting to worship that person again?
They are the one who wishes to destroy the entire world. This painting came at a great cost as well, and it was just a transaction.
There should be no reverence involved. I almost forgot. Never mind. First, I need to calm down and regain my eternal peace.
The calmer Yu Huang became, the more thoughts of Jiang Chen filled her mind, and the more she thought about him, the more she found him adorable.
Had he already engraved himself deeply into her soul?
And she had wasted the true meaning of the phoenix. It seemed that now even her life was in his hands.
Take one step at a time, then.
But if the day came when both her body and mind were controlled by him, she would just have to hold on to her true heart.
Yun Huang, why are you here?
Yun Huang looked at her older sister in front of her, her expression perhaps giving off the sense that she was about to say something, and then she spoke. Tomorrow, I have to go to the Ascension Dance Holy Land. The Ascension Dance Holy Land, the place of cultivation in the Ascension Dance Holy Land. Not only was it filled with abundant and powerful spiritual energy, but it also held various insights left by the Holy Land seniors, a land of great creation. Anyone who was recognized as a true disciple would have the privilege of entering there for seclusion. But if one wasn't careful, they could easily be trapped in the process, with their soul being sealed and unable to awaken. Yu Huang had also once entered the sacred realm of Ascension Dance, but she had almost never escaped. That was why Yun Huang now feared that she might not be able to get out, so she specially came here to say goodbye. After all, they were sisters, and no matter what, the bond of blood still remained.
Then be careful, I understand.
At this moment, Yun Huang noticed the painting behind her and angrily shouted.
Sister, have you also gone to see the senior? Not wrong, what are we even afraid of? Sister is also benefiting from Senior Jiang, isn't she? That benefit?
If I had only known a little, I would have lost my life. Without paying the price, there's no way to escape. Yu Huang gritted her teeth. Or I go is none of your business, it has nothing to do with me.
Do you think I care?
Right now, I'm irritated because you say one thing and do another.
You say Senior Jiang is so terrifying, yet you still take advantage, even bringing back a painting. If you really think that, why don't you give me the painting? I'll return it to Senior Jiang.
You really are shameless, stopping others from going to Senior Jiang, but you go there on your own.
Are you playing with me?
I paid with my life for that.
How can I return it? It's my business, don't interfere.
You should focus on preparing for the sacred realm of Ascension Dance.
Once you gain true power, then talk to me. Sure enough, sister is still afraid that I will awaken the immortal Tao sovereign body and threaten your position, right? That's why you hid me from Senior Jiang. Mou Huang, I never expected you to be someone like this.
I don't oppose you going to see Jiang Chen, in fact, I even support it, but what you must never do, what you absolutely cannot do, is take advantage of him and then slander Senior. Senior hasn't done anything wrong to you, he's not a bad person. What you're doing is truly outrageous, showing one face in public and another behind people's backs. Until now, I have never intended to challenge Sister's position as the Saintess.
But now, I've made up my mind.
Once we leave the Ascension Dance Sacred Hall, I will definitely fight for this position to repay the debt of resentment to Senior Jian with a surprise.
Alright, let's go.
What else is there?
Seeing these two sisters, it's truly exhausting.
In the Celestial Palace Ascension Dance, the sound of discussions echoed. Ancestor Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud, due to old wounds, won't be able to live much longer. He is well aware of this. Therefore, in this upcoming battle, he will surely exert all his strength. Although I have utmost trust in our ancestors' cultivation and strength, the opponent this time is someone who has no regard for life or death. Are you all prepared? Replying to the Holy Lord, everything has been prepared.
That, Ancestor should already be aware of, right?
Yes, but after Ancestor found out, he did not stop us.
Then, that's good. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone else except for those present here. Understood.
If this gets leaked, it will cause serious trouble.
No matter what happens, this battle must remain completely secret.
About 500 miles away from the Holy Land of Ascension Dance, Yunlan had some things that had to be done. The great battle from years ago, with my final defeat, remains an unerasable regret.
Now, my fate is nearing its end.
Even if the outcome of this battle mirrors that of the past, I will not regret the things I have done.
Alright, I will accompany Ancestor.
Truly, as expected of my most dedicated junior. Since childhood, we have nurtured Yunlan with the hope that one day a peerless strongman would emerge.
With Junior possessing such a physique, my life can be considered complete.
Alright, let's set off, but there's still 3 days until the Battle of the Chosen, so we can take our time.
Yes. Ancestor, what is that? Why is there a wooden house in such a desolate place?
At Jiang Chen's house, Jiang Chen's fingers swiftly glided over the strings of the zither, each note resonating clearly and making everyone around him feel deeply moved. Wow, a master is playing the zither, the spiritual energy within his body is starting to surge, and it's growing stronger again. Someone suddenly remembered they hadn't practiced the zither for a long time and decided to relax a little. Every note played by the senior contained an extraordinarily high level of artistic intent. Such techniques truly belong to an immortal. Even though we don't understand music theory, our bodies still couldn't help but move along with the melody.
Alright, that's enough for today.
Suddenly someone has arrived uninvited at the door.
Who is Uncle Lan?
Not sure, but he's definitely no ordinary person. Whether he arrived intentionally or by accident, his energy has been released, creating a very intimidating atmosphere.
The person covering their face pulled down the cloth, revealing the ancestor's face.
But why does he look so
strange? Do you have something to say? Was it you who played the zither just now?
Yes. Upon hearing confirmation from the owner of the music, the ancestor immediately leapt down. In front of Jiang Chen appeared a very beautiful girl, holding an exquisite, seemingly expensive zither.
Indeed, her skill in playing was extraordinary.
Uncle Lan and Ling Er simultaneously exclaimed in surprise.
Is that a chair?
It turned out that not long before,
the two of them had heard the sound of a zither coming from the mountain. You, being a mortal, along with two cultivators and an elderly man with a decent cultivation level, how come there's a mortal here? This place is very close to the Holy Land of Transformation, which holds many risks for cultivation. Perhaps they will face life-threatening dangers, as mortals usually find it hard to survive. To be honest, I've never met a true mortal in my entire life.
That is the sound of a zither, a very unique melody, completely different from anything I've encountered. The music theory within it, along with the feeling it evokes, is truly unlike anything else.
The music theory? I've never encountered it before. Even Dan Tai Yun Lan has never seen it. So the person on the mountain must be at the level of a saint? Let's go, let's take a look.
Yes, we came here because Junior has been deeply researching zither playing, but the more I delve into it, the more I realize the vastness of the musical Tao.
I wonder if I could invite Senior to listen to a piece of music played by me. If there's anything lacking, I would appreciate Senior's guidance. Alright, so the two guests have come here seeking my advice on zither playing?
The two of them were puzzled at the word guests. This beautiful girl's zither looks much more expensive than the one in my hands. From that, it can be seen that the old and the young may indeed be quite good potential clients. Perhaps they could start with the guqin aspect.
Please, young lady.
I must try to clear my mind of distractions to enter a state of spiritual clarity. Playing the guqin requires not only skill but also the infusion of one's emotions.
Yun Lan began playing the guqin for Jiang Chen.
The sound of the guqin was like the rolling waves of the sea, like flowers blooming in full splendor, with a depth of meaning that was far from ordinary.
Uncle Lan, this girl's playing is extraordinary.
Indeed, her music blends harmoniously with the world around her, containing a profound and subtle meaning.
The sound of the guqin echoed.
As she played, the spiritual energy of the world continued to converge. Such a cultivation method was unprecedented to me. It was as if one could cultivate simply by playing, allowing one's realm to rise. It seems only the legendary Heavenly Sound Sacred Physique could achieve this.
Heavenly Sound Sacred Physique?
Without a doubt, she is the contemporary saintess of the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud. It appears that old man is none other than Cheng Yunzi.
Both Dan Tai Yun Lan with the Heavenly Sound Sacred Physique and Cheng Yunzi were renowned and revered figures in the cultivation world.
I've heard that when Cheng Yunzi was young, he suffered severe injuries and now he doesn't have much time left. It seems he wants to use the time he has left to cultivate the Heavenly Sound Sacred Physique. Although I'm not versed in the way of music, it's clear that Dan Tai Yun Lan has encountered a senior who will help her on her path ahead.
Indeed, let's wait and see what happens next.
Yun Lan stopped and said, "This piece is called Resonance. It reflects my insights over the past few days."
How does Senior feel?
In the Holy Land, everyone calls me the Saintess and holds me in great reverence, yet I always feel lonely. I have always yearned to find a true harmony who understands me.
And that is why I composed this piece of music.
After listening, Jiang Chen only said one sentence. The music by Feng is too flamboyant, overly grandiose, everyone is overburdened. Dan Tai Yun Lan, who possesses the Heavenly Sound Sacred Physique, is the contemporary saintess of the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud. She doesn't need to cultivate, by simply comprehending the true Tao of music, she can easily ascend to sainthood. In the Holy Land, everyone admires her, juniors respect her, and seniors love and protect her. But Yun Lan understands that she is different. The Heavenly Sound Sacred Physique forces her to walk a solitary path. Resonance is the voice of her heart, her desire to find a true harmony. However, to Jiang Chen, this piece of music was nothing more than flamboyance, exaggeration, flowery embellishments.
Yun Lan collapsed in agony to the ground. Yun Lan, you've gone too far.
My junior here may be young, but his musical skill has already reached the pinnacle.
Is what you said not a mistake?
Her harmony is good, but the meaning is too shallow. I know she wants to express the idea of searching for harmony, but the arrogance in the music is too obvious. Her demeanor is too lofty. This is not searching for harmony, but rather her self-delusion of being extraordinary. But it's also understandable, she has been loved since childhood and never faced any hardships.
How could she possibly compose a profound piece of music? Although I don't understand music theory deeply, what he said is not wrong.
The sacred hall of Azure Cloud has protected Yunlan so well that we have only thought of helping her grow, almost never letting her experience any hardship.
So that's it. The senior's teaching is very correct.
Thanks to the senior's reminder, the junior has realized that when playing the zither with true confidence in the heart, the music carries a certain pride.
Now, may I ask the senior how I should revise this piece of music?
Yunlan's face gradually became serious. Xing Yunzi couldn't help but feel a sense of pride seeing his disciple maturing.
Ah, Yunlan, my child, truly, it brings peace to my heart.
You have finally grown, but this piece of music cannot be fixed, it is completely ruined.
Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yunlan seemed as if she were about to collapse. Ruined, ruined, come back here.
Yunlan panicked, her mind lost in confusion. This senior, since she was young, had studied music theory and held a deep obsession with it, hoping for a few kind words. Otherwise, the music might be beyond repair.
Yunlan, haha, must it be this way? Being polite is one thing, but what I say is sincere. If you can't hear it or accept it, then I can't do anything about it.
With that, Jiang Chen took out the zither to teach Yunlan
how to improve the piece of music. This is something you can only feel, not something that can be described in words. Let me play a piece for you, and then you can compare it to the one you composed yourself.
If you recognize the difference, then it may still be salvaged. If not, I advise you to give up on this path.
Do you want to hear it? I humbly seek your guidance, senior. All right. Jiang Chen's skilled fingers began to touch the strings of the zither.
The sound of the music gradually drew everyone in, as if they were transported to another world. The beautiful tones spread across the heavens and earth, flowing like a stream winding through the mountains.
The sound rippled.
Faint images began to appear, a noble cultivator with exceptional talent, deeply passionate about music theory, who spent his days in the company of his zither. One day, the cultivator sat in a mountain valley, playing a soft melody on his instrument. Suddenly, he noticed a little husband standing on the desolate mountain, clapping and praising him. Intrigued, the cultivator started a conversation with the little husband. To his surprise, he discovered that the little husband also had a profound understanding of music theory. From then on, the two became close companions, exchanging ideas not only in the forest but also performing marvelous music together. As time passed, 3 years later, the cultivator had to leave for matters related to his sect. The two of them agreed to meet again the following spring when the flowers bloomed, so they could perform together once more. However, when the cultivator returned, he received the sad news: the little husband had passed away half a year earlier due to illness. Grief-stricken, the cultivator went to his dear friend's grave, shedding tears as he played a sorrowful tune. After finishing the piece, the cultivator cried out in anguish. He felt that the little husband was truly gone, and that there was no one left in the world who could understand the music of his heart. In the midst of pain, he shattered the instrument in his hands and swore that he would never play music again. Indeed, from that moment until his death, the cultivator never touched any musical instrument again. The piece of music ended, and one person asked, "The sound of Senior's instrument, truly, this is the true harmony."
Senior, what is the name of this piece?
The cultivator replied, "A piece called Heaven and Earth Cadence, Resonance of the Ends of the Earth and the Misty River." The other person said, "This piece is called High Mountains and Flowing Water."
Hearing the name of the piece, everyone was stunned.
High mountains, flowing water. The 5 meanings of high mountains and flowing water are part of a very famous story in Nation H. Immediately, Yunlan knelt down and said, "Please, Senior, teach me. If Senior accepts me as a disciple, I vow to enter the mountain of blades and the sea of fire for you."
Fine, but I only know how to teach music theory.
Of course, you do not need to meet your master.
Learning music theory requires patience. I am not sure if you two will be able to come every day.
Yunlan replied, "That's simple, disciple will build a wooden house next to you,
What? Uncle Lon, Dan Tai Yun Lon won't stay here long, will he? At this moment, the ancestor, after carefully observing the decorations in the living room, was psychologically shaken to a serious extent. Let's not even discuss these stone sculptures and self-portraits. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Nine Heavens Kolai Ice Emperor Amber Needle, which contains the true meaning of the phoenix, along with the Tushan Demon Clan and the seal of the Crown Prince of Great Flame. The imperial dynasty of Dai Yen had previously defeated the Golden Winged Rock Clan, but no one knew exactly how they achieved this victory, only that it was through a sword technique that was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring. Could this be related to this person? Old Master Jiang Chen stared at the ancestor and continued, "You don't have much time left." "You are right, I indeed don't have much time left." "Have you never thought about treatment?" "I have not only thought about it but have also tried many methods, all of which have been in vain. I remember my youth, when Chang Yunzi was once a renowned strongman in the immortal cultivation world. At that time, I had a body full of vitality, handsome and graceful, a tall and refined figure, living freely and luxuriously. It could be said that I was an exceptional individual. But who would have thought that, in my youth, I was accidentally injured, and that injury affected my root foundation? However, as the ancestor of the sacred hall of Azure Cloud, I did not just sit idly by and wait for death. Over the years, I have made use of every resource from the Holy Land, from thousand-year-old elixirs and magical treasures to even immortal pills that extend lifespan, but none of them have been effective. I had no choice but to accept my fate. Watching my lifespan gradually deplete, I have long been in despair. Now, my only two wishes are to finish the battle and to nurture Dan Tai Yun Lon. As for other matters, I have come to terms with them. I no longer ask for anything, only hoping to continue living. Though there are still many lingering attachments in my heart, this is my fate, and I have accepted it. Stop, there's no need for such a farewell, it's just that your previous methods were wrong. Old master, don't overdo it. I can still see that there's hope for you. With the right method, this problem of yours is very easy to solve. What? Did you just say it's simple? Are you saying that my injuries are easy to heal? Don't get so worked up, I'm just worried your heart can't handle it. Although you're old, your body is still in good shape. The issue isn't with the medicine, it's with the training. How should I put this? Right, do you understand the concept of health preservation? Health preservation training? The four words hit the ancestor like a heavy stone, suddenly weighing down on his mind, leaving him in shock. Health preservation training. It seemed like this master didn't understand that I had been damaged to the very root. My lifespan has already been exhausted, in other words, I've lived long enough. Even longevity pills are useless now, let alone health preservation training. How could it work? You don't understand that this method wouldn't do anything for me. When I say it works, it does work. As long as you want it, I won't force you if you don't. Well, I'll give it a try. That's the spirit. I have something that will suit you perfectly. Wait a moment, let me go get it. Oh, looks like I still can't give up hope. The moment I see a chance, my heart races, eager to grasp it. The so-called exhausted lifespan means no method can prolong it, unless I can somehow fill my body with vitality once more, to live a second life. But such a thing has never happened from ancient times until now. Well, let's give it a try. You've waited long enough, take a look at this. Saying that, Jiang Chen placed the book, Great Compendium of Nourishing Life, on the table. Here is an abundance of vitality, how could this be? Just by looking at the four characters on the cover, I can already feel the vitality within me seems to be recovering. This is a book I compiled in my spare time, containing my insights into the art of healing. Take a look for yourself. The ancestor swallowed his saliva nervously and opened the book. Well then, I'd also like to broaden my horizons a bit. You see, as long as you follow the principles in this book, it will absolutely work. I won't say you will completely change, but living for a little longer is definitely no problem. By the way, the key lies in the movements in the first section. Those are the exercises I personally devised based on my understanding of life. If you practice them daily, it will definitely benefit your condition.
The feeling was terrifying. It seemed as though all the endless life force in the heavens and earth was converging into my body, and every movement brought an indescribable wonder. I had gained countless precious insights, and after just one glance, the knowledge about nourishing both the body and mind became even more mysterious. It could be firmly said that as long as I followed the movements within and persisted in practicing, in no more than 2.5 years, I would be able to step into my second life.
After finishing the reading, how did you feel? I was not wrong, was I? This book is truly extraordinary. You are absolutely right. This thing can definitely solve my current problem.
At this moment, Cheng Yunzi's face was filled with vitality, as if he had regained hundreds of years of youth.
Who are you? This book is truly extraordinary, let me read a little more. Every time I read it, I gain new insights. You are truly an amazing person. Old Master truly has a keen eye. Compiling this book has cost me a great deal of effort. What? You are the one who compiled it?
In that case, this book is too valuable, I cannot accept such a treasure for free. As he spoke, Cheng Yunzi put the book into his bag. His words and actions seemed somewhat inconsistent.
It's fine, just keep it. After all, you are a relative of my disciple, so taking a book like this is no big deal.
This exalted figure not only had profound and unfathomable cultivation, but his level of expertise was also incredibly high. If this were outside, this book would definitely be something that strongmen would fight over until their heads were bruised.
Yet, this person was so willing to give it away without asking for anything in return.
This was the mark of a true, unparalleled expert. But this book is too precious. You, an exalted person, may give it freely, but I cannot accept it so casually. Everything in this world requires a price, especially something like this. In this situation, I must act accordingly. Cheng Yunzi, I've roamed the world for thousands of years, and I know the value of everything.
If you truly wish to gift this to me, I must offer something in return. Look, would this item be acceptable in exchange for your book?
After speaking, Cheng Yunzi took out a medallion, the Order of the Azure Cloud Aspiration. It had been personally engraved by the ancestor of the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud, and there was only one in the entire world. With this token in hand, one can command the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud to do 3 things without any conditions. In other words, as long as one possesses this token, even the Holy Lord of the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud must obey. Of course, Jiang Chen replied, although he had no idea what this was about. It's neither gold nor silver, but at least it should be worth some money. Thus, the Order of the Azure Cloud Aspiration was casually placed by Jiang Chen next to the seal of the Crown Prince of Great Flame, while Cheng Yunzi decided to stay here for a while. It was all very carefree. At this moment, what Cheng Yunzi desired most was to thoroughly study the great compendium of nourishing life.
Ancestor, earlier the master invited you in, was there something you needed to discuss?
My ancestor here probably doesn't need to die anymore, the old master said joyfully, jumping in excitement.
Ha! Ancestor, you? At that moment, the people from Ascension Dance burst out laughing.
By evening, when Jiang Chen stepped outside, he found that the new wooden house had been completed. Without much thought, Jiang Chen began preparing dinner, making extra food for 2 more people.
Pretty soon, it'll be time to eat.
Everything proceeded naturally, except for Little Fox, who had just woken up.
What's going on? Why are there suddenly 2 more people, one old and one young?
Moreover, these 2 are stronger than I am, and I only slept for a little while.
We don't need to eat. Humph, it's a shame not to eat. Never mind, let's eat first and figure it out later.
I now have 7 tails, and as long as I keep eating, my divine veins will recover soon.
This dish. It's full of vitality. I never expected it to be so raw.
In the following days, Jiang Chen continued to diligently administer acupuncture to Jiang Ling Air. Thanks to the progress in her treatment, the influence of the heavenly sound severed meridians on her weakened more and more. At the same time, Jiang Chen began teaching Dan Tai Yunlan the basics of music theory. These lessons acted as guiding lights, helping Yunlan resolve long-standing doubts, making her feel as though she was stepping into a paradise of knowledge. Not only that, but Jiang Chen also made time to answer Qing Yunzi's questions about health cultivation. Despite his busy life, Jiang Chen still felt joy, especially as each day was spent in the company of two beautiful young women. During this time, Jiang Ling-er and Dan Tai Yunlan also grew closer. From being strangers, they became best friends, sharing every moment, even chatting about trivial matters. Uncle Lan and Qing Yunzi also often conversed, getting to know each other better. Though they were not harmony, having a good friend in life was still something precious. They often raised their cups together, savoring moments of peace. These peaceful days allowed all four cultivators to feel at ease. They even reminisced about their past cultivation days, wondering why, when the ultimate goal was immortality, they had to engage in endless killing and strife. Sister, try this. Alright, younger sister, let's raise a cup together. Agreed. And so, time passed in peace and happiness. But one day, suddenly, a surge of demonic energy filled the sky.
So the place where Mor is imprisoned is nearby?
It turns out that Tu Shan Mo's relative is actually her father. It seems that an uninvited guest has arrived, and it looks like they don't bring good intentions. At this moment, Jiang Chen was deeply immersed in his afternoon nap, a habit he couldn't skip unless he had to go to Wuhua City. Every day, he would spend about 2 hours resting, and his sleeping phase was one that absolutely couldn't be disturbed. I'll go stop him. The ancestors' intervention will surely ensure nothing happens. Yunlan anxiously watched the back of the ancestor as he left.
No matter what happened, it would be fine.
With the senior's talent, no matter how strong the opponent was, they wouldn't be able to break through. If the senior were to be awakened, it was uncertain whether he would be angry, but it would definitely be terrifying, and no one would be able to withstand it. At this moment, Tu Shan Mo was still fast asleep. When she sensed the energy of her father, the breath of the Emperor of Foxes outside revealed an overwhelming force that shattered everything around them. Suddenly, a white lightning bolt struck down, and a green orb appeared. Inside was the Qing Yun elder.
You've come to stop me. Qing Yunzi, why are you here? Go back now. Don't come any closer, don't stand in my way. I need to find a mortal inside that room.
Even though you are the ancestor of the sacred hall of Azure Cloud, you can't stop me from saving my daughter.
Saving your daughter? Could there be some misunderstanding? Let me tell you, it's not too late to turn back now. You cannot defeat the one you're looking for. Stop releasing your demonic energy.
Don't disturb him while he's sleeping, and we might still be able to talk.
Are you telling me, the Emperor of Foxes from the Tushan Fox clan, to stop bothering him while he's sleeping? Sleeping with my daughter?
In the Emperor of Fox's mind, his rage reached its peak.
What the hell are you saying?
In that moment, the Emperor of Foxes lost control and immediately charged into attack. With Qing Yun Elder's current cultivation level, facing the Emperor of Foxes seemed like an insurmountable challenge. Qing Yunzi is nothing more than this. The situation grew dire, and Qing Yun Elder had no choice but to open the Book of Life Preservation. Instantly, Qing Yunzi appeared in a youthful form, causing the Emperor of Foxes to be taken aback.
Who are you? What is that book?
This Book of Life Preservation can temporarily bring Qing Yun back to his peak state. Unfazed, the Emperor of Foxes continued his assault at a terrifying speed. Qing Yun Elder was no less formidable, countering with countless sword energies. The clash between them created an explosion that reverberated through the sky.
Strange purple smoke appeared in the air.
This was a battle between two peak strongmen of the continent, and it was truly impossible to determine a winner.
Emperor of Foxes, I advise you to listen to me.
Behind you lies the hermitage of a strong man. If you anger him, not only will your daughter suffer, but even you will face punishment.
Oh, is that so? I still don't care.
The situation remained grim, but no matter what, the senior could not be disturbed. Indeed, a character who was both arrogant and warlike, there is no other way left. As soon as the words ended, Qing Yunzi burned his divine blood, temporarily elevating his cultivation, and his power radiated intensely. He had sealed off the entire sky, stretching out for thousands of miles, showcasing the true strength of a strongman from the human race. If that is the case, let us fight to the very end. The Emperor of Foxes unleashed his strongest move, the Tushan Celestial Fox Claw, charging straight at his opponent. Qing Yunzi remained unfazed, using the heaven-punishing finger of the azure cloud, creating a massive hand that shot directly toward the Emperor of Foxes. The two techniques collided with terrifying speed, producing violent shockwaves. The explosion's force was equivalent to that of a large nuclear bomb. On the ground, everyone was deeply worried. Was that sound truly the real power of Elder Changyun? Ancestor has burned his divine blood, what should we do now? I'm so worried for him. Don't worry, with the senior here, Elder Qingyun will be fine, Ling Er held Yunlan's hand and gently comforted her. That's right, with the master here, everything will be fine. Burning divine blood can temporarily enhance cultivation, but the consequences are extremely severe. Even though you've burned your divine blood, you can't sustain it for long. In the long run, you will surely lose, and the only outcome of failure is death. At this point, the ancestor had no choice but to teach the Emperor of Foxes a lesson, so that he could understand what a true master really is. I'm so scared, you go ahead. Unexpectedly, he gave in. The precious nine-tailed celestial fox, although brought along, was not even used. Saving his daughter was more important, and there was no time for further thought. As the Emperor of Foxes stepped into the yard, Qing Yun Elder immediately thought to himself that youth really hasn't experienced much in life. At that moment, the great formation in Jiang Chen's yard was activated, and the power of the laws within it was terrifying. The Emperor of Foxes was forced back to his original form, now only a five-tailed fox. Ah! What's going on? Qing Yun Elder, standing behind, wore a victorious smile. Ha, animals are the best friends of humans, and humans are kindred. As for animals, they rely on humans. Humans are advanced evolutionary beings, with intelligence far surpassing that of animals, yet between them and animals, a close bond exists, tangled like a vine. Oh, look, look! Qing Yunzi's eyes widened in amazement, how adorable he looked. Saying this, Qing Yunzi then tightly embraced the Emperor of Foxes. No matter how powerful he was, he could not escape this embrace, as if he had never cultivated at all. This left him feeling incredibly alarmed. Has my cultivation been completely crippled? The Emperor of Foxes suddenly recalled Qing Yunzi's warning. Turns out, everything the other side said was true. I told you so, but you wouldn't listen to my advice. Look over there. With that, Qing Yunzi pointed toward the direction where Jiang Chen was sleeping. In the room, filled with the aura of immortals and the laws of the world, Jiang Chen's figure could be seen faintly on the roof. Senior is breathing, this breath, Tu Shan Mo hurriedly ran towards his father. Emperor of Foxes, I have already warned you. Luckily, Senior did not get angry and only turned you back to your original form. At this moment, the Emperor of Foxes was so frightened that he stiffened. Who exactly are you? A true and unparalleled expert, perhaps a being akin to an ancient saint. Impossible. If you were an ancient saint, why would you hide in this remote and desolate place? Ancient saints possess heaven-defying powers and, once they become immortals, they have no more attachments. I also want to become immortal, to possess boundless magical powers, and this place is your sanctuary. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I did tell you, but you wouldn't listen, stubbornly insisting on your own way. In ancient times, although the Emperor of Fox's clan was incredibly powerful, that very strength led to their capture by some strongmen, who kept them as pets. My daughter was also taken, not by Qing Yunzi. What should we do now? It's all right. It's all right. At this moment, Tu Shan Mo had just arrived. Father, the emotional reunion between father and son unfolded in a wave of indescribable joy. As soon as they saw each other, both rushed into each other's arms without letting go.
Mor, father, father.
The family reunion was a scene filled with warmth and overflowing emotions.
Mor, are you alright? Has anyone bullied you? How have you been living these past days?
The Emperor of Foxes anxiously asked. Senior has treated me so well, if you don't believe it, just take a look at this. Tushan Mo said, while hopping around in front of his father, his face radiant with joy. It was the first time anyone had heard the little fox's laughter, and everyone found it truly adorable.
Are you really alright?
Father, I know you're worried, but after seeing this, you'll surely feel at ease. With that, Tushan Mo proudly displayed his 7 magnificent tails.
Oh, so cute. The two Yunlan Ling heir couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It really is 7 tails. Have you evolved into a 7-tailed fox now? But you only had 6 tails before. What on earth happened? The Emperor of Foxes was greatly astonished. At this moment, Mor confidently recounted the entire story to his father. I've never heard of this, but this type of food can indeed help with evolution. It's hard to believe. If we could obtain such food, it wouldn't even require the entire clan, just a few geniuses within the clan, and the Foxes clan of Tushan would surely flourish. But Senior has given me such special care, perhaps because of my cute appearance. While others all have ugly looks, I even once planned to cause trouble for Senior. How embarrassing. In our clan, just one person with the bloodline of a 7-tailed fox is enough. Any more would lead to insatiable greed. Senior has taken such good care of me and helped me evolve. This kindness is truly immense. And what about Father? The figure formed by the convergence of Tao's energy gradually dissipated throughout heaven and earth, eventually returning to a state of stillness. Everyone present here could feel that the Senior no longer cared about this matter. Father, the Senior truly is merciful and generous, isn't he? I've been too rude. Following the Senior is a blessing from fate. No matter what happens in the future, if the Senior doesn't permit it, I won't leave on my own. Moreover, if possible, I will definitely repay this kindness. As for all of you, from now on, Mor will trouble you to keep an eye on him. If he does anything wrong, please feel free to correct him. Rest assured, Emperor of Foxes Senior. Father, go meet the Senior. He is very gentle, he definitely won't blame you. Alright, I won't go. It's already very kind of the Senior to forgive my rudeness. Alas, if I stubbornly make him unhappy, it won't be good. With that, Emperor of Foxes walked down the path back. Take care, Father. Please send my regards to Ancestor. When I have the chance, I'll come back to visit everyone. Mor expressed his filial piety to Emperor of Foxes. Tushan Mo maintained a carefree expression. After bidding farewell to his daughter, Emperor of Foxes left. Phew, he's finally gone. Little Fox let out a sigh of relief, thankful that her father didn't force her to go with him. On one side was her father, on the other was the Senior, one side was her deep familial bond, and the other was great fate. Just thinking about having to choose between the two was enough to give her a headache. Lost in her thoughts, suddenly a hand reached out, picking up Tushan Mo and gently patting her head. Let's go, younger sister. It's probably time for the Senior to be waiting for us. Ling Er and Yunlan simultaneously hugged Little Fox. Ah, well, I feel like it's much better to stay as Little Fox here. Even if I transform into human form, I can't compare to these two sisters. Meanwhile, Uncle Lon cast a glance at Ling Er and the others, a multitude of thoughts crossing his mind. Looks like some matters need to be dealt with as soon as possible, he thought to himself. Elsewhere, the Emperor of Foxes had returned to the mountain where his subordinates were waiting. Ah, it's the Emperor has returned. The excited cheers of Tushan Fong and another person rang out, along with the powerful landing of the Emperor of Foxes. Emperor, what was the result? The two quickly rushed to ask,
not giving the Emperor of Foxes any time to rest.
How did it go? Where is that person in blue? Did you defeat him? Where is the princess? Why didn't she return with you?
The Emperor of Fox's face darkened, his veins visibly bulging.
He shouted fiercely. Shut up! The two subordinates immediately fell silent, not daring to speak a word.
These matters need no further discussion. The Emperor of Foxes said coldly.
So what about the princess? That is her fate, why are you concerned? Let's return. With that, the Emperor of Foxes led his subordinates and swiftly flew away.
In the courtyard, Jiang Chen stepped out with a face that looked as though he had just woken up. The gazes of everyone following him held a variety of emotions: respect, admiration, awe, and reverence. How could their eyes have changed so drastically after just one sleep? Jiang Chen wondered, as 10 pairs of eyes, as bright as stars, were fixed upon him. Having slept soundly throughout the arrival of the Emperor of Foxes, Jiang Chen had no idea what had transpired.
Why is that? What happened? Well, it doesn't matter if I don't know. How did the book I gave you work out? Did it help? I have gained many insights from it, and I believe the results will be evident soon. Recently, my studies have been progressing well.
I'm very pleased, but on the path of music, you need to have your own interpretations.
Yes, master.
Next, regarding you, Ling Er will follow every instruction of yours. Ling Er was overjoyed to learn that she was the last one to receive the senior's guidance. Young lady, the niece of Uncle Lan, couldn't help but worry about Ling Er's delusions. Your condition has improved significantly after several rounds of treatment, and your health has also greatly improved. Now, only the final step remains to eliminate the disease completely from your body. This is usually a dangerous process, but since I've personally cared for you twice before, there won't be any issues this time.
Eliminate it completely, can it really be done? This is the mental demon that has troubled me all these years, but how can it be like this? Is this severed vein heavenly sound? Then, this child will not be able to cultivate, right? If the descendants of the ancient clan can't cultivate, wouldn't that be fatal? This child is flawed, a flawed one. These 3 words echoed endlessly in Ling Er's mind. She recalled her childhood, always following Uncle Lan ever since she was small. Because even her father couldn't be bothered to look at her. Uncle Lan, young lady, what's wrong? Does father hate me so much? What have we done wrong? Young lady, you've been very well behaved, you haven't done anything wrong. Your father is just too busy trying to cure you, that's why he's angry. But why has father never looked me in the eye even once?
Uncle Lan was stunned by young lady's question, trembling as he tried to comfort her.
Young lady, don't overthink it. Your father is just too occupied. You need to focus on staying healthy for now. Once you succeed in your cultivation, we'll surprise your father, alright? Alright, Uncle Lan, I understand.
I know I'm cursed with severed vein heavenly sound for life, that's why I can't cultivate. I know the Jiang clan values cultivation and places strength above everything. I know my status in the clan is low, and I have to endure all sorts of humiliation. I even know that elder brother is embarrassed by me. In father's eyes, I'm just a speck of dust. Whether I exist or not makes no difference. But it's all because of severed vein heavenly sound. As long as I can break through the limitations of severed vein heavenly sound and prove that I can break the curse, I believe father will look at me differently. I won't give up, no matter how hard it is, no matter how much I have to struggle, I will find a way to cure this severed vein heavenly sound. But no matter how hard Ling Er searched through books, she couldn't find a solution, and then she was slapped directly by her father. Give it up, severed vein heavenly sound is your fate. If it's fate, you have to accept it. Cure it? What a joke. Stop looking for those non-existent solutions, young lady. Are you all right? In the midst of her daze, Ling Er suddenly heard Uncle Lan's voice calling her. It was only on the 3rd time that she finally regained her senses.
Uncle Lon asked with concern, "Young lady, are you alright? Why are you suddenly zoning out like that? Is something wrong? Is there any discomfort in your body?"
Ling Er replied gently, "It's nothing, I was just a bit distracted."
What were we talking about again? Uncle Lon was surprised. What? Didn't you hear what he said? It's fine, I'll repeat it once more.
The illness inside you has been tormenting you for many years. On the surface, it seems like a curse, but in reality, meeting me could be considered a blessing. Jiang Chen explained slowly, and Ling Er's eyes suddenly brightened, filled with hope.
A blessing? It seems my guess wasn't wrong.
As long as we control the yin energy in your body to a certain degree, and then transform it into energy. For example, treating the yin energy in Jiang Ling Er as a type of medicinal herb. There is a saying that medicine has 3 parts poison, but if used correctly, poison can save a life.
With my medical skills, I can definitely make this work. Ling Er was astonished. "Ah, did I hear you right? You're saying that the heavenly sound severed meridians, which have tormented me all these years, will actually become a blessing?"
Jiang Chen affirmed, "Yes, you heard correctly." Her illness could be understood as the condensation of yin energy, which harms the root of the body, leading to various physical problems. But from a medical perspective, women naturally belong to the yin, and adding a bit more yin energy isn't necessarily bad.
If I control the yin energy within a certain range, ensuring it no longer threatens your body and instead transforms it into something that can nourish your foundation, what do you think? Thus, not only will your illness be completely cured, but your body will also become stronger day by day. Upon hearing this, Ling Er could not hold back her tears, and 2 lines of tears silently streamed down her face. Of course, this is just my personal opinion.
Over the years, you have endured much hardship, and now you have the right to decide your own future. Whether you wish to completely cure the illness in your body or leave it be, it is all up to you. Hearing these words, Ling Er, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears.
Don't cry anymore. Yes, is this really true?
It's hard to believe, this is the heavenly sound severed meridians after all.
For cultivators, it is considered an incurable disease, impossible to treat.
I have wandered the world for many years and have never heard of anyone being able to resolve this kind of illness. Previously, when a wise elder had a method that brought about some improvement in the heavenly sound severed meridians, I was already astounded. Now, this same elder says that the heavenly sound severed meridians could become a blessing for Jiang Ling Er. If what the elder says is true, then this is truly a heaven-sent opportunity.
Can it really be like that?
The thing that has tormented me for all these years, preventing me from cultivating since I was born, like a never-ending nightmare.
Can it really become a blessing for me? Honestly, I am very scared. Even though I want to remove the heavenly sound severed meridians from my body immediately, who is this senior before me? Right now, they are offering me this opportunity, perhaps in the future, I might need it. Even if I completely cure the heavenly sound severed meridians, and it gradually accumulates, eventually bursting forth into fame, what then? My starting point is too late. If I want to catch up with those geniuses possessing the saintly body, that is but an illusion. Without the creation of nature, the future path will be extremely difficult. Keep it within your body, we believe in you. Senior, you are truly very brave. Rest assured, if I have spoken of this method, nothing unexpected will happen. I have said that your condition will become a blessing for you, and it will definitely be so. Thank you, Senior. It was Uncle Lan's turn. The resilient man finally couldn't hold back his tears. This is so good, really so good. Finally, young lady has persevered this far. Hoo-hoo, it really is too good. Alright, let's rest well today. Tomorrow we will start again. Alright.
That evening, Uncle Lon met with Ling Er to discuss matters.
Young lady, is this Uncle Lon?
Young lady, I intend to leave today and return to the clan for a while.
Are you going to tell father about Senior soon curing my heavenly sound severed meridians? Yes, you have been away from the clan for some time.
Even though sect master agreed for you to be outside, there was also a set time limit. I originally wanted to return after your heavenly sound severed meridians were completely healed, but today's events have made me worried. If sect master also comes to find you, you know your father, he is the sect master of the Jiang clan. Not only does he have a high cultivation level, but he is also incredibly domineering.
When he says one, it's one, no two. If he comes here, I'm afraid it will lead to a major battle. It's best that I return to explain things to sect master first.
Suddenly, memories rushed back.
Are you saying you've fully understood the reality now?
Ling Er was paying respects to her father. Yes, Ling Er knows that the heavenly sound severed meridians cannot be cured. Right now, Ling Er just wants to go outside for a while, to stretch and enjoy the vast world. After that, she will choose to live a peaceful life within the clan, and will no longer dream any unrealistic dreams.
Never mind, as long as the return date is confirmed, then it's up to you. But you must know that your father will still worry about you. You must know that your father will still worry about you. These words have haunted Ling Er ever since, and she can never escape from them. Young lady, the treatment has now reached a crucial stage, so you absolutely cannot leave.
As for the heavenly sound severed meridians, with a senior here, there will be no problem. So, the only thing left to do now is to figure out how to persuade the sect master.
Uncle Lan knows my father's personality better than I do.
If this matter reaches him, it will definitely cause more trouble. From the beginning, he was against me trying to fully cure the heavenly sound severed meridians.
He believes it is fate and wants me to accept it.
If I go back to the clan and tell him about this, I'm afraid things won't go smoothly. Once father finds out, he will certainly be unhappy, and may even force me to accept fate as before. As long as the heavenly sound severed meridians are cured by the senior, then it's a done deal. No matter how dissatisfied father may be, it can no longer be changed. Young lady, this matter must be reported to the sect master, you can't keep it from him forever. Don't worry, if the sect master gets angry, I'm here, and I will do my best to convince him. Young lady, all these years you have patiently endured to wait for this day, overcoming many hardships and despair. You truly are remarkable, and this may be your final opportunity. Although the sect master may not be pleased, I must still try once to persuade him to accept. This way, when young lady returns to the clan, everything will change significantly, and you will also have more resources to cultivate. Uncle Lan, thank you for always looking after me all these years. But you must promise me, if my father becomes angry and wants to stop this, don't force it.
Uncle Lan, you must be careful. Uncle Lan suddenly remembered the moment when Ling Er's mother was about to pass away. Ing Lan, are you here?
I'm here. I still have one last thing to ask of you. Please take care of my daughter, I entrust her to you. At that very moment, Jiang Qin was busy preparing for the next day, spiritual energy gently spreading throughout the house where he worked diligently. That evening, Yun Lan walked back and forth restlessly in front of the house.
Xing Yunzi appeared, shaking his head gently, offering advice.
Yun Lan, do not trouble Jiang Ling Er anymore, at times like this, just trust them. Inside the room, Ling Er was deeply focused, channeling her energy in preparation for the upcoming healing process. Jiang Chen stepped out into the garden, gathering all the necessary materials, a basket full of spirit fruits and various herbs, carefully prepared.
He checked everything one last time.
Everything is ready, we can proceed to the next step, Jiang Chen said. At that moment, Ling Er and Yun Lan walked over. Senior, your complexion looks good, it seems you have adjusted yourself to the best state. Now, I will explain the final healing process in more detail. First, you need to drink the bowl of medicine I prepared. The purpose of this step is to stabilize the root cause in your body and prevent exhaustion during the treatment. The second step, I will use acupuncture to stimulate the major acupuncture points on your head, completely releasing your spirit and thoroughly suppressing the illness in your body. As for the third step, that depends on your willpower.
My willpower? Ling Er asked.
Yes, you need to combine the purine strength with your body's foundation on your own. I can help you with the first 2 steps, but for the final step, you will need to rely on your own will.
Are you ready?
Ling Er took a deep breath and answered, I am ready.
Senior, very good. Everything is prepared. Let us begin.
At the Holy Land of Ascension Dance, in the sacred space of the Celestial Palace of Ascension Dance, Holy Lord Wuxinji led the disciples, all of whom respectfully chanted, We, the disciples, pay our respects to the ancestor. The powerful man was none other than the Ascension Dance ancestor, known by his Taoist name Shin Shaozi.
How much do you know about the news regarding Qing Yunzi?
Shin Shaozi asked. Ancestor, according to the news we've received, Senior Qing Yunzi left the sacred hall of Azure Cloud a long time ago. He even took the holy maiden Dan Tai Yunlan toward our holy land of Ascension Dance. By rights, they should have arrived yesterday, but there is no trace of them. You also know that Qing Yunzi has powerful magic and profound cultivation.
If we want to investigate thoroughly, I fear we may not have the ability to do so.
Below the main hall, murmurs arose, and everyone began to compete to speak. It's easy to hear that Qing Yunzi left the Holy Land, but investigating the details of his journey, what he did on the way, or whether he stopped somewhere to rest is truly very difficult. Upon hearing this, Shin Shaozi furrowed his brows and thought.
Has that old man missed the appointment again?
Shin Shaozi and Qing Yunzi had been rivals since their youth. The two always fought in life and death battles, and because of that, they shared a certain mutual understanding. When he learned that his opponent was severely injured and had little time left to live, Shin Shaozi couldn't help but feel a sense of regret in his heart.
Ha, you've turned into a little old man now. Shin Shaozi teased Qing Yunzi.
You're the little one, but in any case, the people of that era are becoming fewer and fewer. If Qing Yunzi really dies, then that era will be left with only Shin Shaozi. Both men, from 2 different generations, understood that this battle might be their last opportunity to meet. Therefore, no matter what happened, this fight had to take place as scheduled. Shin Shaozi believed that this was the final tacit understanding between them, but now, how dare that old man make him wait? Shin Shaozi was so angry that he could not contain himself.
Ancestor, please calm down.
The disciples quickly tried to console Tut.
Ancestor, perhaps Qing Yunzi Sr. has already passed away?
Everyone knows that he doesn't have much time left. Perhaps on his way to the Holy Land of Ascension Dance, he could no longer hold on.
Upon hearing this, Shin Shaozi sighed, that makes sense, it's not impossible.
He was severely injured, it's a miracle that he's managed to hold on this long, and it's also thanks to the powerful foundation of the sacred hall of Azure Cloud. However, Shin Shaozi dismissed that thought, saying, enough with the nonsense. With Qing Yunzi's cultivation, no matter how severe the injuries, he wouldn't just pass away quietly like this. I suspect it's because of that little girl, Dan Tai Yunlan, who possesses the heavenly sound sacred physique. With such a physique, she doesn't rely on cultivation but on enlightenment. Perhaps because of her progress on the path of cultivation, they've had to extend their journey. After all, Qing Yunzi should have informed us of something.
Shin Shaozi continued, never mind, sitting here guessing is pointless.
Let's send word to the sacred hall of Azure Cloud. Qing Yunzi and Dan Tai Yunlan have both gone missing. They should be the most worried. Let them worry for now, and the duel can be postponed for the time being. By the way, how has Yu Huang been progressing in his cultivation recently? Ancestor, recently Yu Huang has made significant breakthroughs in his cultivation. It's likely that he will take another step forward very soon.
Very good, Junior is growing up.
I feel much more at ease now.
Ancestor, Disciple has some good news to report.
That is, Yu Huang's younger sister, Yun Huang, has recently miraculously awakened the immortal Tao sovereign body.
The ancestor was taken aback. What? Awakened the immortal Tao sovereign? Even I am at a loss when it comes to that physique, so how did it awaken in the end?
As for this matter, Mo Yun Huang didn't explain it clearly at the time, and I didn't ask in detail either.
So it seems you don't know either, do you? Ancestor exclaimed with a hint of disappointment.
Well, as long as the method is righteous, that's all that matters.
Moreover, doesn't this mean that the Holy Land has produced yet another genius? Exactly, and someone whose physique rivals that of Mou Huang. With two such prodigies in the Holy Land, it is truly a cause for celebration. At this moment, Mou Huang had already arrived at the gates of Ascension Dance. With ancestors' presence and the maturity of the Mo sisters, the future of the Holy Land of Ascension Dance would undoubtedly be secure, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the human race. Ha, well said. Everyone, listen up, this girl's name is Xiao Huang. Lately, she's been troubled by something. The reason is none other than the fact that her seclusion training has gone exceptionally smoothly. Her strength has soared rapidly, to the point where she can no longer even sense the limits of her own power. Xiao Huang never imagined that her soul and physique would begin to harmonize continuously, ultimately merging into a unified whole. Her progress far exceeded all her expectations. In just a short time in seclusion, her cultivation had advanced more than it had in the past 10 arduous years. If this rate of growth were to be revealed, it would surely astonish countless people. And all of these miracles stemmed from a single, fundamental cause. In Xiao Huang's possession was an utterly ordinary painting. As long as she had this painting, Xiao Huang could break through her current realm without facing any obstacles. Previously, when stepping into the sacred realm of Ascension Dance, her cultivation had never been so smooth. Wasn't this an indication that the painting surpassed even the understanding of countless seniors in the Holy Land of Ascension Dance? The person who gave her this painting was truly terrifying. Xiao Huang thought to herself, and furthermore, when thinking about the possibility of herself and her younger sister becoming playthings for the other party, she couldn't help but feel frightened. Xiao Huang awkwardly stood there, her body swaying back and forth, her heart filled with anger and anxiety, not knowing what to do. The opponent before her was so powerful that it far exceeded her imagination. With her current strength, she was completely helpless. Perhaps the only option left was to report the matter to the Holy Lord and the elders, then face the opponent directly, inevitably having to rely on the power of the Holy Land. Xiao Huang took a deep breath, sighed, and gathered all her courage to step forward. She clasped her hands together in a respectful manner and said, "Disciple Mou Huang requests an audience with the Holy Lord and the elders." Wu Shenji turned to ask Ancestor in surprise, "Isn't Mou Huang in seclusion? How is she out now?" Ancestor nodded, granting her permission to enter. Mou Huang stepped into the hall, and upon seeing the people present, she was momentarily stunned. Not only were the Holy Lord and the elders there, but even Shen Shaozi, the ancestor who was usually in seclusion all year round, had appeared. This was indeed a great opportunity. With Ancestor's formidable strength, she would certainly be able to help her resolve this concern. Thinking this, Mou Huang felt a sense of relief in her heart. She held the scroll of the painting in her hand and smiled as she said, "Disciple requests an audience with Ancestor, Holy Lord, and the elders." Wu Shenji gently smiled and replied, "There is no need for formalities." "But Mou Huang, weren't you in seclusion? Why have you come here today?" Mou Huang replied, "Disciple has completed the seclusion. I came here today with this painting, hoping that Ancestor, Holy Lord, and the elders could take a look." Her words caused the atmosphere in the hall to suddenly fall silent. The elders, and even the Ancestor, looked confused, as none of them knew what she wanted them to see. The painting was presented for everyone to examine, but it was made of nothing more than paper, nothing particularly special about it. People began to murmur, most of them feeling that there was nothing remarkable about it. This reaction was understandable. Mou Huang had anticipated it, but still felt so embarrassed that she wished she could sink into the ground. Finally, the Ancestor spoke in a calm voice, "It's all right." He then raised his hand. "Bring it here." The scroll of the painting was suddenly enveloped in a layer of fiery energy. Mou Huang let go of the painting, respectfully inviting the Ancestor to take a look. The Ancestor took the scroll in his hands, channeling his spiritual power into it to inspect it. The result showed that it was just an ordinary painting, with no noticeable fluctuations. However, the Ancestor glanced at the painting and then at Mou Huang, a faint suspicion in his eyes, wondering if there was something hidden within the painting. Alright, let's open it and see, the ancestor murmured to himself. He slowly unrolled the painting, and suddenly, the celestial palace of Ascension Dance seemed to freeze, leaving everyone in shock. A chilling atmosphere spread throughout, terrifying everyone. The once solemn scene had now descended into chaos. Everything was frozen. The biting snowstorm swept through, and even the elders and the martial godlord could not escape this state. The ancestor was slightly luckier, but even he was covered with a thin layer of frost. He trembled and said, "What is the origin of this painting?" The cold gradually dissipated, but the layer of ice still remained, firmly clinging to the space. Suddenly, an elder sneezed, and like a chain reaction, a series of other elders followed suit. The atmosphere became strange and tense. The ancestor pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, "Mou Huang, where did you get this painting from?" Mou Huang hesitated, her eyes filled with confusion. The ancestor, the Holy Lord, and the elders all knew that recently, the disciple had made remarkable progress on the cultivation path. The main reason for this was the painting, which contained an exceptionally high artistic conception of ice and snow, perfectly suited to the disciple's frozen hell ice emperor physique, helping the disciple's cultivation progress more smoothly. As for the origin of the painting. At this point, an image of a person suddenly appeared in Mou Huang's mind, causing her thoughts to become chaotic. The person suddenly appeared in her dream, gently lifting her chin, his voice soft yet full of allure. "Oh, you've come, huh?" At that moment, Mou Huang was completely naked, her soft body exposed before Jiang Chen, making her feel both embarrassed and disoriented. Jiang Chen suddenly let out a light laugh, his gaze full of intention. "Do you want me to draw?" He picked up a brush and spoke teasingly. "But I'm out of paper, so you'll have to become my canvas." The strange images became clearer and clearer in Mou Huang's mind, making her head spin and her face flush with embarrassment. She tried to suppress these thoughts and continued. This painting was something disciple had obtained from a mysterious person. It seemed that person had drawn it by hand, and disciple had to use her own body to exchange for it. Every time she encountered him, disciple would be whistled at, and he would draw on her body. He even wanted to do strange things with disciple and disciple's younger sister. Mou Huang choked, tears rolling down her cheeks. Although DT had only interacted with the mysterious person a few times, one thing was certain, he was carrying out an evil plan capable of overturning the entire cultivation world. Mou Huang suddenly screamed, his voice filled with terror. Wu Shenji and ancestors stood frozen in shock. "Ha! What is this child saying?" They exchanged doubtful glances. The Holy Land fell into a profound silence after Mou Huang's words. Ancestor furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then spoke in a deep voice. "Are you suggesting that, in the past, the Daiyan imperial dynasty easily defeated the Golden Winged Rock clan, that the breakthrough in your cultivation was aided by a mysterious figure in green, and that the reason Yun Huang suddenly awakened the immortal Dao Emperor body all stems from this same person? Moreover, this individual practices an extremely terrifying demonic technique capable of seducing the human heart, with the goal of controlling the two most outstanding disciples of the Ascension Dance Sacred Hall? It seems his demonic influence has reached the two major powers of the human race, namely the Ascension Dance Sacred Hall and the Daiyan Imperial Dynasty." After hearing this, Mou Huang, though somewhat frightened, still nodded in confirmation. Suddenly, Ancestor erupted with power, roaring, "Well, this is interesting. It seems I must meet this mysterious person at least once." Below the Holy Land, everyone began to murmur. Ancestor continued to roar with anger. "I want to see what his true intentions are. If he truly threatens the entire cultivation world, then even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will stop him." Mou Huang was terrified by the imposing presence of the ancestor. She held her hair in place while speaking, "Ancestor, please wait. The person dressed in blue possesses an incredibly strong power. We need to prepare carefully before taking action." The others murmured, eager to follow the ancestor, but the ancestor only gave them a stern look and refused. "If even I am no match for him, what use would it be for you to go? Don't worry, I know my limits." This time, I will act with divine mechanism and Yu Huang. Moreover, I plan to invite Ascension Dance Sacred Hall for support. With the protection of the immortal realm, there will definitely be no problem. Mo Yu Huang, Wu Shenji, and the elders in the hall were all stunned, their exclamations echoing throughout Ascension Dance Sacred Hall. What? The ancestor wants to invite Ascension Dance Sacred Hall? Outside Wuhua City, two figures emerged from the city gates, a middle-aged man accompanied by a young man dressed in golden brocade. Indeed, they were the emperor and the prince of this kingdom. Ji Xian nervously poked his fingers together, hesitating as he looked at his father and asked, "Father, are we really going to greet the senior without any gifts? Is that all right?" Fearing his father might not understand, he boldly added, "Do we need to bring anything with us?" The emperor unexpectedly pulled out a pair of sunglasses and put them on, his expression filled with authority. "Xian heir, you're overthinking. Great experts like this senior don't care about material things. Even if we brought countless gifts, would they truly move the senior? Just one painting, and the senior has helped Dai Yen of the imperial dynasty defeat the golden-winged rock tribe. Such great masters only care about cultivation, nothing can shake them." Ji Xian slowly nodded, taking out paper and pen to jot down notes. The emperor looked at him with a confident gaze and advised, "Ji Xian, remember, the stronger the master, the more they value fate and destiny. Meeting the senior is fate, being guided by the senior is destiny." Although Ji Xian didn't fully understand, he still nodded. "I understand, father." The emperor smiled and continued, "Without the right opportunity, even if the senior is standing right in front of you, you won't be able to recognize them. Therefore, when we meet a senior, we must be as natural as possible." Ji Xian nodded in agreement. "Father, you truly have profound knowledge. Matters of great masters cannot be judged by ordinary reasoning." The two quickly crossed the forest to reach Jiang Chen's residence. Ji Xian, walking ahead, pointed and laughed as soon as he saw the silhouette of the house. "Father, look there." Jiang Chen's villa appeared before them. The emperor marveled in admiration. Although this wooden building was simple, it exuded an ancient charm. From a distance, it gave the impression of a sparkling brilliance, as if the primordial Tao was swirling within. He excitedly said, "No wonder this is the hermitage of a senior. It's indeed extraordinary." Ji Xian suddenly scratched his head, confused, and asked, "Father, look, besides the senior, there are several other people in the courtyard. Could they be the senior's friends?" The old emperor was startled and exclaimed, "What? Friends? Where? Where? Ah, I see now, it's two young women and an old man." As for the old man, the emperor pondered thoughtfully, there is an extraordinary power hidden within him. If it erupts, even I would have to be cautious. However, despite the old man's high cultivation, his vitality has long since dried up. It seems his lifespan is nearing its end. The emperor stroked his beard and smiled, "I'm certain this old man is not a friend of the senior." Ji Xian looked at his father and asked, "Father, you clearly just told me that the old man's cultivation is very strong." The old emperor then explained, "Your father has encountered countless strong individuals, and so have I. To become a friend of the senior, one doesn't need to have earth-shattering cultivation, but they must at least surpass me. As for that old man, though strong, he hasn't quite reached that level. A friend of a mighty being must, of course, be someone of the same caliber." The emperor lifted his head proudly and continued, "That old man is at best on par with me, which shows he's not a friend of the senior." Ji Xian nodded in approval. The emperor went on, "But if you look closely, the one who stands out the most is the barefooted woman sitting next to the senior. Her cultivation is very low, but within her body lies an enormous source of energy." Moreover, Ji Xian asked, "Father, have you noticed something?" The emperor's face turned dark, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He whispered, "The senior is holding a silver needle right now." Jiang Chen focused intently on the silver needle before decisively lowering it. The silver needle was inserted into a major acupuncture point at the top of the woman's head. From the silver needle, a strange energy seemed to flow,
coursing through her body as if performing a miraculous healing process.
However, this ailment contained an inexplicable oddity that couldn't be explained.
The next scene shocked the emperor so deeply that he could not help but exclaim,
"How could this be possible?"
The chaotic force within the girl's body unexpectedly began to transform, turning into a controllable source of power.
This girl's future was incredibly promising.
The emperor was so dazed that sweat poured from him, his mouth agape, unable to close. But what astonished him the most was that the senior was using the simplest methods, yet completely controlling the special energy within the girl's body.
What kind of miraculous technique is this? The emperor fell into deep thought once again.
Heavenly Sound severed meridians was a congenital illness that couldn't be fully cured, as it had become one with the root of the body, meaning one could never cultivate. That was why it was considered an incurable disease in the cultivation world. Simply put, the senior was utilizing this strange energy to help Jiang Ling Air purge her marrow, regenerate her body, and create a physique suitable for cultivation. Suddenly, the old man felt something strange and turned his head. To his surprise, he discovered that Emperor and Ji Xian were secretly observing from afar.
Immediately, the old man realized Emperor's identity.
Emperor stood there, a smile as bright as a blooming flower on his face.
Yunlan asked in surprise, speaking softly, "Ancestor, is that Emperor of Daiyan?"
The old man nodded in confirmation.
"Yes, indeed.
He is one of the top figures of the human race, holding a position equal to the Holy Lord of the Holy Lands."
Jiang Chen had just finished administering acupuncture to the girl and called out, "Yunlan, has the medicinal water barrel I asked you to prepare been finished?"
Yunlan nodded and smiled.
"Yes, it's ready."
Yunlan walked toward the medicinal barrel and gently lifted the cloth covering it. As soon as the scent of the medicinal water spread, she couldn't help but feel astonished and excited.
"Is this really medicinal water?"
"It seems to radiate a mysterious glow," Yunlan exclaimed, and the old man standing nearby was also startled. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked,
"What kind of fragrance did you add?"
Still in a daze, Yunlan stammered, "It's just some plants that Master told me to pick from the backyard." The strange fragrance also reached the spot where Emperor and Ji Xian were hiding.
The old emperor immediately instructed his son to take a sniff.
The list of medicinal ingredients included perilla seed, which is the dried fruit of Amomum craven, a type of ginger known for its warming properties, aiding digestion, and being beneficial for the stomach.
Amomum is a traditional Chinese medicine herb from the ginger family, used to treat diarrhea and dysentery.
It is a tropical plant adapted to hot and humid climates, with the ability to warm the large intestine and treat cholera.
Costus root is the dried root of the Costus dialapta plant from the aster family. Angelica dihurica is a traditional Chinese medicine derived from the root of a perennial herb.
Sandalwood seed is a herbaceous plant from the ginger family, with a stem that resembles a tuber. Cinnamon, clove, Sichuan pepper, star anise, dill, saltpeter, and dried ginger.
These spices are used for heat clearing and detoxification.
Yunlan began to fall into a state of excessive contemplation. She nodded and muttered to herself, "I understand now." Actually, the herbs grown in the senior's backyard may seem ordinary, but in fact, they are all rare and valuable medicines. The so-called divine treasures buried here were simply unnoticed by us before.
Yes, it must be like that.
Yunlan was so captivated that she couldn't suppress her desire. Jiang Chen, seeing her standing there staring at the medicinal barrel, felt helpless.
A weary expression appeared on his face.
Jiang Chen looked at Yunlan and said, "Yunlan, I have completely sealed Ling Er's 5 senses with a silver needle, and she cannot perceive anything from the outside. Now, place her in the wooden barrel and begin soaking her in the medicinal water."
Speaking of which, there is also the matter over there. Jiang Chen glanced towards the emperor and Ji Xian.
He had discovered them a long time ago. They were the ones pretending to have money.
Jiang Chen felt irritated as he recalled this, wondering why these people appeared here. Yunlan hugged Ling Er and asked Jiang Chen, "Master, Miss Ling Er is still wearing her clothes. Will this affect the effect of the medicinal bath?" This?
He hadn't paid attention to it. Jiangchen pondered for a moment before replying, the effect will be a bit weaker, but Miss Ling Er is, after all, a woman.
It's up to you to decide.
The medicinal bath needs to be maintained for a long period, during which I leave everything to you.
Yunlan responded eagerly. All right then. He then immediately placed Ling Er into the water tub and quickly removed her clothes.
Jiang Chen added, once you're done with Ling Er, don't forget to welcome the guests. Emperor and Ji Xian, who had been secretly watching from behind a bush, were startled when Yunlan approached them, bowing respectfully, to esteemed guests, the master has invited you. Emperor was startled, nearly exploding. The old man stammered, Master, is it true that Senior Jiang Chen is your master? Yunlan nodded and calmly replied, Yunlan has caught the master's eye, it's an unexpected stroke of luck to receive such a chance. Emperor nodded, feigning praise, to be accepted as a disciple by Senior, the Saintess of Azure Cloud truly has great fortune. But inside, he was burning with anxiety, not expecting Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud to act so quickly.
This won't do. We have to find a way, he thought.
The old emperor shot a furious glance at his son before softly saying, Xian Er, when you meet the senior, even if you have to be thick-skinned, you must stay here no matter what.
Ji Xian, surprised, asked, Father, why must we do that?
The old emperor narrowed his eyes and explained seriously, although I had already presented the imperial seal of the Emperor Dai Yan and the senior accepted it, I still don't feel completely secure.
Look at Qing Yunzi, they actually allowed the junior to take the senior as their master. Think about it, if in the future the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud faces danger, do you think the senior will just stand by and watch? The emperor's tone grew increasingly angry.
We also need to have a trump card of our own, and the senior is the best choice. The old emperor placed his hand on Ji Xian's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Xian Er, if you can really stay by the senior's side, don't leave, no matter what.
Ji Xian looked at his father, confused, and asked, What do you mean, father? Do you no longer want me to return to Dai Yan?
The emperor laughed heartily and explained, Xian Er, with your status, the highest achievement you can reach in the future is only to become the emperor of Dai Yan. But if you stay with people like the senior, your cultivation achievements will surely surpass even mine. Ji Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. At this moment, the two arrived at the place where Jiang Chen was waiting to receive guests. As soon as Jiang Chen saw them, he asked, What brings the two of you here? The emperor sincerely replied, Your reputation in Wuhua City is very illustrious, just ask anyone on the street, and they'll know right away. Though Jiang Chen felt uncomfortable, he still maintained a polite, businesslike smile and asked, So, what brings the two of you here? The elder emperor coughed a few times before speaking, The painting by the senior holds great significance for both my son and me. We have come here this time to express our gratitude to the senior and seek guidance on the art of painting.
Coincidentally, my son, Ji Xian, is very interested in painting.
If it is fortunate enough for him to be accepted as your disciple, I am certain he will not refuse any request you make.
Ji Xian, confused, asked, Huh? Painting?
The elder emperor placed his hand on his son's shoulder.
Ji Xian immediately came to his senses, nodded, and said, Yes, indeed.
Your painting has deeply moved me, so I wish to become your disciple, to earnestly study and research painting. If I am fortunate enough to receive this blessing, it would be the greatest fortune of my 3 generations. Jiang Chen's face darkened immediately, and he bluntly rejected, No, I do not accept disciples. After accepting Dan Tai Yunlan as a disciple, he had already found it extremely troublesome. Despite her extraordinary talent in music, teaching her still required considerable effort.
Moreover, Jiang Chen was someone with principles.
Now, with someone else wanting to become his disciple, agreeing to it would only lead to more trouble. Both the emperor and Ji Xian were extremely surprised by Jiang Chen's refusal, their expressions changing dramatically.
Senior refuses? Why is that? They couldn't believe it.
Jiang Chen coldly replied, Humans are often too lazy to remind others, so I have no interest in accepting you as a disciple. But seeing your sincerity, I've decided to give you a chance. He thought that these two, being used to being served, would definitely refuse if asked to do any menial tasks.
So he said, well, in other words, this is a challenge. If you succeed, I'll agree to take you as a disciple. What do you think? Both the emperor and Ji Xian were incredibly excited. Ji Xian nodded fervently.
All right, as long as Senior agrees to take me as a disciple, even if it's climbing a mountain of knives or crossing a sea of fire, I will not refuse.
Jiang Chen was pleased with his plan.
He sneered a few times, then said with a smile, the challenge is simple: wash clothes, cook, and clean. He secretly hoped they would refuse.
But unexpectedly, this request was too easy for Ji Xian.
He immediately agreed, leaving Jiang Chen stunned, his expression changing.
Ji Xian smiled brightly and innocently said, I agree, Senior. Being by your side, no matter what task, I am willing to do it.
Jiang Chen stared at Ji Xian, feeling as if he had dug his own grave.
The air around him seemed to freeze, and he stammered, what?
Ji Xian eagerly responded, I agree with you, Senior. From now on, no matter if it's climbing a mountain of knives or crossing a sea of fire, I will not refuse. Jiang Chen felt as though a snowstorm had swept through his heart. He thought to himself, it seems that I have underestimated their qualities. Even though they are descendants of wealthy families, they are still able to accept my harsh conditions, so taking them as disciples is not a problem.
He sighed and said,
if you are willing to stay by my side and do physical labor, there will still be a chance to become my disciples in the future.
Of course, I will not take advantage of you. So such a good thing exists?
This time, both the emperor and his son were shocked to the point where their faces changed. Jiang Chen walked over to his bookshelf, rummaged through it for a while, then muttered. Recently, I haven't been painting much, so there are no new works. Finally, he took out a wooden sword and said, this sword, although made of common wood, has been carefully carved by hand. Among all my works, it deserves to be called a masterpiece. I give it to the father and son as a token of my sincerity. The two Ji Xian father and son stared at the wooden sword, stunned to the point that they couldn't express themselves. In their eyes, this was an unparalleled sword, a terrifying artifact. Even though they did not hold it in their hands, they could still feel the brilliant sword intent radiating from it. The old emperor quickly clasped his hands and said with reverence,
if this is the senior's sincerity, the two of us humbly accept. In the future, if there is anything we need, just say the word, and we will comply. Jiang Chen looked at the old emperor with a confused expression, a question mark floating in his mind. He forced a smile and said, it's just a wooden sword, what's so precious about it? You should just take it. Why are you two, grown men, acting so awkward? It's just a wooden sword, no need for such formality. You two are so polite in this world. He fell into a deep thought, recalling past events. Since arriving in this world, everyone he met had been incredibly polite, whether male or female, even the elders of his disciple. Could it be that this fantastical world wasn't a place where the strong devour the weak, but rather a world of love and peace? Jiang Chen shook his head, temporarily setting aside those thoughts and asked, oh, right, I still don't know your name. Ji Xian quickly replied, yes, Junior's name is Ji Xian. Jiang Chen nodded, then from now on, I will call you Xiao Xianzi. Ji Xian forced a smile, yes, that's fine. Jiang Chen continued, all right, if there's nothing else, you two father and son should take this wooden sword and go ahead with your tasks. I have other matters to attend to and need to leave for a while. After Jiang Chen left, the old emperor's expression suddenly changed, shifting from calm to one of deep worry. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he trembled and muttered, oh my, Ji Xian, Senior is truly generous, this wooden sword is a divine artifact, it's unbelievable. The old emperor carefully reached out to touch the sword, and unexpectedly, the sword seemed to have a spirit of its own, opening its mouth to bite his hand. The emperor was startled, swinging his hand vigorously, but couldn't escape the sword's tight grip. This strange situation left him flustered. Watching his father running around in panic, Ji Xian suddenly understood. He realized that this was the true trial of a master.
If his father couldn't find a way to resolve this, not only would they be unable to use the divine artifact, but they would also be ridiculed. The Emperor of Daiyan ran in circles, with one finger tightly held by the sword. It was strange, a person and a sword, an amusing scene unfolding in the room. After a while, the sword still refused to release its grip. The old emperor turned to Ji Xian. "You need to think of a way to help me." Ji Xian awkwardly responded, I don't really know what to do." The emperor then turned back to the sword, decisively saying, "Then it seems the only choice is to use force." But this peculiar sword was not so easy to deal with. As soon as they began to move, sword energy erupted, causing Ji Xian to be startled and terrified. "This thing is really frightening." When the smoke cleared, the old emperor appeared covered in dust, his face weary. He sighed, "Ji Xian, clearly, you're the one who came to seek a master, so why am I the one being tested?" Ji Xian awkwardly replied, "I'm not sure either." Then, suddenly, a thought occurred to him. "Wait, could it be that I understand now?" Ji Xian quickly grabbed the broom and started running around the room, saying, "Now I'll start working seriously. Only when I complete the task assigned by Senior will I be able to pass the test and free Father's hands." Just as Jiang Chen had predicted, these two really held an extraordinarily high status. Take Ji Xian for example. He originally was. But now, he was obediently holding a broom and doing chores meant for servants. This child had already endured so much for the old man in Daiyan. The old emperor had seen everything, and now he could not stop regretting. Reflecting on the punishment inflicted by the peerless divine sword, it was not without reason. He had owed too much to this child. He had witnessed all the events that had occurred, but had never comforted Ji Xian even once. Yet, Ji Xian still tried to overcome all difficulties to introduce such a remarkable expert to his father. The emperor, moved to tears, cried out, "I have wronged you, my child." After releasing his emotions in the room, the old emperor walked outside, wiping away his tears as he said, "Ji Xian?" Ji Xian, as usual, forced a smile and replied, "Don't worry, father, I just need to be serious." But immediately, the emperor hugged him tightly, "You have worked so hard all this time." Though not understanding why, Ji Xian's tears still flowed, and he softly asked, "Why do you say that?" The golden sunlight stretched over them. Yun Lan and his grandson approached the medicinal pot that Ling Er had been soaking. Looking over at Ji Xian, they couldn't help but sigh, though they didn't know what had happened. It was truly moving. That medicinal pot was truly miraculous, with its fragrance spreading everywhere. Even the wooden sword was drawn to the scent, causing it to leave the old emperor's hand. The old emperor looked at his swollen hands, crying and shouting, "I am free, I am free." Ji Xian was also excited, "Father, you're amazing." The old emperor sat down on the ground, looking at Ji Xian and smiling, "So this is the challenge of a great master? I understand now." From now on, Ji Xian's father would often reflect, not just as an emperor worthy of his title, but also as a father deserving of respect. Ji Xian nodded, "Father, no matter what, I will always support you." Although the harmonious scene between father and son was touching, in reality, the celestial sword was merely immersed in the intoxicating fragrance, with no real challenge in sight. The sky was clear, the wind was gentle, and the sun shone brightly. Jiang Chen, who had just hidden somewhere, walked while massaging his sore shoulders. "It hurts so much. I've been busy all day because of Jiang Ling Er's illness," he muttered. "It really hurts." As soon as he returned home, Jiang Chen saw Ji Xian and his son, along with a few others, in high spirits. The sight before him left him somewhat surprised. "Look at this, these people seem to be getting along very well, happily chatting." Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. He walked over, smiling enthusiastically. Although more and more people were becoming idle, everyone still seemed to be in a good mood, living in harmony. Only Tu Shan Mo wore a sour expression, looking displeased. The number of people who had come to eat was growing, and the food was being divided among them. This was an important path to enhancing its spiritual power. Now that he thought about it, it was mealtime. Tu Shan Mo nudged Jiang Chen, whining, "Master, I'm hungry." Jiang Chen looked at it, calculated the time, and indeed, it was time to cook, but the ingredients weren't enough for so many people.
Tu Shan Imo secretly thought, I'll help you chase them away.
Suddenly, an idea popped into Jiang Chen's mind.
He happily called everyone to gather. Everyone eagerly looked at him and asked, Does the master have any instructions?
Jiang Chen smiled and said, Since we've run out of ingredients for cooking, let's go into the mountains and gather some more.
Although Jiang Chen only mentioned gathering ingredients, everyone understood it in a different way. Could this be a new form of training? Ji Xian thought to himself, is this the second challenge?
Yun Lan and the old man both assumed they were going to gather new ingredients.
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, still carefree, asked with a smile, Does anyone have any objections?
Of course, no one dared to speak up. After all, these people were here solely for the free meals, not for anything else. Indeed, Tu Shan Imo thought to himself, truly the heart of a bodhisattva.
Although no one dared to voice their opinions, each person's thoughts were different.
However, when it came to the extraordinary ingredients, cordyceps felt excited about the challenge.
This fungus, scientifically known as Tricholoma matsutake, is also called matsutake mushroom.
It grows on pine tree roots, has a rich flavor, and is a rare and valuable medicinal mushroom recognized worldwide. A true strongman must have the ability to withstand the probing of a 1,000-year-old spiritual beast, thanks to its marvelous effects, as well as the intense attacks from human strongmen. Its roots deeply embedded in molten rock, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, it cannot be uprooted, containing endless mystery. This is the power of the mushroom.
Suddenly, the strongman noticed some movement nearby.
The duel of the strongman began. He glanced at the newcomers and thought to himself, not bad, this is the breath of a human strongman.
2 top-tier strongmen, renowned figures, and a mushroom that thought too much.
Meanwhile, Emperor silently resolved to compete in his heart. His son had become a disciple and was now ranked beneath the granddaughter of his opponent. This time, he had to perform exceptionally well, he absolutely could not lose. He glanced at the 2 disciples of Jiang Chen. At this moment, Yun Lan felt a special affection for Ji Xian. Although he was a prince, he did not despise the life of the wilderness.
Truly an ordinary and approachable person, indeed a talent.
Ji Xian, on the other hand, thought that Yun Lan was like a lotus in the early morning, her smile was truly beautiful.
Jiang Chen led them closer and said, Everyone, disperse here. We will gather again in 2 hours.
The mushroom did not feel any fluctuations in spiritual energy from him.
It thought to itself, this person is a servant, right? As long as he's not that servant, anyone else can challenge me.
The mushroom calmly observed Jiang Chen's movements, and when it saw him leave, it felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, it felt a hand reaching towards it, about to pluck it. Upon seeing Yun Lan, gentle and beautiful, standing in front of it, it thought to itself, this is indeed a big win. Suddenly, Yun Lan grabbed a mushroom and pulled it out. 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees, and finally, the 4th tree. But strangely, when she reached the 4th tree, she just couldn't pull it out. Yun Lan stared in astonishment at the mushroom, muttering, There were clearly 4 trees, but where is the 4th one? She began to feel helpless, even tears welling up in her eyes.
Why can't I pull it out?
The mushroom glanced at Yun Lan with a proud look, thinking to itself,
Do you really think a little girl like you can pull me out?
It's simply impossible, you're still too inexperienced. At that moment, another hand reached out and easily pulled the mushroom out. Jiang Chen, who had somehow returned to stand behind Yun Lan, had done it.
The mushroom lay in Jiang Chen's hand, sweating profusely. The showdown between the strongman and the strongman ended with the mushroom being tossed into the basket.
The other mushrooms looked at it and laughed, happily asking,
Hey, little brother, you made it in too?
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sternly lectured Yun Lan.
Wasn't it just pulling up a few mushrooms?
Next time, don't waste so much time on it. The mushroom was furious, its eyes turning red, but no matter how much it screamed, the battle was over, and the victory belonged to the strong man of humanity. In another corner, after collecting the cooking ingredients, Jiang Chen entered the kitchen and began cooking.
Everyone returned to their respective tasks. Each person did their own work.
The Emperor of Daiyan was joyfully swinging his sword. Prince Ji Xian, who was usually clean and exemplary, was busy tidying up, while Chang Yunzi was frantically practicing his qigong.
Xing Yunzi walked over and asked, "Both of you, do you have any plans after dinner?"
Ji Xian replied, "The senior has asked me to stay and work for him. While I remain here, my father will also stay for a while." After saying this, he continued sweeping. Yunlan had a special fondness for Ji Xian. She did not expect him to be so humble and unpretentious, unlike most princes. On the contrary, he appeared mature and reliable. Yunlan nodded, smiling as she said, "Having dinner here is already a small blessing.
When the time comes, both of you will definitely be amazed."
Both of them were so intrigued by Yunlan's words that they couldn't take their eyes off her.
She continued, laughing, "Just wait and see. I'll go change Ling Er's medicine first. You two can take a rest.
The courtyard is quite large, feel free to make yourselves at home." With that, she left, leaving Ji Xian and his father staring at each other in confusion. Ji Xian decided to continue with the cleaning, while the old emperor nodded and said, "Then I will take a walk around." As the old emperor took a stroll, he suddenly spotted Qing Yunzi sitting cross-legged under a tree, his face pensive. The old man wondered, has this old fellow stopped singing and rapping and switched to playing chess now? Ji Yuanhao stepped closer, stroked his beard, and focused intently on the chessboard.
"Is this the completed chessboard? What is it about this game that caused Qing Yunzi to display such an expression?"
Ji Yuanhao was deeply curious, but the moment he laid eyes on the board, he lost his composure.
Suddenly, an immense force pulled him in.
His soul seemed to be drawn into another world. Ji Yuanhao gritted his teeth and screamed.
"Stop!" He halted.
As he opened his eyes, the sight before him shocked him. The place where he stood had transformed into a colossal chessboard, covering the entire sky and earth. More accurately, it had become an entirely different world, where all living beings seemed to be intertwined like black and white pieces on a chessboard, arranged at random. Even the Emperor of Daiyan was just a tiny piece in this grand game.
"This is not good. If this continues..."
Just as he was in panic, the aged voice of Qing Yunzi echoed.
"Ji Yuanhao, retract your spiritual sense."
Ji Yuanhao was startled, immediately retracting his spiritual sense, still looking horrified.
Qing Yunzi glanced at him and explained. "This is a chess game set up by Senior.
If your spiritual sense penetrates too deeply, you may never be able to escape. Fortunately, you withdrew in time, otherwise, your spiritual sense would have been crushed. This game encompasses the stars, the earth, and all things. I was also shaken when I first encountered it."
Ji Yuanhao patted his chest, trying to calm his mind.
Qing Yunzi exclaimed in astonishment, "I didn't expect that this game would contain such profound meaning of heaven and earth. The great Tao within is truly unfathomable.
Not only can I not fully comprehend it, but I have also been drawn deeply into it.
If it weren't for the senior's guidance, I might have remained lost forever." Suddenly, the old man asked, "Your wooden sword surely has a similar principle, right? The items created by the senior all contain endless mysteries. A divine sword of such unparalleled perfection, even within the entire cultivation world, would be regarded as a supreme treasure." Ji Yuanhao drew out the sword, tears welling up with pride. It is truly as Qing Yunzi said. He held the sword up, feeling an overwhelming confidence. Ji Yuanhao, gleaming with pride, eagerly boasted, "Let me tell you, but don't spread this outside. The senior has even given my Xian heir the opportunity to become a disciple. As long as Xian heir passes the trials, she and your Saintess of Azure Cloud will become fellow disciples."
Chang Yunzi nodded in admiration.
"Oh, really? That's great." Ji Yuanhao became even more excited, eagerly boasting, "Such an opportunity to take on a disciple, and to receive this extraordinary divine sword. If it were anyone else, they surely wouldn't be treated like this." Qing Yunzi looked at him with a discerning eye. Finally, he sighed and said, although it's not the same as your situation, the senior has given me a method, helping me to live into my second life.
Emperor of Dai Yen, see, this is the book. Xing Yunzi opened the book. Ji Yuanhao stared in astonishment.
Immediately, he felt a strange flow of energy entering his body. He screamed, I can feel it now, this book contains a powerful life force. Then, Ji Yuanhao suddenly returned to his youthful form. This life force seemed as though it was about to burst out from the pages of the book.
This book can definitely help someone live through a second life.
Suddenly, Xing Yunzi closed the book. Ji Yuanhao returned to his original appearance, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Xing Yunzi said, the free version ends here, please pay to see more intriguing content. Xing Yunzi smugly asked, your talent is too limited to fully comprehend the wonders inside.
So, what do you think? Has the Emperor of Dai Yen realized something? This book of mine is truly valuable, isn't it?
I'll put it away now, and you can't see it anymore.
It must drive you crazy.
Ji Yuanhao couldn't hide his admiration and exclaimed, truly, this is an unparalleled miraculous book, even my treasured sword is inferior to it.
But you have made a mistake.
Xing Yunzi gently reminded him, I've memorized the content of the page just now.
Let's practice first and deal with the rest later. Using it for free is indeed quite enjoyable. 18 life-nourishing moves. First move, Iron Mountain Lean. Ji Yuanhao began practicing those moves.
The two of them, like children, continued to compare their treasures. In both the human race and the monastic community, both are prominent figures who command respect from the world. Xing Yunzi's failure in today's competition was solely due to the use of the temple, with the two juniors watching and constantly evaluating him. Meanwhile, Jiangchen made use of his free time while cooking, holding a bundle of silver needles in his hand. Each silver needle had a color similar to the one Xing Yun had plucked earlier, making it hard not to draw comparisons. Jiangchen said little, simply taking out a silver needle and pricking it into the 49 major acupoints on Jiang Ling'er's body. Once done, he instructed Yun Lan, all right, Jiang Ling'er has absorbed the medicine.
No, the medicine has already taken effect. Just replace the medicine as I instructed, and everything will be fine. Yun Lan nodded, signaling that the disciple understood.
Jiangchen stretched to relieve the stiffness in his body, then said, I'll go prepare dinner now. After Jiangchen left, Ji Yuanhao and Xing Yunzi gathered to observe Jiang Ling'er, their expressions serious. This person had not only completely removed the influence of the heavenly sound severed meridians but also used its unique force to help the young lady regenerate her body. How profound this method was, turning her into a special constitution, it was truly unimaginable.
Ji Yuanhao asked in shock, what? This young lady has heavenly sound severed meridians within her? Did Senior help her regenerate her body?
The two seniors exchanged a glance, their gazes somewhat improper, and both nodded in unison, which was truly shocking.
Tu Shan Mo, irritated, stepped forward and kicked the two men away. The two of them are not paying attention to the heavenly sound severed meridians, are they?
Time passed slowly, causing Ji Yuanhao to feel restless.
Aren't we going to help the senior? Are we just going to sit here and wait? Xing Yunzi gently replied, help? There's nothing we can do. This is something only the senior can handle. As for the reason, you'll understand once you finish your dinner. Ji Yuanhao became curious. How can a dinner be so mysterious that both the Saintess of Azure Cloud and Xing Yunzi have mentioned it?
In this world, when a cultivator reaches a certain level, they no longer need to eat earthly grains and do not feel hunger or thirst.
Yet now, the two of them, one human, one beast, seem to be hungry.
Only those who have never experienced it would not understand what is happening. But when the delicious fragrance filled the air, Ji Yuanhao still tried to maintain his composure.
The fragrance is indeed strong and captivating, but as a cultivator, what is a mere meal worth?
Immediately after, he discarded his dignity and hurried toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, Jiangchen was focused on kneading dough, preparing a mixture of flour, honey, water, yeast, leavening, warm water, sugar, and roasted sesame seeds. After kneading everything together, he flattened the dough, brushed it with honey, sprinkled sesame seeds on top, and placed it in the oven. Thus, the taigu cake, an intangible cultural heritage of China, was completed. The cake was sweet without being cloying, crisp without crumbling, and was hailed as the king of all pastries. Ji Yuanhao and Ji Xian, father and son, both had identical, fixed expressions. After preparing the cake, Jiang Chen began to process the cordyceps mushrooms. The mushrooms were sliced into even pieces, then made into mushroom soup and roasted mushrooms served with taigu cake. "Everyone, it's finally time to eat," Jiang Chen said. Everyone simultaneously picked up their chopsticks, eating with great enthusiasm, ignoring all formalities. The moment father and son Ji Yuanhao tasted the dish, they were immediately thrilled, even jumping up in joy. Within each bite, there was a profound force of spiritual power, combined with an indescribable delicious flavor, leaving both of them astonished. Could this be the creation that Qin Yunzi mentioned? They wondered. To reach this level, one would normally need years of intense training, but with just a dish made by the senior, everything seemed to come so effortlessly. Qin Yunzi slowly approached the dining table, his eyes filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already picked up his chopsticks, holding a piece of cake. Skillfully, he added a bit of cordyceps as the filling, then quickly completed the homemade vegetarian sandwich. With a satisfied look on his face, he turned to Yun Lan and asked, "Yun Lan, would you like to try it?" "When I was young, I used to eat like this all the time," Yun Lan replied without hesitation, taking the cake and immediately eating it. As the piece of cake melted in her mouth, the flavor of the cordyceps blended together, causing her to freeze for a few seconds before suddenly erupting with surprise. Jiang Chen noticed Yun Lan trembling and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Is it not good?" Yun Lan, still eating, answered with a shaky voice, "No, it's too delicious." So delicious that she couldn't hold back her tears, eating while choking up. Jiang Chen nodded, secretly proud in his heart, "Very good, it seems my cooking skills in this world have not changed at all." No one had ever tasted it without being amazed, even the stinky tofu stir-fried with pig intestines. He was extremely confident in his abilities. Suddenly, Jiang Chen sensed a strange signal. Tu Shan Mo, without him noticing, had appeared in front of him, pouting, and asked, "Where's mine?" Jiang Chen was speechless, quickly preparing dinner for Tu Shan Mo. She ate happily, clearly satisfied. Before long, everyone had finished their meal. By this time, the night was deep, and the bright moonlight shone down. Qin Yunzi went outside to sit by the chess table, and Ji Yuanhao slowly approached. As soon as he saw Ji Yuanhao, Qin Yunzi asked, "Oh, you're not leaving yet?" Ji Yuanhao replied, "Senior didn't send me away, so I wanted to stay here for the night." Senior's secluded place looks ordinary, but in fact, it holds many mysteries. I want to stay and gain some insight. Of course, he couldn't admit that he was reluctant to leave. Qin Yunzi nodded in agreement. "All right. Since Lan brother left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. The two of us can explore the hidden mysteries within this game of chess." Ji Yuanhao immediately seized the opportunity to ask, "By the way, Qin Yunzi, who is the senior Lan brother you mentioned? And what about that girl, what's going on with her?" Qin Yunzi's response left Ji Yuanhao stunned. "What? That girl is from the Zheng family, an ancient noble clan. This is truly astonishing." Qin Yunzi then leaned closer to Ji Yuanhao and asked, "By the way, did you notice the little fox inside?" "I can't hide it," Ji Yuanhao replied, "that's the daughter of the Emperor of Foxes. A few days before you arrived, the Emperor of Foxes suspected that his daughter was kidnapped by the senior, and he stormed over to confront him, almost having his cultivation crippled. It was really quite dramatic." Ji Yuanhao scratched his head, amazed. As expected, even though they live in seclusion, the people who come here are all extraordinary individuals. Qin Yunzi chuckled softly, "Perhaps the charm of the senior lies here, drawing all sorts of people, whether they are extraordinary beings or even those suffering from incurable ailments like me, gathering together in one place, either to grow on their own or to defy fate and change their destiny." Ji Yuanhao was deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes.
Meeting the senior has been the greatest blessing of our lives.
Xing Yunzi nodded with a smile. Indeed, to celebrate, let's have a drink together.
The two of them chatted joyfully under the moonlight all night long.
The next morning, the sun slowly rose from the east.
The grass and trees were lush, and the birds chirped happily, full of vitality. But as with all things, no feast lasts forever. It was time for Ji Yuan Hao to leave. Xing Yunzi asked, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to the senior?"
Ji Yuan Hao replied, "There will be opportunities to return in the future.
This time, I trouble you to say goodbye for me."
Xing Yunzi nodded, "All right, but remember to visit often, or I'll be very lonely." Ji Yuan Hao turned to instruct Ji Xian, staying under the senior's guidance is the greatest blessing of your life.
No matter what, you must seize this opportunity.
Ji Xian answered seriously, "I understand." Ji Yuan Hao placed his hand on his son's shoulder, his voice warm and steady. "Under the senior's guidance, your path of cultivation will progress further, even achieving accomplishments that I have never reached.
In the future, you will become the most solid pillar of Dai Yen."
After giving his instructions and bidding farewell to everyone, Ji Yuan Hao took off, but just moments later, he returned.
Xing Yunzi looked at him in surprise. "Long time no see."
Ji Yuan Hao replied coldly, "I haven't left.
Someone has arrived. Moreover, their energy is extremely powerful."
Ji Yuan Hao explained, "I had intended to leave, but suddenly I sensed the energy of a strong man, and it's not just one person."
"What do you think? Are they here to visit the senior like me, or do they have another purpose?" Xing Yunzi pondered, releasing his spiritual power to sense the energy. He is definitely not wrong. Ji Yuan Hao anxiously asked, "Who is it? Could it be someone you know?" Xing Yunzi nodded. The energy was completely accurate. One of them was definitely Shen Shaozi.
Ji Yuan Hao frowned, and it seemed that they also carried the intention to duel. "I heard before that you once made a vow to fight someone, but in the end, you missed the appointment.
Could it be that he has discovered your whereabouts?"
Xing Yunzi chuckled softly, "Ha, you're making fun of me."
One must always maintain respect.
Meanwhile, Shen Shaozi stepped forward, his face full of anger. He still didn't expect to be here. Although flying would be faster, it could easily be seen as a provocation. And now, here it was, he had already seen it. The sky was clear, the breeze gentle, and the sunlight was truly beautiful. Ji Yuan Hao and Xing Yunzi suddenly rushed out of the house, causing Shen Shaozi to freeze, staring at Xing Yunzi in surprise.
He turned to Mo Yu Huang and asked softly, "Yu Huang, did you see Xing Yunzi the last time you were here?" Mo Yu Huang honestly replied, "Disciple has never seen him."
Hearing this, Shen Shaozi became even more cautious. Not only was Xing Yunzi here, but even the emperor of Dai Yen, Ji Yuan Hao, had appeared. The wind gently rustled the grass as the two sides faced each other in a tense atmosphere.
Xing Yunzi stepped forward, frowning as he said, "I never expected Shen Shaozi, Wu Shenji, and Mo Yu Huang, three outstanding talents from 3 generations of the Ascension Dance Sacred Hall, to appear here together. I wonder what brings all of you here."
Shen Shaozi gritted his teeth and replied, "What a coincidence, Emperor of Dai Yen, old friend, we came here just to visit a peerless expert, but unexpectedly, you are also here."
Two strangers, with no prior acquaintance, gathered here. What were they really doing? Shen Shaozi couldn't help but feel suspicious. Seeing Shen Shaozi's insincere attitude, Xing Yunzi's face darkened as he said, "Visit a senior? The senior is resting. You've come at the wrong time. Please leave."
Shen Shaozi's face also darkened as he replied, "We've only come to visit, with no other intentions."
"If the senior is resting, we can wait." Ji Yuan Hao snorted inwardly, thinking, no other intentions?
The energy of trouble they're radiating is already several miles away.
Am I getting old and can't sense it anymore?
Xing Yunzi spoke again, "The senior is indeed resting."
"You've really come at the wrong time. Please leave."
"You say you want to wait here, but the senior will not meet you today." Shen Shaozi, provoked, gritted his teeth and laughed harshly.
"Oh, really?
I remember the duel between you and me was supposed to take place earlier, so why are you here now trying to drive me away?
Are you looking for an excuse to avoid it, too scared to fulfill your promise? Seeing Qin Yunzi fall silent, Shin Shaozi pressed on, did I guess it right? Qin Yunzi angrily said, it's just the impulsiveness of youth. Back then, you defeated me purely because of your strength. Right now, I can still admit that I am temporarily no match for you.
But these two things are unrelated.
I advise you to return simply because I want what's best for you.
Last time you came to cause trouble, you almost had your entire cultivation crippled.
Shin Shaozi stubbornly refused to believe him, sneering, you think you can scare me with baseless arguments? Shin Shaozi won't be easily deceived by lies. Qin Yunzi sighed in exasperation, another fool who doesn't fear death.
Really? Ji Yuanhao, standing to the side, spoke up, you deal with Shin Shaozi, the rest I'll handle. The situation forces us to split the battlefield once again. Qin Yunzi held the health-preserving book in his hand, and his figure gradually transformed into a youthful appearance as if he had returned to his prime.
Shin Shaozi sneered, oh, when did you learn the technique of rejuvenation?
Don't think that because you look young now, I'll go easy on you.
Your arrogance will eventually cost you.
Suddenly, Qin Yunzi's technique struck out.
Although slightly startled, Shin Shaozi quickly assumed a defensive stance, thankfully escaping unscathed, but his anger flared. Without waiting for him to react, Qin Yunzi coldly said, tit for tat. Shin Shaozi immediately formed a seal, with flames swirling around his body and hands.
He placed his two palms facing each other, the palms open and directed towards the sky. One finger was raised, while the other hand pressed two fingers together, forming a seal. The flames erupted fiercely, and the tips of his fingers intertwined, creating a massive ring of fire. He raised his thumb towards the sky, completing the technique in the blink of an eye. The sky blazed with a fiery red hue, resembling a dragon of flames soaring across the heavens.
Shin Shaozi launched a frenzied attack, laughing loudly, prepare to face the fury I've built up over the years. The fire blazed intensely, its momentum like a dragon in flight.
Qin Yunzi remained calm, simply holding the book in his hand and casting the technique. Against the fierce flames, a soft green barrier shield appeared, blocking every wave of attack. Qin Yunzi then proceeded to use the second technique from the 16 techniques of life cultivation, steadfastly neutralizing Shin Shaozi's flames once again.
But Shin Shaozi was no ordinary opponent.
After being pushed back slightly, he immediately formed another seal and spat out a small flame. His fingers traced a circle in the air, and the Zhong Yuan Dai technique was unleashed. Countless chains of red-hot iron flew across the sky, all attacking Qin Yunzi simultaneously. Qin Yunzi coldly dodged, then used the first technique of life cultivation, Iron Mountain Lean. It felt like walking through a mist of bones, a strange energy surged from the earth, suddenly rising up. The smoke dissipated, and Shin Shaozi felt completely unaffected. There was no pain, no itching. The technique appeared grand, but in reality, it was merely a life cultivation technique. How could it deliver such a powerful attack?
Qin Yunzi could only cry, how could this be possible? Ji Yuanhao stood below, observing calmly, and said, this is quite understandable.
You have not fully grasped the meaning in the senior's book but forced yourself to use it, so it's only natural that you cannot unleash your full strength.
Is your side finished? Ji Yuanhao smiled and answered, that's right.
To ensure fairness, the young girl did not participate in the battle, and Wu Shenji has been defeated.
This. Shin Shaozi couldn't help but be doubtful. What's going on?
Logically, the strength of the two of them should be on par.
How could one lose so quickly? What exactly happened?
Ji Xian, looking out from the courtyard, said, it seems that one side's energy has stopped, it appears there is already a result. What do you think, has our side won or?
Yunlan smiled indifferently and said, it must be our side. After being guided by the senior, everyone has made progress. I'm very confident in our side.
Ji Xian nodded in agreement, that's true. At this moment, Mo Huang, who was observing nearby, also felt somewhat confused.
The Emperor of Daiyan was much stronger than they had anticipated. Should she intervene or not? In any case, this battle was filled with unexpected elements. For example, Ji Yuan Hao, who understood the extent of his own strength, and the Ascension Dance Holy Lord, were at roughly the same level, but now he was able to suppress the opponent. Ji Yuan Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of quiet joy, wondering if he had become stronger. But he immediately dismissed the thought, acknowledging that this outcome was due to the divine sword Jiang Chen had given him the day before. Though it had only been a short day, the sword had, unknowingly, nurtured his sword intent, deepening his understanding of the way of the sword. Shin Shaozi shouted loudly, "It's unbelievable that Wu Shenji surrendered so quickly. Now, Shang Yunzi is exhausted and no match for me. Let you replace him and fight me. If you lose, obediently summon that person out here." Ji Yuan Hao sneered, "Such big words, but if you dare to step into this place, your cultivation will definitely not survive." Mo Yu Huang sighed. After a moment of contemplation, she decided not to get involved in this matter, choosing only to observe from the sidelines. Shin Shaozi formed a seal and unleashed the 8 trigram swimming dragon. A massive fire dragon appeared behind him. He shouted, "I'll take your words as truth, but I also want to see how much of my cultivation he can take." Shin Shaozi gritted his teeth, commanding the 8 fire dragons to charge directly at Ji Yuan Hao, who stood below. Just before the 8 fire dragons struck, Ji Yuan Hao transformed into an illusion. The flames collided, creating a massive explosion. At that moment, Ji Yuan Hao had shifted to a position behind Shin Shaozi. With both hands forming seals, he stared intently at Shin Shaozi and began chanting a spell. The 1,000-handed Buddha sword formation was unleashed, with countless swords forming a circle around Ji Yuan Hao, their sword energy sharp and their momentum unparalleled. Shin Shaozi laughed loudly, as if the battle was thrilling him. He raised both hands, and a massive fireball appeared in the air, burning fiercely. From this fireball, another fire dragon was formed. This move was called the Fierce Dragon Protection Claw. The dragon seemed to have been upgraded, completely different from the last time. It took on Ji Yuan Hao's attack without any harm, even looking more furious. Ji Yuan Hao gritted his teeth, "Damn it, this is really tough. This opponent is on a completely different level from Wu Shenji. I can't let Shin Shaozi disturb Senior." Ji Yuan Hao looked at the object in his hand, anxiously wondering, if I use this, could I withstand it? Though I haven't fully comprehended it yet. Suddenly, the sword in Ji Yuan Hao's hand latched onto his arm. His face darkened, cursing the timing. Who would have thought the sword would suddenly grab his hand and pull him along? Ji Yuan Hao's body was being controlled by the sword, leaving him completely unable to resist. What the hell is this nonsense during a battle? Shin Shaozi was at a loss for words, but this was also his chance. He immediately formed a seal and set the flames around Ji Yuan Hao ablaze. Despite not knowing exactly what had just happened, he decided to attack first. Both Ji Yuan Hao and the wooden sword were scorched black. The sword, which was still gripping Ji Yuan Hao's hand, became extremely angry. So furious, the sword started narrating its own life. "Anyone who has ever read about me knows I am a wooden sword. Right now, I am incredibly displeased because every time I sleep, someone disturbs me. Since being carved, this is the second time." Suddenly, it turned to Ji Yuan Hao, "Humans. I've had enough of you. I can't believe you didn't learn your lesson last time. I hate being bothered, I hate having fingerprints and human breath on me. Originally, I had no intention of sparing you, but last time, the scent you let me inhale boosted my cultivation greatly. I had to close my eyes and nurture my spirit for a while, and during that time, I opened my heart to show mercy. But now that I've woken up, you dare to act recklessly again?" The magical sword was furious, transforming into a large qilin and shouting, "Do you have a death wish?" Seeing the qilin, the elder's expression was like he had been struck by a thunderbolt. The qilin then said, "But the one across from us is even more detestable. How dare he set fire to me? Furthermore, I feel he harbors ill intentions toward the master who created me. So this time, I'll temporarily side with you." If you can't defeat him, I will lend you my strength, but there is a condition. With that, the Qilin transformed back into a sword.
Ji Yuanhao's body was filled with a surge of powerful energy, and his hair shone brightly.
The old man excitedly smirked with a foolish grin.
This body, full of energy, was truly a miracle. Xin Shaozi felt a sudden change in Ji Yuanhao, and a sense of doubt rose in his heart, as if he had a bad premonition. Ji Yuanhao slowly reached out to touch the wooden sword, the very one gifted by Jiang Qin Sr., a supreme artifact imbued with unbeatable sword intent and unparalleled treasure.
Ji Yuanhao drew the sword, striking a cool pose as he wielded it in attack.
In an instant, Ji Yuanhao transitioned from an ordinary state to the realm of the fusion of man and sword. In the face of this absolute level and power, Xin Shaozi's dragon was nothing at all. Before Xin Shaozi could even react, he was beaten to a pulp, disintegrating into nothingness. At this moment, Qing Yunzi had reverted to his original form and approached Xin Shaozi to explain. The sword in his hand is the one given by Jiang Qin Sr., the very person you've been stubbornly trying to find to settle the score. The sword had returned to its original form and loudly instructed Ji Yuanhao. Every day, you must apply oil and polish me, and you must also let me smell that fragrance. Ji Yuanhao nodded repeatedly, as if he were threshing rice.
Qing Yunzi sighed and said, "It's only natural that you couldn't win."
Xin Shaozi, now utterly deflated and powerless to rebut, still felt uncomfortable and grumbled. The use of such a divine sword had forced the Emperor of Daiyan to bow his head, willingly guarding the entrance.
"Then what is the reason you're guarding here?"
Qing Yunzi replied cheerfully and innocently, "The senior taught me the method to live to the second life."
Xin Shaozi asked in astonishment, "What? The method to live to the second life?"
The elder approached Qing Yunzi, speaking softly but seriously. "Qing Yunzi, you cannot speak carelessly about such things. Living to the second life, not to mention anything else, just within our holy land alone, many seniors have not been able to achieve it.
Do not let that person deceive you."
Qing Yunzi opened the book, his youthful form returning, and smiled as he said, "No matter what you're thinking, the truth remains the same. I truly did receive the method to live to the second life from the senior, and as for what you say about the senior not being like me and Ji Yuanhao willingly working for him, that is just your own speculation. We are here entirely by our own choice."
Xin Shaozi thought to himself, could they have been controlled?
The magical artifact he carried hadn't been used yet, and it seemed that person was even stronger than he had imagined. It was probably best not to rush into using the trump card. For now, he should return and come up with a long-term plan.
Too many unexpected factors had already arisen. The three from Ascension Dance Sacred Hall all returned. The two juniors, who were the most troublesome, also appeared to pay their respects. Ji Yuanhao muttered, "Did he really tie the knot?
If I had listened earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have wasted so much time. I don't even know how much time has passed, but the senior must be about to awaken."
After the great battle, this place finally returned to tranquility. Yunlan approached Qing Yunzi and asked, "Did you manage to tie the knot, uncle?" Qing Yunzi sighed and replied, "Yes, I did."
As he tucked the bag into his robe, he added, "I'm exhausted. I plan to take a rest for a while." Yunlan glanced at Ji Yuanhao and remarked, "I never expected the Emperor of Daiyan to suddenly become so formidable." In the blink of an eye, he changed the entire situation. Although Senior Xin Shaozi didn't use his full strength, the sword intent still made him feel fear. Qing Yunzi grunted softly, his expression sour. Though they had both been granted precious items, now someone had surpassed them. The old man's anger was understandable. Qing Yunzi said, "I need to go and figure out how to live through a second life." After saying that, he grumpily walked off, leaving Yunlan standing in confusion, unsure of what she had done wrong. Suddenly, she remembered Ji Xian was still there, so she hurried to find him. But when she arrived, she only saw Ji Xian holding a broom, standing still like a statue, sighing deeply.
Yunlan couldn't help but sigh as well.
A mess of debris was scattered across the ground, and Ji Yuanhao had already flown off. Ji Xian was so angry that he was on the verge of losing his mind. He frowned and muttered, "Leaving a battlefield like this for me to clean up, the resentment is beyond words." The scene shifted to the flight path of Ji Yuan Hao. The divine sword flew beside him, and in its heart, it was overjoyed, thinking to itself, "Since the moment I was created, this is the first time I've ever left the house. This form is so hard to move in. Just watch me." With a burst of sound, the sword transformed into a cute little girl dressed in a lion costume, incredibly adorable. The girl joyfully laughed and asked Ji Yuanhao, who was flying beside her, "I'm so excited. Where are we going now?" Ji Yuanhao stared in shock at the divine sword next to him, his eyes nearly popping out. The sword remained blissfully unaware, gazing at the scenery below, happily saying, "Wow, so many things I've never seen before. Uncle with the bald head, where are you taking me?" Ji Yuanhao's shiny bald head was drenched in sweat as he nervously asked, Are you really that divine sword?" The sword smiled joyfully and replied, "Ah, yes. The previous form was too inconvenient for movement, isn't this better? Don't you understand? Let's go on an adventure together." Ji Yuanhao's face turned pale with shock. "Master, Senior, just how powerful is the divine artifact you created? Also, this gives me the feeling that I'm carrying my own grandchild." On one side, there was laughter and joy, while on the other, a defeated figure fled. Mou Huang followed Xinshao's ancestor for a while, unable to hold back, and asked, "Ancestor, why do we suddenly have to leave?" Xinshaozi furrowed his brows in confusion. "If we truly had to engage in a fierce battle, we wouldn't necessarily lose. Besides, we haven't even used our ultimate magical weapon yet. Even if we take out the Ascension Dance Immortal Mirror, we can directly suppress Qin Yunzi and the Emperor of Daiyan. But then, we would still have to face that person." In Xinshaozi's imagination, the person was an extremely frightening character, but little did he know that Jiang Chen was actually an ignorant man. Xinshaozi spoke in a deep voice, "This person can make Qin Yunzi and the Emperor of Daiyan bow their heads and become his subordinates. Just think about how strong he must be." Qin Yunzi and Mou Huang both fell silent, especially Wu Shenji. "You were knocked away without even your clothes," Wu Shenji spoke up. Mou Huang furrowed his brows in thought. It was hard to believe that even the elders of the Holy Land working together couldn't deal with Jiang Chen, the master of that wooden house. The ancestor and the Holy Lord were both highly powerful, yet they couldn't do anything. The last time he had come, the situation hadn't been this bad. It was hard to imagine how things would develop if this continued. By that time, even if they united the major forces of the human race's cultivation world, it would likely be useless. But they couldn't just leave like this either. Qin Yunzi frowned and said, "The existence within that wooden house is truly terrifying. Perhaps even the Holy Land of Ascension Dance would find it difficult to get involved, but this person must be plotting something insane, or else he wouldn't have taken control of the imperial dynasty of Daiyan and the sacred hall of Azure Cloud. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seems to have succeeded." As he spoke, Wu Shenji used his technique to change his clothes. He continued, "When I fought with Emperor Dai Yuan, that sword continuously transferred energy to him. It must have been controlled by that person from behind the scenes. He always stood behind, silently controlling the entire battle. If he were to intervene directly in the future, it would not only threaten the HAV Holy Land but the entire cultivation world." Mou Huang furrowed her brows, her expression turning serious. "Qin Yunzi is right. What if we can form an alliance with the major forces of other sects and act together?" After listening to Wu Shenji's explanation, Xinshaozi spoke, "With the power of our Holy Land of Ascension Dance, there is truly no one in this world who should make us feel threatened. I understand what you're thinking, but have you ever considered that if we join forces with other clans to display our true strength, they might do the same? Would it then be possible to avoid a war between the great forces? If that happens, even the Holy Land of Ascension Dance would struggle to control the consequences." Mou Huang furrowed her brows. Although she was the youngest here, honestly speaking, she also had her own calculations. It seems that more and more forces are being drawn into this matter. I originally wanted Ancestor to scout the situation without making a big deal of it, but if it involves the entire Holy Land, it's different. My younger sister has placed too much trust in Jiang Chen, seeing him as a great figure, even believing that he has saved her life.
Currently, my younger sister is still cultivating in the sacred realm of ascension dance and hasn't gone outside. Once she finishes her cultivation, will she become even more deeply immersed in this relationship?
While my younger sister hasn't left yet, we must resolve this issue now. Not only for my younger sister but also for the entire cultivation world.
We must persuade ancestor.
Mou Huang fell silent for a moment before walking over to Xinshaozi and said, "Ancestor, I agree with Holy Lord's idea. Right now, both Qing Yunzi Sr. and the Emperor of Daiyan have become pawns of Jiang Chen. If we continue to hesitate, there may be even more forces drawn into this. At that point, our power will continue to weaken, while his power will grow stronger. While we still have the chance, we must act now."
Shen Shaozi placed a hand on Wu Shenji's shoulder and nodded, saying, "You are not wrong.
Divine mechanism, after you return, immediately contact the Holy Lord of the major Holy Lands as well as the emperors of the other imperial dynasties, and ask them to come to the Holy Land of Ascension Dance."
Mou Huang was surprised, not expecting Shen Shaozi to agree so quickly.
Shen Shaozi frowned and said, "Actually, I have thought this through.
Right now, we still have a chance. If we delay any further, our chances of winning will keep shrinking.
Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly and be ready for any situation.
Remember, what we are doing must remain secret, and it must be carried out in secrecy. If not, it will be easy to fail." Mou Huang nodded in a daze.
Yes, although her goal has been achieved, their actions are becoming increasingly strange.
The scene shifted to Jiang Chen's extraordinary house. In the music courtyard, Jiang Chen was instructing Yunlan.
After hearing his words, the music teacher nodded in approval. "Not bad, you have made progress. However, your progress has only been limited to technique, while the most important thing in music is the expression of emotion and personality. Although I don't know how much music theory you have learned before, there is one thing I must emphasize: following your own path is the most important thing." Yunlan nodded in agreement. It is indeed easy to learn from those who came before, but eventually, there will come a day when it becomes a barrier to oneself. I hope you remember this well. If you don't pay attention to this, sooner or later, it will hinder you, and all your lifelong efforts will end up stagnating.
Yunlan replied, "Yes, master, I understand." Jiang Chen nodded and then turned to look at Qin Yunzi and Ji Xian.
Yunlan followed Jiang Chen's gaze and happily said, "Ancestor Cheng Yunzi looks much younger, with glossy black hair, smooth skin, and much brighter eyes." Yunlan joyfully said, "Ancestor, you look much younger now." Qing Yunzi smiled brightly. "Indeed, after watching the great tonic cultivation method, I gained some insights, and my energy and blood have begun to recover." Jiang Chen nodded, "Not bad, keep it up, there will be even more changes in the future." Ji Xian looked at Jiang Chen and smiled, "Senior, I have cleaned up the surroundings, may I ask if there is anything else to instruct?" Jiang Chen glanced around, seeing that the yard had been swept clean, and everything was neatly arranged.
"This young master from a wealthy family is quite skilled, isn't he?"
The man had finally escaped the mountain of housework, his heart so overjoyed that his eyes welled up with tears. If he could not engage in cultivation himself, then being with those who did and helping them was the right thing to do. In his previous life, he had spent half his years in endless busyness, only to end up with nothing. Now that he had the chance to start over, he naturally had to live more freely like the reclusive life he currently led. Time quietly slipped by, and the day finally arrived to conclude Zhang Ling'er's treatment process. Yunlan replaced her censer with a larger one. She looked at it with concern and asked, "Ancestor, are we close to success?" Qing Yunzi shook his head and said, "I don't know either. This kind of special constitution reconstruction is something even I'm seeing for the first time. But the senior's methods are advanced, so there shouldn't be any problem. For now, let's just wait and see." A strange fragrance suddenly wafted out from the censer. Elsewhere, a crowd stirred, gazing skyward with exclamations of wonder. That phenomenon was the light of a lucky star, and in other worlds, flowers bloomed in a vibrant display, while here, an intoxicating fragrance spread everywhere.
Qing Yunzi's face turned pale, utterly stunned.
Yunlan couldn't help but blush, frozen in place as she watched flowers blossom wherever the scent reached. Hills blanketed in flowers formed a scene rarely witnessed in this world.
Jiang Chen nodded, smiling with satisfaction. Yes, it seems everything has succeeded.
The incense burner opened, and a few drops of golden water glittered as they splashed out. From within, a hand extended, followed by the body, piece by piece, pure and flawless. The scent of herbs spread everywhere. Jiang Ling'er's body slowly floated into the air, breaking free from the medicinal water. Around her, it seemed as if a layer of light enveloped her.
Could this be the kind of medicinal water capable of transforming a person?
The light swirling around Jiang Ling'er grew stronger, radiating a dazzling divine glow. From her body, a layer of soft fabric gradually formed, creating a complete outfit. Jiang Chen cast a cold glance, while Ji Xian, Yunlan, and Chang Yunzi were so moved that tears streamed down their faces. Jiang Ling'er stepped forward, now fully dressed. Her once black and white hair had turned into a pure shade of black. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around, signaling that they had succeeded. Yunlan hurriedly ran to her, wrapping his arms around Jiang Ling'er's waist.
Perfect, not a single flaw. Ling'er, younger sister, how do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable?
Jiang Ling'er smiled and replied, thanks to the senior, the strange sensation caused by the heavenly sound severed meridians has completely disappeared.
I feel incredibly warm all over. With that, she released Yunlan and walked towards Jiang Chen.
At last, she had escaped this torment. Jiang Ling'er knelt before Jiang Chen, sincerely saying, Ling'er thanks you for the rebirth, senior. I thought that I would have to live my entire life as a useless person with no affinity for cultivation, but thanks to meeting you, I have gained another chance. My gratitude is beyond words. At this point, Jiang Ling'er seemed on the verge of tears. Jiang Chen calmly stepped forward, extended his hand towards her, and gently said, There's no need for that. Jiang Ling'er stared in astonishment at the hand held out before her. The future still held many surprises, but without a doubt, something new had blossomed in her heart. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Meeting me is fate, saving you is also fate, everything is due to destiny. Jiang Ling'er stood in a daze, her cheeks flushed, her gaze never leaving Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen continued softly, If you ever have the chance to start over, you must seize it. Don't let yourself regret it, don't leave any room for remorse, and do your best. With that, Jiang Chen gently patted Jiang Ling'er's head. She nodded faintly, her voice soft, Yes, I understand. After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Chen said, All right, if there's nothing else, I need to go set up the stall. Please take care of everything at home. Yunlan happily stepped forward, embraced Jiang Ling'er, and said with a smile, Ling'er, congratulations. Jiang Ling'er excitedly replied, Sister Yunlan, let's work even harder together from now on. Seeing the two of them at peace, Xing Yunzi was overjoyed. The old man laughed loudly, Ha ha, this little girl is getting more and more spirited. Now, it's Ji Xian's turn to be called out. Yunlan immediately recounted everything. Ji Xian stood stiffly, stammering, Hello, ma'am. Jiang Ling'er nodded thoughtfully for a moment before asking, Sister Yunlan, Senior Chang Yunzi.
Uncle Lan still hasn't returned yet?
At the mention of Lan, both of them immediately changed their expressions. It was then that they realized, and the scene shifted to a desolate place, with large bloodstains still visible on the ground. A figure walked forward, trying to wipe the blood on the ground. The blood had not dried yet, indicating that the person had managed to escape. He chuckled softly and said, You must guide us well.
Lan, lead us to find the young lady.
At this moment, Lan was severely injured, coughing up blood as he ran. His coughing was hoarse, and he looked like he might collapse at any second. His teeth were clenched, his brows furrowed, his face dark with rage, yet his skin was pale from blood loss, his clothes stained with blood. He thought to himself, This won't do, but I must return to the young lady.
Young lady, don't go back. That place is no longer home.
At the Zhang family estate, a gloomy and unpredictable atmosphere enveloped the entire place, filled with an icy chill. In the main hall, a man sat on the family head's throne, coldly gazing down at the one kneeling before him. He asked, "What's the situation?" This man was the current family head of the Zhang family and the biological father of Zhang Ling heir. However, his appearance now was no different from that of a villain. The noble person on the ground respectfully reported, "Master Sect, we have let Lan go." It seemed he was searching for the young lady, but he had suffered severe injuries. It was uncertain whether he could endure long enough to reach her. The head of the Zhang family coldly replied, "He will make it. With his temperament, even if he has to die, he will still go to her." The noble person knelt down in contemplation for a moment before asking, "Sect Master, why did we have to let Lan go? With your cultivation, finding the young lady should not be a major issue." The head of the Zhang family gazed into the magic lens before him and indifferently said, "If it were any other time, I could easily find her. But this time, despite using my magic, all I see is a fog, unable to detect any traces. Therefore, I have no choice but to let Lan lead the way." However, there was something that troubled him. In the world of cultivation, there were still places he couldn't probe. Could it be that everything Lan said was true? Had Zhang Ling heir truly found a way to resolve the heavenly sound's severed meridians? Blood continued to pour from Lan's wounds. This meant he had managed to find his way to Zhang Chen's dwelling and had encountered Zhang Ling heir, but his injuries had worsened as well. Lan gritted his teeth, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body collapsed to the ground. Blood poured from his wound without stopping. Zhang Ling heir rushed over in panic and asked, "Uncle Lan, what happened? Are you all right?" Lan forced himself to speak, "Young lady, I am fine, it is truly good to see you again." Zhang Ling heir's face turned pale, and she trembled as she cried and asked, "Uncle Lan, why is your sleeve covered in blood?" Witnessing the horrifying scene, Lan and Ji Xian stood frozen. Zhang Ling heir, both heartbroken and furious, shouted, "Who on earth did this to you?" Yunzi hurried over and said, "Don't speak yet, let me heal your wounds first." The spiritual energy from Yunzi flowed into Lan's body, and his wounds slowly began to heal, but suddenly, the healing process encountered a problem. "Yunzi, something strange is happening," the healer remarked. Lan seemed to suffer even more, continuing to cough up blood. Zhang Ling heir, panicked, asked Yunzi, "What is happening?" Even Lan felt a sense of fear. Yunzi angrily shouted, "This is intolerable, this can't be. Lan brother, what exactly is going on with your injury? There is a cold force continuously eroding your vitality, and my healing energy is only having the opposite effect." Yunzi explained. Lan collapsed into Zhang Ling heir's arms, weakly saying, "It's useless. The force within my body is a unique trait of the Zhang family. Unless someone from the Zhang family acts, no one can heal this wound." He furrowed his brows tightly and said, "Can you all step aside for a moment? I need to speak with the young lady privately." Lan looked at Yunzi and nodded in agreement. Despite his great concern, Yunzi had no choice but to leave. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Ling heir hesitantly asked, "Uncle Lan, have they all gone? What exactly happened?" Lan gritted his teeth and said, "Young lady, from now on, do not return to the Zhang family." Zhang Ling heir, shocked, asked, "Uncle, what are you saying? Why are you suddenly telling me not to go back home? What has happened to the family?" Lan's face showed a painful expression as he spoke, "There are things I plan to tell you later, but now I cannot delay any longer. Your mother and I both belong to an ancient lineage, the descendants of the Eagle clan. However, compared to the Zhang family, our Eagle clan has always been small and isolated, and our bloodline has largely remained hidden. As a result, our clan has been dwindling over time, and by the time of your mother's generation, there were fewer than 100 of us left. Our Eagle clan possesses a very special bloodline inheritance, the ability to gather the pure Yin energy of the heavens and earth and condense it within the body. The more pure Yin energy one accumulates, the stronger their power becomes, and especially during cultivation, one can say it is already half the path to success." Your mother possessed the purest bloodline of the Eagle clan since ancient times, with extraordinary natural talent. Back then, many geniuses admired her, and I was just one among them. Your father had methods, was adept at disguise, and was extremely attentive to your mother. Furthermore, he was the young master of the Jiang family, a figure of great prestige and noble status, far beyond what ordinary geniuses could compare to. After that, he agreed with your mother that they would use the power of the Jiang family to rebuild the Ying family. Therefore, your mother refused this marriage. At that time, I also gave up on pursuing your mother and finally joined the Jiang family.
Everything seemed to be going well, until your mother gave birth to you and suddenly passed away.
It was also at that moment that my hair turned from black to white, and the old man was furious. Yinglan continued, I confronted your father about what happened, but he suddenly changed completely and became cold. No matter how much I pressed him, he refused to say anything. I even saw killing intent in his eyes. I wasn't afraid, and I was determined to investigate your mother's death. So, I took care of the orphan young lady while secretly investigating the cause of your mother's death. At this moment, Jiang Ling'er felt her mind in chaos, unsure of how to think.
She asked, Uncle Lan, what happened next?
Yinglan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, and then he grew serious. During that time, I continued to investigate your mother's death, but in the end, I couldn't find any clues. Until I returned this time, the old man was attacked by the very people of the Jiang family. Naturally, with my current cultivation, I could only endure the injuries and couldn't do anything else. Upon receiving the news from Yinglan, Jiang Yingtian immediately became furious, his eyes bloodshot and filled with hostility as he questioned, You said Ling'er has found a way to cure the heavenly sound severed meridians?
We have been plotting and scheming for so long, yet you dare to disrupt everything like this?
In an instant, Yinglan understood the whole truth. It was all part of Jiang Yingtian's sinister scheme. In Wuhua City, the sunlight still stretched everywhere. Jiang Chen was leisurely strolling through the city, holding a red bean pastry in his hand. Suddenly, the red bean filling fell out. As he took a bite of the pastry, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen.
Sure enough, that feeling was not wrong.
At this moment, Jiang Ling'er was in great pain. She placed Yinglan's rough, calloused hand on her face, but she was powerless, unable to do anything.
Uncle Lan's injuries were growing worse by the minute.
Although she had managed to get rid of the heavenly sound severed meridians, she still could not help him. His cultivation was gradually weakening, and if it continued like this. Qing Yunzi sighed, glancing at Jiang Ling'er before saying,
The injuries inflicted by Jiang Yingtian are beyond my ability to deal with.
I feel ashamed, that sect master of the Jiang family is too powerful.
Even at my peak, I wouldn't have been able to stand against him. Yinglan anxiously spoke up.
The ancient clan, those 4 words carry immeasurable weight, even the ancestor of the Holy Land is no exception.
Right now, the only one who can help us is Senior.
All their hopes were pinned on Jiang Chen's arrival. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the door suddenly opened.
Jiang Chen walked in from outside, seemingly having rushed back.
He looked at everyone and said, Sorry, I always felt uneasy, so I came back earlier than planned. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen, Jiang Ling'er immediately let go of Yinglan and rushed toward him. She threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms, pleading earnestly, Senior, please, you must save him.
Jiang Chen looked at her in surprise and asked, What happened? I'm back now.
Jiang Ling'er nodded, tears streaming down her face, as if she had just found someone who could truly understand her pain. She said, But the situation is dire, and it's all my fault. Jiang Chen shook his head to comfort her, Don't blame yourself just yet, take me to him right away. Taking the opportunity, Qing Yunzi interjected, The one who harmed him left a sinister method on his body that is continuously draining his life force. I tried to help, but there's nothing more I can do. Jiang Chen walked over to Yinglan, who was lying on the bed, and said, It's all right, leave it to me. He quickly examined the wounds. This condition was far too severe, it looked like he had been poisoned. There was no time to hesitate.
Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. If not treated immediately, the consequences would be unimaginable.
It seemed the one who injured him was indeed someone powerful. He turned to Qing Yunzi's group and ordered, I must treat Uncle Lan right away, and you all need to act quickly. Yun Lan, go to the back courtyard and pick several types of herbs just from the 2 plots in the front. Ling Er, prepare hot water. The 2 of them answered in unison and quickly left. For Jiang Chen, everyone in the courtyard was considered his guest. When a guest was injured, of course, he couldn't just ignore it. For now, he temporarily set aside investigating why Ying Lan had been injured and poisoned, focusing solely on completing his task. After that, Jiang Chen took out his acupuncture kit. In just a short time, Ying Lan fully recovered and was able to sit up normally. The children who witnessed this were overjoyed. Indeed, Jiang Chen lived up to his reputation, solving everything quickly and efficiently. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his face and said softly, It's fine now, you just need to rest. The external wound is nothing to worry about. What's concerning is the poison that had accumulated in your body. Although I'm not sure what it was, I've removed it, so you can be at ease. Try moving, you should recover completely in a moment. Ying Lan followed Jiang Chen's instructions, then clasped his hands in gratitude and said, Indeed, there is no longer any threat inside my body, and my spiritual energy is circulating smoothly, even stronger than before. I truly thank you, Senior. Jiang Chen was slightly flustered and helplessly laughed, saying, Why are you starting to call me Senior now? Ha ha. At that moment, Zhang Ling-er ran up from behind Jiang Chen and called out to Ying Lan. She threw herself into her uncle's arms, bursting into tears. While crying, she called, Uncle Lan. Ying Lan smiled happily and gently comforted her, Young lady, I'm fine now, thankfully because of Senior. Qing Yunzi sighed and remarked, Fortunately, with the presence of a senior, I feel utterly ashamed. At that moment, Qing Yunzi's eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Chen confidently accepted this compliment. He proudly thought, How could I not be impressive? If not, how could I be worthy of my top-tier medical skills? The next day, sunlight once again illuminated Jiang Chen's courtyard. Qing Yunzi happily jumped up, lightly punched Ying Lan's firm six-pack abs, and praised, Truly amazing, your body feels even more solid than before, not even a trace of the injury can be seen now. Ying Lan, irritated, grabbed Qing Yunzi by the collar, lifted him up, and scolded, That's enough from you. Qing Yunzi looked at him with a pitiful expression and said, Aren't we still playing? Ji Xian twitched his lips and asked Yun Lan, who was standing next to him, Were they like this before? Yun Lan helplessly nodded and then suddenly said, Come to think of it. Ji Xian eagerly turned to ask, What is it? Unexpectedly, Yun Lan walked up to Jiang Ling-er and asked, Ling-er, have you thought it over? Do you want to tell Master about your situation? Ji Xian was suddenly left out, feeling awkward and embarrassed. Jiang Ling-er seemed troubled. She shook her head and said, I'm still unsure. I don't want to trouble the senior any further, after all, this is a personal matter for my family. Qing Yunzi, with his head swollen from being hit, walked up to Jiang Ling-er and cheerfully said, No matter what, with the senior's compassion, he will definitely help you. Rest assured. Jiang Ling-er silently thought, although the heavenly sound severed meridians had been resolved, that force still remained. Yun Lan and Senior Qing Yunzi are right, at the moment only a senior can help us. Seeing Jiang Ling-er still worried, Yun Lan cheerfully encouraged her, Ling-er, don't worry, with the senior here, you have nothing to fear. Ji Xian also gave a thumbs up and nodded in agreement. The fox spirit little sister was cheering for her as well, and it seemed that this time, she had made up her mind. Jiang Ling-er smiled and said, I will tell the senior tomorrow. The next day, in the back courtyard, Jiang Chen was sitting at a stone table, drinking tea when Jiang Ling-er came over, her eyes darting nervously at him. Jiang Chen, however, casually gazed at the teacup in his hands, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Jiang Ling-er clenched her fists, a clear sign of her inner struggle. She seemed to be debating whether or not to speak, but then she shook her head and dismissed the thought she had to say it now. Her eyes were full of determination, and suddenly, Jiang Ling-er cried out, Senior! Jiang Chen, startled by the sudden exclamation, nearly spit out his tea. He stood frozen, staring blankly at Jiang Ling like an innocent cat, utterly confused by what was happening. Jiang Ling suddenly spoke in a trembling voice, "Actually, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time."
Jiang Chen stiffened.
Based on his experience, the awkwardness in Jiang Ling demeanor made him suspicious.
Could it be that she had feelings for him?
"There's something I've thought about a lot, but I don't know if saying it will only trouble you more," Jiang Ling continued, her voice growing softer.
Jiang Chen fell silent, his mind spinning with a flurry of speculations.
A strange feeling crept into his heart. He stood frozen for several seconds before suddenly realizing the awkward situation he was in.
What is happening? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Ling in astonishment, a flood of questions rising in his mind. Could it be that she really has feelings for me? But what's so special about me? Besides, she's the young lady of a wealthy family, why would she be interested in someone like me? Is this for real, or is it just a joke? He thought endlessly, still unsure of what Jiang Ling was trying to say, afraid of misunderstanding the situation. Jiang Chen decided to remain silent.
Jiang Ling spoke again, "Soon, my family might come here."
Jiang Chen swallowed nervously, "Your family?" He began to feel some doubt.
Though Jiang Ling was young and always out in the world with only a servant, in such a dangerous world, wasn't her family worried? It seemed like this young lady had left home without permission. Of course, when her family found out, they would come looking for her. But judging by Ling expression, could it be that she had a conflict with her family? As expected, Jiang Ling continued, "Since I was little, I've never gotten along with my family. Whether they are relatives or those called siblings, almost everyone has looked down on me." Jiang Ling's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Jiang Chen, while he propped his hand on his cheek, deep in thought. It seemed that her family was coming to take her back. Ling must have run away because of the conflicts within her family.
Family, a sociological concept, refers to the family structure that includes parents and unmarried children living together.
The family environment, including its atmosphere, traditions, and the interactions between its members, has a profound impact on the behavior and psychological development of children. A harmonious and warm family can nurture feelings of love and security in children, while a tense and indifferent family can lead to anxiety and insecurity. Therefore, the emotional relationships between family members play an important role in an individual's growth and development.
Currently, the family is trying to bring Ling back, but she seems reluctant and even somewhat disdainful.
After some time living together, I have come to understand Ling somewhat a smart and sensitive girl who inevitably evokes sympathy in others. Her refusal to return certainly hides an unspeakable secret.
Jiang Ling nodded awkwardly and asked, "That's right, could you help me?"
Jiang Chen felt confused. After all, this was a family matter, and it seemed inappropriate for an outsider like him to intervene. He was just a small businessman, with no power or influence. If that family had a powerful background in cruel attendance, he would definitely not be able to handle it. Suddenly, Jiang Ling said, "If I return, not only will I be in danger, but Uncle Lan will also be at risk of losing his life."
Jiang Chen's heart raced. He understood now.
The serious injury of Ing Lan must be related to this matter. He recalled the horrific wound, his face turning pale. What Ling said didn't seem like a joke but the truth.
Everything was becoming more complicated.
Although he wasn't a particularly kind-hearted person, when it came to human lives, Jiang Chen decided to nod in agreement. He looked at Jiang Ling and said, "If they truly come here, I will do my best to help you." Jiang Ling suddenly felt a sense of relief. Just a single sentence from Jiang Chen had immediately calmed her heart, which had been teetering on the edge. She was certain that once a senior made a promise, they would undoubtedly fulfill it. Although their relationship wasn't close, the senior was ready to help her just because of a single word. He was even willing to confront the ancient remnant clan, a powerful, mysterious, and untouchable force. If it were someone else, they would have refused immediately.
But as long as the senior was present, even her unruly and selfish father couldn't do anything to her.
Jiang Ling happily wiped away her tears, her heart full of gratitude.
"Thank you, senior, and thank you too," she said, looking at Little Fox. She gently patted Little Fox, the two of them nuzzling each other as if sharing in the joy. Qing Yunzi, Yunlan, and Ji Xian, who were hiding in the bushes, couldn't help but smile as well. This time, everything seemed to be settling down. In the following days, everything gradually returned to normal. Everyone focused on their own tasks. After learning the truth about her mother's death, Jiang Ling'er became more determined than ever to cultivate. Jiang Chen's small courtyard also began to regain its usual peaceful atmosphere, growing quieter than before. However, outside, there were other changes. The Holy Land of Ascension dance quietly gathered the major forces, even inviting old enemies. At the same time, the once renowned geniuses who had shaken the cultivation world suddenly fell silent in a strange way. No one knew what was happening, nor who was behind it. Emperor Dai Yan had also heard some news. He held the confidential letter in his hand, deep in thought. The people from the Holy Land of Ascension dance just returned from the senior's place. Why are they doing this? Clearly, they're targeting the senior. I had planned to visit the senior's secluded retreat again, but I'm currently occupied and can't leave. I still want to ask about that wooden sword, but with the abilities of a senior, whether I go or not won't make much of a difference. I'll wait until I'm done with my work and then visit the senior. However, at the same time, thousands of miles away from the wooden house, the space suddenly trembled violently and shattered into pieces. From the broken void, a man stepped out, followed by several black-clad individuals wearing masks. From the color of his hair, this man looked exactly like Jiang Ling'er. He was none other than Xiao Lingwu, the son of Jiang Yingtian. He frowned, his voice full of irritation as he spoke. "Damn it, that Yinglan guy must have hidden around here, right?" The black-clad figures responded in unison, "Yes, young lord." Xiao Lingwu furrowed his brow and muttered, "This is strange. Clearly, my father taught me the method for tracking heavenly sound severed meridians, yet I can't sense any energy. We've arrived right at the gates of the Holy Land of Ascension dance, and still no clues. This is careless. I thought this would be a simple task, but those two managed to hide so well. If I can't find them, it'll be a failure in completing my father's orders." Thinking of this, Xiao Lingwu's face turned red with anger. His reputation would be damaged, and even his position as sect master heir could be shaken. One of the black-clad figures beside him asked, "Sect master, should we take action now?" Xiao Lingwu spoke carefully, his tone cautious, "Hold on. We still haven't determined the exact location of Jiang Ling'er. Acting right now is certainly not a wise decision. If this is just a trick by Yinglan, then all our previous efforts will have been in vain. At the moment, the top priority is to find Jiang Ling'er, and everything else can be put aside for now. Yinglan has been severely injured, he no longer has the strength to cause trouble. Even at his peak, it would be difficult for him to contend with the combined forces of the three of you. So, do not rush, let's go, we must find the whereabouts of those two." The group immediately set off, but their direction still led towards the Ascension Dance Sacred Hall. A figure dressed in black voiced his suspicion. Could it be that he has discovered us and is deliberately leading us to the Holy Land of Ascension Dance? Xiao Lingwu thought for a moment before responding. It's possible that they have truly entered the Holy Land of Ascension Dance and are using a powerful secret technique to hide. He sighed deeply, his face full of arrogance. So what if it's the Holy Land of Ascension Dance? Jiang Ling'er and the people of my Jiang family, if they dare to hide and refuse to surrender, that will be a declaration of war against the Jiang family. We will deal with them easily. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lingwu's laughter echoed through the space. At the same time, in Jiang Chen's small courtyard, Jiang Ling'er was sitting by the river, absorbed in her cultivation. Yinglan and Xing Yunzi stood at a distance, watching her. Xing Yunzi softly asked, "Yinglan, can you sense it?" The power of heavenly sound severed meridians within Ling'er not only aids in her cultivation but can also be guided by a special method to strengthen her physical body. Yinglan nodded in agreement, "I have also realized that." The heavenly sound severed meridians on the young lady were formed from the pure sound power of her mother, which sect master Jiang Yingtian had refined.
It contained a powerful force, but it was very difficult to control. At present, the senior had demonstrated extraordinary talent by helping the young lady harness this power. It was astonishing that the senior could accomplish even this. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling Wu's group had also discovered Jiang Chen's small wooden house. It appeared very ordinary, with no signs of any spiritual energy. It was clearly just the residence of a mortal. Xiao Ling Wu immediately dismissed the idea, saying, Jiang Ling heir cannot be here. At this moment, Ying Lan, who was injured and significantly weakened, could not detect the presence of the other group, nor could she perform any spell to conceal her presence. However, the people in black robes asserted that Ying Lan's energy seemed to disappear here. Xiao Ling Wu placed a finger on his forehead to sense. As soon as he did, he felt something strange. Clearly, there was no energy at all in the wooden house. It wasn't that they had been detected, but that the wooden house itself had been problematic from the start. The owner of the wooden house was leisurely sitting in the courtyard, with a little wine and some snacks in front of him. Today, he was having a lazy day at home. Going to Ascension Dance City was merely out of necessity. True enjoyment still lay within his own home. Moreover, the sound of a broom sweeping the ground echoed regularly. The cleaner is already here, the bodyguard is here, the dance partner is here, the background music is here, and even the pets and their caretakers are here. Everything has been meticulously planned. All that's left is to add a chef to handle the cooking, and everything will be perfect. That's because he got injured last time when he returned. In this desolate place, there's nowhere to buy new clothes. Recently, he has also been too lazy to go to Ascension Dance City. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers. It's already done. All he had to do was use his sewing skills to make a new outfit for him, since he was just idly at home. Time passed, and after finishing the sewing, Jiang Chen brought the clothes to Ying Lan. As soon as Ying Lan saw them, he couldn't hide his astonishment. He swallowed nervously, fear clearly evident on his face. This. The old man said awkwardly, I cannot accept this. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this outfit was just an ordinary thing, but to Ying Lan, it was something radiant, glowing with a brilliant golden light. The item wrapped in this cloth carried profound mystery, causing his blood to boil. Ying Lan quickly shook his head to refuse. Senior, you saved my life before. I haven't had the chance to repay that kindness, and now you're giving me such a divine item. I truly cannot accept it. Jiang Chen smiled gently and said, This is just an outfit to replace the old clothes you're wearing. It was made to your measurements, so if you don't accept it, no one else will be able to wear it. Thus, my efforts will be in vain. Ying Lan awkwardly scratched his head and said, this is truly a happiness that comes unexpectedly. That I humbly accept your command, Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Take it and quickly change out of your current clothes. After Ying Lan put it on, his body emanated a continuous golden glow, looking very confident. Jiang Chen happily clapped his hands in praise, it fits you perfectly, as expected of him. Ying Lan, while adjusting his scarf, smiled and thanked, Senior. After donning the attire, he could clearly feel a comprehensive change in his spirit and aura. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a relieved sigh, then chuckled and said, Well, I still have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Ying Lan nodded and replied, Senior, please rest assured, I will take care of the courtyard. Jiang Chen entrusted everything to Ying Lan before leaving. Just as Jiang Chen disappeared from sight, Xing Yunzi quietly appeared, his gaze full of admiration as he watched Ying Lan's new attire. The old man exclaimed, this is truly extraordinary. His face showed clear reverence. Xing Yunzi continued, I was just studying the great art of nurturing life when I suddenly felt an overwhelming divine power manifest. I followed the feeling here, and to my surprise, I witnessed Lan brother possessing such a precious divine item. Truly, this is a cause for celebration. Ying Lan smiled and replied, I must thank Senior greatly. When I put it on, I felt my blood surging, and my spiritual power continuously boiling, as though a spring was flowing within me. Xing Yunzi eagerly urged, Why hesitate? Quickly circulate your spiritual power. Who knows, your cultivation might make a great leap forward. I'm very curious to see what the result will be. Ying Lan, while controlling her spiritual energy, responded, "You are correct, I will use this opportunity to comprehend the favor of the master."
With utmost concentration, Ying Lan focused her eyes on the empty space, and suddenly, she struck with a punch.
Energy surged around her arm like a storm. Xing Yunzi was almost sent flying, and Ying Lan herself nearly lost control of the terrifying power. Meanwhile, Xiu Lingwu and his subordinates remained suspended in the air, carefully observing the wooden house of Jiang Chen, despite the warnings of those under his command. One of them, dressed in black, spoke up, "Ying Lan's energy seems to have disappeared." Xiu Lingwu turned to look at him and said, "Perhaps Ying Lan and Xiu Lingair are hiding inside that wooden house."
It's strange, even the secret techniques of the Qiu family cannot penetrate it.
My divine sense can cover thousands of miles, and with the cultivation of the three of you, yet we still cannot sense any energy inside.
Could someone be helping them? Xiu Lingwu and his subordinates couldn't help but ponder. Another man in black asked, "Sect Master, what should we do next?"
Xiu Lingwu smiled, "Don't rush.
Although Ying Lan is injured, if he risks activating the bloodline power of the Ying family, it will be troublesome.
Furthermore, there may be a powerful and mysterious figure behind these two. To be safe, you three should set up the Great Gung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation here." The Great Gung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation was one of the most terrifying secret techniques of the Qiu family, possessing destructive power and a fearsome sealing capability. This formation could summon the 1 million Peerless Azure Killing Sword, turning the entire covered area into a dead zone. The strength of the formation was proportional to the power of its controller. If the three of them were to preside together, even the city lord of the human race Holy Land would have a hard time gaining an advantage. However, using this formation to deal with Ying Lan's group would be like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It would be a huge waste. In reality, Xiu Lingwu had no intention of using the Great Gung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation against Ying Lan. His primary target was Xiu Lingair. He thought to himself, "I am the future sect master of the Qiu family, my position is secure, my talent and bloodline are unparalleled. How can I tolerate the existence of a worthless younger sister like her? The heavenly sound severed meridians are a disgrace to the Qiu family, yet my father still lets her live. I will make sure she suffers 1,000 swords through her heart to satisfy the rage within me." Thinking of that scene, Xiu Lingwu couldn't help but laugh, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He was certain that the feeling would be absolutely amazing. And that mysterious figure must die too. What a fool he was. Xiu Lingair was deeply focused on her cultivation in Jiang Chen's courtyard, every movement she made exuding authority. A golden aura enveloped her body, the strands of true qi transforming into a protective curtain around her. From a distance, Yunlan and Ji Xian watched, both filled with admiration. Yunlan exclaimed, "Lingair younger sister truly has made remarkable progress."
Xiu Lingair humbly responded, "Sister is too kind, I still have much to work on."
Yunlan then said, "I've brought some snacks made by Senior, please rest for a while with me." Xiu Lingair sat down, smiling.
"Thank you, sister. Senior's snacks always help me improve my cultivation. After eating, I'll be able to cultivate even better."
Yunlan looked at her with concern. "Lately, I've noticed that you don't seem to be getting any rest.
If you continue like this, do you think your body will be able to handle it?"
Xiu Lingair reassured her, "Sister, don't worry. Ever since I cured my heavenly sound severed meridians, my body is full of energy.
This little bit of cultivation is nothing." Ji Xian, chewing on some pastries, asked, "But aren't you still worried about your family and the senior?"
Jiang Lingair sadly admitted, "You noticed, huh? Actually, the reason I've been training so hard is because I don't want to burden the senior with this.
It's a family matter, and if I can solve it myself, it's better that way. Besides, I also want to be decisive with my father."
Yunlan, still worried, quickly said, "All right, let's not talk about heavy things anymore.
While it's still hot, hurry and eat before it cools down."
The pastries in front of Jiang Chen looked incredibly tempting, making anyone who saw them want to take a bite. Xiu Ling Air picked up a chopstick. This is the senior's goodwill.
It's not right to let it cool.
From a distance, a mysterious force suddenly appeared, catching everyone's attention. Just as Xiu Ling Air was about to eat, she was drawn by the energy from outside. Yes, it was an energy she was very familiar with, the Great Gun Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation. In the sky outside the courtyard, a massive sword, almost covering the entire space, was preparing to descend. This was the Great Gun Golden Reversal Killing Formation, a terrifying power that Ji Xian was witnessing for the first time, making him shiver involuntarily. Xiu Ling Air anxiously looked toward the source, thinking to herself, so they came here yesterday, but quietly observed without revealing themselves. Truly, this is the style of both my father and that elder brother of mine. They'll stop at nothing for the royal throne. Not only did father harm my mother to death, but now he is also pushing Uncle Lan towards his demise step by step. Xiu Ling Air's heart ached with torment, unable to find peace. Clearly, they shared the same blood, clearly, they were family. Why? Why was it so cruel? A drop of blood seemed more valuable than a whole pond of water, like a thorn that pierced through her life until this very moment. She truly did not understand. Clearly, Uncle Lan had no blood ties with her, yet he treated her like his own flesh and blood. Senior had no blood relation either, but he had given her a new life. So, what meaning did that bond of blood have? Seeing Xiu Ling Air silent and in pain, combined with the enormous sword in the sky, Yunlan couldn't help but worry. She stepped forward, placed her hand on Xiu Ling Air's shoulder, and asked, "Ling Air, has your family arrived? Should I call Senior?" Xiu Ling Air smiled and shook her head. "No need. If they have caused you so much pain, I will sever that bond myself." Xiu Ling Air bit a piece of the cake in her hand, her eyes filled with determination. "Let me go talk to them." Outside the great formation, Xiu Lingwu stood, watching intently, his heart burning with anxiety. He gritted his teeth as a question arose in his mind: why haven't they pretended yet? Did they all run away? Unable to hold himself back, he decided that he would have to force them into action. With this formation, he didn't believe he couldn't flatten their wooden house. His eyes burned like flames, a twisted smile curled on his face like a demon. Xiu Lingwu shouted madly, "Maybe I can cripple those two insects, I want them to live in misery worse than death." But suddenly, his expression returned to normal as he looked toward the person who had just appeared, his eyes filled with resentment. "Oh, seems like you have some courage after all, my dear younger sister." His voice was full of sarcasm. Xiu Ling sneered and asked Xiu Ling Air, "What's the matter? You won't run away, huh?" Xiu Ling Air coldly replied, "I didn't expect you to act so quickly." She clenched her fists and questioned, "I ask you, it's clear that you were aiming for me, why did you hurt Uncle Lan?" Xiu Lingwu burst into loud laughter. "Why, ha? You're still asking why? How ridiculous. Father has already said, both you and the Ying family must be eradicated from the flow of time." Upon hearing this, Xiu Ling Air's heart sank into despair, leaving no hope. She formed a hand seal and coldly declared, "What do you want to do? If you dare target Uncle Lan again, let's see if you can get past me first." Xiu Ling sneered mockingly. "My dear young sister, you can't even protect yourself, yet you want to protect someone else?" Xiu Ling Air furrowed her brows and questioned, "Are you saying that father wants to kill me too?" Xiu Lingwu gave her a disdainful glance, replying, "Not kill you, no. Father instructed to spare your wretched life. If you've come out here, don't talk too much. Activate the Great Formation, cripple her, but leave her life to bring back." He seemed determined to wipe out Ying Lan and everyone in the wooden house. The three dark figures obeyed the command and immediately activated the Great Formation. Countless swords rained down on the house, the sheer number impossible to count, with the entire sky filled with sharp, gleaming blades. It was as if they had a will of their own, piercing through Xiu Ling Air and heading straight for the wooden house. Xiu Ling Air looked at the scene and softly warned, "I advise you to stop.
If you want to fight me, I can follow you far away, but if you disturb the senior in that house, you will regret it for all eternity. Xiao Lingwu heard the warning but still arrogantly laughed out loud. Ha, still talking about a senior at home? Isn't that the one behind you? Just a turtle hiding its head, too afraid to show its face. How ridiculous. While laughing mockingly, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out, disturbing Xiao Lingwu's consciousness. That sound must be from Yunlan. You have timely assisted Xiao Ling'er. She was completely absorbed in the music, her gaze as gentle as the melody itself. Yunlan's zither playing carried a controlling force, preventing the dark figures from moving. Xiao Ling'er joyfully turned around, her gaze stopping on the person below. Yunlan's sister has timely come to help her. Seeing this, Xiao Lingwu's eyes turned red, her face contorted in rage. Had she already made friends with the army of the academy? A useless person who had done nothing since childhood? Unable to contain her anger, she stretched out her hand, preparing to cast a spell to attack that house. You'll die for me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for wanting to be friends with my younger sister. A beam of light shot toward Yunlan, but she only seemed slightly surprised and didn't react much. This was because the beam hadn't even reached the house before it was stopped by a barrier and shot back. Xiao Lingwu was shocked. Had she been repelled? Then came a sight that left him unable to believe his eyes. He didn't know when, but a pair of radiant golden butterfly wings had appeared behind Xiao Ling'er. Around her, countless small butterflies fluttered, and her large butterfly wings seemed capable of blocking every sword thrust. Xiao Lingwu ground his teeth, trembling with fear. This was her heavenly sound's severed meridians. Has your heavenly sound's severed meridians been healed? Not only that, it's become so powerful that it can block his attack. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. A furious Xiao Lingwu screamed. From the ground, countless long hands reached up, as if wanting to drag the person down to hell. These hands slowly grabbed onto Xiao Lingwu, swirling around and enveloping him. He screamed madly, "Father values you so much, the thing he must want is undoubtedly this mysterious power, heavenly sound severed meridians. For my future position as sect master, I must deal with you. I can never forgive you." Xiao Lingwu was filled with rage, his hair flying up into the sky, surrounded by a blood-red aura. From behind him, a demon mask, seemingly crying blood, appeared, its form extremely ferocious. Xiao Lingwu screamed wildly. Has your heavenly sound severed meridians been healed? It seems you really have a powerful expert helping you. I want to see who dares to be so bold as to offend my Qiu family. Seeing this, Xiao Ling'er couldn't help but feel worried. She hadn't expected Xiao Lingwu to suddenly become so serious, and it seemed his target now even included that senior. Xiao Ling'er furrowed her brows and said to Yunlan, "Yunlan's sister, leave my brother to me. You focus on stopping the sword formation over there, you must be careful. The three strongmen haven't used their true abilities yet, this is just the beginning, even my brother is the same." Yunlan nodded and replied, "It's fine, but you must be careful too." She appeared extremely cautious. Then, Xiao Ling'er flew towards Xiao Lingwu, where the sky was tumultuous, with red clouds swirling like blood, forming into a whirlwind. Xiao Ling'er charged forward like the sun, not a trace of fear in her heart even when facing her dangerous enemy, her own brother. On the other side, the three strongmen of the Qiu family were still being controlled by Yunlan, and the sword formation remained temporarily stable. Yunlan sat down again, using her music as a weapon of attack. Like a child defending itself, she calmly dealt with the killing formation, proving herself worthy of the protection Jiang Chen provided. For now, the three strongmen were paralyzed by Yunlan's music, caught in a state of paralysis. Xiao Lingwu suddenly laughed loudly. "It seems your sisters over there are struggling as well. The distance is no small matter. I want to see how long you can last. Right now, if you bow your head and follow me obediently, it's not too late." Xiao Ling'er stubbornly refused. "I believe my sister will be fine. You should worry about yourself instead." The butterfly wings on her back fluttered, and countless butterflies flew out, attacking straight towards Xiao Lingwu. Xiao Lingwu clicked his tongue and snorted. "You're already at death's door, and yet you still have the guts to talk back." He immediately rushed forward, and a large hand appeared above and below him, seemingly to enhance his power. Though the exact purpose of this hand was unclear, anything created undoubtedly had a purpose. In this case, it might just be for show. Before the demonic mask, a dark and cold stream of true qi was continuously spewing out. From the sky above, countless streaks of golden light flickered and spread in all directions. Xiao Lingair formed a seal and aimed it at Xiao Lingwu, while softly chanting an incantation in her mind to cast her technique. Two enormous sources of energy collided, creating two explosions with the hues of death and gold in the sky, resembling the opposing extremes of yin and yang. Xiao Lingair suddenly felt a familiar magical fluctuation, strange yet unmistakable. The others had started to activate the sword formation. At that moment, Yunlan rushed over in a panic, shouting, "My attack was blocked. What should we do now?" The golden sentinel killing formation before them was once again triggered. Xiao Lingwu was incredibly excited, laughing non-stop. Normally, Xiao Lingair would be trapped in a desperate situation, but now, she has not only surpassed that but has also cultivated extensively. Thus, Xiao Lingair charged forward, spreading her large wings to shield Yunlan behind her. That small, fragile body contained unimaginable strength. In contrast to Xiao Lingair, Yunlan was overwhelmed with worry and sorrow, but above all, dissatisfaction. She bit her lip, thinking to herself, "What are we even doing? After all this time studying with the senior, what have we achieved? The senior once said to find our own style, to find our own path, but how? What am I now? My abilities are still full of noise and interference, what should I do?" Suddenly, little Fox appeared, nibbling on a pastry and giggling softly. He was indeed a person of great integrity. The crumbs still clung to her lips, but she had already begun explaining the ways of life. Everyone has their weaknesses, let alone a man who has been in seclusion for so long. From the direction of Tushan Mo's people, a seductive fragrance spread through the air. The others were still in confusion, not understanding what was happening, when suddenly a beautiful fox maiden appeared before them. The scene left the three high-ranking cultivators frozen, blood flowing from their noses in two streams, completely intoxicated by Tushan Mo's allure. Indeed, when she took action, nothing could compare. Tushan Mo transformed into human form, with the seal's release currently at about 50%. She mischievously stuck out her tongue and smiled at Yunlan, saying, "Sometimes you have to use a little bit of cunning." Yunlan asked in surprise, "Fox younger sister?" Tushan Mo smiled and replied, "I'm here to help everyone. Now, let's take them down together." Xiao Lingair felt greatly relieved when Tushan Mo appeared to assist them. It was true that good people would eventually encounter good fortune. Yunlan, after receiving Tushan Mo's help, also felt more at ease, and her unnecessary worries dissipated. She nodded and said, "Let's go together." She then sat back down, focusing on her zither. This time, the sound of the zither transformed into countless blue and gold attacks, blending together as they relentlessly assaulted the enemies trapped by Tushan Mo's mist. A loud explosion echoed, shaking the sky and the earth. Through the haze, the three figures could be faintly seen, their fates uncertain, but one thing was clear: they hadn't had the time to dodge or defend themselves, because Tushan Mo's enchanting scent was so refined that it trapped them in an illusion they couldn't escape from. Xiao Lingwu, sensing the worsening situation, turned to look at them, but it was too late. There was no way to pull them out of the illusion. Damn it! It was just a few people that she absolutely despised, yet she couldn't even manage to kill them all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Furious, Xiao Lingwu shouted, her cold eyes glaring at Xiao Lingair's group, "I will tear you all apart." The supernatural power erupted, and Xiao Lingwu suddenly raised both hands, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Aya!" A torrent of true qi surged from his body, seemingly on the verge of making his opponent tremble. The more frantic the enemy becomes, the calmer I must remain. Xiao Lingair chanted her incantation while observing Xiao Lingwu, ready to face his attack at any moment.
The Cho family originally hailed from an ancient lineage, having survived the catastrophic annihilation of their clan, and their bloodline strength was considered unparalleled.
Moreover, Cho Ling heir possessed a bloodline that combined both the Chiao and Ing families.
However, Jiang Qin had once warned her, "Remember, you have just healed the heavenly sound severed meridians, you cannot yet freely harness these two forces.
Never be hasty."
Indeed, she had been backfired upon, and her body could no longer be controlled. Seeing Cho Ling heir suddenly freeze, Cho Ling Wu laughed loudly with satisfaction.
Haha, what's the matter? Are you scared by my power? You're trash.
Xiao Ling heir gritted her teeth, forcing herself to endure the pain and continue to channel her technique. She could not afford to fall here. No matter how painful it was, she believed that a senior would surely be concerned and come to help her. However, her power was slowly depleting, and at the same time, countless hands extended from the void, as if trying to drag her down to hell. That damned son was incredibly smug, thinking he was about to ruin his father's plan by killing Xiao Ling heir.
He was ecstatic and arrogantly proud. At that moment, the butterfly wings on Xiao Ling heir's back had completely vanished, and she faced the overwhelming force with no way to avoid it. In her heart, she was left with only one thought: could it be that everything would end here?
Xiao Ling heir's face turned pale as she looked at the disaster about to fall upon her. She knew she couldn't escape, but her heart was still filled with dissatisfaction. The enormous energy was growing closer and closer, oppressing and overwhelming her to the point where she dared not open her eyes to face the impending death. When Xiao Ling heir regained her composure and opened her eyes, she was suddenly startled to find a figure had appeared before her. It turned out to be Ying Lan, who had arrived just in time. With her golden hair standing proudly in her glittering outfit, Ying Lan looked as if she had just transformed, thanks to the special effects of the costume designed by Jiang Chen. Ying Lan rushed forward, clenching her fist, and performed the great step of heaven and earth. The immense true qi gathered around her fist, creating an incredible force. Xiao Lingwu had no time to react. His body was sent flying backward by the strike, the shock reverberating through his whole body, causing anyone who witnessed it to feel the pain. Yunlan and Tushan Mo turned around in shock, noticing the situation on Xiao Ling heir's side. In her eyes, Ying Lan was now radiating a brilliant aura, just like a hero who knew exactly when to make an entrance. Ying Lan turned back to look at Xiao Ling heir, still with her dazzling golden hair, and said, "Sorry, young lady, I'm late." Xiao Ling heir was taken aback, quickly shaking her head and laughing. "It's fine, Uncle Lan, you came at the perfect time." Ying Lan raised her fist, showing off her costume and props.
"What do you think? Isn't it incredibly handsome?"
Xing Yunzi, who was behind, interjected, "The senior did it himself."
Xiao Lingwu, struck by the blow, spat blood from his mouth and took a few seconds to recover.
He kept rubbing his eyes, his gaze locked in astonishment on the person in front of him.
That person. Could it be Ying Lan? How could this be?
Xiao Lingwu exclaimed angrily.
"Aha, this is driving me crazy."
He glared at Ying Lan and Xiao Ling heir, who were laughing and having fun, his heart full of resentment. How could this be? Clearly, he had severely wounded my father before, leaving him with only a breath of life.
Death was just a matter of time.
Yang and I of the Ying family should have been eliminated long ago, but now he appears in front of me, completely unharmed, even punching me and laughing carelessly, completely ignoring my presence. Not only that, but Ying Lan's strength had also increased significantly, his cultivation reaching an unknown level. Xiao Lingwu was so enraged that he spat out another mouthful of blood. This was unforgivable.
I am the prince of the Chiao family, how can I swallow this anger?
There must be a master guiding him behind the scenes, daring to challenge the Chiao family. I will crush him into 1,000 pieces. He must be torn apart by 5 horses.
No one will escape.
It was only at this moment that Ying Lan noticed Xiao Lingwu. Frowning, he said, "The killing intent is too strong. Looks like you're no longer hiding your true feelings. But if you dare to plot harm against the young lady or even come a step closer to the wooden cottage, don't blame me for not holding back my fists." Xiao Lingwu was trembling with rage. Gritting his teeth, he hissed,
you dare to threaten me? Ying Lan didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He simply released his true chi, roaring, I never said I was trying to scare you. The momentum from Ying Lan was like that of a true dragon, his current strength far surpassing what it once was. Though he had been strong before, known as the genius of the Ying family, now, with a loud shout, Ying Lan declared, I truly want to teach you a lesson. After finishing his words, the old man turned to Qiu Ling'er, his attitude suddenly changing. He smiled gently and said, Upon further thought, I will trap him, and the rest is up to you, young lady. With that, a stream of true qi shot from Ying Lan, enveloping Qiu Lingwu and forming a large sphere that resembled a fireball, standing out dramatically. Qiu Lingwu furrowed his brow as his body suddenly became paralyzed. At this moment, Qiu Ling'er had regained both her strength and health. She clasped her hands together in gratitude towards Ying Lan, then began forming seals, preparing to strike Qiu Lingwu once again. Ying Lan sneered. Why thank me? Young lady, just deal with him as you see fit. In the cramped encirclement, Qiu Lingwu grew increasingly anxious, desperate to break free. Qing Yinzi, standing nearby, gleefully hopped around, laughing. Ha ha, now he's completely bound. Even the formation has collapsed. Qing Yinzi wasn't wrong, the demon mask behind Qiu Lingwu had vanished. Qiu Ling'er gritted her teeth, trying her best to cast her magic. This is the perfect opportunity, just a little more. She pleaded. Grant me a bit more strength, even if just for a moment. I won't miss this chance. Qiu Ling'er cried out, and the true qi within her dantian converged into the golden elixir, exploding into power. Her golden butterfly wings reappeared, more dazzling than before. At this point, Qiu Lingwu was in a panic, surrounded by powerful experts. He shouted in fear. Traitor, what do you want to do? I am your elder brother, you wicked, unfilial one. Qiu Ling'er paid no heed to his words and advanced directly toward Qiu Lingwu. Qiu Lingwu was startled and shouted, You stay away. Qiu Ling'er furrowed her brows and looked at him, clenching her fist tightly before delivering a powerful punch toward him. She screamed as if to release all the pent-up emotions within her. This punch was no ordinary strike, it carried the tremendous strength of the sacred body of the Taiyin, enough to knock out an ordinary person instantly, even stronger than Ying Lan. Qiu Ling'er shouted, This punch is for the countless times you've humiliated me in the past. This punch is to punish you for daring to harm my friends. This punch is to reprimand you for showing disrespect to my senior. And especially, for daring to push Uncle Lan, the most important person to me, to the brink of death. This is unforgivable. Zhang Ling'er's face turned red with fury. Tu Shan Mo turned around, saying, Ling'er sister, Ying Lan is just as emotional, but perhaps Ying Lan is the one who feels it the most. Qiu Ling'er had once regarded him as the most important person in her life. The girl he had once guided, who always worried, had now grown so strong. However, the villain always appeared indifferent, as if Qiu Lingwu, despite being beaten and bloodied, with his face swollen like a pig, was still alive. Truly, no matter how filthy an obsession may be, it clings to a person like leeches. He trembled, thinking, I am the junior sect master of the Qiu family, destined to become a top-tier strongman. Not only do I inherit the legacy of the Ying family, but now even this cripple dares to harm me. How can I tolerate such humiliation? In the future, I will surely be criticized by my clan, and my position as junior sect master will be shaken. My father cares deeply about this responsibility, so no matter what, I must bring Qiu Ling'er with me. The man clenched the jade tablet tightly in his hand. This was the final assassin's move. Qiu Lingwu threw the jade into the air, and the golden streaks on the jade lit up. He shouted loudly, Kill them, take Qiu Ling'er away, they must be killed. He gripped the jade even tighter, as if he wanted to crush it. A tremendous force began to spread through the space. Blood flowed freely from his nose and mouth, but Qiu Lingwu seemed oblivious to the pain. He was beyond furious, unable to do anything else. At all costs, he had to take Qiu Ling'er away. Qiu Lingwu was seething with rage. Just a bunch of insignificant nobodies dared to stop him.
What he held in his hand, Yinglan and Qiu Lingair both knew all too well it was the ancient god's order. This was bad. Perhaps Qiu Lingwu intended to summon Qiu Yuan Tian's avatar here, and Qiu Yuan Tian was Qiu Lingair's father. And who was Qiu Lingair's father? He was the sect master of the Qiu family. Would a top-tier immortal platform realm powerhouse descend here? As Qiu Lingwu crushed the jade tablet in his hand, a mysterious flow of energy suddenly appeared. The force contained within the jade began to surge endlessly, exuding an overwhelming aura. In just a moment, this aura spread throughout the entire world. At the same time, powerful beings on Earth felt the tremor of this mighty force, including Shen Xiaozi and Ji Yuan Dao. They immediately recognized that this was the energy of the Qiu family, one of the ancient remnant clans, and it originated from the wooden house of Jiangchen. While Shen Xiaozi suspected that Jiangchen had a mysterious connection with the ancient remnant clan, Ji Yuan Dao appeared more perceptive, realizing that this energy carried with it an unfriendly intention. Upon sensing this, Shen Xiaozi quickly left a message. Divine mechanism, I'm going to check something. Pay close attention to the bow and then disappear immediately. Ji Yuan Dao did not hesitate, flying away from the imperial palace. Although he knew Jiangchen was guarding the area, he couldn't shake off his anxiety. Back at Jiangchen's wooden house, at this moment, the overwhelming aura emanating from the distant location seemed to be impossible to conceal, radiating a terrifying majesty. It spread across a vast radius of thousands of miles, not only covering the Holy Land of Ascension Dance and the imperial dynasty of Daiyan, but also causing countless people within that range to notice the strange transformation of heaven and earth. The ancient jade had shattered. Qiu Lingwu was filled with satisfaction. He laughed madly, his voice cold. Ha, you will definitely die. Do you know why? In the Qiu family, to ensure the safety of a sect master like me, each person is given a piece of the ancient divine order. This jade can summon the avatar of the current sect master. My father, one of the strongest men in the world, is the sect master of the Qiu family, the peak expert in the earlier stages of the transcendence realm Qiu Yuan Tian. From the sky, a massive figure appeared, exuding a cold murderous aura. It was the avatar of Qiu Yuan Tian. Qiu Lingair, upon seeing her father, couldn't help but shudder, not only because of the painful memories of the past but also due to the terrifying power emanating from him. A series of painful images, from childhood to the present, flashed through her mind. No matter how hard she tried to appear strong, when facing the real culprit, she could not hide her own weakness. Qiu Lingair was on the verge of collapse, and she sank to the ground, instinctively clutching her head. Yinglan immediately stepped forward, standing in front of her, his voice gently comforting, "Young lady, don't be afraid, we are still here." Indeed, Yinglan was the most trustworthy person to Qiu Lingair, second only to Jiangchen. His presence was like a solid wall, always protecting her. Qiu Lingair gradually regained her composure. As Yinglan said, she was no longer alone. A helpless smile appeared on her lips, and as she wiped away her tears, she thanked him. Meanwhile, Qiu Lingwu suddenly burst into laughter, making one wonder how a villain could survive so long. With his face grotesque and covered in blood, he screamed in a shrill, unpleasant voice, "Are you all crazy? Death is at our doorstep, and you're still chatting? You think this is a joke? Yinglan, a tiny little law enforcer like you dares to be disrespectful in front of my father. Even if there were 100 of you, my father could crush you all with a single wave of his hand." In the sky, Qiu Yuan Tian's clone suddenly raised his hand, the jade-like palm descending and striking the face of his foolish, ungrateful son. "When you can't fight, you call your father for help." Qiu Lingwu had already died 100 times from the cruel strike of his father. He was thrown to the ground like an arrow, and the ground beneath him cracked from the impact. The group of Yinglan quickly retreated to defend, while Yinglan continued to shield Qiu Lingair behind him. The guards stood bewildered, not understanding what was happening. On the ground, the dust gradually cleared, revealing Qiu Lingwu lying in a human-shaped pit, trembling as he asked, "Father, why?" Qiu Yuan Tian seemed extremely angry, his voice harsh as he scolded. "You useless wretch, is this the point where you have to resort to using the ancient god command? The people around felt a chilling aura envelop them, likely from the oppressive pressure of his cultivation level. Xiao Yuan Tian roared, and a fierce skull appeared from above, its size and power 100 times more terrifying than that of Xiao Lingwu. He continued. What infuriates me the most is that you dared to steal my heavenly sound's severed meridians. It seems the only solution now is to kill all of you and find a way to retrieve my heavenly sound's severed meridians. Hearing the words kill all and retrieve heavenly sound's severed meridians, Ying Lan, who had been standing beside Xiao Ling Er, suddenly disappeared. It turned out that he had launched himself like an arrow, charging straight toward the giant hand of Xiao Yuan Tian that was pressing down. His eyes were filled with rage and hatred.
Xiao Yuan Tian seemed taken aback by Ying Lan's actions.
In his eyes, Ying Lan was just a useless cripple whom he had nearly beaten to death not long ago. Yet now, Ying Lan was full of vitality and strength.
Ying Lan's eyes were bloodshot as he picked up. You worthless scum! He then spun around, continuously launching fierce attacks on Xiao Yuan Tian's avatar.
The sound of fists hitting the body echoed everywhere.
The young, naive onlookers couldn't help but gossip excitedly.
Even Xing Yunzi happily rushed forward to cheer. Well done, beat him up, send him flying. Only Qiu Lingwu, who was on the ground, was shocked, staring up in disbelief.
What is this? Has Xiao Yuan Tian's hand been knocked away?
Xiao Yuan Tian raised his hand, his arm feeling nearly numb. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the small figure before him, filled with doubt.
How could this person suddenly possess such strength? What is the reason behind this?
Ying Lan snarled and shouted directly at Xiao Yuan Tian. This punch is for the mother of the young lady, the next punch is for the young lady.
Although Ying Lan had been equipped with Jiang Chen's attire and had greatly enhanced cultivation and strength, he was still no match for Xiao Yuan Tian.
However, Xiao Yuan Tian didn't take Ying Lan seriously at all, coldly threatening. Presumptuous, dare to lay a hand on me again and see what happens. But Ying Lan showed no fear, raising his fist and striking fiercely at the giant avatar of Xiao Yuan Tian. The sky seemed to light up, and Ying Lan appeared majestic and imposing.
Xiao Yuan Tian's face was knocked to the side, and in that moment, a memory resurfaced.
He recalled the time before he started courting Xiao Ling Er's mother. At that time, he had received a report about someone who was always close to the young lady of the Ying family. The messenger had corrected themselves. Sir, that is the childhood sweetheart of the young lady.
Xiao Yuan Tian took the document from the person, but in his eyes, this was just an insignificant figure, not worth his attention. Ying Lan, a secondary member of the Ying family, was boring.
People like him were not even worth considering, just some small fry who couldn't stir up any waves.
He dismissed him.
He was tearing up the documents about Ying Lan as he spoke, but now the situation was backfiring on him. The name of the Ying family, which he had once looked down upon, was now attacking him, even gaining the upper hand.
Ying Lan's speed was as swift as lightning. As Qiu Yuan Tian blocked the blows, he shouted. The Yang and I of the Ying family.
Xiao Lingwu was so astonished that his eyeballs nearly popped out.
How could this be happening?
Even though it was just a reflection, his own strength had reached the middle stage of the immortal platform realm.
Ying Lan was at most at the Dharma manifestation stage. How could he suppress the reflection of someone in the immortal platform realm? Even Xing Yunzi couldn't help but be amazed.
Ying Lan's attire and Jiang Chen were clearly a magical artifact capable of enhancing one's strength to the point where he could fight above his level. Now, it was as if an ant could kill an elephant. Xiao Yuan Tian glanced at Ying Lan, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth as he yelled.
Don't be so arrogant.
He then compressed his body to a smaller size, evidently to increase his offensive power.
Ying Lan pressed on, launching relentless attacks.
This time, Xiao Yuan Tian had shrunk himself, making his movements more agile. He reached out his hand and gently formed a barrier to block Ying Lan's assault. In the sky, two beams of light, one blue and the other golden, collided, sending sparks flying in all directions. Ying Lan was pushed back, and even Xiao Yuan Tian was not spared, being knocked away. A sense of panic surged within him.
What was happening? Had he just been pushed back? Why? What was going on?
This situation completely goes against common sense, it is too strange and bizarre. Even Qing Yunzi found this situation to be extremely mysterious. Though the difference was only a minor realm apart within the same major realm, surpassing it was already difficult enough, but now, not only was there a gap of a major realm, but they could even fight evenly. This scene was like a tiny ant shaking a giant elephant. The strength and methods surpassed all the usual rules of this world. This feeling was just like the image that appeared in Xiao Yuan Tian's mind of a man with silver hair. At that time, the man had come to him and said with a smile, "What a pity, it seems you have no hope of breaking through anymore.
Perhaps you should try my method."
Indeed, Xiao Yuan Tian still vividly remembered the first time he met that person, like a mighty dragon capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, while he himself, in front of that person, was nothing more than a tiny ant. If that's the case, could it be that the one who cured Xiao Ling Er's heavenly sound severed meridians is?
The more Xiao Yuan Tian thought about it, the more confused he became. He gritted his teeth, his face darkening, and silently thought, "No, it seems I must take Xiao Ling Er away before that person takes action. There's no other choice." Xiao Yuan Tian frowned, his eyes full of vigilance as he stared at Ying Lan standing before him. At this moment, Ying Lan was starting to face serious problems. His arm was almost numb, seemingly reaching its limit. He frowned, thinking to himself, although the chances of success are low, I must push back this reflection before I fall. Moreover, for some unknown reason, he suddenly stopped, motionless. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Ying Lan chuckled and charged toward Xiao Yuan Tian to attack.
I'm almost there, just a little more.
Suddenly, something appeared that startled Ying Lan instinctively. The old man hurriedly tilted his head to dodge, barely escaping a disaster as something sharp whizzed past him. Ying Lan, in a daze, turned back to look at the object that had just struck by, wondering what exactly it was. In front of him now, countless rays of light similar to that were attacking. Ying Lan couldn't defend in time, and was repeatedly struck, fresh blood splattering from the wounds on his body. Although there were more injuries now, they were merely superficial and insignificant. What mattered more was that the old man, Xiao Yuan Tian, had activated the Great Gung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation. In the sky, tens of thousands of swords appeared, their momentum sharp and fierce. How could this be? Yun Lan and Tu Shan Mo, who had always been cautious to prevent the three strongmen from starting the formation, were stunned when they glanced over at them. The three strongmen had been forced to borrow bodies to cast the spell, each nearly drained of energy, resembling walking corpses. This magic was truly vicious, especially for someone like Qing Yunzi, who always valued life. This was even harder to accept. The old man was enraged, shouting, "Xiao Yuan Tian, do you care nothing for the lives of your subordinates?" Xiao Yuan Tian snorted coldly and replied, "No need for more questions. When defeated, one becomes bitter. No need for words, it's best to act swiftly." Under Xiao Yuan Tian's control, the swords flew toward Ying Lan. Faced with such powerful and dense force, Ying Lan was not foolish enough to engage directly, quickly darting to the side to dodge. Yun Lan urgently suggested, "Younger sister, let's try to disrupt the grand formation." However, Qing Yunzi immediately stopped them, deeming the action utterly foolish. Xiao Yuan Tian seemed to have noticed the movements of their group as a part of the formation shifted to attack them.
Qing Yunzi, defending while shouting loudly, said, "This is absurd.
This battle is not a place where juniors like you can participate." With the support of the Great Gung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation, this reflection has already reached the strength of the true body.
What stands before you is the immortal platform realm peak of the tenfold layer. What are you still standing there for? Run quickly.
After his words, with Qing Yunzi's support, the juniors hurriedly fled.
However, Xiao Yuan Tian was not about to let them escape easily.
He swung his hand, trying to block their path. Ying Lan could not allow Xiao Yuan Tian to harm Qing Yunzi's group, so he voluntarily turned back, dodging while looking for an opportunity to counterattack.
Xiao Yuan Tian glanced at him coldly and said, "Forget it, if you've come in on your own, then let me send you ahead."
Lan was startled as countless sword blades struck him, embedding deeply into his flesh, and fresh blood stained his new robes. Numerous sword lights rushed toward him, their sharp momentum slashing down.
The process seemed endless.
Lan could only grit his teeth and hold on, unable to approach the one controlling the great formation at close range.
How detestable.
Lan's transformed form slowly began to dissipate. He sighed inwardly, thinking that this was all he could do. That's right, after all, this power is borrowed. Lan's massive body continued to fall with each strike from the killing formation. At this moment, his mind held only one thought: young lady, you must take care of yourself. Lan was nearly out of breath, but he had forgotten that he wasn't alone. In the most critical moment, Xiao Ling-er unleashed all of her heavenly sound severed meridians and shot forward like an arrow to save Lan. At this moment, it was clear that she was extremely angry, but not at Xiao Yuan Heavenly Midina, she was angry at Lan herself.
Lan's earlier action was nothing short of seeking her own death.
Xiao Ling-er, frustrated, shouted, "Uncle Lan, stop acting recklessly.
What would I do if you're gone?"
Xiao Yuan Tian, you almost killed Lan, but it was ruined by your heart full of rage. The old man's eyes reddened as he stared fiercely at his rebellious son, who was taking Lan away. The swords kept charging toward Xiao Ling-er, attacking to block her path, but with extreme speed, she managed to dodge them all and took Lan away from danger. As she fled, Xiao Ling-er cried out, "Now, the only family I have left is you, uncle.
You can't give up, we're almost there."
"That's right, just a little bit more, and we'll be back at Jiang Chen's wooden house.
Just get there, everything will be safe."
Xiao Ling-er rushed towards the house, which had appeared right before her eyes. She stretched out her hand, eager to return here, to this safe place. Behind her, the great Dung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation seemed to be closing in, life and death hanging by a thread in an instant. The past suddenly resurfaced, when Xiao Ling-er's mother was on her deathbed, barely holding on. Her cheeks were sunken, and weakly, she called out, "Xiao Yuan Tian." Xiao Yuan Tian, holding the crying Xiao Ling-er in his arms, looked at her in shock, his eyes filled only with disdain and loathing.
He even thought, is this person still hanging on like this?
He didn't care and handed Xiao Ling-er over to the servants. Her mother trembled and said, "Things will definitely not turn out as you wish."
Xiao Yuan Tian let out a mocking laugh.
"Ridiculous.
I want to hear exactly what went wrong. Do you know? Just earlier, I confirmed it.
The child you gave birth to, I can't feel any trace of spiritual power in her, but at her core, I sensed an aura of deathly coldness. This child certainly has the heavenly sound severed meridians. Everything has gone exactly as I planned, whether it's you or your child, you're both just pawns in my game." Xiao Ling-er's body trembled. Slowly, she withdrew her hand from the blanket and smiled weakly but resolutely.
"It's my child, isn't it? So, everything is all right now. Come, let your mother hold you for a while."
Xiao Yuan Tian was startled and turned back, his gaze fixed on her as he saw her arm fall limp.
He thought to himself, isn't this the final breath before death?
He continued to move towards the servants, inspecting Xiao Ling-er with a much more meticulous care than ever before. Although he could be considered a good father, sadly, he was not one.
After the examination, Xiao Yuan Tian's lips curled into a cold, ruthless smile.
"Just as I thought, the heavenly sound severed meridians were a success. I can't believe I scared myself."
A dying man's last words are truly boring.
Now all that's left is to wait for the fruit to ripen, slowly ripening. Back in the present, just when Xiao Ling thought she had died, she was unexpectedly still alive. She stared in astonishment at the scene before her. It was truly a shocking sight. A rain of swords fell from the sky, but before they could strike the wooden house, something blocked them and they disappeared. Around the wooden house, a tremor reverberated, and the Qingyun Z group was also shaken and frightened, the scene descending into chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan Tian, who had been in a confident state, suddenly froze, his face contorting as the wrinkles twisted. It was unclear what had just happened, but with a single loud boom, thousands of sharp swords had disappeared.
The Great Gung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation was clearly still operating without any issues. Why is this happening?
Zhou Yuan Tian trembled with anger, pondering.
What exactly happened? What level of cultivation can do this? What level must one be at to make me, the old man, fail to detect it and eliminate all the swords of the Great Gung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation? What is hidden within that wooden house?
This power is truly terrifying, Yunlan asked anxiously, looking at the ancestor.
What just happened?
Xing Yunzi, alarmed, replied, "It seems that not only I, but even that great figure, do not understand what is going on. Clearly, the more powerful one is, the easier it is to sense such things. This method hides an absolutely overwhelming power."
Zhou Yuan Tian shouted, "What exactly is happening? I also want to know the truth."
To broaden his horizons, the old man summoned all of his might and wildly activated the Great Gung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, the grand formation slowly began to operate, and both the ground and the space beneath trembled.
This guy is truly crazy, and yet he dares to continue?
This time, the number of swords was incalculable, densely packed across the sky, with a total of 100,000 odd swords, all aimed at the wooden house.
Zhou Yuan Tian gazed down, his mood complicated and frantic.
This time, he had to open his eyes wide to clearly see the method behind it. From the sky above, tens of thousands of swords descended in a sweeping attack. Suddenly, the ground around the house began to glow. Xing Yunzi also exerted all his power, and the talisman script gradually emerged.
Countless golden talisman scripts appeared between the heavens and the earth.
Zhou Yuan Tian felt his heart skip a few beats, a deep sense of fear rising within him. The golden talisman script seemed as if someone were reciting the sacred texts of the divine, the scene so dazzling and magnificent that anyone who saw it would be overwhelmed. It was like flowers falling from the sky, mixed with the golden light rising from the earth. The talisman script surrounded the house, forming a barrier. The sword that touched the talisman script instantly vanished, completely absorbed. Countless swords stabbed down, but the talisman script made them dissipate entirely. The wooden house remained unscathed. Zhou Yuan Tian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The power and killing intent of 100,000 swords, which had just appeared, disappeared in an instant, like a large stone dropping into water without causing a ripple.
Could the strongman have destroyed all those 100,000 swords in just a few breaths?
The person behind Xiu Ling'er might be so powerful that he exceeded Zhou Yuan Tian's imagination. What he had witnessed earlier was only the tip of the iceberg. Zhou Yuan Tian coldly considered the possibility that this might be an ancient saint, but ancient saints were mere legends that existed in the ancient remnant clans. He had originally known the background and identity of his opponent, but now, a saint like this had completely thrown him off course. The existence at the level of a saint was terrifying. It was not something you could simply encounter whenever you wished. He was certainly not one of them. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Zhou Yuan Tian became, no matter how hard he tried to calm himself. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind: to get Xiu Ling'er out of here. If that was the case, there was only one way left. Zhou Yuan Tian let out a roar, unleashing all his strength and true qi in a violent surge. He was prepared to pay the price with his own reflection clone and the Great Gung Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation. Even if it meant destroying everything, it didn't matter, as long as all the forces could be concentrated in one point. Tens of thousands of swords suddenly gathered into a shooting star, hurtling down with a murderous aura, sharp to the point of horror. The sky and earth seemed to be consumed by the light of those swords.
Xing Yunzi screamed in shock, "He's gone mad. Does he want to destroy both the Grand Formation and his reflection clone?"
The self-destruction power will be terrifying. The range will affect everything within tens of thousands of miles if he focuses his strength here. At this moment, Zhou Lingwu was crying bitterly, seemingly as though his father had forgotten that he was still here. In the sky, Zhou Yuan Tian's reflection clone seemed to have been completely drained. The elder's power surged, indescribably immense, and the entire sky lit up for thousands of miles. A sword appeared that seemed capable of splitting the very heavens and earth in two.
Xiao Yuan Tian coldly looked down below and shouted, "Break for me." The sword formed into a crescent shape, crashing down with terrifying might. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be compressed, almost silent. Was this the decisive moment? The people below, including Qing Yunzi, were so frightened that they instinctively screamed. Suddenly, Ji Xian appeared beside them, offering reassurance. "Everyone, calm down." Holding a broom in his hand, no matter how the world changed, Ji Xian remained composed, saying, "At this level, that person doesn't even need to reveal themselves." Ji Xian was the only one at the scene with profound knowledge, having once gazed upon the painting of the senior who had defeated the great X-ranking. Sure enough, when that sword descended, Jiang Chen's wooden house suddenly transformed. From beneath it, a violent surge of energy erupted. That energy gradually condensed and took shape into his figure. This figure appeared even more majestic and powerful than Xiao Yuan Tian by 10,000-fold, his Tao of law encompassing the heavens and the earth. Confronting Xiao Yuan Tian's attack, that figure merely lifted his head slightly, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion. Light reflected in the depths of his eyes as Jiang Chen's figure slowly reached out, two fingers clamping down on the blade of the moon's slashing sword. A blinding light burst forth in all directions, brighter than the sun, with shockwaves radiating for tens of thousands of miles. The people of Qing Yunzi couldn't help but tremble, even Xiao Lingair hadn't anticipated that this senior possessed such terrifying power. And the most astonished of all was undoubtedly Xiao Yuan Tian. How could such a force possibly appear here, and face a heaven and earth-shattering ultimate move so calmly? Xiao Yuan Tian, relying on the self-destruction of the Great Gun Golden Annihilation Reversal Killing Formation and his avatar as the core, had unleashed the most fearsome attack on the wooden structure. This power nearly obliterated everything within thousands of miles. Yet the azure figure that flew out from the wooden house exceeded even that strength, like a cosmic existence descending to suppress all, causing every soul present to tremble in fear. In that very instant, the cultivators gathered felt a violent surge of celestial energy echoing from afar. A murmur spread among them, speculating that something must have happened at the celestial palace of Ascension Dance. One cultivator exclaimed, "How could such a strange phenomenon appear in this desolate region?" Another murmured, "It must be a life and death duel between supreme experts. Who would have thought something so monumental would occur here? We must report this immediately." Ji Yuan Dao stood silently in a corner, his gaze focused intently on the unfolding events, as though everything was about to come to an end, and he realized he had been unnecessarily worried. Even Shen Shaozi had to admit that the strength of the mysterious figure was indeed extraordinary. It seemed Yu Huang had been right after all. A shared thought arose in each person's heart, that senior truly existed, and his presence inspired both reverence and fear. This time, their fate seemed to have taken a different turn, but that was a matter for the future. For now, everyone was fixated on the image of Jiang Chen, a proud figure with one hand blocking a powerful strike, the other resting behind his back, his sleeves billowing in the wind. Suddenly, Xiao Lingair burst into tears. She entered a space that seemed to be filled with nothing but a vast blue sky, a gentle tenderness enveloping everything around her. A faint voice echoed. "Lingair, is that you? Is that really you?" Xiao Lingair looked in surprise at the woman lying there, tears still glistening in her eyes. Though they had never met before, she was certain the woman before her was her mother. "Ah, it's truly you." The woman smiled weakly. Her mother's face appeared hazy in Xiao Lingair's eyes, and her voice was soft, yet filled with emotion. "Finally, it's you," the woman said as she extended a trembling hand. Xiao Lingair knew who this woman was. "It's okay now, don't be afraid," her mother gently comforted her. Xiao Lingair slowly approached, then suddenly rushed toward her mother, as if fearing that if she hesitated for even a moment, her mother would vanish. Come to me," the woman raised her hand, weak yet full of love. Jiang Lingair bent down and grasped the hand of her mother as it descended. Whether it was an illusion or reality, she could feel the warmth and love overwhelming her. "Mother," Xiao Lingair called out, trembling. Xiao Lingair tightened her grip on her mother's hand, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mother, I've come to visit you. I am so unfilial, I've come too late." Throughout her life, she had never imagined she would have the chance to say goodbye to the mother who had loved her so dearly. Her mother, Xiao Ling'er's mother, smiled gently. My Ling'er has grown up. Come, let me hug you for a moment, okay? Jiang Ling'er nodded emotionally, softly replying, yes, I have longed for this moment. The two of them embraced tightly, speechless, only tears flowing down their faces, full of emotion. They never expected that an invisible hand had arranged this meeting, that of the senior expert. In her mother's arms, Xiao Ling'er felt as though she had returned to her childhood, crying freely. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan Tian was pulled into a surreal world. He was startled and looked around in shock, seeing the figures of a woman and a child in front of him, and wondered, where is this? The image of the two people gradually became clearer. Xiao Yuan Tian stared at them, astonished, exclaiming, how is this possible? What the hell is happening? Suddenly, Xiao Yuan Tian's mother raised her hand and waved it. With her other hand, she tightly embraced Xiao Ling'er, delivering a powerful strike that made Xiao Yuan Tian spit blood from his mouth, losing all his usual composure. The sky seemed to spin, and his soul felt shaken. The gaze of Xiao Ling'er's mother was filled with determination and hatred. I told you, things will not go the way you wish. She smiled faintly and said, don't even think about bullying my daughter. Xiao Ling'er, with her mother's gaze, stuck out her tongue playfully and teased her father. Back to the present, the group of Qing Yunzi was still stunned by the terrifying scene that had just occurred. The sky suddenly lit up, and there was no trace of the Qiu family members left. It seemed as though they had been completely defeated. Ying Lan's first reaction was to look at Xiao Ling'er, who was standing silently. He anxiously asked, young lady, why are you crying? Xiao Ling'er was startled and turned around, tears still streaming down her cheeks. Perhaps she didn't even understand why she was crying, as the tears just kept flowing. Xiao Ling'er, in a daze, said, I don't know either, I just can't stop. The appearance of the rainbow made everyone worry about Xiao Ling'er, but in any case, everything had come to an end. Jiang Chen stepped out of the house, stretching and yawning. The main character of the story had just woken up from a good sleep. He had no idea what had happened outside, but when he stepped out the door, the presence of the others made him quite surprised. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, everyone's here? It really is quite a crowd. Suddenly, the others cheerfully ran over to him, making Jiang Chen even more curious as to why everyone was so dusty. They thought the senior was joking, so they happily replied, we were just cleaning up the courtyard. Jiang Chen nodded, I see. All right, you all continue, I'll prepare dinner later. While the space where Jiang Chen was filled with light, in the grand hall of the Qiu family, the scene was completely the opposite. Xiao Yuan Tian knelt on the floor, panting in horror at what had just happened. What exactly happened? Why? He wondered. Suddenly, a violent spasm tore through his body, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. A blood debt must be repaid with blood, and the red blood stained the great hall floor. Xiao Yuan Tian coughed uncontrollably, but what frightened him the most was that his cultivation had dropped by 3 minor realms. Just one strike from that avatar's head had inflicted such severe damage on him. However, Xiao Yuan Tian immediately dismissed this thought. It can't be. If it weren't for that avatar's head, my soul might have been buried, and my body would have dissolved. In the darkness of the hall, a mysterious figure slowly appeared, and a cold voice echoed. You failed, haven't you? For the first time in his life, Xiao Yuan Tian felt absolute terror, as though facing the most terrifying thing imaginable. He knelt on the floor while the other person approached, speaking slowly. What a pity. If it continues like this, you will have no hope left. But I must thank you, for remembering you made me see something worthwhile. I will see you again when fate allows. The mysterious saint vanished into the darkness. Under the gentle sunlight, Ying Lan stood in the courtyard, taking a sip of wine from the cup in his hand, then gazed up at the vast blue sky and muttered. Finally, back to a peaceful life. Recalling everything that had just happened, it felt like a dream. Qing Yunzi also held a wine cup, smiling and replying, I am not surprised at all. With a senior present,
the outcome is unquestionable. I'm just curious to see what technique the senior will use to broaden my horizons. At this moment, Xing Yunzi's skin had become smooth and shiny. He smiled again and said, I heard that this time, you and Miss Ling Er have resolved your major concern. Xiao Yuan Tian will certainly not dare to cause trouble for you for a long time.
Yinglan nodded, happily replying, That's right.
Thanks to the power you granted me, I was able to achieve something I had never dared to dream of before.
Also, I must thank all of you.
With the senior's blessing, Ling Er has made a group of good friends. Without you, we would not have been able to fully unleash our potential. Oh, speaking of which, recently, it seems that Yunlan has become quite close with that prince, hasn't she?
Xing Yunzi moved closer to Yinglan and excitedly whispered into his ear, I've noticed that too.
According to what Yunlan told me, here's how it went.
Yinglan laughed heartily after hearing this, so that's how it is? Xing Yunzi also chuckled in a naive manner. After the great battle, the small wooden house returned to its usual tranquility. However, the heavenly realm of the Ascension Dance, thousands of miles away, was far from peaceful.
At Mo Yun Huang's cultivation site, the sky suddenly lit up, creating a grand phenomenon. High above, a phoenix spread its wings and soared, both magnificent and dazzling. However, at this moment, Mo Yun Huang was deeply troubled because she could not break through, as if she was sinking into the inner demons of her own mind. She opened her eyes and gazed into the distance, sighing, perhaps I was like this even before meeting the great expert, but now I am Phoenix Nirvana rebirth through bathing flames. Thinking back to the early days when I was awakening the immortal zodiac physique, I pushed myself to the brink of life and death countless times.
And in the end?
There was no result. But after meeting the great expert, defying the heavens and changing my fate is no longer impossible. I must repay this kindness. From the beginning to the end, Mo Yu Huang had always closely monitored every movement in her younger sister's cultivation process. She could clearly feel that her sister's cultivation was nearing its end. For the Celestial Palace of Ascension Dance, this meant a significant boost to their combat power. Mo Yu Huang had immediately decided to advise her younger sister once she returned to the palace.
After all, I am her sister. We grew up together. In her heart, my words will certainly carry more weight than those of a newly acquainted and dangerous figure, won't they?
Not only had Mo Yu Huang been patiently waiting, but at this moment, both Wu Shenji and Shen Shaozi ancestor had also appeared. Shen Shaozi looked towards Mo Yun Huang's cave dwelling and sighed, I just had a discussion with the divine mechanism and a powerful figure of the human race.
As we passed by here, we noticed a tremendous fluctuation in Mo Yun Huang's aura. Mo Yu Huang proudly smiled and said, Ancestor truly has sharp eyes.
I can also feel that her aura is becoming stronger. She must be about to emerge from her cultivation.
Shen Shaozi replied emotionally with a smile, That's great.
Our combat strength has just been strengthened once again. A few days ago, the pressure from that mysterious person made me anxious, that terrifying depth is so unpredictable. Now that Yun Huang has completed her cultivation, my heart, which has been hanging in suspense, can finally relax a little. With you and Yun Huang, our holy land of Ascension Dance is truly like a tiger gaining wings. Added to the heroes and elites that divine mechanism and I have gathered, our strength will definitely be far superior. Wu Shenji, who had previously planned a sneak attack with his subordinates, laughed and said, Exactly, when strength falls short, we use the tactic of overwhelming numbers.
But ultimately, those people are just too naive.
Mo Yu Huang continued, Younger sister, I believe your eyes are a clear mirror, capable of seeing through the truth.
We absolutely cannot let this world fall into the hands of evil.
After a while, the figure of the phoenix bird illuminated the sky, and Mo Yun Huang had finally emerged from her cultivation. She happily thought to herself, My cultivation has risen another level, and I feel that my abilities have surpassed even sister's. Speaking of sister, I must quickly share this good news with the great master. With that, as soon as she emerged, Mo Yun Huang immediately flew off, and it was clear that she was heading toward Jiangchen. Shen Shaozi was so shocked that her face turned pale, and even Wu Shenji could not deceive her about this matter.
Mo Yu Huang angrily shouted, This is unforgivable. You should come back here immediately.
Mo Yun Huang, still cheerful and innocent, flew toward Jiang Chen, her feet lightly touching the ground. She stretched her body, her expression bright and more beautiful than her older sister's, and finally landed safely. Ah, this familiar scent, she thought, but immediately, Mo Yun Huang felt something strange. Not only was there the presence of a great expert, but there were also other unfamiliar presences. Moreover, none of them were ordinary people, they were all individuals with exceptionally strong cultivations. Suddenly, from inside the house, a familiar, graceful figure appeared.
Mo Yun Huang smiled with joy, as it was indeed the expert.
The expert still appeared as strong and mysterious as ever, and her eyes were filled with admiration. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen was not paying attention to Mo Yun Huang but was looking toward Yun Lan and the others.
He rested his chin on his hand and smiled, asking, "Are all of you here?" As soon as Mo Yun Huang saw Jiang Chen appear, a wave of shyness surged within her. She wondered if her sudden appearance was too abrupt. But then, she decided to ignore it. Yun Lan stepped forward and, with a warm smile, said to Jiang Chen, "Master, you're awake?" Jiang Chen nodded, smiling as he replied, "Yes, I slept during noon." After a while, when Mo Yun Huang saw Yun Lan standing beside Jiang Chen, she was so stunned that her mouth fell open. Who was that beautiful woman? And that aura of heavenly sound sacred physique? Could she be from the sacred hall of Azure Cloud? At that moment, Jiang Ling Er also appeared, stepping forward to chat intimately with Jiang Chen. Mo Yun Huang was even more confused, not knowing who this woman was. Moreover, the elderly man standing in front of him was none other than the arch-nemesis of the Qing Yunzi ancestor, wasn't he?
Ying Lan also stepped out, looking at Mo Yun Huang and smiling. "Oh, I sense that a guest has arrived."
Qing Yunzi smiled joyfully and responded, "It feels like a junior, perhaps? Are they someone familiar to the senior?"
Jiang Chen chuckled softly and said, "As for someone familiar, there indeed were two such individuals in the past."
Mo Yun Huang looked utterly aggrieved. "Master, how could you act like this in my absence? I truly can't accept it."
Instinctively, Mo Yun Huang flew over and embraced Jiang Chen, expressing his grievance. Jiang Chen, still in shock, couldn't believe what had just happened. His face froze, not understanding what had just occurred. Mo Yun Huang's eyes filled with tears as he felt wronged. Ying Lan forced a strained smile, while Chang Yunzi was so stunned he couldn't close his mouth.
DM Jiangling Er and Yun Lan were even more confused.
They stared at the beautiful young woman in front of them, utterly perplexed as to where she had come from and why she had suddenly embraced the senior so. Elsewhere in the Daiyan city, a group of thugs had gathered, yelling at a young man. They glared and shouted with such intensity that saliva flew everywhere. "You only have this little bit of money, and you dare to trick me? If we don't teach you a lesson, do you think our words are just the wind in your ears?" The teenager trembled in fear, crying as he spoke, No, it's true, this is all I have left. My mother is at home, sick and in need of money for treatment. Please, forgive me this time. Once she gets better, I will repay the remaining amount." One of the thugs, hearing this, turned red with rage, veins bulging, and shouted, "Stop your nonsense and come here." He grabbed the teenager's hair, ready to beat him, but then blood gushed out. The thug stared in disbelief at the missing arm, and a few seconds later, the pain surged, causing both thugs to scream in fear. In the distance, a figure slowly approached. His crimson-red pupils stared fixedly at the thugs. Behind him, several undead floated around, creating an eerie scene. Though it was unclear whether he was a hero or a villain, one thing was certain, he was powerful. Seeing two skeletal snakes with glowing green flames in their mouths, the two thugs were terrified. This was a monster from the demon clan. In their panic, they immediately fled, forgetting the pain as fear temporarily numbed their bodies. The teenager stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly realized what had happened. His eyes lit up as he looked at the person who had just appeared, joyfully saying, "Thank you for saving me. You were incredible just now, you're my benefactor. How can I repay you?" However, the person remained cold, even dark in expression, and asked in return, "Repay me?" The young man suddenly felt a vague sense of fear, but still tried to respond.
Yes, that's right.
The other person gazed at him intently, then muttered.
The spiritual route is indeed not bad. Two bone snakes immediately flew over, tightly coiling around the boy's body.
From their bodies, brilliant blue flames burst forth, both beautiful and terrifying.
The young man with green hair coldly commented.
A very good soul essence. The boy's face gradually sank into the sea of blue flames. In the utmost pain, he screamed in utter despair.
Why? Why is this happening?
The other person only replied briefly. You possess a rare spiritual root. Offering your soul to me is the best form of repayment. The boy's eyes gradually lost their life, becoming hollow. The person in green turned and walked away, leaving behind the boy's withered body and the two snakes still coiled around him. The soul of the sacred fruit from the gods is a great miracle. It burns forever, searching for the truth, pursuing freedom, turning the impossible into possible. At this moment, Mo Yun-hwan was tightly pressed against Jiang Chen, her cheeks puffed, her lips pouting in a display of pitifulness. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had a dark expression, feeling embarrassed, while those around them were puzzled, not understanding what was happening. After a few seconds of being hugged, Jiang Chen instinctively took a step back and then politely greeted her.
Isn't this Miss Mo Yun-hwan?
At this age, this is the first time a girl has actively hugged me, making Jiang Chen feel a little embarrassed.
He tried to force a smile to hide his embarrassment and then asked, Did you come here for something?
Mo Yun-hwan stared at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with reverence.
I, the young lady, have come especially to thank you, senior, for your guidance in helping me break through to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm.
I may have gotten a little too excited earlier and couldn't control myself.
I apologize, senior. Jiang Chen looked at Mo Yun-hwan and silently thought, helping her break through to the Golden Core realm? Wasn't it that stone statue I sold to her? I was just trying to make some extra money. This is troublesome.
He rubbed his head in frustration.
What should I do?
That stone statue was just a normal one, there must be something off about this. Before Jiang Chen could figure out the situation, Mo Yun-hwan spoke again, casually mentioning whether the people here were accompanying the senior.
Jiang Chen asked in surprise, Why do you suddenly ask that? Qing Yanzi, who was standing nearby, sighed and answered on Jiang Chen's behalf, That's right. We are all following the senior to learn. Finally, she mustered up the courage to propose, Then, I would like to stay here and learn from the senior as well, if that's all right? Jiang Chen was stunned, not understanding what she meant, why the sudden desire to stay. Mo Yun-hwan slowly explained, You must have met my older sister already.
She is now the saintess of the Ascension Dance Sacred Hall.
Yinglan furrowed her brow and asked, The previous saintess who was with Xin Shaozi is your older sister?
Xing Yunzi also had some impression. He had heard that the saintess of the Holy Land of Ascension Dance had a younger sister, but he didn't expect that her magical power was no less than her older sister's.
Mo Yun-hwan pouted, showing her dissatisfaction.
I want to compete with my sister to see who is more deserving of the position of saintess. I hope senior can give me more guidance. Yinglan and Chang Yunzi both laughed heartily after hearing this.
Ha! What's there to compete between two sisters? Isn't it better to join forces with Lam Saintess? Mo Yun-hwan looked frustrated. You two seniors don't understand.
My sister has received benefits from senior but has been opposing senior everywhere. I want to use the position of saintess to teach her a lesson.
Chang Yunzi couldn't help but laugh. She was trying to threaten senior just by relying on the saintess of the Holy Land of Ascension Dance? He chuckled and said, Miss, I think you're overthinking it.
However, staying with senior really can help enhance your strength. This is something you are very smart to consider, but acting out of negative emotions is not a good thing. Furthermore, this matter depends on your relationship with senior.
Mo Yun-hwan quietly thought to herself.
Clearly, she was an enemy of the Holy Land of Ascension Dance, but Ancestor was still thinking of her from his own perspective.
What exactly has he been through with senior? Jiang Chen was about to cry. Oh my god, more and more people are appearing. I really can't understand this. Jiang Chen wore a stiff expression and asked, "Do you really want to stay here with me?" To be honest, he didn't know whether he was as good as people said, but he really did know her sister. She had come to buy things from him before, although her mental state was a bit off. She wasn't the type to go around causing trouble everywhere. Could it be that there was some misunderstanding between the two sisters? Jiang Chen stared at her, his eyes filled with determination. No matter what happened, she still wanted to become stronger than her sister, so she nodded in agreement. Over the years, she had always compared herself to Mou Huang. She also wanted to become the pride of the Holy Land of Ascension Dance, not just the younger sister of the Saintess. Suddenly, a slender, soft hand landed on Mou Huang's shoulder. Yunlan walked up beside her, smiling warmly as she said, "You've been traveling for a long time, haven't you? Senior just woke up too. Let's sit down together, rest, and chat." Mou Huang stared at Yunlan in surprise. Wasn't she from the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud? The others also smiled and spoke cheerfully, treating her as if she were family, with warmth and sincerity that made Mou Huang feel uneasy. At the Ascension Dance Immortal Palace, Xin Shaozi was sitting with a headache. Good heavens, I've lived this long and this is the first time I've heard of something like this. The corpse was sucked dry? This is really giving me a headache. It seemed that the news had reached them. The person respectfully reported, "Yes, from the condition of the body, it appears to be like a dry tree, and it seems that the heavenly and earthly energy within it was also drained, not leaving a single bit. You can count on one hand how few people are capable of this, it surely won't be hard to investigate. Moreover, according to the one who returned with a severed arm, the culprit seems to be a handsome young man dressed in light robes, with long hair and a cold expression." Mou Huang stood silently, replaying the scene in her mind. For some reason, it felt strangely familiar. A handsome young man in light robes, could it really be him? Mou Huang's mind was always inclined to think the worst of others. Not only her, but it seemed that others were starting to pay attention to Jiang Chen as well. They were all suspicious of whether he would strike again. Xin Shaozi's thoughts grew heavier with each passing moment. If he really is the culprit, the danger grows even more. Although he retreated safely last time, he didn't gain any advantage. Moreover, he is surrounded by the Qingyunzi faction, but someone who dares to commit such cruel acts, this is not something I can overlook. Previously, when hearing Mou Huang's recount, I had already sensed the danger he posed, but I didn't expect him to commit such a heinous act, draining souls and the very strength of heaven and earth. What exactly is his goal? Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "Ancestor, I just remembered something. There were similar rumors in the mortal realm before, though they may have been exaggerated. Many exceptionally talented cultivators met similar fates as this young man. They too lost all their soul and the accumulated heavenly strength within their bodies. What's even more terrifying is that it is said they were all killed by the dark arts of the demon clan. After death, their souls are refined into monsters more terrifying than those of the demon clan. The appearance of these monsters also resembles the descriptions of the culprit this time. To elaborate a bit more, the world Jiang Chen traveled to is divided into 3 tiers. The immortal realm is at the highest tier, the mortal realm and the demon realm are in the middle, while the ancient remnant clan is at the bottom. Other spaces are either voids or unexplored territories. The demon clan races each have their own sacred tree to worship, and the divine power from the sacred tree helps protect and assist them in their cultivation. The immortal realm is mostly isolated from the world, rarely interacting with the other 2 tiers. It is said that the immortal realm has countless rare magical artifacts and spiritual creatures, but it is extremely difficult to enter. Only a few cultivators can break through their cultivation and ascend to the immortal realm, but once they do, they never return. The mortal realm borders the demon clan's territory, so conflicts and wars are frequent. The bottommost tier, where the ancient remnant clan exists, is an incredibly harsh environment, often plagued by natural tribulations. However, it is also said that there are many powerful divine artifacts left behind by the ancient remnant clan.
As long as one is strong enough to withstand the harsh conditions, they can find those divine objects that help their cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. In the mortal realm, a similar horrifying event has occurred, with the main suspect being likely a member of the demon clan or an exceptionally powerful human cultivator. Xin Shaozi, with a thoughtful expression, said, "To prevent further innocent sacrifices, this war has become extremely urgent."
Moreover, those who have passed away all possessed incredibly powerful heavenly and earthly spiritual roots. If their life force were to be drained and these powers were gathered together, what would happen? It is hard to imagine.
The atmosphere in the hall grew heavier and heavier. Mou Huang anxiously looked at the ancestor, seemingly realizing that this time, things were truly serious. On the other hand, at the house of a solitary figure clad in a light blue robe, everything was still proceeding as usual. Jiang Chen felt a little awkward about Mou Huang wanting to stay, as they had a bit of a conflict related to her elder sister.
Could this be an act of anger that led to her leaving home?
Jiang Chen could only smile and say,
"Well, I have met Yun Huang's elder sister before. We only had 2 interactions, so there must have been some misunderstanding. Let's sit down and talk it through properly."
Mou Huang widened her eyes and looked at him, thinking to herself, the heart of such a great person is so vast, not only helping my sister improve her cultivation but also overlooking her misdeeds.
How could someone like him exist?
A hand reached out to grasp Mou Huang's hand, and then another hand followed suit. Yunlan stepped closer and spoke intimately.
"Listen to the senior, it will definitely not go wrong."
Zhang Ling'er, standing beside them, nodded in agreement.
"Miss Yun Huang, rest assured, the senior will not let anything trouble you."
Mou Huang nodded obediently, her heart suddenly pounding in her chest as she looked at the eminent figure before her. His smile was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. His gentleness was also the most precious gift in her life. His eyes were a sight that she could never grow tired of. Every smile, every glance, every breath he took made her swoon. She loved his sincerity, kindness, and even his exceptional cooking skills. Mou Huang looked at the table filled with delicious dishes before her, a feeling so wonderful it almost brought her to tears. The more she ate, the less she understood how such delicious food could exist in this world. Not only that, but her cultivation also increased significantly. Wasn't this a divine miracle? Each bite seemed to shorten her years of cultivation by decades. Even if she were beaten to death, she wouldn't want to leave. Mou Huang was so happy that the 2 strands of hair on her head seemed to wag in joy. Seeing her so pleased, Jiang Chen could only smile helplessly. "Just eat slowly, there's no rush." "That's right, earlier you mentioned wanting to stay here, but you have to follow my arrangements."
"Is that something you can accept?" Mou Huang quickly nodded. "As long as I can stay here, I can accept anything."
She was increasingly fond of the arrangement made by the Venerable One.
Jiang Chen nodded, looking satisfied. "That's good then.
From my observations, I don't think I can help you much with cultivation, but in terms of temperament, I can offer some guidance. When your sister came here before, although her words and actions were somewhat strange and tense, she wasn't a bad person. Living together, the most important thing is tolerance.
This is also a way to cultivate one's temperament.
The broader the heart, the stronger a person becomes.
By the way, is this the second time you've bought pottery from me? I wonder if you'd like to try making pottery with me." Mou Huang was confused and asked again, "Making pottery? Is that an option?" Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, "Yes.
From selecting the clay to shaping it, firing the pottery, glazing it, then firing it again and polishing it. Recently, I've noticed that pottery in Ascension Dance City has become very popular. If you help me carry the pottery to the town to sell, maybe this month we'll even get to eat some meat."
Mou Huang still had some doubts.
Although she didn't fully understand yet, she felt deeply moved, thinking that someone as wise as Jiang Chen must have his own plan. Jiang Chen continued, "Clay may be dirty, but when fired, it can become exquisite porcelain. As long as you have tolerance, don't mind getting your hands dirty, and are patient with shaping it, you can transform it into something marvelous."
Mou Huang widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh.
Jiang Chen added, moreover, during this time, we can also wait for your sister to come here.
Mo Yun Huang was startled, her feathers fluffed up. What? Are you going to have her come here too? Jiang Chen innocently asked, why? What's wrong? Mo Yun Huang replied, isn't it okay?
Mo Yun Huang felt somewhat embarrassed, but in the end, she nodded, no, whatever the master says is fine, I have no objections. Even so, she still didn't fully understand Jiang Chen's intentions. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't want to create a rift between the two sisters, so he decided to explain everything as clearly as possible as soon as he could. After hearing Mo Yun Huang's agreement, Jiang Chen smiled and said, all right then, later you should send a letter to sister, ask her to come here, and we'll clarify everything together. The people around them couldn't help but admire him, as expected of a true master.
Although Mo Yun Huang was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately agreed to follow through because it was the arrangement of the master. Once everything was neatly arranged, Jiang Chen decided, we'll stick to this plan. After the meal, we'll begin the work. Time slowly passed, and a letter was sent to Mo Yu Huang. Holding the letter in her hands, Mo Yu Huang trembled as she muttered, this is a letter from younger sister, what's this? She's asking me to visit the wooden house? Xin Shaozi, too, was taken aback and asked in surprise, what? A letter of challenge? The more Mo Yu Huang read, the more confused she became. I don't understand either.
She says she's learning pottery at Jiang Chen's place.
Could it be that she's really been brainwashed?
A future saintess like her, making pottery.
I just can't accept it. Returning to Jiang Chen's wooden house, Mo Yun Huang was focused on kneading clay at the pottery table.
Her eyes were firmly fixed on the spinning wheel, but hidden deep within was an unspoken sorrow. The Holy Land of Ascension Dance, since its establishment, had set a rule: every disciple's opportunity must be self-created, and no one had the right to interfere. When the two sisters were young, an elder had praised them, saying, well done, even at such a young age, you already possess the qualifications to be an inner disciple, and you carry two rare attributes, ice and fire. It was because of this that the Holy Land of Ascension Dance had been able to pass down through generations without perishing. The elder looked at the two sisters with a satisfied gaze, saying, you two are truly a pair of genius sisters, the future of the Wuhua Holy Land has already found its heir. At that time, the bond between the two sisters was incredibly close, to the point where others could not help but admire and envy them. As time passed, both of them gradually matured. But life, as always, does not always follow one's desires. Mo Yu Huang had awakened the frozen Hell Ice Emperor physique, a rare innate constitution. Meanwhile, Mo Yun Huang remained joyful and close to her older sister, even sincerely congratulating her. I heard that you've been accepted as a disciple by the Holy Lord, that's wonderful. Mo Yu Huang smiled and replied, the master has also prepared a large amount of cultivation resources for you. Mo Yun Huang hesitated before speaking, but the Holy Lord and the elders told me that, without an extraordinary opportunity, my immortal zodiac physique will never awaken. Mo Yu Huang gently encouraged, humans are the most important factor. Don't worry too much, just focus on your cultivation. I believe you will definitely succeed. As she spoke, she gently stroked Mo Yun Huang's head. However, despite her sister's comforting words, only Mo Yun Huang truly understood her situation. Even the Holy Lord and the senior disciples of the Holy Land couldn't help awaken her physique. In the end, they concluded that the only hope lay in training through life and death. Mo Yun Huang had not hesitated to sacrifice her life, continuously venturing into perilous regions, yet still achieved no results. The immortal zodiac physique, before awakening, was nothing but a useless physique, offering no benefits whatsoever. In contrast, Mo Yu Huang was the complete opposite. When Mo Yu Huang was appointed as the saintess, everyone rejoiced and congratulated her. An elder stepped forward and praised her. In just a few years, you've made rapid progress, surpassing countless disciples who have just entered the holy palace. You can master any divine technique in a short time. Truly impressive. Mo Yu Huang humbly clasped her hands. Yu Huang thanks the elders, but she paid no attention to the anguished expression of Mo Yun Huang standing behind her.
In that moment, the elders suddenly noticed Mo Yun Huang and asked, "Hey, isn't this your younger sister? What's her name again?" Such a shame. Although she was initially noticed, those with power in the Holy Palace tried every method and still couldn't awaken her physique. Another elder immediately continued, "It's alright, you have a sister like that, you can rely on her in the future." They all laughed heartily, the sound of laughter echoing through the grand hall. Mo Yu Huang angrily shouted, "Enough!" The two elders were taken aback, staring at her in confusion. Mo Yu Huang grabbed Mo Yun Huang's hand and coldly said, "Yu Huang was rude. We apologize and will take our leave." She then pulled her younger sister away from their presence. Once they were in a place where no one could see them, Mo Yu Huang looked at Mo Yun Huang and tried to comfort her. "Yun Huang, don't think too much. The elders didn't mean any harm." Mo Yun Huang understood that, but she felt disheartened. She pulled her hand away from Mo Yu Huang's grasp, speaking coldly, "The elders are right. You're so extraordinary, and I'm just too ordinary. In this world, talent is the most important thing, and everything else is just too ordinary." The more she spoke, the more bewildered Mo Yu Huang became. She realized she had truly drifted apart from her sister and could no longer understand the feelings of inferiority that Mo Yun Huang was experiencing. Mo Yun Huang looked at her sister, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, pleading, "Please, don't speak to me like you're doing me a favor." At that moment, Mo Yu Huang felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her chest. These words were the first time Mo Yun Huang had ever spoken them, but they were so heartbreaking. That's right, Mo Yun Huang was not wrong. In this world, talent is the most important thing. Everything else is just something you have to endure. From then on, Mo Yun Huang and Mo Yu Huang received completely different kinds of treatment. In a distant place, Mo Yun Huang suddenly touched the exquisite jade bracelet intricately carved on her wrist. It was the precious gift her master had given to the two sisters. A matching pair of bracelets, symbolizing the deep bond between them. The memories of the days spent together, filled with joy and happiness, made her smile faintly. At that moment, Mo Yu Huang appeared and asked, "What are you smiling about?" Mo Yun Huang, flustered as if caught in the act, tried to hide her embarrassment by puffing up her cheeks and replied, "Humph, why do you need to worry about me?" Mo Yu Huang immediately snapped, laughing foolishly, "Go meditate already, stop wasting time." Mo Yun Huang, irritated, retorted, "I just got here, and you already think it's a waste of time? Don't be so tense." The two sisters continued to argue back and forth. Mo Yun Huang sat down to mold clay, her heart filled with frustration. Suddenly, she realized she had wasted time. Looking at the misshapen lump of clay before her, she couldn't help but sigh, "What on earth have I just molded?" In the quiet room in the afternoon, a handsome man was focused on making pottery. His gaze was fixed on every movement, as though he were looking at the love of his life. His nimble fingers expertly kneaded the clay, each motion flowing in rhythm like a dance practiced 100 times. Joy was evident on his face as he poured all his effort into the smallest details, creating vibrant works of art. Mo Yun Huang gazed in admiration, thinking to herself, both the master and his works were masterpieces. Jiang Chen looked at her strange expression and sighed, asking, "Are you studying seriously?" He held the ceramic bird he had just finished, feeling worried, hoping that Mo Yun Huang would observe it more carefully. Jiang Chen became serious again and began explaining, "Ceramic crafting is a process that requires many steps, from shaping the clay to sculpting the details. During this process, the craftsman must concentrate fully, paying attention to every hand movement and the changes in the clay. This focus not only helps us temporarily forget our worries but also soothes the soul. Moreover, pottery requires patience and persistence. Each ceramic piece must go through numerous steps before it is completed." Mo Yun Huang looked at Jiang Chen intently, her gaze never leaving him, listening with great interest, though it was unclear whether she truly understood everything he was saying. Jiang Chen continued, "Every step requires patience and meticulousness. By persistently completing each stage, we can cultivate patience and willpower. These qualities gradually seep into us, helping our hearts become more open and steadfast. To me, it was just an ordinary ceramic item.
But in her eyes, this ceramic bird seemed to be radiating the glorious aura of a phoenix.
Seeing Mo Yun Huang's expression, Jiang Chen also felt happy.
He smiled and said, "So, pottery is not just a craft, it's also a way to cultivate one's character.
It helps us to relax our minds, cultivate perseverance, and enhance our focus.
As a result, the soul becomes calmer and more open. What she needs right now is exactly such a mindset."
Mo Yun Huang nodded in agreement. The boss is absolutely right.
Jiang Chen placed the ceramic bird on the table and pointed towards the pottery wheel.
Then try doing it yourself.
Mo Yun Huang began working, but the results were quite strange.
1 bird, 2 birds, then 3.
By the 4th one, the outcome was even more bizarre, twisted and incomprehensible.
Jiang Chen looked on, surprised. These ceramic birds seemed to emanate a gloomy aura. He asked, "Miss, are there any negative thoughts on your mind?"
Mo Yun Huang, though reluctant to admit it, finally nodded, her hands still working the pottery wheel. She kept trying, repeating the process, but everything failed. Nothing took a definite shape.
Jiang Chen didn't show any sign of anger or impatience towards Mo Yun Huang.
Instead, he remained calm and patiently explained.
"Pay attention to your mindset, and think about what you were thinking while molding." Mo Yun Huang suddenly jolted. Her mindset?
At that moment, all she felt was dissatisfaction and confusion. In the past, when she saw her sister progressing quickly in cultivation while she herself seemed stuck in place, the source of her pressure had become clear.
Although Mo Yun Huang had overcome her difficulties thanks to Jiang Chen, the feelings of inferiority and self-doubt still lingered.
Every time she witnessed her older sister performing advanced magic or displaying superior strength, Mo Yun Huang couldn't help but feel inadequate, helpless, and uncertain of her own abilities. She gradually came to believe that she would never be able to catch up with her sister, and the fear of being left behind only grew stronger in her heart. This anxiety and impatience became the dominant mood throughout her cultivation process. After a moment of reflection, Mo Yun Huang suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she murmured to herself, "Could it be that the master wants me to reconsider my cultivation methods and skills? To change my approach to cultivation and mindset, and find the path that suits me?" The path of cultivation is not a race, but a journey of personal growth and enlightenment for each individual. Everyone has their own unique talents and rhythm. Jiang Chen nodded gently, offering a warm smile and softly advising, "The key is to focus on your own cultivation, not to compare yourself with others." Upon hearing this, Mo Yun Huang seemed to awaken, exclaiming, "That's right, my value does not lie in comparing myself to my sister, but in my own growth and progress."
Just a few words from Jiang Chen were enough to enlighten Mo Yun Huang.
The path of cultivation has no end, as long as one persistently pursues their own goals. She needed to learn to accept her imperfection, to appreciate her own achievements and efforts. Everyone has their own path to walk.
Mo Yun Huang looked at the ceramic table, her entire being seemed to be enveloped in spiritual energy.
As she molded, she remained focused, and this time her thoughts were different. The important thing was to maintain faith in herself, to continuously grow and improve. The ceramic works this time were exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing her previous ones. Jiang Chen, standing beside her, did not hesitate to give a thumbs up in praise. The scene shifted to the Daiyan Palace, where Ji Yuan Dao was troubled by the recent turmoil in the empire. He murmured, holding a wooden sword in his hand, "But I'm not sure if that enemy is a master or not. Is there a larger force hidden behind him, or is there a secret that cannot be revealed? It's time to make a decisive move," he continued, "because this event has occurred on my territory. If this continues, the power and security of the nation will be threatened, and it could even shake the foundation of the Daiyan Empire, bringing unimaginable disaster." Divine Wood, noticing Ji Yuandao's concern, said sincerely, "I'm afraid I can't help much, as I have just appeared and my understanding of the demon clan is limited. I am also unclear about their strategies and intentions, but in any case, caution is necessary."
Ji Yuandao nodded, "You're right.
Protecting the territory and security of the people of Daiyan is the top priority.
I must find the weaknesses of the demon clan and how to deal with them. The Golden Winged Rock clan and the Emperor of Daiyan have already taken action, but will other demon clans still dare to cause trouble? Let's not discuss this further, he continued. Do you feel that you and I have grown stronger recently? Wooden Sword answered bluntly, no.
Ji Yuan Dao fell into deep thought, and after a long while, he slowly said, it seems we need to visit that expert again. Hidden chaos often leads to public turmoil, and the Celestial Palace of Ascension Dance at this moment was the clearest proof of that. For reasons unknown, the main hall was now packed with people, with noise and commotion echoing throughout. The disciples of the sect were all filled with doubt and confusion over this strange incident. They had heard everything about the Saintess's younger sister, but no one had expected her to send a letter of challenge.
It was hard to believe.
She had just been promoted to a direct disciple, and her cultivation had broken through to a higher realm, yet now she intended to abandon all the resources and training of the Immortal Palace to join the enemy and make pottery. This was not only an impulsive act but also an act of betrayal. If she were expelled from the sect, that would be a mild consequence. If she were heavily punished, the situation would be even worse. Mo Huang felt her head spinning, as though she were about to explode from the tension. But just then, a majestic and familiar voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention.
Enough. Everyone, please remain silent and do not rush to conclusions.
Seeing the figure of the ancestor, everyone quieted down, their eyes fixed on him, waiting for his decision on how to handle the situation. Mo Huang hurried over, anxiously saying, Ancestor, the disciple's younger sister is still young and naive, and doesn't fully understand the world.
This act is certainly the result of being misled by evil people. This is my fault for not managing her properly. May Ancestor be merciful and grant Disciple a chance to atone for my mistakes. Disciple is willing to lead my foolish younger sister back so that she may confess and await judgment. Though she longed to be forgiving, this time Shen Shaozi made a firm decision. As soon as the words no need left her lips, Mo Huang immediately felt herself falling into an abyss of despair. She quickly knelt down to the ground, about to continue pleading, but Shen Shaozi coldly spoke. Yu Huang, listen to Ancestor first.
The mysterious figure in the wooden house, whose origins and strength were unknown, had suddenly appeared as a saint who drained the magical energy of others. Coupled with Diane's movements, as well as the actions of the Imperial Dynasty and Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud, the situation surrounding Ascension Dance Immortal Palace was incredibly complicated.
A single misstep could lead us into the eternal unyielding.
Mo Huang understood these words clearly, but Shen Shaozi continued. Losing your younger sister is indeed regrettable, but that was her choice. I cannot allow you and others to continue taking risks because of this. Shen Shaozi slowly walked up to Mo Huang, placed a hand on her shoulder, and gently reassured her. Yu Huang, don't worry. I promised your parents years ago that I would take good care of both of you. As for Yun Huang, the ancestor will handle it properly. Trust me. Mo Huang remained silent, knowing she could not deny Shen Shaozi's words. She could only nod obediently and step back. At this moment, Wu Shenji approached to report. Ancestor, Yu Huang and the others have returned. Shen Shaozi pondered for a moment before calling out to Divine Mechanism. Wu Shenji responded. Yes. Shen Shaozi said. Ancestor has a task to ask of you. The scene shifted to Yufeng Heavenly Palace, which was originally Mo Huang's private cultivation retreat. Currently, she was busy arranging all of her belongings, from high-quality equipment and precious elixirs to life-saving magic artifacts. Despite her meticulous preparations, she could not shake the feeling of anxiety and unease. Mo Huang knew that secretly searching for her younger sister was a reckless act, one that even betrayed the ancestors' trust. Yet, Mo Huang still did not realize her own foolishness, and all she could think about was her sister, growing increasingly blind to everything else. Suddenly, the image of her weak younger sister, who needed protection and care, appeared in her mind. Mo Huang had promised the other party, so even though this journey was filled with dangers, she had to carry it out alone if necessary. Wu Shenji watched her retreating figure, only able to sigh. they were all too familiar with her character by now.
Before long, Mou Huang reached Jiang Chen's wooden house.
The house remained simple and quiet, existing amidst nature, a place where an immortal hermit might reside. Hiding behind some nearby bushes, Mou Huang observed carefully. Despite her resolve, she still didn't know how to get inside and bring younger sister out. Leaving everything else aside, just the area itself was protected by a large-scale formation. The last time, she nearly couldn't return, too eager to find her younger sister. She had overlooked the most important thing. This could be the enemy's headquarters. Coming here was like walking right into the tiger's mouth, she scolded herself. While Mou Huang was still deep in thought, Ji Xian appeared, holding a broom as usual. He happened to sweep right to where she was hiding. Ji Xian smiled casually and greeted her, "Hello, young lady." Just those simple words made Mou Huang jump in surprise, her heart pounding wildly.
She hurriedly stepped back and asked, Who are you? Why are you here sweeping the yard?" "Ah, no, that's not right. Moreover, you're wearing clothes from the imperial dynasty of Daiyan." "You're from the imperial dynasty of Daiyan, why are you here sweeping the yard?"
Ji Xian still maintained a gentle smile and warmly invited her into the house. "My master instructed me that a female guest would be arriving soon, and I guessed it might be young lady."
"My father has prepared everything, please come in." Mou Huang was filled with suspicion, thinking to herself, this is very suspicious, too suspicious. Clearly, this is a trap. Are they provoking me? Well, whatever. I also want to see what tricks you all have.
However, as she stepped into the courtyard, she was stunned with surprise. Ying Lan was sitting at the stone table, waving her hand in greeting with a friendly smile.
"Has the Saintess of Celestial Palace of Ascension dance come again?"
Xing Yunzi also asked enthusiastically about the health of the ancestor, while Jiang Ling'er appeared a bit irritated, and Yun Lan maintained her usual gentle smile. From a practical standpoint, they seemed like a group of good people, harmonious and joyful together. But in Mou Huang's eyes, the Qiu family, the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud, and the Imperial Dynasty of Daiyan had gathered together, like a horde of evil spirits meeting each other. She had heard before that the time for the ancestor of the Sacred Hall of Azure Cloud was running out, yet now his face was unusually radiant. Even the middle-aged man from the Qiu family seemed different, his breath stronger than the last time they met. The Saintess of Azure Cloud and the Prince of the Imperial Dynasty of Daiyan had both shown clear progress. But what surprised her the most was the young woman who claimed to be from the Jiang clan. The last time they met, she was clearly an ordinary mortal with no spiritual power. Yet now, her aura had reached the level of divine abilities, and she was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. The speed of cultivation was truly unbelievable, as if she had become an entirely different person. Not only that, but a wave of heavenly sound power emanated from her. With her current talent, she was certainly no inferior to any saintess I had ever known. Could it be that the esteemed person had turned an ordinary individual into a saintess in such a short time? If this method really relied on energy, wouldn't he be able to create an entire sect of saintesses and saint sons in a brief period? Mou Huang felt an overwhelming sense of fear. The more she thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. If this were the case, her side could easily be crushed. She was now in a state of confusion, knowing that this news was incredibly important. Should she use all her strength to flee and report to everyone? If she hesitated any longer, when that esteemed person appeared, she would surely not escape. Suddenly, Jiang Ling'er stepped forward and stood before Mou Huang, her gaze filled with disdain fixed firmly on her. Jiang Ling'er coldly spoke, "Saintess of the Celestial Palace of Ascension Dance, in the not-so-distant future, I will surely surpass you." Mou Huang hesitated, gazing back, her heart full of doubts. Jiang Ling'er slowly continued, "I have always been by Senior's side, almost every day receiving guidance, and one day, my strength will far exceed yours. So don't even think of doing anything bad to Senior." A series of chaotic thoughts flooded Mou Huang's mind, her thoughts racing. She thought of the daily teachings, of the method of creating saintesses, and her mind was unable to settle. She wondered what the purpose was behind training a large number of saintesses.
What kind of cultivation method could allow one to increase their cultivation day by day just by being nearby? Perhaps it was dual cultivation, multi-cultivation, or could it even be limitless cultivation? Mo Huang suddenly realized the terrifying plan of Jiang Chen, feeling as though she had revealed her ignorance. At that moment, Jiang Chen stepped forward, wearing a carefree smile, as lively as ever. "Is that you, Miss Yu Huang? Come over here. Your young sister is here." But before she could finish, Mo Huang had already backed away by more than 10 meters, her face full of panic. Jiang Chen could only force a smile, wondering why this situation was unfolding. He hadn't done anything, yet Mo Huang had shouted, "Don't come any closer." What was going on? Mo Huang's reaction was strange. It was just a greeting, but it seemed as though she had seen a wild beast. At that moment, Mo Huang stepped out from the house, warmly asking, "Master, you're up already? Why is everyone gathered here? Is something going on?" Jiang Chen turned to look at her, smiling as he explained, "Nothing at all." Meanwhile, Mo Huang stood behind, her expression filled with confusion. She began to take note of her younger sister, Mo Huang. It seemed like her life had improved considerably compared to when she was at the Celestial Palace of Ascension dance. Facing Mo Huang, Mo Huang simply greeted her indifferently. "Ah, so it's you, sister." Seeing her younger sister's outfit, Mo Huang froze, horrified, and shouted, "Yun Huang, why are you dressed like this? The sky is clear, the weather is warm and gentle, and the sun is hanging high above." Jiang Chen stood outside the door, arms crossed, watching inside the room with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, his mood was quite relaxed, and the reason for this was that the two sisters were sitting across from each other at the pottery table. They were in harmony, joyfully shaping clay together, creating a warm and happy scene. In no time, they had finished crafting two small birds shaped to resemble themselves. Jiang Chen stood observing, nodding to himself, thinking, "The atmosphere is great. I told you, as long as they sit down and talk sincerely, there's nothing that can't be resolved between these two sisters." But suddenly, Mo Huang grew angry, overturned the pottery table, and shouted, "Why should I be here, messing with mud? I told you, this is a waste of time." Mo Huang, who had been shaping the clay, was startled. Jiang Chen, watching the scene, froze his smile, silently thinking to himself that he might as well not have said anything. Mo Huang furrowed her brows and said sternly, "Yun Huang, the incident of you leaving the immortal palace on your own caused a huge commotion, even alarming the Holy Lord and the Ancestor. Later, you will clean up and come back with me to the immortal palace to apologize to the elders. If you humbly admit your mistake, the Ancestor will definitely not punish you too harshly." So stressful. Jiang Chen pondered, feeling that the situation was truly serious. Could this have happened because Mo Huang came to my house? Jiang Chen wondered if he should intervene, but ultimately decided to continue observing, as this was a personal matter between the two sisters. Mo Huang, upon hearing Mo Huang's words, slightly changed her expression, but quickly regained her composure. She took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing, then calmly asked, "Can we sit down and talk this through carefully?" However, Mo Huang seemed to be holding too much frustration inside, and without thinking, she immediately lost her temper. "Do you even understand the situation right now? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? One wrong move, and you'll be seen as a traitor to the immortal palace. Being expelled would be the least of it, you might even be hunted down. And now, even at this point, you still want to stay here and mess around? What you should do now is find a quiet place, practice cultivation alone to stabilize your foundation. Otherwise, who knows if there will be any lingering consequences." Suddenly, Mo Huang turned to look at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of fury. "I think this is the place you shouldn't stay. Hurry up and go back, Yun Huang, everyone hopes you'll return." In her heart, she thought, "I've made myself clear, but does Yun Huang understand the anguish I'm going through?" Facing her sister's outburst, Mo Huang remained silent, seemingly trying her best to control her emotions. At this moment, Mo Huang's mind was filled with nothing but negative thoughts.
She realized that the longer she stayed here, the more dangerous it became, and it was best to leave quickly. Mo Yun Huang tried to appear calm, gritting her teeth as she forced herself to think carefully, recalling the words her master had once said. The process of pottery making required intense concentration, paying attention to every movement of the hands and the transformation of the clay. This focused state could help one temporarily forget their troubles, immersing themselves in the creative process, which in turn could bring peace and clarity to the soul. Suddenly, Mo Yun Huang began to take a piece of clay and started to mold it. Jiang Chen was taken aback by this sudden action, and in no time at all, she had shaped a somewhat clumsy-looking penguin.
Jiang Chen forced a smile. That was quick, but it's a bit strange.
The scene suddenly became chaotic. After finishing her molding, Mo Yun Huang sighed in relief and said,
"Sister, please listen to me."
However, Mo Yun Huang seemed to have no intention of listening.
What more was there to say? Hadn't she already realized her own issues? This was simply too much.
Mo Yun Huang immediately darkened her face and coldly demanded,
"Sister, please let me finish speaking." Seeing Mo Yun Huang scolded, readers would likely feel a sense of satisfaction.
Mo Yun Huang stood there in awkward silence, staring at her younger sister.
Mo Yun Huang spoke calmly.
"I apologize for causing further trouble for Immortal Palace. After this, I will return to Immortal Palace to face Ancestor and accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, no matter how severe."
"But I'm not wasting my time here. In fact, I've learned so much."
"Sister, you also know that the reason we awakened the Phoenix immortal form is because of this place. Moreover, everyone here treats me very well, always ready to share their cultivation experiences. The owner even personally teaches me, answering all my doubts at any time.
This is the most suitable place for cultivation." Mo Yun Huang would definitely not agree to leave.
Jiang Chen nodded, smiling as he looked at her. After the pottery-making session, her mood had stabilized much more.
Mo Yun Huang continued calmly explaining her thoughts. Meanwhile, Mo Yun Huang was drowning in negative thoughts, unable to break free.
She couldn't help but recall the image of Mo Yun Huang begging her when they were young.
It was the same look again.
Mo Yun Huang gritted her teeth and asked,
"Why? Why do you never listen to me?"
Mo Yun Huang stared at her sister in shock, not understanding why she suddenly reacted this way. Mo Yun Huang, with a selfish and uncomprehending attitude, yelled,
"How dare you act so recklessly? Can't you put yourself in others' shoes?
You've just made a breakthrough in your cultivation and finally have the chance to catch up with me, yet at this crucial moment, you choose to run away from the Immortal Palace.
Have you ever thought about how everyone in the Immortal Palace will treat you?
There's a rare opportunity to be on par with the Saintess right before your eyes, and yet you don't appreciate it, playing around in the mud here.
Everyone is thinking that you've gone crazy, haven't they?
I think you're just being mischievous, trying to oppose me, and playing with your future.
You say this place is the most suitable for you, that everyone here is good, but are you really sure that's true? Is there really anything that good in this world?
Surely you've forgotten where your current cultivation came from and how powerful you've become in this place."
It was as if Mo Yun Huang was trying to use meaningless arguments to justify herself and ask Mo Yun Huang to come back. "Yun Huang, listen to me. Come back with sister."
Mo Yun Huang's face darkened, her voice cold as she called out,
"Sister." Mo Yun Huang looked up, waiting to see what she would say next.
But Mo Yun Huang was very forgiving, simply extending her hand to hold hers.
Mo Yun Huang gently said, "There is no need to confirm anything.
This is my own choice, and I will take responsibility for this decision. Therefore, I hope sister can respect my choice." It seemed that the beauty and intelligence of Mo Yun Huang were inversely related, as she paid no attention to the words of her younger sister, only remaining loyal to her selfishness, always believing that her younger sister should listen to her. Suddenly, Mo Yun Huang slapped Mo Yun Huang, the sound of the slap echoed in the air. Mo Yun Huang was stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at her.
Mo Yun Huang was filled with negativity and resentment as she questioned, Have you forgotten?
Mo Yun Huang awkwardly looked back, while Mo Yu Huang continued.
Every time it's because of you, you have to take responsibility, but how should you take responsibility? Yes, back then it was also because of you, because of your impulsiveness. If it weren't for your wrongdoings, it wouldn't have happened. You're good now, you've learned to speak loudly. You try to act calm to solve things, but you throw away your reason and view everything through your negativity. Mo Yun Huang still tried to explain, but Mo Yu Huang had almost lost control, gritting her teeth and saying, Don't you know what everyone had to endure because of your impulsiveness? If only you weren't there, the painful memories rush back. Mo Yun Huang seemed on the verge of tears.
Suddenly, a gentle but commanding voice interrupted the argument.
Enough.
Noticing the situation was getting out of hand, Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward, standing in front of Mo Yun Huang.
He looked at Mo Yu Huang, frowned, and said, Miss, you're being a bit unreasonable.
Mo Yun Huang looked at Jiang Chen standing in front of her, and a sense of warmth suddenly filled her heart. With the boss here, everything seemed much more peaceful.
She thought. Jiang Chen said,
There are some words that, when said in moments of losing control, will become blades that sever the relationship between two people, turning into arrows that pierce the heart.
Therefore, there are things that I think are better left unsaid.
Mo Yu Huang was silent for a long time before softly speaking. You're right, I have matters to attend to, I'll take my leave. Younger sister, just stay here. She left those words and stepped out. On the ground, the clay statue they had both made was now misshapen. The conversation between the two sisters seemed to have come to an end. At the foot of the towering mountain, the scenery was as beautiful as a fairyland, with mist enveloping everything. Mo Yu Huang walked along the path leading to the mountain peak, her heart weighed down with sorrow. The images of past events kept replaying in her mind, causing her tears to fall silently.
As she walked, she thought to herself, Younger sister, why didn't you listen to me? Is that a grave ahead?
As she got closer, Mo Yu Huang saw an old man standing in front of the grave and asked, Senior, is this the grave of your loved one? The old man nodded, his voice heavy with sadness.
Yes, my loved one passed away from illness many years ago. This is the grave of my younger sister.
Mo Yu Huang murmured, her eyes full of sorrow.
She looked at the old man and softly spoke, again, it's a younger sister?
The old man turned to her, his voice cold.
So what if it's a younger sister?
As though she had found someone to confide in, Mo Yu Huang shared her story. The mysterious old man nodded slowly, I see. Your younger sister was bewitched by someone bad, and no longer listens to your advice. Although I've only heard your side of the story, I can't make an accurate judgment. But I want to tell you this, your younger sister is still alive, everything can still be saved. If you wait until you're my age, it will be too late to regret. You'll only be left staring at this cold gravestone. The old man's words were like a breeze blowing into Mo Yu Huang's mind, leaving her frozen as she gazed at the tomb, her heart in a state of utter confusion. The old man sighed and continued.
I understand how you feel right now.
The sudden change in your younger sister has caused you pain and confusion. Perhaps this will help you restore her sanity.
Keeping it does me no good. Mo Yu Huang looked in astonishment at the jade pendant in the old man's hand.
Though she knew that nothing good ever fell from the sky, she still trusted his words. Hesitantly, she asked. I truly wish for my younger sister to return to normal, but I also sense the immense power of your artifact.
Could it harm her?
The old man smiled.
I understand your concern.
This artifact is a treasured heirloom passed down from our ancestors, both ancient and mysterious. It can calm the mind and restore sanity, and it will not harm the user. In fact, it will awaken kindness and gentleness within them. Mo Yu Huang took the jade pendant in her hand, filled with doubt, and asked,
Is it really as miraculous as you say? Senior, please tell me. We are strangers, so why are you helping me?
The old man smiled, his voice deep and warm.
Because the care and love you have for your younger sister is something I can never experience again. Our meeting today is also the fate of this artifact. You just need to keep it by your younger sister's side, so she can feel its energy. As for the rest, let your younger sister decide for herself. However, no matter what, companionship, love, and care are the best cures. You also need to believe in the inner strength of your younger sister during her recovery process, always supporting and encouraging her. Companionship and love, you say? Mo Huang murmured softly, a bitter feeling rising in her heart. They exist, yes, but she is really too selfish, unwilling to listen to anything her younger sister says, only seeing things in a one-sided way. Even so, Mo Huang still nodded in thanks. I accept your kindness, old man. I will do my best to help her, to get through this difficult time together. No matter what the outcome is, I will always love her. The old man smiled and nodded, his gaze filled with praise and trust. However, if one looked closely, there was a hint of something that made one doubt in his eyes. But Mo Huang, being blind, certainly could not see that. In her heart at that moment, there was only one thought: she would do her best to bring Mo Huang back to her side. Remember, love is the greatest strength, it can overcome all difficulties. The old man stood there, his gaze deep in thought, directed toward the distant horizon, as if flipping through memories from long ago in a simple immortal sect. In the quiet room, the old man sat alone, his mind immersed in memories intertwined with pain. Each time he closed his eyes, those images appeared vividly, as if they had just happened yesterday. The time they spent together, joyfully helping one another and growing side by side, seemed like it had just passed. He realized he could not escape those precious memories. The pain of longing was deeply etched into his heart, a wound that could never be erased. He remembered the warm smile and the diligent effort of his beloved disciple, and his heart was filled with nostalgia. Every memory was like a knife cutting deep into his soul. The times of teaching, guiding, fighting together, and overcoming countless hardships created beautiful memories. Yet, the fateful day arrived. A disciple rushed into the room, bearing the heavy news. Master, senior brother has been killed. The old man could not recall exactly how angry and desperate he had felt at that moment, only that the cup in his hand was crushed immediately. He growled. What did you say? The disciple continued. It happened a few hours ago. Senior brother was killed by Mo Huang of the Holy Land of Ascension Dance. The opponent cut open his abdomen, and he couldn't defend himself. The old man's heart was filled with killing intent, leaving only hatred and a thirst for revenge. Holy Land of Ascension Dance, Mo Huang, my Tai Holy Land and her Holy Land of Ascension Dance have no enmity between us. Why did she strike so ruthlessly? The disciple explained. I heard that senior brother had blocked Mo Huang's path, and she is known to be extreme in her ways. The old man roared. Silence, you naive disciple. The pain now cannot be soothed. It is like a great sword stabbing deep into my heart, causing me pain for the rest of my life. His scream tore through the sky. Everything had now become the past. The departure of the disciple shattered his heart, leaving behind a profound solitude. He felt ashamed, wondering if he had fulfilled the responsibility of a master, if he could have protected the disciple better. He understood that, no matter how much he longed, the disciple would never return. Blaming himself and suffering could not bring the disciple peace. The old man stared coldly at Mo Huang, his gaze filled with hatred. It's time for you to do something for your disciple. The power of love is the greatest strength, capable of overcoming all difficulties. The longing and pain were transformed into the most powerful and pure force, though at times mixed with malice. Every person who passes through our lives is a unique and precious soul in this world. Even though they have gone, the memories of them will always be a beacon lighting the soul, bringing peace and beauty. He smiled, using his spiritual energy to drain the soul and the life force of heaven and earth from the other person's body. His gaze was cold, emotionless, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. He stood silently before the man, his spiritual energy radiating a blue light, both illusory and real.
May we find peace and continue to strive for those who have passed, as well as for ourselves. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Daiyan was holding the divine wood, heading towards the wooden house. It was uncertain whether the sage would be angry upon hearing of this, but with his generous heart, it was certain that he would not hold a grudge. The important task right now is to capture that shameless disciple's name and restore the honor of the expert. Divine Wood beside him said, I think I should create a host to improve your weak swordsmanship for the time being. As Ji Yuan Dao was flying, he angrily turned around and argued with the divine sword. You dare say my swordsmanship is weak? Who ate my head? Spit it out now. Divine Wood responded irritably, look for yourself. Are you strong? Ji Yuan Dao shouted, I may not be that strong, but I'm still a grand martial uncle. Suddenly, Ji Yuan Dao sensed a strange aura nearby, and Wooden Sword also noticed it. From a distance, a powerful demonic aura surged out, as if there was no intention to hide it. At this moment, he had drained the corpse and was gathering its spiritual energy. At the same time, he also sensed the presence of a strong man. Ji Yuan Dao dove down from the sky, his sharp eyes sweeping over the person in front of him, his voice cold as ice. Finally, I found you, he said to the bloodthirsty murderer. He stood there, his gaze cutting through the opponent like a knife. He realized that the person in front of him was not ordinary, and the energy radiating from this person was exactly what he needed. However, today he had already reached his limit, his body had no more room to contain anymore. So, he smiled faintly, his voice full of sarcasm. Uncle, if you came here on purpose, I advise you not to meddle. This way, I might let you live for a few more days. Ji Yuan Dao frowned, his voice cold, meddle in others' business? He had become enraged. Although he appeared calm on the outside, when the old man became serious, the imposing aura of an emperor became evident, sending a shiver down one's spine. He yelled, You dare say I meddle in others' affairs? I am the Emperor of Daiyan, the imperial dynasty. This beast has killed my people, and you expect me to stand by and do nothing? The smile on his face vanished, and he stared intently at his opponent, his voice filled with suspicion. You are the Emperor of Daiyan? The Emperor of Daiyan is peacefully in the palace, so why are you here in this desolate place? Do you think I am a fool? However, from the energy around you, I can sense you are no ordinary person. At the very least, you've reached the level of the law manifestation stage. Ji Yuan Dao replied coldly, What's even more reprehensible is that not only are you committing evil acts, but you're also framing others for them. He said no more, summoning his chi spirit, his face flickering in the cold light of the flames. Are you referring to the one on the bounty notice? Ji Yuan Dao replied angrily, You dare call the master ugly, but what surprises me most is the bounty notice. What bounty notice? At this moment, the city was still bustling with people. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen calmly walked into the city, holding a bag of pottery and feeling elated. Today, thanks to the help of Miss Yun Huang, he was able to display his goods. Ha! Why is there such a crowd in front of the bulletin board? Jiang Chen, curious, approached to see if there was any new news. If any bandits were listed, he would definitely steer clear of them. But when Jiang Chen saw the content of the notice, his face went blank, and his heart seemed to break. The notice read, Ghosts that kill, ghosts that steal souls, a man in blue clothes, appearance like the one in the painting, extremely cruel and fierce. Although it was only a resemblance, Jiang Chen felt as if the sky was collapsing. He widened his eyes in shock and stared at the notice. Ghosts that kill, ghosts that steal souls, a man in blue clothes, what exactly is this about? As he was staring intently at the notice, an uncle walked up, placed his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and asked warmly, Has Boss Jiang come here already? Jiang Chen forced a smile and replied, Yes, that's right. The uncle continued, I haven't seen you in a long time, everyone misses you a lot. Don't pay attention to that notice, it's probably just a coincidence. There are plenty of young men wearing blue clothes. Anyway, Boss Jiang is definitely not the type of person they're talking about. The people gathered around the notice also stepped forward, nodding in agreement. That's right, you must be hungry, right?
Come over to our stall for a bowl of noodles. Even though Jiang Chen was troubled by the image, he didn't expect to receive so much concern from everyone. The feeling of being trusted made him happy, and he smiled as he said, "Thank you, everyone." But then he thought, why does even the hairstyle look the same? Who on earth is that detestable person? At that moment, the detestable person was facing Ji Yuan Dao, his voice cold and full of disdain. That ugly guy? Are they all blind or something? Not only did they depict my unparalleled appearance like that, but what's even more infuriating is that they made the clothes I wear white, when in fact the green robes are just reflecting the light from the spiritual aura. Truly infuriating, Ji Yuan Dao said through gritted teeth. To commit such a vile act and still act so arrogantly, I'd better capture him alive, to give the dead an explanation and restore the honor of a true master. But even though my swordsmanship is exceptional, it's not invincible. Moreover, the strength of this brat is an unknown. He's clearly hiding his true abilities. I have no idea what kind of person he is or how he will fight. Standing nearby, Wooden Sword smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry. I won't let you lose. Your hesitation is really making me lose face." Ji Yuan Dao looked at the sword, sighing, "You really are a child who speaks with such arrogance and no courtesy whatsoever." The old man raised his head, eyes filled with challenge as he stared straight at him, his voice cold. "Let me warn you, you're stepping into serious trouble. You've unknowingly become the scapegoat for someone you should never have gotten involved with. Compared to that person, you're utterly insignificant not only in strength, but even your arrogance is worthless." He replied calmly, "Oh? Is that so?" Ji Yuan Dao went on boasting, proud of his superior intellect and far-reaching insight, his ability to comprehend the profound principles and mysteries of the universe. He could see through the events of human life, and from that, guide us on the path of great cultivation. The extraordinary intelligence of that person could understand the depths of the human heart, shattering every layer of confusion, elevating the cultivation level of those around him, unlike you, a mere mortal who only sullies the honor of great masters. Upon hearing this, he could not help but feel annoyed. He asked, "Oh, if the one who died in my place is truly so powerful, then I would like to meet him." As he spoke, he directed the chi spirits to charge straight at Ji Yuan Dao. Two skeletal serpent-like chi spirits zipped through the air at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a greenish light trail. However, Ji Yuan Dao was not so easily defeated. As soon as he directed the chi spirits to attack, the old man found an opening to counter. He quickly leapt up, instinctively dodging. His figure seemed to blend into the mist, showing that he was no ordinary person. Perhaps he truly was the emperor of Daiyan, and indeed, had some skill. Ji Yuan Dao laughed loudly. "Ha, you are young, and your magic is indeed formidable, but swordsmanship requires both courage and strength, not something a weak cultivator like you can understand." In the blink of an eye, Ji Yuan Dao had moved behind him, preparing to strike. The old man knew that whether one was an emperor or a true swordsman, one had to overcome the fear and uncertainty within their heart. To face the unknown trials courageously, not just for the great masters but also for the people. Focus the mind, gather all strength. Ji Yuan Dao gritted his teeth, raising his sword high above his head, ready to unleash a mighty move. But suddenly, Divine Wood expanded rapidly, grabbing Ji Yuan Dao by the head. On the other side, as he was preparing to face the battle, he was left speechless. In his heart, he thought, he still didn't feel that the person before him was the Emperor of Daiyan. Not even for a moment was there any sign of lamentation for the Emperor of Daiyan, who was preparing for the upcoming battle. Those who practice immortal cultivation possess spiritual energy and extraordinary strength. They have the ability to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into their own core energy, surpassing the limits of ordinary people, and achieving abilities beyond imagination, such as flying, concealing themselves, teleporting, controlling the elements, and even grasping the laws of life and death, reincarnation. Not only that, but cultivators also possess an unshakable will. They pursue the goal of immortality, to transcend the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, ready to sacrifice everything and persist on the path of cultivation in search of eternal truth. If that is the case, he truly wanted to know the origin of the truth he once pursued.
Perhaps, at the beginning, he was also full of passion, but now, his gaze was as cold as ice, and he had lost all interest in life. The dark red blood had stained his memories, making it difficult for him to remember anything clearly. He could only be haunted by the bloody shores of that day, and the cold words of those people still echoed in his ears. They are from the demon clan, and the demon clan is nothing good. So small, what can it do? Forget it, what kind of storm can one person cause? Why? Why? What did I do wrong? He gently closed his eyes, his pupils red as blood, as if the tears flowing from his eyes were also stained a deep crimson. What did I do wrong to have to witness this? Ji Yuan Dao was now being controlled by wooden sword, his mind muddled, unable to see clearly. In his mind, a familiar figure appeared. The person was dressed in pure white, with hair as white as snow, walking toward him to ask, "What kind of power do you wish to possess?" Suddenly, he snapped back to awareness, muttering, "That's right, power. I want power, I need power. Only the strong can grasp the laws of this world, only the strong can survive and protect themselves and their loved ones. But what am I doing here?" He looked at the figure before him, confusion rising in his heart. What is this thing before me? Why am I wasting my time with this person? He sighed and coldly said, "Hey, bald man, I'm not in the mood to waste time with you. If you keep causing trouble, I can't guarantee you'll leave here in one piece." Ji Yuan Dao awkwardly responded, "Lion General Master, could you cooperate with me a bit? We need to work together to fight this, not have you causing more trouble for me." Lion General Master sighed, his words laced with sarcasm. "Cooperate? I can't stand your turtle slow swordsmanship." Ji Yuan Dao bitterly replied. "Slow. As a sword cultivator, if you can't even have confidence in your own strength, then at least you should show me some respect." Lion General Master snorted coldly, talking naively about sword cultivation. "I feel that you are far behind even a child from the neighboring village." Ji Yuan Dao, frustrated, tightly gripped the hilt of his sword and shouted, "Enough, no more arguing. If you have any ideas, then speak them out now." The old man realized that he could not defeat his opponent without the help of Lion General Master, and of course, Lion General Master wasn't being overly harsh either. Upon hearing Ji Yuan Dao's question, Lion General Master replied, "You've trained alone before, but now you need to work in coordination with me, understand?" "Alright, I guess you don't understand yet, but I know a move that can make your swordsmanship more flexible. Close your eyes, feel my consciousness, and use your senses to guide the sword." Ji Yuan Dao was still puzzled, unsure how to feel, when Lion General Master continued, "This way, you will be able to unleash your full power." Ji Yuan Dao suddenly became enraged, shouting, "Should I really trust your nonsense? Are you sure you're not joking with me? I can't see anything now, and I no longer have a weapon. How can I use swordsmanship?" Lion General Master suddenly asked, "Are you sure you don't have a sword in your hand?" Ji Yuan Dao was taken aback, sensing the situation and realizing things had subtly changed. He stared at his hand, feeling as though he was holding a sword. Indeed, he was holding a sword, and its power even surpassed that of Lion General Master. The spiritual energy surged relentlessly. Ji Yuan Dao, with his head gripped by the Lion General Master, leapt into the air, preparing to attack. The thrill of battle had returned. He looked at this scene and coldly said, "Uncle Baldhead, stop with the flashy tricks. I don't need your help." Ji Yuan Dao snorted, pouting. "He's just a demon clan member. Do you think I will lose to you just because you're older than me?" He replied, "I don't mean that. It's just that, even if you're not older than me, you still can't defeat me." Ji Yuan Dao swung his sword and said, "You're young and your thinking is exaggerated. Let me show you the new power I've gained." Lion General Master sighed and said, "Don't get too cocky. The opponent is very strong, and their strength far exceeds yours at this moment." Ji Yuan Dao asked in surprise, "Is that true?" Lion General Master honestly explained, From my observations, this person is an extremely mysterious spirit artificer. When combined with a spirit essence, they can perform both strange and powerful spells. Those who can absorb another's magical energy surely rely on their connection with the spirit essence. However, this power has limitations, such as attributes, conditions, and compatibility with the spirit essence within the body.
The effectiveness of energy absorption depends on both the quantity and quality.
Sometimes, they cannot absorb enough energy from the spirit essence, which limits their ability to cast spells. This partnership requires an unspoken pact and a close cooperative relationship with the spirit essence. Without establishing a good relationship with the spirit essence, their ability to absorb strength will be impaired. The spirit artificer must fully understand the characteristics and abilities of the chi spirit in order to adjust and adapt, achieving maximum absorption efficiency. These could become weaknesses for those who lack adaptability, but this individual has reached the pinnacle of the spirit artificer, meaning they are an incredibly powerful being.
Ji Yuan Dao swallowed his saliva and cautiously asked again, "What did you say?"
Lion General Master continued, "Although I don't know how he reached that level, if you challenge someone else's strengths using your own weaknesses, it's no different from seeking your own death." On the other side, he still had no intention of making a move, merely giving Ji Yuan Dao a cold glance before letting out a soft snort.
Ji Yuan Dao angrily asked, "What do you mean by my weakness attacking someone else's strength?"
"Swordsmanship is the strength I pride myself on, you're such a damn fool."
Lion General Master sighed lightly and said, "What I mean is the cooperation between the two of us."
This left Ji Yuan Dao with no rebuttal, as the two of them had no harmony at all. Lion General Master continued, "If you want to retreat safely, you need to carefully observe and fully understand the behavior and abilities of your opponent. You can create some distractions to disrupt the cooperation between them and the chi spirit. Loud noises, blinding lights, or thick fog can all cause them trouble."
Ji Yuan Dao nodded and smiled. "Ah, I get it now."
These things will make it hard for him to absorb power, weakening his ability to cast spells when he's using his absorption ability, and he'll reveal his own weaknesses.
Attacking the key energy points will reduce his ability to perform his spells.
Enlightened by the Lion General Master, Ji Yuan Dao began to think more carefully. The sword in his hand gradually faded away. The old man said in astonishment, "Oh, I understand now." And so, Ji Yuan Dao threw aside the pride of the emperor. After all, now that the Lion General Master had a hold on him, no one would notice anything. All they saw was a lion twisting and calling out, "Come here, little brother." The old man just walked by and whispered something, "Let me tell you about it."
He hadn't even had time to react.
Ji Yuan Dao leaned in and screamed into his ear, causing Liang to jump in surprise.
But just damaging his hearing wasn't enough. Ji Yuan Dao then slapped a pile of powder into Liang's face, this time to destroy his sense of smell.
Liang coughed violently, while Ji Yuan Dao stood with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly, his face full of delight. According to those who came before, the people who were drained dry and died on the ground had been subjected to a method called poison powder, a ruthless and cruel technique. Liang was affected by the poison powder, his hearing damaged, and his eyes even teared up from the stinging pain. He ground his teeth, his voice filled with fury. "How despicable! He's using such a lowly trick."
Suddenly, a roar echoed, and a blinding column of light appeared behind Liang.
Spiritual energy surged from the back, and Liang furrowed his brows, staring coldly at Ji Yuan Dao in front of him. His voice was frosty. "You, the old bastard pretending to be an emperor, you've really angered me now."
Ji Yuan Dao, both shocked and enraged, shouted back, "What? Pretending to be an emperor? How dare you say I'm impersonating an emperor?"
He then transformed into a mad dog, charging forward, cursing and hitting, "You're the fake High Master. The villain who accuses others first."
Liang gritted his teeth, his eyes cold. "Do you want to die? Who's the imposter here?"
The two collided, and the sky was filled with brilliant golden and green flashes of light, creating a stark contrast. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Liang stood still, observing the situation before him, thinking to himself, "This old man really has some real power." Ji Yuan Dao was no longer the frog at the bottom of the well.
He had realized Liang's true strength. As he retreated, he spoke to Lion General. Just as you said, the opponent is not simple. It seems we must now use our true abilities. Lion General squinted in disdain and snorted twice.
It seems we've encountered a tough opponent, but this is also an opportunity to test you.
Ji Yuan Dao furrowed his brows. I am determined.
I will use my sword intent to show the demon clan who they are dealing with.
I will never forgive those who dare to trample upon the Emperor of Dai Yen. Liang coldly replied.
Then, old man, your hopes will soon be shattered.
If you're strong, you have the right to be arrogant.
Ji Yuan Dao looked at the scene before him with a displeased gaze.
This young man dared to be so arrogant. Who gave him that courage?
Liang said nothing in reply, only lightly raised his hand.
From the palm of his hand, a pure blue light emanated.
The light, which seemed so gentle, concealed an immense power. Behind Liang, several air spirits soared into the sky, their ferocious forms and overwhelming power causing the ground beneath to shatter into pieces.
Liang spoke slowly. I am not arrogant. Listen carefully.
I am an existence far beyond you, and it is this very fact that grants me both the authority and arrogance. He clenched his fist, and the three enormous air spirits in the sky immediately tore through the wind, stepping on clouds, and crossed the vast forest to attack Ji Yuan Dao, who was soaring above. Beneath the ground, the earth and rocks continued to be bombarded, shattering into pieces. Ji Yuan Dao swept the wooden sword over his head, unable to resist complimenting his opponent. Kid, you're quite skilled. From the palm of the old man, a sword materialized. He shouted loudly and swung the sword forward with a move from the demon-slaying sword technique. The sharp sword energy, filled with righteous power, could sever demons and banish evil. However, Liang Ji chuckled softly and casually said, "Thank you."
Two chi spirits suddenly appeared from nowhere.
One of them opened its mouth and devoured the sword energy. The sword energy vibrated and gradually disappeared as if it had never existed. Ji Yuan Dao quickly retreated, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at the two chi spirits in front of him. Even his sword intent was absorbed. It was possible. Could this be the system's trick?
He turned to ask Lion General, what should we do?
This time, Lion General didn't bite his head but transformed into a lion, standing firmly in front of him. In a serious tone, he said, "This is not good. My cultivation and life force are being drained as well." Ji Yuan Dao furrowed his brow, making a decisive decision. If he couldn't resolve the matter of these chi spirits, there was only one way left. Although it was risky, if he found the right breakthrough point, there was still a chance to win. To catch a thief, catch the king first. He dove down from above, holding Lion General in his complete form. Liang Ji sneered dismissively, "A master of this level is so ordinary, how pathetic." He raised his hand, and another chi spirit emerged from the ground, opening its mouth to swallow the approximate original essence. The speed exceeded the old man's expectations. Ji Yuan Dao anxiously thought to himself, "I can't get any closer, I can only be drained of my strength by the spirit. My power will continue to weaken. This is bad, the three spirits are also closing in." In that moment, the old man felt helpless, wanting to give up. The last flicker of light in his mind seemed to go out. Is there really no way out? I refuse to accept this. Ji Yuan Dao closed his eyes, waiting for death, but it didn't come. Instead, the Lion General transformed from a sword into a human form, standing in front of him to block the way, allowing the spirit to drain her strength. Her expression was pained, but in that moment, she only thought of apologizing for misjudging the information and dragging Ji Yuan Dao into this. She shouted loudly, "I'll hold them off here. You go find help." Ji Yuan Dao's eyes were filled with suffering and despair, as if he himself were the one enduring the pain. "Clearly, I should be the one protecting you. You've always guided me, whether it was the blessings of the great masters, the noisy fights, the joy, or the laughter, the two of you always took care of each other and were happy together. Now, the Lion General is telling me to run, but can my conscience and heart allow that? Don't you like being drained?" Ji Yuan Dao furrowed his brow and suddenly unleashed all of his power. The spirit attached to the Lion General was sure to be drawn in to a certain extent. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble and make it explode. As expected, Ji Yuan Dao's judgment was correct, and the spirit clinging to the Lion General successfully vanished. The old man hurriedly rushed over to hug Lion General and flew off, muttering to himself, "These spirit essences are indeed identical, they resonate with each other."
When one is destroyed, the other loses its effect as well. Seeing his spirit essence destroyed, Liang's expression changed abruptly.
He glared and muttered in anger, "My soul essence, all the souls I've gathered are now useless."
That damn old man, don't even think about escaping. Liang gritted his teeth, intending to chase Ji Yuan Dao.
But suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, causing him to stop. A girl appeared, not to help, but to remind him, "Stop it. That bastard has been gone for so long, Lord Sovereign has already asked, and now I had to come running."
"Liang, this is the last time." Liang replied angrily, "I have my reasons."
The girl, named me, shrugged, uninterested in his explanation, and coldly said, "Whatever your reasons are, you can explain them to Lord Sovereign yourself.
I don't want to get dragged into this." With that, she vanished into the void as quickly as she had appeared.
Summoned back, Liang naturally no longer stayed to fight or chase Ji Yuan Dao. In the distance, Ji Yuan Dao also sensed the energy from his opponent had vanished. The danger seemed to have passed, but both of them were exhausted.
If they didn't act quickly, they might not survive.
The scene shifted to a vast hall, where the eerie and ominous atmosphere sent chills down everyone's spine. Upon seeing Liang's return, someone with a mocking smile curled their lips and said, "What a disgrace, held back by an old man and a child for half a day. You really don't deserve the title of Spirit Chi Master."
Liang replied irritably, "Stop talking nonsense.
That old man is not a dying candle, and moreover, he even calls himself the Dai Yin Emperor. As for that kid who transformed from a wooden sword, he's not simple either. I drained part of his spiritual energy, which boosted my cultivation but also pushed my chi to its limits.
That's why the old man had the opportunity."
The other person snorted, "A ghost would believe you."
Liang immediately retorted, "Aren't you a ghost?"
While the two were arguing, someone who seemed to be their Lord Sovereign appeared, smiling lightly and mediating.
"All right, I understand the situation now. It's rare for all four of you to be here together."
The speaker was the purple-haired girl who had led Liang back. Along with her were Chiu Yuan Tian, a bald man with a muscular build, and finally, Liang. These four were subordinates of the white-haired figure, who was the mastermind antagonist.
Though he sat silently, the aura emanating from him made everyone feel pressure.
"Finally, we have enough people," he said.
"But our progress is slower than before.
The current strength we possess is far from enough to open the portal to another realm." At this point, Liang became obedient, clasped his hands sincerely, and said, "This time, it was indeed my subordinate's fault.
I assure you, we won't repeat the mistake next time."
At this moment, another person stepped forward and said with a smile, "By the way, on our way back, I followed an old man and discovered a small wooden house deep in the forest. I feel the power from that house is very similar to that of Lord Sovereign." The white-robed figure coldly asked Chiu Yuan Tian, "Master, is this wooden house where the one who nearly killed you is hiding?" When Chiu Yuan Tian heard that name, his face suddenly turned ashen. "You originally planned to sacrifice your daughter, but instead, you were beaten into a state where you no longer resembled a human by its helper. As a father, do you even have any dignity left?" Chiu Yuan Tian glared and cursed. "Fool, you." Then, he casually tossed the old man aside and smiled, saying, "When we passed by there, we just happened to see someone walking out of the house. That person looked very ordinary, one might say a mere mortal, but what he carried was incredibly astonishing, containing boundless divine power, as though the strength of the entire universe had gathered within it." Unconsciously, she sank into a state of fascination, feeling the strange source of power flowing into her body. The corners of her mouth curled up as she lightly licked her lips and murmured, "Incredible, the person he serves must be a great master. Just recalling that power makes me tremble uncontrollably." She hugged herself tightly and sighed, "Ah, I can't take it anymore."
Liang coldly remarked, "You should know when to stop. The object that person carries, I've already examined it. It truly is a supreme divine artifact, but perhaps that mortal acquired it from somewhere." The white-robed figure slowly asked, "A power similar to mine, you mean?"
"In any case, that small wooden house is worth us returning to once more." One of the group raised his hand to volunteer. "I'll go, I really want to witness the great master that old man spoke of." Xiao Yuan Tian glanced at him coldly, silently thinking, "I wonder how thick-skinned this person is. Even my cultivation can't handle that person, let alone a lowly creature like you."
Dying early would be a blessing.
The white-robed figure, trusting his subordinate, immediately agreed to send Liang alone. Before leaving, he instructed, "Remember, you must bring that expert back to meet me. The rest, turn them into bait for your chi spirit."
Elsewhere, Ji Yuan Dao was desperately flying toward the wooden house.
As he flew, he ground his teeth in anger, with the lion general resting at his waist. "Damn it, I must report this to the expert immediately. These scoundrels cannot be allowed to roam free without consequences." He thought to himself, "What a surprise. Before I even began my search, the expert appeared from afar." At that moment, Jiang Chen was holding what seemed like an ordinary object, but to Ji Yuan Dao, it was a vessel of cosmic power. Jiang Chen, however, was simply delighted thinking about finishing this batch of porcelain and selling it in the city for money. The day he could freely eat meat was not far off. He felt immense joy. As soon as Ji Yuan Dao saw Jiang Chen, he rushed toward him, his face pale, causing Jiang Chen to be taken aback.
"When did you arrive?" Jiang Chen asked. Ji Yuan Dao opened his mouth and yawned. "Ah, this is bad.
My body is so weak it can barely hold up anymore," he shuddered as he spoke.
"Master, things are not looking good. Someone is impersonating you and causing trouble."
Jiang Chen froze, his face changing dramatically, a string of curses flooding his mind.
Oh no, he knows about it too. Or did he see the notice in the city? Ji Yuan Dao complained with dissatisfaction, "On the way here, I saw him soul stealing.
He was deliberately showing off, turning his white clothes into green, and even dared to mock the boss.
This is absolutely unforgivable." Jiang Chen twitched his mouth, forcing a smile. "Huh? You met the main culprit? And he's a killer ghost? This plot is a bit strange."
Ji Yuan Dao handed the lion general to Jiang Chen, adding, "Not only that, he even used the wooden sword that the boss gave, fought with him for a few rounds. As a result, the wooden sword ended up like this." The tassel on the sword's handle drooped, clearly withered. Jiang Chen stood frozen, unable to understand how even a sword could be drained.
He looked at Ji Yuan Dao and cautiously asked, "Did you deal with that person?" Of course, the answer was undoubtedly no.
The small wooden house was bathed in the gentle glow of the evening sun. After being escorted inside to rest, Jiang Chen quickly prepared a simple bowl of soup to restore his basic health. The old man eagerly drank the soup in a hurry, causing Jiang Chen and Mo Yun Huang, who stood beside him, to silently watch, secretly thinking that the old man must have been starving. Ji Yuan Dao drank the soup in one go, put the bowl down on the table, and praised, "Delicious, this soup is really amazing." Looking at the old man's expression, it seemed that his health had improved significantly, even his bald head had become shinier. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised, wondering how his face had changed so much in the blink of an eye.
Mo Yun Huang also forced a smile.
In the blink of an eye, the old man had finished drinking it all.
Ji Yuan Dao looked at Jiang Chen with a pleased expression and asked, "May I ask, sir, what kind of soup is this?"
Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed but still smiled as he replied, "This is the soup made from jade pearl and white jade." In reality, he was reluctant to admit that he had run out of rice at home, and there was nothing left except the cold northeast wind. Even though he was a capable person, at that moment, he only had a piece of tofu left, so he had to make do with this. He hadn't expected the guest to enjoy it so much. Perhaps the old man was very hungry, or maybe he was trying to maintain face for him. In any case, the old man was really kind-hearted.
This was Jiang Chen's sincere thought. However, Ji Yuan Dao did not think that way at all.
In his mind, it was as though he had just undergone a revelation. Everything was exactly as he had expected. This soup was truly something that could only exist in the heavens, and it was impossible for ordinary mortals to appreciate it. Just one sip and it felt as though he had transcended, floating between the immortal realm and the mortal world.
It was hard to believe.
2 sips of the soup had revived his weak body, filling it with vitality once more.
Now, his life essence was not only restored but also elevated.
Oh, it felt as though he were dancing in the immortal palace with the fairy maidens, experiencing endless joy. Thinking this, the old man grew even more excited. He stuck out his tongue and licked the last drops of soup from the bowl. If he had the chance, he would certainly savor this soup again. It truly makes one unable to stop feeling excited. Jiang Chen forced a smile, thinking to himself, it seems the old man must have been very hungry, but isn't he supposed to be a wealthy person?
Ji Yuan Dao then asked, so, who is this young lady?
Jiang Chen smiled and replied, oh, I forgot to introduce, this is Mo Yun Huang, Miss Mu Yun. Outside, the sword stake planted in the ground was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, but inside, it felt restless. It too longed to drink the soup.
When Ji Yuan Dao heard the name Mo Yun Huang, he was startled. Isn't Mo Yun Huang the younger sister of the Ascension Dance Saintess?
He immediately laughed and said, greetings, Miss Mu, I am Ji Yuan Dao, just call me uncle.
Mo Yun Huang froze. Greetings, Uncle Ji, isn't Ji Yuan Dao the Emperor of Daiyan?
Jiang Chen, oblivious to everything, smiled cheerfully and said, that's right, the timing is perfect. Miss Mu and I were about to fire a batch of decorative ceramics, and you can observe the entire firing process. If you like, you can choose 1 or 2 items, and if you buy more, you'll even get a discount.
Mo Yun Huang stared at Jiang Chen, silently thinking, what is this shopkeeper trying to do by having me meet the Emperor of Daiyan? Is there some hidden intention here?
Jiang Chen genuinely only wanted to sell his goods, but now even Ji Yuan Dao was overthinking.
He quietly thought, if I'm not mistaken, this young lady must be an important figure from the Ascension Dance Sacred Hall.
I get it now, this move by the expert must be to resolve the conflict with the heaven-transforming palace.
In reality, Jiang Chen was secretly calculating.
If he didn't speak up, it seemed there wouldn't be any soup to drink tonight. He had to secure this business deal. And so, each person had their own thoughts, and without any prior agreement, they all smiled. After that, Mo Yun Huang and Ji Yuan Dao followed Jiang Chen to his ceramic workshop.
From Jiang Chen's perspective, the process of making ceramics seemed quite simple.
He went through the motions carelessly, placing the ceramics into the kiln as usual, then adding firewood in several clusters to ignite.
Smoke from the kiln rose everywhere. Finally, when the product was completed, Jiang Chen saw it as just an ordinary ceramic piece.
He didn't pay attention to the astonished expressions of the 2 behind him but instead nodded and smiled, saying, the final product is roughly like this. Although it's not perfect, it carries the charm of youthful vitality, a rare quality in the market. Jiang Chen turned back to look at Ji Yuan Dao, asking with a smile, I wonder if you're interested? However, both Ji Yuan Dao and Mo Yun Huang simultaneously showed an expression of extreme shock. They laughed, but their hearts were dripping with cold sweat. What did I just see? What just happened? Jiang Chen was startled. What's wrong with these 2? This time, we will observe from the perspective of Ji Yuan Dao and Mo Yun Huang. The whole incident started when Jiang Chen gently led Ji Yuan Dao to his ceramic workshop. First was the room called Chenlai Qi, where finished products and materials related to ceramics were usually kept. If you like, feel free to let me know at any time. Of course, you are free to look around. Mo Yun Huang and Ji Yuan Dao were immediately struck with awe by the atmosphere in the room. If they weren't mistaken, the energy emanating from everything in this room was all celestial essence. Yes, it was all celestial essence. Jiang Chen took out a ceramic tray, which contained several small items, and began to introduce them.
These are some of my semi-finished products.
From these semi-finished products, you can see the materials used. Indeed, they could only see the semi-finished products. But to them, it was as if they had just glimpsed the entire universe, the laws governing all things, the dazzling light blinding their eyes.
This is the spiritual essence of the earth attribute, radiating outward.
There's no mistaking it, this is clearly the spiritual nourishing celestial earth. This type of earth, rich in earth attribute spiritual essence, was considered the best soil for cultivating various spiritual herbs. Only those herbs grown in this type of soil could truly unleash their medicinal properties. Moreover, this spiritual nourishing celestial earth could also be used as an auxiliary material in the process of refining qi, enhancing the quality and properties of the refined products, and even improving the success rate of alchemy.
For any cultivator, the spiritual nourishing celestial earth was an incredibly precious resource.
However, this type of soil had almost vanished from the world. Even a small piece of it would certainly ignite a fierce struggle among sects, leading to bloodshed.
And a large quantity of spiritual nourishing celestial earth could even spark a bloody war. Ji Yuan Dao trembled and asked, "Master, where did you mine this kind of earth?" Zhang Chen smiled and replied, "You mean this kind of earth? It's right near the entrance of my house." Mo Yun Huang, who had been here for a long time, could only laugh helplessly. This was nothing new to her, while Ji Yuan Dao was in tears. Outside the courtyard?
Even the Emperor of Dai Yan did not know that there was such precious ore in his own house. He would surely die if he knew. Putting aside the matter of the earth, their next stop was the furnace. This time, what seemed like a normal process left both of them speechless. While Zhang Chen saw it as an ordinary furnace, in their eyes, this furnace seemed comparable to a top-grade alchemy furnace. The logs Zhang Chen used as firewood, to them, were rare spirit trees of various colors. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen continued to add firewood to the furnace. Each time he added a log, Ji Yuan Dao felt like his heart was bleeding. These spirit trees were all over 1,000 years old. In addition to their wood attribute, they also radiated spiritual energy. One piece of a spirit tree was worth an entire city, yet Zhang Chen was burning them like this.
Ji Yuan Dao asked again, "Master, where did this firewood come from?" Although Zhang Chen didn't understand much, he honestly answered, "You mean these logs? They're all from trees down the mountain." Ji Yuan Dao immediately fainted.
The Dai Yan imperial dynasty, though vast in territory and rich in resources, was unfortunate to have a ruler like him who was utterly useless. Mo Yun Huang of course also realized that those objects were not ordinary, and a sense of worry rose in her heart, though she said nothing.
Is it really okay for the spirit tree to burn like this, one piece at a time? She wondered.
Suddenly, something very special appeared in her eyes.
The flame in the furnace seemed to have sparked a deep insight within Mo Yun Huang.
Without hesitation, she moved closer, and in the next moment, she felt as if she had been pulled into another world. This sensation was like something was about to erupt deep within her body.
"It's too hot, my body is too hot, I can't stand it anymore," she exclaimed. Engulfed in the flames, Mo Yun Huang could more clearly feel that these flames were far from ordinary.
In the past, with the guidance and magical tools of a high expert, she had progressed from the third level of divine abilities to this stage.
Could it be the same now? So that's it, Ming understood.
She pondered deeply. Fire, originally used to forge energy, was also the essence of her own being. These two were closely connected, which is why the high expert had her here, shaping pottery with him. At first, she didn't understand, but now she realized the high expert's intention.
Mo Yun Huang couldn't help but feel excited, secretly thinking, "Am I going to reach the Dharma image realm? Could it be that, like the Holy Lord, I might step into the immortal embryo realm as the legends say? What was the high expert's true purpose in trying to help me ascend?"
Meanwhile, the high expert had no intention of assisting her in advancing and suddenly sneezed.
Mo Yun Huang couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the person is a great master?
While Mo Yun Huang was focused on improving his cultivation, Zhang Chen carefree molded pottery to sell. At the Holy Land of Ascension dance, an odious individual was filled with hatred towards Zhang Chen. Mo Yu Huang bit his nails, his face anxious, thinking to himself, Zhangchen, how dare you enchant my younger sister? At that moment, Shen Xiaozi stepped forward, his face showing concern as he asked.
Yu Huang, your expression doesn't look good, is something wrong?
Mo Yu Huang bit his lip and replied, Ancestor, please don't worry.
I'm fine, just a little agitated.
I've been waiting for this day for so long, all the distance between us, I want to take this opportunity to clear everything up. Shen Xiaozi, hearing this, laughed joyfully, glancing at the figures on the clouds and said,
Ha, don't worry, Yu Huang.
You have us backing you up, not just us, the entire Holy Land of Ascension Dance stands behind you.
We won't let them get away with this anymore. These people are truly beyond saving.
Mo Yu Huang responded, Ancestor, this time we have many people, but as you can see, there's something terrifying about him. Who knows, he may have more sinister techniques we haven't anticipated.
Shen Xiaozi nodded, I agree. You're right, we must remain cautious. This person cannot be underestimated.
Although he is known as a powerful cultivator, many of us gathered here can't even sense the slightest bit of energy from those people. He looked into the distance, muttering to himself, so vicious, I never expected they could gather so many powerful cultivators.
Come over here and take a look, I never expected we would succeed this much. With just a little breeze, they've already mobilized their full force. Liang frowned and said, You call this a little breeze? You almost blew the entire city down.
This mission was clearly assigned to me, but you kept interfering.
What exactly is the reason behind this? Turning to look at Liang, she coldly replied, This? Isn't it because the other side is just too handsome?
Liang, upon hearing this, could only remain silent, helplessly saying, What I see and what you see are completely different. She had never met Zhangchen directly, and after hearing Liang's words, she was a little skeptical.
Liang continued to explain, After I personally saw that person, my spirit force kept trembling.
They were all telling me one truth, that old man was right. The other party really is an extraordinarily terrifying existence.
She clicked her tongue and smirked, asking, Huh? Is it instinct? If it's instinct, then what?
Her mind was filled with images of herself leaping into his arms, unable to resist the overwhelming joy.
Liang looked at the image she painted and was speechless, realizing that this was indeed her instinct. Not paying much attention, she walked over to Liang, smiling affectionately as she asked, Are you jealous?
Don't worry, no one can replace your place in my heart.
Liang snorted, saying, Who's jealous of you?
Succubus, be careful or I might drain your neck dry.
She asked somewhat impertinently, Where do you want to start from?
Liang, feeling helpless, didn't say anything more, his thoughts returning to their previous position, still uneasy about the fact that this major event would likely end badly. The scene shifted to a house bathed in sunlight and spring breeze, where everyone was leisurely chatting in a small courtyard, a small vase of flowers in front of them. Xing Yunzi smiled and said, I told you that even sweeping the house can improve your cultivation. Just look at Ji Xian, little brother. Ji Xian clasped his hands and humbly replied, Senior, you flatter me. Suddenly, Ji Xian sensed a familiar energy. As soon as Ji Xian realized it, the others also immediately recognized the energy as something they had encountered before.
Xing Yunzi sighed, It's an old acquaintance.
Xiu Lingair furrowed her brow, visibly uncomfortable, seeming to sense that someone had come to pay a visit, but their presence was far from friendly. Yun Lan nodded in agreement. Mo Yun Huang also sensed that the familiar energy wasn't just from Mo Yu Huang, but from many others, including the Holy Lord and Ancestor, with an overwhelming aura. In the sky, Shen Xiaozi was flying while thinking, Yun Huang, you really are foolish. Putting aside the fact that Yun Huang is young and easily deceived, how could even you, Xing Yunzi, be tricked into selling your life to that murderous demon head without a second thought?
I truly don't understand. Moreover, the power of this demon head has been growing quietly. The inside of the Ascension Dance Sacred Hall has been insufficient from the beginning. We've truly been living in calm times for too long. Thinking back, there were the battles for territory in the immortal realm, the human world, and so on, the invasions of the ancient races, the wanton slaughter of the beast clans.
Ascension Dance Sacred Hall was mentioned earlier because, at that time, the Great Army Demon Clan was involved, so it was not the right moment to take action. This time, with the immortal mirror in hand and supported by higher-level cultivators behind him, it could be considered a safe move. Lost in thought, Mo Huang suddenly called out, "Ancestor, we might need to stop for a moment. There's something off about the place we just passed through." Wu Xinji replied, "I felt the same when we passed through here earlier.
My whole body went numb. Although Yu Huang and I didn't have any serious issues, Shin Shaozi behind us looked back in suspicion.
To our surprise, a formation had appeared around them at some point without us noticing. Those with slightly weaker strength were trapped."
Shin Shaozi gasped and shouted, "What is going on here?"
At that moment, all of them were trapped within the formation. A few days ago, the work was finally completed, and the ceramic items had been carefully prepared. Jiang Chen happily packed them up, hoping that if he could sell them, his living expenses in the near future would no longer be a problem. He carried the heavy bag in his hand, and Mo Yun Huang helped him place the bag over his shoulder.
Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Let's head out." "Thank you, Yun Huang, for overseeing the gate."
Mo Yun Huang waved and said, "Take care on your journey, boss." On the way, Jiang Chen hoped he could sell the ceramics for a good price. But unexpectedly, after walking for a while, one of the ceramic items fell. Jiang Chen looked on in despair, but the distance was too great for him to retrieve it. In the end, it rolled into the water. The ceramic item slowly sank, and Jiang Chen sighed, "What bad luck, I lost one before even entering the city. Well, I guess I'll just leave it here." In reality, Jiang Chen did not know that this incident had been orchestrated beforehand. Returning to the present, after being surrounded, they were all confused and arguing. The formation was too vast, and clearly, they were still far from their destination.
"When was this formation set up?" Shin Shaozi asked anxiously.
It was impossible. They had investigated several times but found no traces of this formation.
This surprise attack plan had been kept secret. How could this happen?
This grand formation, as described, had every movement of theirs under the enemy's watch. They must have discovered them a long time ago.
Shin Shaozi furrowed his brow. "This is sincere advice. We should retreat. It's better for us." At that moment, another person stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Mr. Shao, are you really planning to give up halfway? This isn't like you. We're used to situations like this, aren't we?"
Shin Shaozi looked at the prominent figures from the righteous sects in surprise. The sect master of the Flying Cloud sect, Ling Wuzi, spoke sternly, "Shin Shaozi, you are truly extraordinary.
Is the mystery about you just a tactic to lure us down the mountain?"
The sect master of the Mystic Heaven sect, Mysterious Hermit True Person, stroked his beard and softly said, "In my experience, this is the 9 Heavens Star Formation Void Cauldron Mystic Dream Realm."
Madame Chiu chuckled and asked, "Mr. Shao, even now, are you still trying to hide things from us? What are you concealing?"
Ancestor Holy Lands Lei Wan frowned and said, "This place has suddenly experienced an anomaly. I had suspected it before, but now I am certain.
This must be the remains of an ancient cultivator from the Manhwa era."
The people from the Celestial Palace of Ascension Dance panicked and shouted, "Wait, everyone is misunderstanding.
How could they imagine such a thing? Even their imagination isn't lacking in richness."
The ancestor cultivators immediately flew toward the formation, their hearts filled with excitement. The last time a secret realm appeared was hundreds of years ago, and it had been a long time since they felt such excitement. At the same time, Ying Lan, Chang Yunzi, and Ji Xian stood below, staring into the distance in silence.
After a long while, Chang Yunzi finally asked, "Does anyone know when this grand formation was set up?"
Of course, they don't know. After all, that formation is only small in scale. It's noisy on the outside but peaceful on the inside. What amuses them the most is that those people are so eager to rush in recklessly, even with a few familiar faces among them. It seems they still don't understand the situation. Ying Lan sighed and said, "They really don't know the limits of their power."
Qin Yunzi smiled and asked, "Should we stop them?"
Beside them, Mo Yun Huang's expression was filled with displeasure. The auras of the ancestors, palace master, sister, and other elders had all appeared.
Why? Is it because of me?
If this continues, it will cause trouble for the master.
What should I do?
Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gentle voice rang out.
Is everyone here? Perfect timing.
Jiang Chen stepped forward, holding a large watermelon in his hand, smiling nonchalantly.
He eagerly showed it off, saying,
"Recently, the watermelons have ripened, everyone come here and eat some."
Everyone was stunned. Was he implying that they should just sit and eat watermelon without worrying about anything else?
Up above, the powerful ancestor cultivators were discussing how to take action.
Lei Wanpa shouted,
"I'll go first." The old man opened his mouth, and from it shot out a bolt of lightning with overwhelming power. Below, Jiang Chen placed a knife on the freshly chilled watermelon.
As the skin was sliced off, the lightning bolt hit the shield and rebounded back.
The watermelon was split open, and the lightning was sent hurtling back at them, its power even stronger than when it had been released.
What's happening? The attack is backfiring on them.
Below, a few of Chiu Ling Air's group were holding pieces of watermelon and eating happily, completely carefree. Up above, the cultivators were being torn apart by the smoke and flames, struggling to hold on. Xiao Madam was also injured, but still shouted loudly to reassure everyone.
Everyone, be careful, just a little more.
Below, Yunlan and the others each took a bite of the watermelon. It was so delicious that it numbed their entire bodies, truly a divine experience. In the sky, the group was frustrated because they couldn't break the formation. The formation was too tough, and they kept shouting,
"Don't stop, the formation will definitely break."
Ling Wuzi gritted his teeth and said, "It seems I have no choice but to use this move." A large formation appeared beneath his feet, and he threw out several more flags.
Is he planning to break the formation with another formation?
The other person casually set up a formation with just a lump of clay. After finishing his melon slice, he stretched and yawned, then laughed, "I'm going to take a nap now.
The rest is up to you all. After eating, remember to clean up the house."
At that moment, everyone understood the boss's intention. He wanted them to handle the group of people. It was a test. Jiang Chen was about to enter the house when he suddenly stopped, almost forgetting something. He turned back, looked at Mo Yun Huang, called her over, and gave her a task. Outside, after dozens of attacks and powerful spells, the formation still stood firm, unwavering. They were exhausted and looked disheveled. Shen Shaozi wasn't surprised by their actions, they were bound to fail. Suddenly, the formation opened.
Lei Wanpa shouted, "Everyone, look!
The formation seems to have a hole in it." "Ha ha ha, it turns out our attacks were effective, just a bit delayed."
Illusions can sometimes bring temporary joy, but in reality, that's not the case.
Shen Shaozi frowned and said, "Wait a moment, someone is coming out, everyone, be on high alert." But no one expected that Yinglan, Ji Yuan Dao, and Qing Yunzi would step out, each of them looking healthy and happy, greeting them with ease. Shen Shaozi was so angry that his eyes seemed to flicker, wondering why they were so carefree, as if they didn't care about anyone, when, in fact, it wasn't worth worrying about at all. Watermelons, with their sweet taste and cooling properties, contain more than 90% water, offering a cooling effect, reducing heat, and relieving frustration. During the scorching summer, enjoying watermelon not only helps to cool off but also increases urine output while assisting in reducing bilirubin levels. Yinglan ate watermelon while striking poses, while the emperor of Daiyan, Ji Yuan Dao, with his shiny bald head, also happily enjoyed it. Moreover, watermelon is rich in water, easy to digest, helps soften stool, and maintain smooth bowel movements, he said. Qing Yunzi, the sacred Hall of Azure Cloud ancestor, with his rosy skin, was not hesitant to munch on watermelon either. The Prince of Daiyan added that watermelon, being high in water content, could dilute the alcohol concentration in the blood and speed up the alcohol elimination process after drinking. The high water content in watermelon not only replenishes the body's fluids but also promotes the metabolism of pigments. Additionally, with the presence of amino acids like alanine, glutamic acid, and inositol, watermelon helps enhance the skin's physiological activity, repair damaged cells, and give smooth, elastic skin. Xin Shaozi, with a frown on his face, expressed his doubts. I understand this, but why are more and more people appearing, and their abilities are increasing so rapidly?
What is the true nature of that watermelon that allows them to accumulate energy after eating it? He asked angrily. Is eating watermelon to welcome us a way of showing disdain for us?
Xin Shaozi could sense, through the watermelon, a large figure emerging and vanishing within the mist, carrying a deep, ancient energy that spread an overwhelming aura throughout the heavens and earth.
Who is the one behind them?
Today, I will get to the bottom of this, he decided. It seems that in order to approach that wooden house, I must first capture the mouse.
How dare you come again?
I don't know how to speak to you, he continued.
Why wouldn't I dare come?
That evil person has done so many bad things, harmed so many lives.
Xing Yunzi, are you blind?
Xing Yunzi sneered.
You're the one who's blind.
When you do bad things, it's someone else's fault. Your intelligence is too low, you can't understand and then make things difficult for yourself. Xin Shaozi shouted.
Well said, Xing Yunzi. You dare to look down on me like this?
Not long ago, you were someone who was about to die. Though someone behind you gave you a second life, it was certainly not without reason. Today, I will open your blind eyes. Xing Yunzi furrowed his brows.
I'm telling you, how heavy is your mental demon?
When the heart is heavy, one naturally only sees what they want to see, and conversely, does not see the truth.
How should I explain this to you?
Ji Yuan Dao stepped forward and said seriously, Ancestor, not long ago, I faced that villain. In reality, the true culprit is someone else, and I swear on my integrity to guarantee this. Xin Shaozi furrowed his brows and replied, I think you've been greatly deceived. Clearly, in your territory of Daiyan, the most people have died, and all the evidence points to one direction, yet you still try to shield him.
Surely your intelligence has been as cleansed as your bald head by now?
The bald-headed man. Ji Yuan Dao, enraged, felt his bald head turn bright red with veins popping out, gritting his teeth and shouting, Who are you calling bald-headed, you red-haired monkey? Xing Yunzi hurriedly grabbed Ji Yuan Dao's robe and gently advised, Calm down, calm down. This time, the ancestors began to argue and blame each other. Meanwhile, Mo Huang stood still, observing the situation. For some reason, she felt a strange unease in her heart.
Not only Xin Shaozi but the other ancestors also joined in the argument.
The mysterious hermit true person shouted, Emperor of Daiyan, you are still siding with the culprit, even bringing the prince to such a dangerous place. I think you've really lost your mind, Ling Wuzi snorted, laughing, let's put aside other matters for now. If the grand formation has been broken, there's no need to hesitate anymore.
Let's go.
As he spoke, the old man immediately charged toward Ji Yuan Dao's group. Xin Shaozi hurriedly shouted, Hey, don't act recklessly. We cannot underestimate their strength. But the advice came too late, as a golden butterfly flew up into the sky. Xiao Ling stood in front of Yunlan, gently saying, Seniors, I apologize, Xiao Ling was impolite this time.
Another divine technique struck, crashing into the protective barrier and gradually dissipating.
Xin Shaozi furrowed his brow, silently lamenting, this situation is not looking good. Xiao Ling strength has increased significantly. The golden butterfly is nimble, and her power is formidable.
Facing high-level ancestor cultivation without losing ground.
Xin Shaozi raised both hands into a defensive posture, vigilantly watching the person in front of him. Indeed, he had no choice but to join the battle himself. As he spoke, he flew toward Xiao Ling. Dragon flames surged, and the sky lit up, showing the image of a large dragon soaring in the sky. This technique was called Wling, no dragon, no regret, but before the fire dragon could reach Xiao Ling, Xin Shaozi appeared, using his magic to dissipate it. Xing Yunzi held a book on health cultivation in his hand, his white robe fluttering in the wind as he declared resolutely, Your opponent is me.
Don't even think about bullying juniors.
Mo Yu Huang glanced around, trying to locate Mo Yun Huang's figure, but couldn't find her.
Could it be that she is with Jiang Chen?
He had already known that her goal was to bring the younger sister back, so he intentionally prevented her from going to battle.
Truly, such an annoying guy.
Lost in thought, suddenly a beautiful girl with silver hair like the moon swept past Mo Yu Huang. Mo Yun Huang looked at her sister, smiled, and called out, "Sister." Then she shot a small flame towards Mo Yu Huang, as a gift for their meeting. Although it didn't cause any significant damage, it still made Mo Yu Huang uncomfortable. Mo Yu Huang shrugged in boredom and coldly said, "You seem to be in good health. I thought Jiang Chen was scared, afraid to let you fight.
As a sister, I haven't done my duty.
This time, I'll make it up to you slowly, and let's see if the progress you've made with him will surpass me." Hearing this, Mo Yun Huang's smile faded, and she seriously responded, "Sister, your words really anger me. It's clear that you too owe your current strength to the guidance of a master, so why aren't you grateful? Today, I will definitely make you submit." As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Yun Huang unleashed a technique, and a fiery phoenix bird appeared, charging straight at Mo Yu Huang. Indeed, in recent times, both her strength and mindset had improved significantly. Mo Yun Huang focused on Mo Yu Huang. This was the power she had gained through Jiang Chen's teachings. Although Mo Yu Huang appeared calm on the outside, she was inwardly shocked. Mo Yun Huang raised her hand to activate her defense, a cold aura enveloping her, confirming that she had indeed become stronger. It seemed like she would have to use all her strength to deal with her. She was determined to bring this person back. Ice and fire met, instantly vaporizing, and the air was soon filled with smoke and mist. Before the ancestors could make a move, they had to stop because their vision was obstructed, and they could not tell what was happening. Meanwhile, Xiu Ling Er couldn't help but worry about Yun Huang.
The fog was so thick that nothing could be seen.
This was the fog created by Yun Huang and Yu Huang. Ji Yuan Dao also felt anxious, as the mist contained a massive amount of spiritual energy that was completely unusual, blocking their sight. Even Shen Xiaozi found it strange, mentioning that Yun Huang had appeared earlier, but he hadn't seen her. Once, they were sisters, but now they were killing each other. If it were anyone else, it would truly be unforgivable. But suddenly, Xing Yunzi pointed to the sky and said, "Everyone, look. In the mist, a large rainbow has appeared. It's such a magnificent sight." Mo Yun Huang stood in the middle of the mist, with flames roaring, seemingly scorching, but she remained remarkably calm. On the other side was Mo Yu Huang, a person who was usually cold and thoughtful, yet now she was blind with rage.
She shouted while fighting Mo Yun Huang, "Is all of this because of that person named Jiang Chen?"
Mo Yun Huang retorted, "It has nothing to do with that expert. Today, I will definitely defeat you, sister, and prove my position as saintess."
Mo Yu Huang raised an eyebrow, provoking, "Oh, let's see then."
"You've never beaten me, not once, from when we were little."
Mo Yun Huang responded, "Things were different back then, but they are different now."
"Don't forget, sister, you've reached your current level thanks to the senior." In the sky, two beams of bright red and pure blue light collided at an incredibly fast speed, their power nearly equal. Love and hatred intertwined. The gazes of Mo Yun Huang and Mo Yu Huang were like sharp swords clashing against each other. Of course, Mo Yu Huang hadn't struck for real, but the spring breeze brushed gently, like a heroic and tragic melody that words could not express.
Mo Yu Huang took out a jade pendant and pushed it into Mo Yun Huang's body. Mo Yun Huang, surprised, asked, "What is this?" Mo Yu Huang smiled smugly, "Wake up."
But it was her own ignorance that needed awakening at this moment. The jade pendant on Mo Yun Huang's chest suddenly shone brilliantly, making everyone watch in pain, unable to look away. The mist gradually faded, and the two ancestors anxiously shifted their gaze towards it. The vision had returned to normal, but what appeared was not a confrontation between two sides, but a heart-wrenching scene, especially for those close to Mo Yun Huang.
What exactly had happened there? Mo Yun Huang weakly collapsed into Mo Yu Huang's arms.
Yun Lan stared in shock. "Why is Yun Feng like this?"
Yun Huang's breath was faint. How could a blood sister be so heartless? Didn't they just want to find a master to settle the score and bring Mo Yun Huang back? Why has it become so cruel?
Even Shin Shaozi hadn't expected things to unfold like this. He nervously said, "There must be some misunderstanding with Yu Huang." Meanwhile, Mo Yu Huang was drowning in despair, caused by her own actions.
She held her head in anguish. What is happening? Why can't I feel Yun Feng's vitality anymore?
Qing Yunzi walked up to them, looked at the object on Mo Yun Huang's chest, and asked,
Mo Yu Huang, where did you get this from? It felt as though an ancient relic was continuously absorbing her life force.
Mo Yu Huang hesitated. This is a long story. Her answer made Qing Yunzi frown, clearly full of concerns.
This was clearly something deadly. How could she have kept it inside her? Mo Yu Huang awkwardly replied, "You didn't say anything when you gave it to me. Also, at that time, I didn't feel any evil power within it."
Qing Yunzi's expression turned serious. "There's a spell on it, one that only activates with certain people. The one who gave this to you definitely has a conflict with your younger sister." It was then that Mo Yu Huang seemed to recall the scene from before. That person had said,
"I understand how you feel." Yes, that was the face. Mo Yu Huang's eyes widened. How could she have forgotten that face? But now, remembering, it was too late.
Mo Yu Huang slumped to the ground, her gaze blank.
Could that person have been White Taoist?
She mumbled, trembling, tears falling.
Why didn't I realize? That's right, Jiang Chen. Where is Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen can definitely save her. How could I have caused this mess and now expect someone else to fix it?
Shin Shaozi, who had been clueless about the situation, began to sense something was wrong. The breath coming from Yun Huang made him suspicious.
Could this child really? Wait a minute, this breath is wrong. This is the breath that signals death. What exactly is happening?
He frowned and looked around, and as the mist dissipated, that strange breath had spread everywhere.
Shin Shaozi suddenly remembered the people who were following him.
Now, a thick red mist appeared, within which only a few shadowy figures could be seen, gradually being drained of their life force. They had bizarre forms, exuding the aura of death, neither human nor demon. One of them looked down and sneered, "How Yang's scheme has been discovered."
He.
As soon as Ji Yuan Dao saw Liang, he shouted, "It's him, the one impersonating a master."
Liang coldly glanced at him and asked, "What's going on? Didn't you say the mist could last for a while?"
"I only thought so. Their strengths are roughly the same, and they originally just wanted to convince the other party. This should have been a prolonged battle, but I don't know what happened.
The breath of that woman is very weak."
Taking advantage of the moment, Ji Yuan Dao yelled, "Red-furred monkey, open your eyes and look."
It's them. Their methods of murder are identical, and their appearance is similar.
The only difference is the woman standing next to him. This is the first time I've seen her. Shin Shaozi glanced at the two people and it seemed as though the word villain was written all over them. He didn't deny it, merely shrugged and smiled, saying, "I'm sorry, everything the old bald man says is true."
Ji Yuan Dao was so angry that veins were popping out on his forehead as he shouted, "You've already admitted it? Who are you calling a bald old man? Are you sure you're not mistaken? You were all misled before, wasn't it that sly behavior of yours?"
Shin Shaozi frowned and said, "So it turns out you made us go around in circles, treating human lives like weeds. This is truly unforgivable."
Liang sighed and said, "I told you this matter wasn't trustworthy." Another person laughed and said, "This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. It's not often that so many cultivators gather together. Isn't it wonderful to wipe them all out in one go? No need to let any of them slip through."
Shin Shaozi, a person who loved righteousness and hated evil to the point of acting without thinking, forgot to use his brain when he heard this. Now that the culprit had directly admitted it, things were even worse.
He angrily said, "You dare to underestimate me like this? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll be disrespecting the reputation of my ancestor.
I'll make you pay in blood for your crimes."
"I'm afraid this old man will disappoint you." Ha ha.
Ji Yuandao felt an uneasy sensation in his heart, but he was still furious with these reckless young ones.
How arrogant and ignorant they were.
Xin Shaozi, now enraged, shouted loudly, "I warn you all, don't get too arrogant." He threatened the group in front of him, "My punch is not easy to take." His face twisted, and his eyes became frightening.
Liang then asked, "Should we clear the way back to the manor?" But it seemed he wasn't satisfied yet. "It'll be boring to go back now. I haven't had enough fun."
Xing Yunzi stood outside, observing quietly, thinking, in this situation, they are still able to converse so cheerfully. These two are not weak in strength, no wonder they caused the Emperor of Daiyan to suffer a disastrous defeat before. He decided to watch Xin Shaozi's actions first. If there were any mistakes, having been friends for so many years, he would still secretly help. Xiao Ling'er seemed to have lost her composure, wanting to rush in and fight. Ji Xian immediately calmed her down, "Let's observe a little longer. Once my father makes his move, we'll charge together." Xin Shaozi seemed to have lost patience.
He growled, "Enough, let's begin." In his mind, he was constantly calculating.
He had to win quickly and take Yun Feng to get treatment.
He wondered if the incident on Yu Feng's side had anything to do with them.
Such a foul temper, I can't stand old men like him.
This remark truly angered Xin Shaozi. His entire body flared with rage, and he gritted his teeth. "What did you say?" "I'm about to strike. Be obedient and get kicked away by me."
With that, he clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch straight towards them.
Two blue dragons appeared in front to block it. Xing Yunzi, seeing his old friend so impatient, couldn't help but shake his head. He's too worked up. His temper is still as fiery as ever.
She aimed straight at the cultivators. Because Xin Shaozi's power was so overwhelming, his attack created an explosion, scattering the cultivators who were fighting. Ji Yuandao saw that his people had been severely injured by a single blow and became cautious. The attack had been redirected towards the cultivators on the other side, showcasing her abilities. Ji Yuandao had clearly observed the attacks of the other two and immediately warned, one of them absorbs the life force and strength of others, while the other can shift the space of the attack. Be careful. Upon hearing Ji Yuandao's words, Xin Shaozi calmly recalculated his plan. Absorbing strength, shifting space. Ranged attacks would definitely be at a disadvantage, since the speed of the moves would give the opponent a chance to react. But as long as he was fast enough and reduced the startup time, close combat was his specialty. Xin Shaozi's gaze changed, and a smile appeared on his lips. Youthful energy. His whole body blazed with a brilliant flame, and without hesitation, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning toward Liang. Using his superior speed, he circled his opponent with unpredictable movements, forcing Liang to exclaim in surprise. Too fast. This level is completely different from that old man before. Both strength and speed are far superior. Suddenly, Liang noticed something. Xin Shaozi clenched his fist tightly, channeling all his power into the punch he was about to unleash. With terrifying speed, the fist shot straight toward him, the distance between it and his face now just a few centimeters. Liang seemed to have anticipated this, narrowly dodging the punch. His face remained calm, though his eyes revealed a hint of regret. "It will still be absorbed," Liang muttered, simultaneously executing a technique to absorb the power from Xin Shaozi's punch. Xin Shaozi remained unshaken, even though he saw his opponent block his move. He calmly observed the situation. Not only can he defend from a distance, but he can also defend at close range? He murmured, but with only one direction in mind: as long as his speed was fast enough to surround him, his opponent wouldn't have time to react. Suddenly, Xin Shaozi realized the weakness of his opponent. Liang was in a situation where he had to think carefully, and could only summon spirit energy for defense. However, one of the spirit energies he had previously trained was destroyed by that old man, which left him feeling extremely frustrated. In theory, if his energy is depleted, he certainly can't last much longer. But what kind of elixir did he consume to recover so quickly? Fine, I'll settle this debt later. For now, I need to solve the problem in front of me. While Liang was still deep in thought, Shin Shaozi suddenly disappeared, startling him. In front of Liang now was a fiery whirlwind, seemingly the full force of Shin Shaozi's attack, moving so fast that it created a vortex. At some point, the whirlwind had surrounded Liang, leaving him in awe. So fast, I've never seen speed like this before. Liang scanned for any gaps, but found none. Suddenly, a strike was heading directly towards him. Shin Shaozi roared with determination, putting everything into this attack. Caught off guard by the surprise move, Liang didn't have time to retaliate. But just as Shin Shaozi was about to reach him, a shift in position made Liang disappear right before his eyes. Shin Shaozi couldn't help but be stunned. What? It turns out that Liang had used his own technique to avoid the attack. He politely expressed his thanks, but immediately followed with a reproach. Why didn't you help me? The girl calmly replied. Because I wanted to see you get hit. Damn, who is this old man, and why is he so strong? Liang couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying power of Shin Shaozi. Hearing this, the girl teasingly retorted. You, other than blindly loving your little pets, know nothing about this world. He is the ancestor of the Holy Land of Ascension dance, known by the Taoist name Shin Shaozi. Among the people you've killed, there are quite a few exceptional figures in both wisdom and strength, but I'm sure you can't even remember a single name, can you? Saying this, the girl gently placed her hand on her chest and took out a purple stone. She smugly said, Do you know why I'm so arrogant this time? Because Lord Sovereign secretly entrusted me with a secret weapon. After saying this, she licked the glowing purple stone. A strange sensation spread through her body, and she exclaimed, Ah, this feels so good. Ji Yuan Dao, witnessing the scene before him, immediately sensed something ominous. What is this? A power full of malice? On the other side, the person, smiling brightly, said mischievously, Let's have fun together today. Facing this energy, even the fighters who were engaged in battle couldn't help but shudder. The aura of this power was very similar to that of the Great Master, but it also contained an ominousness, creating a feeling that was both opposing and yet complementary. Ji Yuan Dao silently thought, What is happening? Could it be that even experts have siblings? Impossible, this is completely different. This wave of power radiates extreme evil, yet it also feels like a cry for help. But one thing I am certain of is that this power is similar to that of the expert, both are incredibly strong. Shin Shaozi, facing this aura, couldn't help but feel fear. What kind of power is this? It's somewhat similar to the person in the wooden house, as if he had realized something, his gaze changing. Don't you possess this power alone? Seeing the fear on the faces of everyone on the other side of the battlefield, she couldn't help but laugh. Ha, none of you will escape. Just obediently turn into the power of Lord Sovereign. As she spoke, the energy around her formed into a gigantic skull. This new source of power created countless rose-colored thorns, tightly binding everyone on the other side. It's too tight, I can't move, I'm almost suffocating. Noticing a thorn speeding toward Yufeng, who was sitting there, they screamed, Yufeng, run! Mo Yu Huang then lifted her head, as if she had completely ignored the situation until now. She muttered to herself, What is this? At that moment, a flash of light appeared from Yun Huang, and the pair of birds the two sisters had once molded slowly began to appear. Before the battle began, Jiang, who was beside Mo Yun Huang, saw her nodding off at the desk. He curiously asked, Did you sleep well? Stayed up late last night? He suddenly noticed a familiar object on the table and took a closer look. Oh, wasn't this the pair of small chickens that the two sisters had made together? It had been fixed by Yun Huang, and it seemed she had put a lot of effort into it. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more amusing it seemed. Although she often complained about her older sister, in reality, she loved her very much. Out of respect for the affection she had for her sister, he decided to help them as well. With that thought, he quietly took the pair of chickens. Yun Huang, who had been nodding off, suddenly slammed her head onto the table, waking up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she screamed, everything I made last night is ruined. A little while later, Jiang Chen spoke to her, Yun Huang, I have something I want to give you. He was a bit embarrassed, scratching his face lightly. Last time, I saw you sleeping, so I did it on my own. Then he handed her an object and continued, help me fire this. Yun Huang, seeing the item in his hand, was immediately surprised. It was the pair of chickens that the two sisters had made, now returned to her. Back in the battle, Yu Huang saw the gleaming object on her younger sister and was taken aback. Wasn't this the thing that she had destroyed back then? The two ceramic chickens suddenly emitted a powerful force, creating golden lightning bolts that surrounded the two sisters, breaking the opponent's attack. Everyone was astonished when they saw Lord Sovereign's attack being instantly neutralized, and they wondered what was going on. On the other side, Shen Shaozi mumbled.
Yun Feng, the one they.
Yu Huang felt the power emanating from the two clay chickens, a complex emotion swelling within her. This sensation was the power of that person continuously growing, having transformed into the golden core.
Yet, why did she feel such excitement rising within her?
In that moment, she suddenly understood. It turned out that they had always longed for the understanding and support of the other. The golden core slowly moved closer to her lips, brimming with jealousy and provocation. She thought of swallowing the golden core, but then she knew no, your smile is the most beautiful thing in my life. Your eyes are a scene I will never grow tired of. Your warmth is the most precious gift I have.
I admit, I've been jealous in my heart. I feel something complex and bitter.
The faces of the two sisters drew closer. She feared losing the one she loved, worried her feelings might not be reciprocated, afraid of being hurt. In the moment of sinking into these thoughts, Yu Huang gently kissed Yun Huang.
I'm sorry, I've been selfish. Now, I just want to tell you one thing, I love you.
The sincere emotions between the two sisters suddenly formed a strange force, something that had never appeared before. The golden light radiating from them grew brighter and stronger. The force blended together, forming a massive spiritual sphere. Yun Huang and Yu Huang had now become one, perfectly united. As the two sisters merged into one, a new being emerged, both powerful and stunningly beautiful.
The men who witnessed the scene couldn't help but marvel.
The two sisters had fused into one, and they were now a peerless beauty.
Meanwhile, Liang remained confused, unable to understand what was happening. What exactly is going on?
This power seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't believe that the two sisters, who were already weakened, could actually fuse together. Indeed, it was clear that one of them was barely alive, while the other's spirit was on the verge of collapsing.
The fact that they could manage this fusion was truly unbelievable.
The two of them stared at Yu Huang and Yun Huang. A strange event was unfolding before their eyes. I see now, there must be someone nearby, hiding in the shadows and using their spiritual power to assist the two sisters.
Your words make sense.
It's very likely that they are concealing their strength, making it impossible for us to sense their presence. Perhaps they are secretly controlling this battle, because only they would possess power equal to that of Lord Sovereign. Contrary to the assumptions of the two, Jiang Chen was actually in a different place, seemingly enjoying a delicious meal. Madam, your noodles are as delicious as ever today.
Ha ha ha, if you like, I can bring you more.
At that moment, Yu Huang and Yun Huang, empowered by their newfound strength, raised their hands forward. In the blink of an eye, they suddenly burst into flames. The others in the battle felt their hearts calm, a warm sensation spreading through them.
Ah, I feel so warm inside.
Could this be what's described in the legends? A secret technique? The true fire burned more and more intensely, scorching Liang as he tried to counterattack with his own moves but was unable to. Why couldn't he absorb it?
Damn it, it hurts so much. What kind of fire is this?
Yu Huang Yun Huang smiled triumphantly as she watched the two struggle, then raised her hand. She clenched her fist, executing an extremely powerful move. Liang immediately felt the killing intent from just a single fist of Yu Huang Yun Huang. The ultimate move, dual heaven of ice and fire, combined both fire and ice, inflicting excruciating pain on the opponent. The scene was truly magnificent, a combination that seemed impossible. Ice and fire were merging before their eyes, and those below could not help but exclaim at the beauty of this technique. How beautiful, is this the symphony of ice and fire? Xiao Ling-er and Yunlan also had their gaze fixed in awe. At that moment, Yunhuan was surrounded by 4 angelic wings. A brilliant light radiated from her body. Her true form gradually disappeared, and from the light appeared the silhouettes of 2 young women. Yu Huang and Yun Huang had completed the fusion process, appearing side by side. The sight moved Ling-er and Yunlan deeply. Truly, it was too beautiful. The scene of the 2 sisters falling freely through the sky was absolutely majestic. At this moment, Yun Huang slowly opened her eyes and saw her elder sister in front of her, her eyes filled with tears. Sis, am I awake? Happiness surged within Yu Huang as she immediately embraced her younger sister tightly. Having just woken up, Yun Huang didn't understand what had happened and found her sister's actions strange. Sis, what's wrong with you? What happened? You're being so dramatic. Xing Yunzi slowly walked up behind the 2 sisters and spoke in astonishment. I can't believe it. Not only did you lift the curse from your younger sister, but you also unleashed extraordinary strength to help us escape successfully. It's all so miraculous. Hearing Qing Yunzi's praise, Yu Huang humbly responded. Actually, the credit doesn't fully belong to us. At that moment, the image of a man suddenly appeared in her mind. It was him. The memory of the moment with Jiang Chen, when she saw the golden core suddenly return, caused Yu Huang to burst into tears. She screamed in pain. It's all your fault. Yu Huang shouted at Jiang Chen. You are the one who brought my sister to this point, why do you want to take her away from me? As she spoke, she cried uncontrollably. I will never forgive you. Then, she buried her head in Jiang Chen's chest, her voice weak. I beg you, my sister is dying, please save her. I will do anything you ask. At the sincere plea of the beautiful woman, Jiang Chen simply smiled faintly. Sorry, I can't help. What did you say? Even you can't do it? Jiang Chen responded calmly. In my opinion, there is only one person who can save your sister, and that's you. Yu Huang, still unwilling to accept, sobbed and said. But I'm the one who brought her to this state. I misunderstood her, trusted the enemy, and caused wounds that cannot be healed. Jiang Chen gently replied. Don't you understand in your heart? Love always has 2 sides. Where there is warmth, there will also be pain. The issue between you 2 sisters is not my doing. I didn't take your sister away. If you truly love her, no one can take her from you. Surely, your sister feels that too. The image of Jiang Chen gradually faded from her memory. You can save her, not me, but you. Use your heart to feel, only she can save her sister. After saying this, he disappeared. Upon hearing the story, Yun Huang immediately called Yu Huang's sister. Yu Huang, upon hearing this, responded with all sincerity. Yun Huang, younger sister, I am sorry. In the past, I misunderstood you. I allowed jealousy and desire to cloud my judgment. Can you forgive me? Also, Jiang Chen is truly a good person. These words left Yun Huang astonished, her eyes wide open. Ha! Once everything was explained in detail, everyone present rejoiced for the 2 sisters. The scene was truly moving. Ji Yuan Dao, with tears rolling down his face, expressed his admiration. I never expected that the treasure created by the unity of your hearts and efforts would turn into a golden core, not only helping the 2 of you but also all of us. The technique was both subtle and effective, truly worthy of a master. Xing Yunzi happily added. Moreover, the cultivation of the 2 sisters has grown even stronger. Damn, I truly admire you both. Ji Xian couldn't hide his admiration either. And I got to witness a rare and beautiful scene in my life. I'd die without regret. Tu Shan Mo appeared envious.
I also want to eat the golden core.
Shin Shaozi, after piecing together the entire story, seemed to have realized something.
So this is how it is. First, putting on a good show for everyone, enhancing their strength so that the two of you can face the forces of evil, buying time for Yin Feng and Yu Feng to merge, then transferring the power of the golden core to the two sisters, breaking the enemy's attack, resolving the danger, and defeating those two scoundrels. Every step was meticulously planned, flawless. Could Jiang Chen have predicted everything?
Shin Shaozi even imagined the scene where Jiang Chen arrogantly said, "Everything is within my grasp." Thinking of this, Shin Shaozi suddenly felt guilty. He had thought Jiang Chen was the villain, standing behind everything, but it turned out that he was the real villain. It was all because of his own arrogance and recklessness, causing the cultivators who followed him to.
How should he face the families of those fallen cultivators?
Shin Shaozi suddenly noticed Liang lying motionless, his body covered in injuries after the battle.
He muttered, "Huh? Is that kid?
He's badly hurt, but there's still a faint breath to survive such a powerful attack.
He really has extraordinary vitality.
I wonder if it's because he's absorbed the lives of many innocent people before, but his current state actually makes it easier to interrogate him.
I must extract the mastermind behind this." Suddenly, Shin Shaozi jolted. Wait, this isn't good, he's no longer breathing. The worsening situation made him anxious.
This was bad. One person had escaped, and the situation was now critical. She had run away, likely to inform her master. The strength of that person was incredibly terrifying, and the risk of suffering heavy losses was high.
If reinforcements from their side arrived, things would become even more complicated.
After thinking for a while, Shin Shaozi made a decision. Alright, if the army comes, the general will block, if the flood comes, the land will stop it.
For now, let's take this kid back first.
At that moment, Qing Yunzi appeared out of nowhere, wearing a cheerful smile.
Oh my, Xiao, I suppose all the misunderstandings have been resolved by now?
The truth is right before your eyes, I don't need to say much more.
Shin Shaozi showed deep regret. Yes, I was wrong.
He clenched his teeth in pain, realizing the price he had paid was too great. People gradually gathered around Shin Shaozi and said in unison, "We will help you."
Shin Shaozi analyzed the situation, observed everyone's condition, and said, "Let's take them back to Muo first. Once the master returns, we'll decide what to do next." The more he thought about it, the more ashamed and guilty he felt toward everyone. I sincerely thank you all.
When that esteemed master returns, I will apologize to him.
I was too foolish. Ji Yuan Dao took the opportunity to mock him. That's right, you truly are an old fool. We talked for half the day and you still wouldn't believe us. I'm telling you now, don't let this go to your head.
Just then, a figure appeared, causing the ongoing argument to come to an abrupt halt.
Jiang Chen walked over with a satisfied look and a bright smile. I'm back. Why is everyone outside instead of in the house?
I sold all the ceramics today and brought back quite a bit of food. Zhang Ling'er and Yun Lan greeted him joyfully.
The master has returned. Senior, you've worked hard. Let's go get the supplies.
The two sisters, Yu Huang and Yun Huang, spoke in unison, Master.
Jiang Chen suddenly took notice of them. Yu Huang, you're back too?
Yu Huang whispered, Thank you for the omen, Master.
Yu Huang understood now. Jiang Chen appeared puzzled. Omen? Thank me? What did I do? Yu Huang replied, that chicken. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. Yun Feng showed it to you, didn't she? It's really quite adorable. Not to mention, the two of you together make it even more meaningful for me.
As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed someone approaching.
Ah, it is you, Shin Shaozi. Silence filled the air, as if the person was burdened with countless emotions to express.
He immediately knelt before Jiang Chen with determination and then slammed his forehead to the ground with all his might.
The force of his kowtow was so strong that it seemed like it might blow away everyone around him.
Without hesitation, he shouted, "Please forgive me, for I, with eyes but without wisdom, failed to see the rivers and mountains."
The onlookers were stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. "Senior Shin Shaozi, you're going too far." Yu Huang and Yun Huang were also bewildered. "Ancestor, what are you doing?"
Jiang Chen was the most confused, his mind lost, not understanding what was happening.
Shin Shaozi, disregarding all objections, kept his head bowed close to the ground.
"In the past, I have repeatedly offended, with eyes but without wisdom, failing to see the rivers and mountains. Today, I must use this ritual to express my apology." "Great Master, you have been generous enough not to hold it against this lowly one and have protected Yun Feng and Yu Huang safely. In this battle, you helped us drive back the evil and eliminate the danger for all." Shin Shaozi spoke earnestly, "I truly hope you will forgive my previous rude behavior." Jiang Chen listened, his heart full of confusion.
This is becoming more and more tangled. Have I met this person before? Why do I have no impression of him? Helping Yu Feng and Yun Feng. Could it be that you suddenly remembered? Is this person their father?
The two siblings used to argue, perhaps their father was also heartbroken. I used pottery to help them reconcile like before, so the father must have been stirred up. But kneeling like this is too much, a few words would have sufficed.
As for that battle, did I miss something?
Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment, then smiled lightly, his gaze gentle as he looked at Shin Shaozi.
Put your hand out. You should get up now, this is too much.
Jiang Chen calmly continued, "I did teach them a few things, but the achievements today are due to their own efforts, and they have helped me a lot as well.
Yun Feng even helped me fire the kiln. No one owes anyone anything. Please stand up first. If there's anything, we can talk about it at the wooden house." Jiang Chen's words of tolerance left Shin Shaozi utterly astonished.
This person was not only powerful, with predictions like a god, but also possessed such a broad heart.
Could this be the legendary omnipotent being reincarnated?
The more he thought about it, the more he felt admiration, and his gaze, shining with awe, made Jiang Chen's hair stand on end.
"Why are you looking at me with such strange eyes? The head of a female cultivator family. Truly just as strange as expected."
Jiang Chen immediately changed the subject and pointed to the person lying motionless on the ground.
"Oh, why is someone lying on the ground like that? A wounded soldier?" Shin Shaozi quickly explained. "That's the bastard who pretended to be you and went around killing people."
Jiang Chen started to imagine what had happened, thinking to himself, could it be that the battle they mentioned was about ganging up on a single person and bringing him back here? He looks like he's dead, not moving at all, but from what I can see, as long as we're careful, he should recover.
But should I even save this murderer?
Wait a minute, Jiang Chen suddenly realized something. This person's internal wounds seemed to be even more severe than the external ones. Take him back to the wooden house. I'll treat his wounds. Shin Shaozi immediately protested, his voice full of frustration.
What? You want to treat this bastard?
He's a demon, a cold-blooded killer. We should leave him in this state, extract information about the mastermind, then execute him to honor the cultivators who sacrificed their lives.
That's the right thing to do.
Ying Lan nodded in agreement.
That's right. This guy has immense magical power.
If he recovers, his comrades will come to rescue him, and he'll slaughter us all. Ji Yuan Dao also spoke up. That's right, last time he drained all my energy. If it weren't for the boss, he would have certainly caused more disasters. Jiang Chen looked at the man, stunned.
Ha! Could this be the energy-draining addict from before? Truly frightening.
Zhang Ling'er gently intervened. I think we should listen to the senior. Surely, he has his own plan in mind. Yunlan continued, with the senior's strength, he won't be able to escape.
Ji Yuan Dao, hearing this, was gradually convinced.
I also think that if a master does this, there must be a reason behind it. Shin Shaozi had no more arguments to counter and agreed, if the master had decided to save his life.
I also have one request. Could you possibly help the cultivators who followed me? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Cultivators.
Shin Shaozi pointed towards the distance, where numerous injured cultivators were lying scattered.
Jiang Chen saw the scene and couldn't help but be stunned.
Jiang Chen stood frozen in front of the crowd, his heart filled with confusion.
Why are there so many cultivators here? What happened before I returned? What have these people done?
However, after observing carefully, he realized there was still hope to save them. The only problem was that they were severely lacking energy, as if their strength had been drained completely. Jiang Chen thought for a moment he could save them, but there were so many, and he would surely exhaust himself if he did it alone. He turned to speak to those around him.
Everyone, you've all heard clearly, I have a task for each of you. The crowd was curious about what Jiang Chen was going to say. A task? Are we about to be promoted? What kind of task is this? Can we complete it? Jiang Chen kept them in suspense, and the atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath, waiting.
Suddenly, Jiang Chen shouted loudly,
"Come cook with me." These words left everyone stunned. Ha!
Jiang Chen smiled brightly, raising both hands to the sky, and said,
"Come, everyone, let's cook together."
Xiao Ling Er and Yun Lan exchanged glances, seemingly communicating through their eyes.
All right. The two responded in unison, their faces full of joy. Ji Yuandao and Ji Xian also subtly agreed, thinking to themselves, "Aha, this I know. Ha, son, I won't lose to you."
Only Shin Shaozi appeared confused.
What is this? Shouldn't we be saving people first, not cooking? I just don't understand anymore.
This heart is way too generous. A little while later, in the courtyard of Jiang Chen, the cultivators were arranged lying on the ground, waiting for their turn to be examined. Yun Lan appeared exhausted, wiping the sweat from her brow while thinking to herself, I've completed the master's instructions. Although there were not many injuries, her body still needed to be cleaned.
At this moment, there were even more areas that required attention. The more Yun Lan thought, the more anxious she became. With so many people, how can I save them all? I have a feeling someone might not make it. Is it too late to treat them after we finish eating?
At this time, Jiang Chen was fully absorbed in the kitchen, concentrating on cooking. Nutritional food was a method of body nurturing through adjusting one's diet to ensure sufficient nutrition and maintain health. By eating scientifically, we not only absorb the necessary nutrients but can also customize our diet according to the individual's health condition.
In the process of preparing food, the chef must meet strict requirements.
First, selecting fresh meat is crucial because the freshness directly impacts the flavor and experience of eating. Fresh, good quality meat usually has a bright red color and good elasticity, ensuring juiciness and freshness, like meat freshly slaughtered that still has nerve spasms. Secondly, the technique of slicing the meat also plays an important role. Each type of meat has its own way of slicing to preserve its freshness. Beef should be sliced against the grain, while pork should be sliced with the grain. Thirdly, marinating is an essential step to enhance the flavor of the dish, using appropriate spices to stimulate the taste buds. Finally, the cooking process must adhere to the appropriate temperature and cooking time for each type of meat, ensuring that the freshness and original flavors are preserved. Yu Huang smelled the fragrance of the dish, feeling as if his body and spiritual power were about to reach their peak.
This aroma. It feels like my body is about to be pushed to its limit. Could it be that a breakthrough is imminent? I can't let this happen now. Shin Shaozi was also captivated by the meat. What kind of magic is this?
The seven-colored light around his body not only glowed but also rose and fell in rhythm with his breathing. This fragrance has significantly boosted his cultivation. The person before me is no longer Jiang Chen, but a powerful being.
Could this be the rebirth of a great master?
Xing Yunzi seized the opportunity to mock his friend.
Ha! why do you look like you've never seen anything like this before? Are you convinced now? Wait, there's much more drama waiting ahead. Mo also transformed into a human form, as the meal she had been eagerly anticipating was almost ready. With so many delicious dishes today, I can't let my food intake fall behind anyone else.
This way, I'll be one step closer to achieving 9 tails. Yunlan reminded her, if you're going to take human form, come help out. We're all swamped here.
Mo, upon hearing this, cleverly reverted to her fox form. I'm just a little cute fox. What could I possibly help with? Besides, I can't let the great beings see me like this. Yunlan could only sigh. You really are Lan and Ji Yuan Dao, actively catching chickens. This is a rare opportunity for cultivation, so use all your strength. It's time to show the results of your efforts, but why are you making such a big deal out of plucking chicken feathers? Yun Huang and Yu Huang, seeing everyone's enthusiasm, immediately felt energized. The sisters are making a big fuss. Right, we can't fall behind, and we even have an advantage over them.
With that, they began to cast their spells. Ha! Sixfold True Flame Tempering Grand Art, Immortal Sealing Ice Freeze Art. After a while of working together, the two of them had completed 2 dishes that looked incredibly appetizing. Finally, it was done, and all the reserve food was gone. After standing by the stove for a while, Jiang Chen had also finished preparing a table full of food. He stretched, feeling a bit tired.
Everyone was excited. Let's eat, let's eat.
Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, everyone's worked hard, please help me bring these dishes out to the injured cultivators in the yard. I still have one last dish to make.
Huh? We're not eating?
Yun Huang and Yu Huang immediately agreed.
Yes, boss.
A moment later, outside in the yard, the injured cultivators were still lying, waiting to be treated. Yun Huang gently fed a piece to one of the injured cultivators, enough for each person to have a portion. So this was the plan of the expert. The first time I met a great master was also the moment when I was severely injured, my breath weak and shallow. The food of the master had an extraordinary divine power, and just a brief moment was enough to restore my health. After eating, they would also experience the same transformation. This cultivator took a bite, immediately awakening, and shouted, "Oh my God, my mother!" He snatched the plate of food from Yun Huang's hand, saying, "Quick, give it to me." Yun Huang had to exert great effort to stop him. Hey, no one can finish a whole plate by themselves.
What is this feeling?
The piece of meat was so delicious that just a light bite caused the juices to flow out. The taste was delicate, and the perfect crispness made one want to keep eating. The meat seemed to dance on the tip of the tongue, like a soft and fluffy cloud. The rich aroma spread throughout the mouth, intoxicating, as though a fragrant flower was blooming inside.
Who am I? Where am I? After savoring Jiang Chen's divine food, the cultivators all felt the miraculous transformation within their bodies.
The rich flavor of the food filled them with energy, completely restoring their qi and dantian. The serious wounds they had previously sustained gradually healed in a strange way, leaving no trace behind. The cultivators could not stop praising and marveling at the miraculous food they had just tasted, unable to believe they had the chance to experience such a divine delicacy. Their physical condition immediately reached its peak, and their once depleted spiritual power now surged abundantly. Could it be that the ancestors specially arranged this opportunity to help us break through? One excited cultivator said. Shin Shaozi's face twisted in confusion upon hearing those words, not understanding what was going on.
At that moment, Jiang Chen stepped forward with a beaming expression, holding a plate of food. Has everyone woken up? That's truly a relief.
However, for the time being, you should all focus on cultivating and strengthening your essence. While my food has nourishing and healing properties, full recovery depends on your own efforts.
Seeing their benefactor, the cultivators were overjoyed and immediately kneeled at Jiang Chen's feet. Thank you, great master. Please accept our gratitude. We are deeply thankful for your life-saving grace. We ask that you take us as your disciples.
We are willing to follow you, no matter the dangers, whether across seas of blades or fire, we will never refuse. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, how am I supposed to feed all these people? He then politely declined. I did not offer this meal out of goodwill, yet you dare ask me such a thing? Moreover, I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, Jiang Chen quickly found an excuse and slipped away to a quieter place. Sure enough, he was left alone. Jiang Chen mused to himself, then scooped a spoonful of food, carefully preparing it considering Liang's unique physical condition. He gently fed a spoonful to Liang, who was still unconscious. The moment the food touched his lips, Liang immediately woke up, as if he had never been injured at all. Where is this place? Wasn't I severely wounded? How? Liang asked in confusion. Jiang Chen was still not satisfied and forced Liang to eat another bite. Eat one more bite. Liang, just waking up, still unable to understand what was happening, was startled when she saw the man forcing her to eat. What is going on here? In a corner of the deep forest, Ni trembled as she muttered. Damn it, I never expected to be able to break Lord Sovereign's formation. She quickly cast a spell, a beam of light surrounding her entire body, and even Liang could not escape it. Is there someone stronger than Lord Sovereign in this world? It can't be, I don't believe Lord Sovereign is the strongest. At this moment, her magic erupted more intensely, the purple and orange aura gently lifting her body into the air. She could not help but feel fear. What is this? What is that move? Lord Sovereign, she thought helplessly, calling for help. Help me, help me. The entire painful scene was recorded by the communication orb. Lord Sovereign seemed very calm as he watched his subordinate cry for help and then muttered. I gave them the protective talisman, but I never expected them to be defeated so terribly. Relying on the power that can control me, Lian blindly underestimated the enemy. I've really raised a bunch of useless people. If it weren't for me helping her control the essence of her body and channel her strength, she would probably have died by now. He fell into deep thought, but the power of that guy really was extraordinary. If this time succeeds, who knows? He seemed to be talking to someone again at that moment. Should we go meet him ourselves? With his power, it would be just the two of us, me and her. A shadow of a young lady appeared quietly behind him, as if answering that very question. It's fine, I can still wait. He opened his eyes in surprise. You wait for me a moment. Now, he finally returned to reality and spoke to the servant. Let me check the situation over there. He's neither a cultivator nor of the human race, and his talent is inferior. He's probably dead by now, right? However, the image that appeared on the orb was the comical face of Jiang Chen. Upon seeing that face, even someone as strong as the superior here couldn't help but shudder. What on earth is this? Turning back to the current situation of Liang, he was still terrified by Jiang Chen's generosity. Have some more, what you're eating now isn't enough to recover your body. Can you stay still? Jiang Chen thought to himself, this person is like a maggot. Has he really been beaten senseless? Meanwhile, Liang still harbored doubts about Jiang Chen. Isn't this the person from the wooden house? Could it be that I've been captured as a prisoner? Jiang Chen seemed to understand Liang's concern, offering a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I already know everything about you. This statement only made Liang more frantic. You know everything? From the instinctive perspective of a ghost, Liang now appeared as a small, insignificant creature. Jiang Chen, in front of him, appeared like a wild beast threatening him. Kid, if you dare to deceive me, I will kill you. Liang silently thought, was he using a divine elixir to treat me? When I fully wake up, will he slowly torture me? What should I do now? Better to die than live, I absolutely cannot drink it. Liang's limbs trembled as he weakly resisted. Jiang Chen, let go of me. Jiang Chen still couldn't understand why Liang was acting this way. Is it not to your taste? The more Liang listened, the clearer it became that this was a threat. Not to my taste?
How could that be?
Just one sip earlier and my body was filled with strength, it was miraculous.
Liang tightly gripped his trembling hand. If I could, I would want to drink more, even more. No, how can I have such thoughts? I can't let the other side win.
At this point, Jiang Chen had no other choice but to sigh. Alright, I'll switch to another remedy. Sensing that the opportunity had come, Liang immediately turned and quickly cast his magic. Here's my chance, let's die together, my final spiritual energy, I'll rely entirely on you. Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea and muttered to himself, right, since he's awake, recovery doesn't necessarily have to depend on feeding him.
Jiang Chen's nonchalance left Liang frozen in place. Jiang Chen turned to say, as for Liang, let's try doing it this way.
The name of this little fellow was a majestic dragon that seemed to have exhausted its energy before, suddenly transforming into a cute little dragon. Obeying Jiang Chen's words, it obediently clung to his side.
Jiang Chen smiled. How adorable. Is this your pet?
He thought to himself, I was right after all.
You have a special connection with living beings.
You're essentially not someone who casually kills. Liang saw his move being countered, his mouth agape, his whole body stiff.
Aha, he's lost for words too, my spirit, what is going on?
Jiang Chen realized that the person before him was truly a good person and was determined to heal him further. Don't be afraid, come here so I can take your pulse.
Scary, this is so scary.
Liang could only scream his last words.
You. Don't come any closer. Jiang Chen gently stroked Liang's hair, unexpectedly triggering a loud explosion.
Liang could no longer maintain his human form, transforming into an incredibly adorable strange beast, chirping.
Jiang Chen didn't expect this. Damn it, I revealed my true form in front of a human.
Jiang Chen then took Liang to Yinglan and Qingyunzi.
Could this be the strange beast from the mountain sea realm in the cultivation world? Finally, I'm lucky enough to encounter it.
After being in this world for so long, I had only heard about it from others, and now I can touch it with my own hands.
A dark thought suddenly crossed Jiang Chen's mind. Would it be worth selling it?
The two of them looked at the creature in Jiang Chen's hands, sweating profusely and sighing in awe.
So this is what you look like? Qingyunzi explained. This is from the ancient Condor clan of the Demon clan.
It's like a bird but not a bird, like a leopard but not a leopard. It has the ability to devour the soul and spirit of humans.
Liang, upon hearing these false words about his clan, could no longer remain calm and said, We don't consume the filthy souls of humans. That's just your prejudice.
Your hearts are filled with nothing but arrogance and bias. You are the most disgusting and ruthless race. Qingyunzi, faced with Liang's murderous glare, could not say anything more. This one beside me is becoming more and more unusual. I need to think of a way to leave quickly and inform Lord Sovereign.
I don't know what will happen next. However, with Jiang Chen's warm embrace, Liang's negative thoughts were dissipated. Now, he only felt warmth.
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was still calculating whether selling this strange creature could fetch him 10 silver amount, and he even thought that its meat might taste delicious. At this point, Yinglan had become somewhat more at ease. Indeed, there's no need to worry. No matter how dangerous people or creatures may be, when in the presence of a great master, they become docile and approachable. Yes, we were just worrying for no reason. But wait, what if the great master wasn't here? Just earlier, he had clearly expressed his hostile intentions and deep hatred toward humanity.
Senior, how do you plan to deal with this demon clan member next?
Jiang Chen heard the question, pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea.
Oh, that's right.
Saying that, he immediately performed a spell.
A golden necklace appeared instantly, and he didn't know when it had been placed around his neck.
Earlier, I did this with the intention of taking Little Fox for a walk.
Since it's here, let it use it first. It looks good on me, doesn't it? Jiang Chen's face showed satisfaction.
The necklace on his neck emitted a strange energy, affecting his body.
What is this?
My body feels increasingly unstable, Liang screamed as the necklace controlled him.
This power is from Lord Sovereign, who is watching Liang from afar through the orb. This unexpected power is truly amazing.
He stared intently at the orb, his heart filled with ambition. I want to obtain that power with this energy. Suddenly, a cracking sound startled him.
What is that? Is something breaking?
He quickly moved toward the sound, and was horrified to realize what had happened. In front of him was a soul orb that had cracked, the soul collection container damaged, and the soul inside was struggling to escape. After a series of events, the one behind it was no longer pleased, as the soul energy had been detected. All previous efforts had now gone to waste, completely eroded by that power, leading to the destruction of the soul energy that had been maintaining the energy.
Sure, here's the translation you requested.
Indeed, even sitting still can lead to trouble, it's all because of him.
The soul energy shattered, and the souls trapped inside flew out.
Inside the grand hall, vengeful spirits filled the air, and the ominous energy covered everything. He saw the vengeful spirits flying around. Although his own energy was strong, if he could possess that source of power for himself, he wouldn't need to rely on useless things like before. If he could open up that source of energy, the great door would be within his reach. With his energy, it would be as if the heavens themselves were helping him. Spring and autumn of the polar days, at last, I have waited for this day.
Finally, it is no longer a distant dream. Wait for me to return to the present.
After putting on the strange bracelet, all the energy within him was completely drained. Liang suddenly lost strength, his body emitted smoke, and he collapsed to the ground, his tongue hanging out, as though all his life force had been sucked away.
Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel alarmed, silently thanking Liang.
They were lucky that the one who wore the bracelet wasn't them.
He fainted. This bracelet is truly extraordinary.
If he hadn't listened, just putting it on him would have done the job. It seemed that they weren't quite compatible with the bracelet, as they fainted as soon as they wore it. They should take it off and leave it for Little Fox. Although Little Fox was thankful, there was no intention to accept it. However, Liang's condition gradually improved, just as he was dreaming about martial arts techniques in his sleep. When I cooked for him before, he wasn't satisfied. It must have been because I wasn't good at cooking. I wonder what he likes to eat? The person stared intently at Liang's soul, which was peacefully sleeping, and suddenly had an idea for a dish. He said, "Everyone, go ahead, I'll be back soon." Elsewhere, in Daiyin Imperial City, the vengeful spirit was captured as though it were searching for something. In a small garden, a lady was holding a watering pot, tending to the flowers. 3 years of long dreams had come to an end, and it was time to wake up. The vengeful spirit entered the flower tree, and suddenly, the sound of a man's voice echoed through the courtyard. "Dear wife, I miss you so much." The lady, hearing the familiar voice, couldn't hold back her emotions. Oh my, in her sleep, Liang seemed to hear a very familiar sound, simple but stirring his soul. Was this fate? Liang didn't know, but the feeling of longing continued to haunt him. At that time, Liang was still very young. He was sitting on the ground, speaking to the person in front of him. "Grand Preceptor, I'm ready." The Grand Preceptor smiled and replied, "I've watched you grow up, and at last, the day has come." I'm still a bit excited," he continued. Here's the biggest fruit from the divine tree. Even your Tang brother, I wouldn't want to wait for him." As he spoke, the Grand Preceptor took out a large peach, and Liang innocently asked, "Is this good?" "If Tang brother wants it, let him have it." The Grand Preceptor chuckled, foolishly, "This fruit can't be casually given to others." Liang, curious, asked, "Why is that?" The Grand Preceptor explained, "Because it concerns your future growth, you foolish child. Our clan has survived to this day thanks to the divine tree and its fruit. The larger the fruit, the more powerful the energy it contains." Liang asked again, "So, what kind of energy is it?" The Grand Preceptor replied, "You'll know once you eat it."
Liang stared wide-eyed at the peach, it looked so beautiful. He was extremely curious about what kind of energy this would bring. Without further thought, Liang opened his mouth and took a large bite. The sweet, juicy flavor spread in his mouth, bringing immense pleasure, but what was even more remarkable was the enormous energy surging from his dantian. Liang looked down at his hand, and a glowing spot rose from it. He focused, and what appeared before him transformed into a small, incredibly cute creature. The Grand Preceptor laughed, "This is your Qi spirit." The Qi spirit smiled at Liang, "Nice to meet you for the first time. Thank you for entrusting your life to me." After saying that, the Qi spirit prepared to leave. Liang quickly called out, "Don't disappear." The Grand Preceptor reassured him, "Don't worry, it will reappear. As long as you diligently cultivate, being able to stabilize the Qi spirit's form on your first try means you're already very powerful." The Grand Preceptor happily embraced Liang, praising, "Truly the pride of our clan. I am so proud of you, my pupil." It was a memory from long ago, but Liang had never forgotten it. "Grand Tutor, I'm also very happy." He slowly opened his eyes, it was indeed a beautiful dream. But as he regained his senses, Liang fell into a state of panic. He looked around in confusion, wondering, "What is happening to me? Who am I? Where is this? Wait, I remember now, I am." But as soon as he looked down, he saw a large peach being held out in front of him. He stared intently at the peach in his hand, which looked very similar to the one from the divine tree that had been destroyed in his clan. A voice then sounded. "This is a peach freshly picked from the tree behind my house. Now is the perfect time to eat it, while it's still fresh. It's very beneficial for your body." Liang was stunned and panic-stricken upon hearing this. Behind the garden, the fruit from the divine tree must have taken root in the spiritual veins, absorbing the unique essence of the sun and moon from the demon realm, and it took 1,000 years to produce such a rare fruit. A person like him would have no conditions to be in this mountain. Although his garden didn't look exactly the same, it seemed to be protected by some kind of great formation. This was truly mysterious. How could he have done this? It must be because I was so badly injured that I'm hallucinating, but the energy from this fruit feels so real. Liang felt so helpless that he wanted to cry. I truly can't distinguish. Could this person really be the supreme ruler? Does he have the power to change the rules? In fact, he didn't know anything at all. Liang struggled and suffered like that, but he just happily said, "Liang, hurry up and eat." Liang looked at him and said, "Don't waste your breath. I know with my current strength, I can't defeat you, but I will not compromise. Do whatever you want, kill or cut, it's up to you." He thought for a moment and then asked, "From what I can sense, you don't seem to have such a decisive character. What exactly happened that made you hate the human race so much? The people you killed don't seem to have offended you in any way, right?" Liang's face darkened as he sneered coldly, "Ha, they didn't offend me? How laughable, if they truly hadn't done anything, my people wouldn't be." Before he could finish, someone rushed in from outside, panic-stricken, and shouted loudly, "Master, something big has happened." According to a letter from the Ji family in the city, a riot had broken out. He forced a smile and asked, "What kind of riot?" In his mind, a riot was nothing more than some looting or fighting. How was that any of his concern? A normal person like him, was he supposed to use what he sold to fight them? The person continued, "In the city, there are so many things, flowers, herbs, even pots and pans are turning into spirits. Not only do they have human shapes, but they can also speak." The more he listened, the less he understood. His expression stiffened, and he asked in shock, "What's going on?" Gradually, the person began to take shape and could even speak. Liang's expression at this moment was just as strange. Yes, essentially, he had figured out where all of this came from. He also noticed Liang's expression, so it was highly likely that this young man was the cause of it all. Before I transmigrated, I had heard of a paradox, a ship floating on the sea, its decaying planks gradually being replaced one by one. In this way, When every part of the ship is new, is it still the same ship? The human body is the same.
Made up of basic particles, since birth, we constantly undergo metabolism. This process occurs at a much faster rate than we imagine. The elements that make up your body today are far different from those of yesterday, let alone a few years ago. Yet, we still think that you are still you. The you of today is the same as the you from a few years ago. But why is that? Does the identity of something depend on its constituent elements or its internal structure? What is the relationship between elements and the continuity of spacetime? As long as the structure remains unchanged, we are still ourselves, as long as the continuity of spacetime is maintained. The ship, even though its planks change one by one, still maintains its continuity. Likewise, the human body, despite continuous metabolism, does not affect the continuity of spacetime. Even after changing thousands of planks, the ship is still the same ship. Thus, these people are the ones from whom you had previously withdrawn your soul. Liang chuckled softly and said, "Actually, it's not because of me, but because of my spirit energy. The soul that is collected will focus in the center of the spirit energy, but what helps the spirit energy maintain its form and strength is me. Once the power is damaged, the form of the spirit energy will also become unstable. My power before was like something in water, unstable. Perhaps that's why the container of Lord Sovereign experienced an incident, causing the soul to escape. But why do these souls attach themselves to ordinary objects? This is what puzzles Liang. He stared intently and thought to himself, could it be that the nature of my power has been altered by this person? No, I must recheck my thoughts. Thinking this, Liang glanced around for a moment and then summoned his spirit energy. Master, look, he's about to strike and harm someone again, don't let him be rude. However, before Liang could touch any innocent person, a mysterious force stopped him. The person saw Liang trying to reach out towards him and frowned, asking, "What's going on?" At this moment, Liang's face darkened. He awkwardly wondered to himself, why is it ineffective? I haven't even used my power yet, what's going on? He was stunned to realize that he had failed. The breath of his power was different from before. Liang, dissatisfied and shocked, shouted, "This isn't right, something's wrong. My power is out of control. I need to try again." The curious crowd gathered to watch, while his spiritual energy once again controlled the souls. The souls flew over and were fixed inside a teacup. The teacup, now containing the soul, flew up and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Liang, furious, shouted, "Who is the benefactor here? It's driving me crazy." He ground his teeth and thought to himself, wait, has my power become the ability to help souls possess objects? That can't be, I can't just create souls out of nowhere. These souls must have existed before, I'm just helping them stabilize in a new place. Can I no longer take the souls of others? All of this happened because my expectations for this person have been shattered. I must kill him. Liang, filled with rage, transformed into his true form and lunged, biting the person's hand, causing him to jump in surprise. The other person, dissatisfied, asked, "Why are you biting me?" Suddenly, Liang realized a truth. Wait, if he has the power of this person, then the souls of his kin will return to the divine tree, right? Those people, after killing their kin, had burned the divine tree to the ground. But this person possesses boundless magical power. If he can alter the nature of his power, can't he also restore his clan's divine tree? Once the divine tree is restored, I can find the souls of my kin and continue using my powers. Then I can bring them back to my side. Father, mother, clan chief, the grand mentor, friends. Thinking of this, Liang couldn't hold back his tears. The other person forced a smile and asked, "Is my meat so hard to eat that it makes you want to cry?" Liang immediately released his grip with a bite mark on his shirt and said, "I'm sorry, please forgive my unreasonable behavior. I know you are very strong, and although I don't understand why you treat me so kindly, I beg you, please help me restore the divine tree in my clan." The divine tree in your clan? What happened to your divine tree? Although his planting skills were flawless, he wasn't sure whether the divine tree he mentioned was an actual plant, as this was a world of cultivation after all. Liang trembled as he spoke. The divine tree of my clan was attacked by humans, that person.
It's terrifying to even hear about.
Previously, he had only heard of humans being oppressed by the demon clan, but never about the demon clan being bullied by humans.
Had the tree been burned?
Plants generally fear fire, but their vitality is incredibly strong. Even the wildfires of the plains cannot destroy grass.
They will grow back when the spring winds blow.
If the roots underground weren't entirely burned, there might still be hope for recovery. But I would have to see it with my own eyes to know for sure. It's impossible to suggest a solution without knowing the exact situation. After all, this might be my last chance, but why should I go out of my way to help him?
He once forged my identity, nearly causing me to suffer an injustice. Fortunately, those madams understood me well, otherwise, I would have been in trouble.
If you want my help, fine, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Liang replied, as long as the divine tree can be restored and my people can return, I would be willing to sacrifice even my life.
What need is there for more? The other person asked, what is the value of your life? I only want you to promise me that you will no longer commit any more wrongdoings. If you refrain from evil, then I won't have to bear the consequences for your actions in the future. Let me go. Besides, I know this is not truly your will. If I can help you restore your tree, you must promise me that you will never kill indiscriminately again. Liang fell silent, seemingly in inner turmoil.
Asking him to let go of past enmities was perhaps too cruel. It was precisely this grudge that had allowed him to persist until now. Ironically, it was humans who had destroyed his people, but it was also humans who brought the hope of saving them. He hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded.
I agree. Very well. Abandon killing, and you will immediately attain Buddhahood.
Then let's go back to my place and prepare a little.
This is the first time I've been away from home, and it feels like there's so much to arrange. Someone approached and asked, Senior, did you agree so readily? I have my own considerations and feel somewhat helpless.
If I go far from home, everything at home must be properly arranged. I don't know how long this trip will take, and there are some creatures at home that can't come along. Right now, the people we see most often in the house are in charge of daily cleaning, tending the back garden, and earning money for food. Phoenix Skin, Yunfeng, and another person, possibly their father, were involved. If the misunderstanding between them has been resolved, it is best to let them stay together to take the time to get to know each other. As for the other cultivators, an appropriate reason needs to be found for them to return home, as it is really not feasible to support so many people. On the journey, it is necessary to conserve energy for traveling. Cooking can be handled independently, and if anyone falls ill, they can prescribe their own medicine.
That's right, what is needed now is a defender.
For now, let's proceed as planned. The decision is clear. Yunlan and Xiu Lingair both appeared dissatisfied and awkward.
Does the master want to go outside?
Yes, there is still much to prepare before leaving, especially regarding transportation. He doesn't want to walk. Cultivators like them should be able to fly using their swords, right?
It sounds confusing. What kind of transportation does the master mean?
Perhaps the master wants to hide their strength and not use spiritual power.
This could also be a form of cultivation.
But all four girls seemed displeased.
Why can't they go together?
The list of selected people consisted of those who were confident and self-satisfied to have been chosen, awkwardly explaining with a forced smile.
Because they look very trustworthy.
Why is that? The world inside the house immediately split into two factions. On one side was the group of selected people, looking as majestic as frogs.
If you don't take me, I can understand, but why bring this fox along? This fox is very picky.
If I go, I'm afraid no one will be able to serve it.
On the way, it may accompany the other one.
Discontent is understandable, for none of us can match the craftsmanship of the Tushan Fox clan, one of the top 10 demon clans. Their position in the demon realm borders the ancient Condor clan, and it is a strange coincidence that important figures from both clans have run outside.
Little Fox is being hunted, while the four impossibilities have been annihilated. Liang asked in frustration, "Who are the four impossibilities?"
Smiling, the reply came, "In any case, let's proceed with the team as planned. Next, we need to prepare supplies, food, water, daily necessities, self-defense tools, travel expenses, maps, and route plans.
A small life is very important."
He smiled and said, "Since I came here, I haven't stepped out of Daiyan City. It's hard to believe. How could it be like this?" The old man must have thought it through. Wait, this great expert must have a hidden meaning. Perhaps he wants to test me. Although I have some understanding of the Demon Clan's territories, I've only set foot in the Golden Winged Rock Clan's lands, which borders the human race. To reach my destination quickly, I need to be clear about the top 10 demon clans and their unique geographical positions. The Jibang clan, with their dragon head appearance, is renowned for their ability to control the weather and their imposing appearance. The warriors of this clan often wear dragon scale armor, symbolizing their valor and combat prowess. The Baizé clan, with profound knowledge of astronomy and geography, is proficient in both the past and future. The entire clan exudes a refined, courteous air and is skilled in the art of language manipulation. The Flying Altar clan is originally a sect of herbalists, possessing the form of a human with the head of a wood spirit. This clan is modest, avoids competition, and always acts with caution. Although the Flying Iron clan appears ugly and has a stubborn personality, it possesses natural strength and excels in forging, creating many of the legendary magical weapons of the Condor clan. With their form resembling living sculptures on trees, they absorb the spiritual energy of all things and have the ability to convert vitality into power. They are members of the Condor clan, with their dual-eyed gaze, capable of enchanting the mind and seeing through the thoughts of others. The Golden Winged Rock clan, with their extraordinary background and support from ancient deities, is often arrogant and rebellious.
The Tushan Fox clan, one of the ancient clans, possesses 9 powerful tails. However, this strength has long been dormant due to the passage of time and internal conflicts. There are also the Qilin clan, the Chaos clan, and the Taotai clan. To reach the destination by the shortest route, one must at least pass through the territories of 2 demon clans. The ancient Condor clan and the demonic Fox clan are adjacent to each other. To pass through safely, we must first go through the Fox's clan to prepare our supplies. The Golden Winged Rock clan is located at the outermost region, and we have fought with them before, which is advantageous to us. The next level is Baizé and the Tao TT. I recommend choosing the Baizé clan because they are reasonable. After that, we will face the Tushan demonic Fox clan, and at that point, we will have to confront the Fox.
Don't worry, last time, Father was thoroughly defeated and acknowledged our strength.
Boss, I have passed through the demon realm before, just follow this path.
Then we have to pass by Little Fox's house.
She puffed out her cheeks and pouted, complaining, "Do I have to go home now? But I haven't even cultivated to the 9 tails yet."
I planned to cultivate until I had 9 tails before going back to bring glory to my ancestors. But now, I have to return early. She continued, however, right now, when the experts need me, it is also the time for me to shine. Even if I haven't reached 9 tails yet, with my current strength, almost at the 8th tail, I've already surpassed most of the elders of Tushan. Who knows, this time when I return, I might even be able to land a decisive blow on the sheep, making them too afraid to bully my clan in the future. It's another great opportunity for me, and I must seize it. Bring glory to my ancestors and avenge our wrongs. Despite this, for some reason, she suddenly felt that something was wrong, which made her less adorable. After comforting the disappointed girls, he pulled the tired Lei and began preparing rations.
He pondered, "What's that called again? Is it vegetarian or should I prepare something separately?" Fermented food might not be a bad choice either. At that moment, someone entered.
He turned to look and saw that it was Euphome and his group, coming to express their dissatisfaction.
Phoenixkin said, "Boss, please consider this. Although we are women, we are still strong women."
He nodded, "I know you're all strong women among strong women.
Let's temporarily leave out the weakest one.
It's not that I don't trust you, but rather, women tend to be more meticulous and thoughtful in every aspect.
This time, we don't know when we will return.
Every matter, big and small, in the house needs someone to handle it.
I'm at ease only when I entrust it to you.
After being soothed with a few words, they were soon calmed down.
That's right.
This time, a great master is leaving, and only a few of them remain at home. Lord Sovereign Jia Tai has sent reinforcements, and they will definitely be the ones to face the battle. It's not that we don't trust them, on the contrary, it is the highest form of trust. We believe they have the strength to stand side by side with the Great Master, and the Great Master can rest assured to leave this precious house in our hands.
We must complete the task.
They thought one thing, but in reality, it was entirely different.
The truth was,
it was precisely because the brother of these young ladies was too terrifying. If something were to happen, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. The trees were lush and green, with golden fish swimming merrily in the small stream.
Xiang Xiang stood in the middle of the yard, absorbing the essence of the earth and sky.
This garden was filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and after absorbing it, wooden objects truly thrived as if they were fish back in the water.
Xiang Xiang transformed into a lion and said, "I have heard everything. Please lead me along.
If I go, I will surely take you with me, but your form will be exposed in front of the Great Master.
Perhaps we should go and greet them first." Xiang Xiang was determined.
I don't know why, but I feel that this time I must go.
Something is waiting for me. It feels like I've forgotten something very important.
The answer is right in front of me, but I can't recall it,
she said and immediately flew away.
Ah, wait for me, I'll go with you. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was at home. Xiang Xiang suddenly appeared at the door, pulled it open, and said,
"I want to go too."
Xiang Xiang's sudden appearance and her appearance itself startled him. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he was knocked down to the ground by her large foot.
"What's going on?"
The others saw this and rushed over to inquire about the situation.
Xiang Xiang was still on top of Jiang Chen, causing him to tremble as he struggled to get up.
She earnestly pleaded,
"Please take me with you.